In the twilight of the dusty, star domain lies the ancient and revered grave Saint Star. Shadows of figures soaring through the skies on swords, each radiating various hues of rainbow light, traverse the heavens. Across the land, amidst the skies and above the oceans, myriad extraordinary pavilions and celestial palaces emerge in splendid array. The grave Saint Star is a life-bearing ancient star with a legacy of cultivation spanning over 1,000,000 years. It is even rumored that this ancient star conceals the remains of an ancient sage. Consequently, visitors from beyond the realm occasionally descend upon this star. Though the present era of the grave Saint Star may not match the glory of ancient times, it remains a significant epoch for cultivation. At this moment, a tremor ripples through the universe, resonating profoundly within the hearts of every inhabitant of the grave Saint Star, an indescribable sensation that reverberates through the cosmos. Every cultivator with a modicum of insight gazes upward in astonishment. They witness a tempest of thunder, likened to world-destroying silver serpents, unfurling across the star domain in a wild frenzy. A pressure akin to divine majesty emanates from the tempest, instilling awe and trepidation in all living beings. O heavens, could it be that a sage is about to be born? This calamity must herald the emergence of a paramount being. Many cultivators speculate, for in their understanding, the apex of the cultivation world comprises supreme beings and sages' goals they fervently pursue throughout their lives. However, some ancient powers, steeped in tradition since antiquity, harbor bolder conjectures. This disturbance likely signifies the presence of a sage among sages, the Sage King, whose terrifying aura can only be matched by legends. An elderly figure, hunched and frail, yet vibrant with excitement, exclaims from a sanctuary with a lineage spanning hundreds of thousands of years. Yet, the denizens of the grave Saint Star remain oblivious to the fact that their conjectures are entirely misguided. Within the boundless universe, various enigmatic life-restricted zones emit piercing gazes that penetrate the cosmos, observing the tempest of thunder in the depths of the universe, engaging in mysterious communications that are inaudible to the ear. Could this commotion indicate that someone is on the verge of attaining the throne of Emperor? It cannot be. The Radiant Light Emperor dominantly reigns over the current era, with the heavenly heart mark belonging solely to him. Who could possibly transcend the Emperor's tribulation under such circumstances? Could it be a fellow cultivator who has remained secluded since ancient times? Yet, he has scarcely had the opportunity to confront the Emperor's tribulation with a Radiant Light Emperor above. Success seems improbable. These life-restricted zones emit voices of unspeakable dread, for even the faintest hint of their essence could shatter stars. The extraordinary beings within the universe perceive these life-restricted zones as unfathomable and mysterious. Little do they know that within these zones lie slumbering supreme entities. Once they were emperors and ancient sovereigns, invincible forces in the universe. However, even these illustrious beings face the inexorable limits of mortality. Consequently, they sever their destinies, retreating into the life-restricted zones, occasionally instigating dark upheavals to prolong their existence. Yet, at this moment, these formidable entities harbor interpretations of the thunderous tempest that starkly contrast with those of the cultivators on the grave Saint Star. They believe that the one undergoing tribulation is destined to attain the throne of Emperor. Nonetheless, they also believe that this individual will ultimately fail in their endeavor. Beyond the grave Saint Star, amidst the tempest of thunder, this tempest, though seemingly external to the ancient star, is actually separated by an unfathomable expanse of star systems. It is only due to the sheer magnitude of the tempest that the cultivators perceive it. Upon closer inspection, the tempest is far more complex than what the cultivators initially discerned. It harbors a multitude of terrors. Within the thunder, ethereal shadows of celestial palaces and the manifestations of divine emperors intertwine, alongside the great calamities of the 5 elements. Yet, the one standing resolutely at the center of this world-destroying tribulation remains unfazed. His upper body, exuding a rugged masculine charm, is bare, with a dark purple luminescence radiating from his skin, each wisp of light seemingly capable of piercing through the stars. His eyes blazed like suns, embodying an unmatched aura of invincibility as he battles within the tempest. Boom! With a single punch, Wang Teng shatters a colossal mountain formed from the thunder. Yet his expression grows increasingly solemn. No wonder, throughout history, countless prodigies have emerged, yet only one ascends to the throne of emperor in each era. This tribulation truly is unfathomable. Even he, upon facing this emperor's tribulation, feels a tenuous grasp on success. And yet, what of it? In my life, I have faced defeat countless times now. I must embrace this battle. Wang Teng murmurs, his eyes ablaze with determination, exuding an aura capable of overshadowing all. Yet, who could have imagined that the foundation of this indomitable spirit was built upon his myriad defeats? Wang Teng is not of this world. He is a genuine visitor from the blue planet. 2,000 years prior, he was reborn on the grave Saint Star. Having once read a novel penned by a certain red-haired eccentric, he quickly realized that he had traversed into a realm reminiscent of that tale of celestial grandeur. Upon his birth, two miraculous phenomena manifested: the purple chi penetrating the palace, and the moon rising from the sea. Thus, he was nurtured with great care by his family. He was hailed as the celestial extreme divine body, a peerless prodigy of the ancient star. Armed with the experiences of his past life and such prodigious talent, Wang Teng eagerly anticipated his ascendance to unchallenged supremacy in the moment he would attain the throne of emperor. Indeed, upon embarking on his cultivation journey, his progress surged like the wind, opening meridians, traversing the sea of suffering, entering the life spring, crossing the divine bridge, reaching the other shore, entering the purple mansion, awakening the primordial spirit, awakening the colossal spirit, achieving the myriad manifestations. True person, attaining the Dharma form, true monarch, ascending to the celestial being, great power, becoming the divine will saint, ascending to the saint king, becoming a great saint, and nearing the threshold of the emperor. Wang Teng opened his meridians at 3, entered the sea of suffering at 10, reached the life spring at 18, crossed the divine bridge at 30, reached the other shore at 50, and entered the purple mansion at 80. At the purple mansion stage, he was already considered a formidable expert on the grave Saint Star. Generally, the limits of ordinary prodigies culminate at this stage. At that time, Wang Teng's name resounded throughout the grave Saint Star. His father regarded him as possessing the potential to become an emperor. Yet, in his inaugural battle against another prodigy of the grave Saint Star, a mere woman with an ordinary body, he suffered defeat. It is imperative to understand that on the path of cultivation, the foremost principle for ascending to the pinnacle lies in an indomitable spirit. This first battle nearly shattered Wang Teng's resolve. Yet, he firmly believed that, as a visitor from the blue planet, he was unique. Thus, he regrouped and prepared for his second confrontation against a prodigious talent from the foreign Luo Kuei star. Once more, he faced a devastating defeat. Still unyielding, he found himself ensnared in a relentless cycle of defeat. Time and again, he battled, yet emerged victorious not once. With his celestial extreme divine body, one of the 7 divine bodies of the Northern Dipper, he failed to secure a single win in these prodigious contests. Perhaps he could seek solace among ordinary cultivators of the same rank, or even those of lower realms to regain his confidence. Yet the path to enlightenment is paved with the elite. Without contending with prodigies, how could he forge his path to becoming an emperor? Even as he later ascended to the 11th stage of the Divine Wheel Saint, and then to the Great Saint realm, he continued to face crushing defeats on the ancient stellar road. Such relentless failures would have left even the legendary sacred bodies in disarray. Yet, unbeknownst to the ancient emperors, amid his repeated defeats, a miracle blossomed within him. Chapter 2. The Tribulation of Ascendancy. It may be deemed a miracle, yet it is indeed a testament to the plight of Wang Teng, the perennial underachiever. The successful, exemplified by the reigning emperor of the age, are adversaries of unrivaled strength, such as the illustrious Mingguang Emperor and Luo Tian. Such beings require no demonic fetus. With a sheer and overwhelming aura of invincibility, they tread the path to ascension effortlessly. However, the demonic fetus bestowed upon Wang Teng a glimmer of hope for a miraculous turnaround. After enduring repeated defeats, he ultimately refined the demonic fetus to its utmost form. reaching the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor realm, merely a step away from transcending into the realm of emperors. Fortunately, the demonic fetus is extraordinarily unique. Even in the presence of current emperors, where their imperial might suppresses others, the initial step to attract the tribulation of ascension becomes an arduous task. Yet, Wang Ting managed to take that initial step. Boom! An indescribable eruption of light beams ignited, blossoming into a myriad of annihilating flowers, as though shattering the very fabric of time and space, obliterating the pathways of the cosmos. The ancient emperors and their phantoms materialized amid the storm of thunder, their powers merely reflecting their strength at the time of becoming quasi-emperors. Yet for Wang Tung, they represented an insurmountable calamity. Despite the consummation of his demonic fetus, he found himself under relentless assault by these once invincible entities, struggling to withstand the onslaught. Kill. Yet Wang Tung remained fervently resolute, engaging in a life-and-death struggle with unwavering conviction. The furious black and purple energies surged around him, illuminating numerous star regions, his magnificent presence causing celestial bodies in distant galaxies to tremble uncontrollably. Deep within the cosmos, in a place of unparalleled brilliance, an area seemingly collapsing within the starlit expanse, a formidable entity, drawn by Wang Tung's commotion, turned its gaze toward the tempest of thunder. Expressing mild astonishment, he has actually managed to reach this point. Who is this emperor? A venerable saint inquired with utmost reverence. The individual beside him was none other than the reigning Mingguang emperor, the extraordinary figure who had effortlessly vanquished Wang Tung in the past. Towering like an ancient mountain, he radiated an overwhelming aura that dominated the universe. His skin was as smooth as jade, exuding a natural, gentle luster that evoked a sense of familiarity. Yet, his deep-set eyes seemed to harbor the cyclical dance of countless galaxies, with the rise and fall of sun and moon, and the shifting of landscapes captured within fleeting moments. Each glance appeared to pierce through the essence of all beings, evoking a profound sense of trepidation, rendering all who dared to meet his gaze powerless. Draped in a flowing robe that danced gracefully in the wind, adorned with intricate embroidery depicting the cosmos and vibrant landscapes, it came to life, as though animated. The thread shimmered, shifting colors and patterns, seemingly bestowing upon the emperor an invisible layer of protection. In the collapsing expanse of the cosmos, the blinding radiance emanated from the Mingguang emperor, akin to the sun's fiery descent upon the world, with golden light intermingled with purple brilliance. Reminiscent of the primordial chaos at the dawn of creation, wherever the light reached, all things were cloaked in a sacred glow, the stars dimmed, and the void twisted and ruptured. This brilliance epitomized the ultimate manifestation of power, instilling reverence in all beings and compelling them to bow in submission. Upon closer inspection, numerous exalted beings stood alongside the Mingguang emperor, all prodigies hailing from prestigious human sects. The image he projected to the outside world was of gentle elegance and nurturing guidance. Thus, many of the universe's foremost sects and sacred lands selected the top 10 prodigies every decade to receive his teachings. Naturally, these sects and sacred lands were also the colossal entities that had once birthed emperors. At this moment, upon hearing the prodigy's words, Mingguang spoke softly. "That is a fellow who is on the brink of achieving emperorship." "What?" exclaimed the prodigies in astonishment. With the Mingguang emperor reigning over the universe, how could anyone else ascend to emperorship? Seemingly perceiving their bewilderment, a glimmer of elusive light flickered in the depths of Mingguang's eyes, as he elaborated. "Perhaps you have heard of his moniker. During his ventures along the ancient paths of the cosmos, he was granted the title, the ever-defeated king. It is he." The crowd gasped in surprise. They had indeed heard of this title. It belonged to a figure who, despite enduring countless defeats and battles against numerous prodigies, ultimately appeared to have reached the threshold of becoming a quasi-emperor. For years, he had vanished from sight, and they had presumed that the ever-defeated king had perished, only to discover that he had resurfaced, now on the verge of achieving emperorship. At this moment, a sharp-witted individual, illuminated by a sudden insight, flattered. With an emperor suppressing the current realm, who could possibly ascend to emperorship? Forgive my impudent words, but I fear the ever-defeated king may not emerge victorious this time. Others quickly chimed in. Indeed, the ever-defeated king was merely a vanquished foe under the emperor's reign. How could he possibly stand shoulder to shoulder with the emperor? Yes, the ever-defeated king's fame stems solely from his existence in the same era as the emperor. Upon hearing these remarks, Mingguang maintained a stoic demeanor, concealing his true thoughts. However, the glimmer in his eyes revealed his satisfaction with their sentiments. After all, he was the emperor of the human race, an object of reverence, and must uphold a solemn and dignified facade. In truth, for millions of years, in every era, there had only been one emperor, yet in this era of his ascension, another was destined to emerge. Such a scenario was an utter disgrace. Fortunately, Mingguang could discern that Wang Tung, amidst the storm of thunder, was nearing his limits, unable to sustain himself for long, and would likely fail to transcend the tribulation of ascension. Should Wang Tung succeed in achieving emperorship, it would indeed be a great boon for our human race. Mingguang Emperor spoke with a veneer of hopefulness, feigning tranquility. This led many to genuinely believe he yearned for Wang Tung's ascendance. What a magnanimous human emperor he is, they mused, unaware that Mingguang harbored an entirely different sentiment. Wang Tung. Oh Wang Tung, are you truly unaware of your own qualifications? To think you aspire to stand beside me is nothing short of a jest. Just as Mingguang contemplated this, he felt a jolt within his heart. In the thunderous sea, Wang Tung was being crushed beneath a mountain of lightning. Besieged by phantoms of emperors and ancient sovereigns, his situation perilously precarious. However, at that moment, an extraordinary event transpired. A colossal black sun erupted from within Wang Tung, ascending skyward, unleashing beams of light. Open, he bellowed, and as the black sun detonated, the surrounding phantoms of ancient sovereigns and emperors disintegrated. The oppressive mountain above him was reduced to mere ash. Wang Tung's countenance turned pale, yet the glimmer of battle intent in his eyes brightened. What he had just detonated was indeed his demonic fetus. Shattering the demonic fetus to transcend death, he intended to overcome the tribulation in such a self-destructive manner. He had always possessed such audacity, and indeed, upon the destruction of his demonic fetus, he experienced a genuine momentum toward overcoming the tribulation. Streams of black and purple light surged forth, parting the storm of thunder, allowing him to face the final tribulation head-on. Amidst the colossal, star-like bolts of annihilating thunder, another emperor materialized. Upon seeing his visage, Wang Tung immediately recognized him. The current emperor, Mingguang. Wang Tung uttered no further words. With a singular thrust of his fist, he charged forth, delivering a blow crafted from his own martial art, the unyielding divine fist. This technique did not emphasize the mere force of a single strike, but rather the relentless spirit of perseverance, an unbroken continuity, and an indomitable will. In response, the phantom of Mingguang Emperor brandished a cauldron, the Mingguang Cauldron, an artifact of unparalleled power forged by the emperor himself. An immense force bore down upon Wang Tung. Yet he shattered it with his relentless fists, driving toward the Mingguang Emperor. Humph. But at that moment, in the collapsing depths of the cosmos, Mingguang Emperor snorted coldly, the celestial mark upon his forehead materializing. If a worthless being like you truly achieves emperorship, what then becomes of me, the reigning emperor of this age? He was harnessing the formidable power of the emperor, amplifying the ethereal projection of the emperor amidst the heavenly tribulation from a distance. This feat was beyond the reach of ordinary cultivators, and even the supreme beings found it arduous. However, as the reigning emperor of the present era, endowed with the heart of heaven's seal and in communion with the celestial principles, he indeed accomplished this extraordinary feat. Within the tempestuous sea of thunder, Wang Tung's expression sharpened. He sensed that the radiant emperor before him had suddenly grown significantly stronger. Merely this increment could turn the tide of the battle. No. A jolt of alarm surged through Wang Tung as he witnessed the radiant emperor conjuring a luminous cauldron from thin air. 1, 2, 3, 4, 10, 100, thousands. All of them descended upon Wang Tung with overwhelming force. Chapter 3. The Failure of the Path to Enlightenment? The Supreme Emperor's Mingguang Ding. Not merely a manifestation of heavenly tribulation's thunder, but imbued with the formidable might of the great Emperor Mingguang, surged forth in overwhelming numbers, surpassing Wang Tung's capacity to contend. Boom. Countless supreme imperial weapons, ultimately manifesting as a cataclysm of heavenly lightning, descended upon Wang Tung, shattering his perfected corporeal form and sending his spirit into disarray. Furthermore, in the fleeting moment that Wang Tung found himself at a disadvantage before the ethereal visage of the great Emperor Mingguang, the sea of thunder collapsed into a colossal sphere of energy, so intensely condensed that it caused the very void to tremble, hurtling towards Wang Tung. Even with his peak quasi-emperor strength, poised on the brink of enlightenment, he found himself ensnared in a life-threatening predicament in an instant. Wang Tung's heart sank. Throughout history, countless prodigies had reached this juncture, yet many had perished in the trials of ascension to emperorship. Nevertheless, he remained composed. For years of suffering had forged within him an indomitable spirit, and while he struggled with all his might, he swiftly sought alternative opportunities. Eureka! Wang Tung immediately retracted the fragments of the recently detonated demonic embryo, gathering them to himself, and at the final moment of the thunder sphere's explosion, he seized a glimmer of supreme radiance. A turning point. He unleashed the boundless power derived from the detonation of the demonic embryo, counteracting a significant portion of the thunder sphere's explosive force, while simultaneously absorbing the power of the tribulation into himself, rapidly augmenting the supreme radiance he had just grasped. In that fleeting instant, half of his being was thrust into the realm of the supreme. Yet, immense waves of power caused spatial rifts to collapse around him, and Wang Tung plummeted straight into them. From the perspective of the universe, particularly those exalted beings capable of witnessing the tribulation, quasi-emperors, great saints, they beheld the once mighty aura of supremacy plummet in an instant, the sea of thunder exploding, and the tribulation challenger vanished from sight. The overwhelming presence that once dominated the cosmos was absent, No signs of the extraordinary transformations heralded in ancient texts accompanied his failure. Had he truly failed in his tribulation? Alas, what a pity! They had anticipated the emergence of another comrade, but found him to be merely ordinary, to aspire to join our ranks. How could these lesser beings ever hope to achieve such greatness? Within the confines of the Forbidden Zone, the exalted ones observed as if witnessing a grand spectacle. Devoid of any sympathy for Wang Teng, instead erupting in derisive laughter, releasing the pent-up frustrations of their slumber spanning countless millennia. In their eyes, beneath the exalted, all were but ants. With Wang Teng's failure in his tribulation, whether in life or death, he could no longer rival their stature. The Sea of Thunder was gone? What a shame! Such a magnificent sight is a rarity in 10,000 years. The path to enlightenment is littered with bones. Meanwhile, some distant observers, celestial sages, holy kings, and great saints, secretly lamented the misfortune. They existed amidst myriad star systems, supported by formidable lineages, and with ancestral artifacts, they caught glimpses of the scene surrounding the Thunder Sea. Witnessing Wang Teng's near success, and collectively sighed in regret. In the land of Aurora, the great emperor remarked, "You see, who among you can compare with the great emperor? The ever-failing monarch has indeed faltered in his path." The audacity of this ever-failing monarch to attempt the tribulation under the radiance of the great emperor was akin to a moth drawn to flame. Those unaware would mistakenly believe him to possess the potential for enlightenment, a true jester. The talented individuals from the cosmos, having little regard for Wang Teng's repeated failures, secretly hoped for his downfall, and now, as he truly faltered, they breathed a sigh of relief. Do not speak recklessly. The ever-failing comrade is one of your esteemed predecessors. Do not belittle him. The great Emperor Mingguang's heart swelled with joy, yet his demeanor remained calm as he counseled, embodying the role of an impartial arbiter, genuinely wishing for Wang Teng's ascension. The one who had mocked Wang Teng most fervently, Elxingda, the foremost prodigy of the flying heaven's sacred land, quickly concurred. The great emperor speaks wisely. In truth, he was most concerned about Wang Teng's potential success, for should a great emperor emerge from the land of twilight, it would pose the gravest threat to their flying heaven's sacred land. The great emperor nodded, his gaze directed towards the former site of the Thunder Sea. Now devoid of its former grandeur, yet still lingering with a terrifying aura, even a great saint entering recklessly would risk their demise within a century. Wang Teng, why pursue the path of the emperor when a quasi-emperor is yet unfulfilled? Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. In the land of twilight, on the ancient burial star, within a secret realm unknown even to the ancient celestial sects, a figure gazed intently into a seemingly unremarkable mirror. However, within his eyes, the reflection revealed Wang Teng's tribulation. As Wang Teng approached the moment of ascension, the figure clenched his fists, yet when Wang Teng faltered, he relaxed his grip. And upon Wang Teng's disappearance, he leaped for joy. After thousands of years, it is finally over. It is finally over. Ha ha ha. All your resources and power are now mine. This individual, known as Wang Wu, had long served Wang Ting and was a great saint in his own right. Years ago, while wandering the ancient star, Wang Teng, seeing his plight, took him in, imparting teachings and cultivating alongside him. However, as the years passed, resentment began to brew within Wang Wu. Why should Wang Teng, a man of repeated failures, remain above him as his master? Although Wang Teng had faltered in battles against formidable foes, he easily triumphed over ordinary cultivators. Thus Wang Wu had refrained from rebellion. Yet now, with Wang Teng's failure, he harbored no further reservations. He turned, surveying the ethereal landscape of the secret realm, with its suspended pavilions, cascading waterfalls, celestial mountains, and sacred rivers, all exuding divine radiance. What an exquisite sight! This secret realm, established by Wang Teng a millennium ago, remained unknown to the inhabitants of the burial star. Once, prodigies had departed from the ancient star, leading to its decline, save for a fallen saint who still garnered praise among them, but who knew that after each crushing defeat, Wang Teng had resolved to return to his homeland, bringing his family and friends into this hidden sanctuary, choosing to live in seclusion. As a quasi-emperor, the resources Wang Teng had accumulated over the years were vast enough to entice even a great saint, igniting Wang Wu's greed. Now, within the secret realm, possessing the highest realm of cultivation, all of this was rightfully his. Has the ancestor achieved enlightenment? An elder inquired as Wang Wu entered the secret realm. Though he appeared aged, he was significantly younger than Wang Wu, having merely reached the realm of the heavenly great being through accumulated resources, and his lifespan scarcely exceeded a century. His current status was largely due to being a descendant of Wang Teng's brother, as Wang Ting, devoted to the path, had no spouse or offspring, instead bringing his relatives into the secret realm to repay their nurturing. Enlightenment? You dare to hope that worthless fellow could achieve such a feat? Have you lost your wits? Chapter 4. The Emergence. However, Wang Wu's words startled Wang Teng's nephew and the other members of the Wang family who had arrived on flying swords from the secret realm to inquire about the situation were equally astonished. Wang Wu, the servant of the ancestor, actually proclaimed that the ancestor was worthless. Master Wu, what are you saying? Wang Tung's nephew, astute and quick-witted, immediately grasped the gravity of the situation and hastily rebuked, seemingly attempting to intimidate Wang Wu. Ha ha ha, what am I saying? I am declaring that your so-called worthless ancestor, Wang Tung, has failed to attain enlightenment and has perished. Do you understand? Wang Wu laughed heartily, his formidable aura emanating like a great sage, overwhelming the beings within the secret realm. In an instant, many found it hard to breathe, and some weaker individuals even fainted. This was still due to Wang Wu's intention to enslave them, as he refrained from killing them outright. Wang Wu's psyche was deeply twisted. Having been subjugated by Wang Tung for countless years, he now sought to enslave the Wang clan in return. You, how dare you betray the ancestor who treated you well and nurtured you to the level of a great sage? Another Wang family member rebuked, only to be met with a cold glance from Wang Wu, who then unleashed his sage-like pressure, causing the individual to collapse helplessly to the ground. I am now the master of this secret realm. Who dares to defy me? Wang Wu's voice boomed, shaking the very fabric of the secret realm and rendering everyone speechless, too intimidated to refute him. Ha ha, you are all like Wang Tung, the most useless of the useless, with no spirit of resistance. Such weakness, allowing yourselves to be bullied, truly shows you are not of the same bloodline. Seeing no one daring to oppose him, Wang Wu laughed maniacally, causing the expressions of many elders in the Wang family to flush with anger, yet they felt utterly helpless, unwilling to gamble with the lives of their kin. I object. Suddenly, a voice of dissent arose from the crowd. It was a youthful voice, calm and resolute, far more mature than one would expect from someone of that age. Wang Wu's laughter abruptly ceased as he turned to the source of the voice, slowly nodding. Well said, young one. However, those who defy me shall meet their end. Wang Wu's expression twisted into one of ferocity as he prepared to strike down the youth. Yet, at that moment, the young figure stepped forward, and the black robe that had concealed his face fell away, revealing his true visage. With his head held high like an emperor surveying the heavens, he exuded an air of dominance. His broad shoulders and straight back gave him an imposing presence, as if he could bear the weight of the universe. His long limbs, grounded firmly, seemed impervious to the howling winds. In his mere stance, an overwhelming aura of invincibility surged forth, warping the surrounding space and causing tremors. This invisible force, like a tidal wave, surged outward, leaving the onlookers gasping for breath, as if crushed beneath an unseen mountain. His advance seemed to carry the weight of countless galaxies, pressing down upon Wang Wu. Without even releasing his power, the sheer presence of the boy sent shivers down Wang Wu's spine. Master? Wang Wu's face paled, and he faltered, nearly kneeling before the youth. The Wang family members erupted with joy, for this youth was none other than Wang Ting, though he appeared youthful, almost rejuvenated. They recognized him at once. Ancestor, we knew you would succeed, they exclaimed, their spirits soaring as they sought to avenge Wang Wu's treachery. Wang Tung gazed coldly at Wang Wu, who could hardly fathom that his most trusted servant had betrayed him. After all, he had personally nurtured Wang Wu to the level of a great sage. Master, I was blinded by greed, momentarily lost my wits. Please spare me. Wang Wu, once arrogant, was now groveling before Wang Tung, his demeanor completely transformed. What blindness could shroud the heart of a great sage? What delusion could ensnare your mind? Wang Tung scoffed, causing Wang Wu's heart to sink. Enough. For the sake of your long service, I shall grant you mercy. Leave. Wang Tang's tone softened momentarily, but his words still bore weight. Wang Wu, feeling as though he had escaped death, expressed his gratitude profusely and hastily departed, as if eager to flee the scene. However, just as he reached the exit of the secret realm, a sudden realization struck him. Wait a moment. Why do I feel utterly devoid of any aura? Not even a hint of magical power? Moreover, how could he tolerate my betrayal and the intention to enslave his family? Something is amiss. He paused, recalling a secret revealed to him by a certain entity 6 months prior. Enlightenment washed over him. It became clear that he had indeed lost all his powers and had become a mere shell of his former self. His previous display was merely bluster. He had not dared to imprison him, fearing exposure of his true condition. A sinister smile crept across Wang Wu's face as he contemplated the trials of the Emperor's tribulation, which were not easily overcome. The consequences of failure would be dire. Even if he survived, his foundations would be shattered. With that thought, he turned back toward the Wang family members, who were expressing concern for Wang Tung, and made his way back. Wang Wu, you return? Do you yearn to acknowledge the ancestor as your master once more? Let me tell you, it is too late. A young prodigy of the Wang family shouted angrily. Too late. If I truly escape the secret realm, it will indeed be too late. Wang Wu ignored the others, focusing intently on Wang Tung. Wang Tung, seemingly unperturbed, turned to face Wang Wu, as if he had anticipated this moment, his gaze steady and calm. In the instant their eyes met, Wang Wu instinctively averted his gaze, unwilling to confront Wang Tung directly. Yet, he sensed once more that there was no magical energy emanating from Wang Tung. Wang Tung, I almost fell for your ruse. You must be a cripple now. Wang Wu unleashed his great sage pressure once more, directing it particularly toward Wang Tong. What? The ancestor is a cripple? Impossible. The Wang family members seemed to grasp the implications, realizing that if the ancestor had successfully transcended the tribulation, there would be signs throughout the universe, even within the secret realm. Yet, now, they stood in uncertainty. Though they had often received teachings from Wang Tong, their understanding of cultivation was profound. Yet they found themselves powerless to protect him against Wang Wu's overwhelming presence. Master, you need not feign strength. I have seen through your tricks. Ha ha. I shall enslave the Wang family before your very eyes. Wang Wu cackled, advancing toward Wang Tong. Now that you are barely clinging to life, it is time for me to assume the role of master. You shall obediently become my servant. Wang Tong's expression remained calm as he sighed. Are you finished? Still pretending. Wang Wu's smile vanished, replaced by a fierce expression. Without hesitation, he raised his powerful hand, a gust of wind rushing with it, as he aimed a crushing blow toward Wang Tong. This strike contained the pent-up rage of millennia, as he sought to reclaim the dignity he had lost over the years. Boom. However, before Wang Wu's long-anticipated slap could descend, the previously languid Wang Tong merely straightened his posture for a brief moment. In that instant, an overwhelming aura erupted, causing the surrounding air to resonate with a deafening hum, as if it were on the verge of explosion. Wang Wu appeared to be struck by an invisible giant hand, his body soaring backward like a kite severed from its string. Upon hitting the ground, his complexion instantly turned ashen. He trembled, desperate to rise, yet found himself utterly immobile. No, how could this be? You have attained the Tao? This is impossible. There were no signs of a great emperor. Wang Wu's voice quivered, laced with unmistakable terror. Wang Tong furrowed his brow slightly, seemingly weary of the unfolding events, his tone placid yet tinged with a sigh. Xiao Wu, I had already granted you an opportunity. With that, Wang Tong gently exhaled a breath. This breath, though seemingly gentle, surged forth like a torrent of flames, instantly engulfing Wang Wu. Wang Wu felt as though he were ensconced in searing magma. In utter despair, he transformed into nothingness, reduced to mere ashes, disappearing completely. A dignified sage, thus vanished with such ease, meeting an utterly abrupt demise. Chapter 5. The Swallowing of the Heavenly Devil. Scripture. Sighing once more, Wang Tong reflected that from the moment Wang Wu harbored treachery, his fate was sealed. Wang Tong allowed him to depart, fully aware that Wang Wu would return to exact vengeance. In such a scenario, should he succeed in slaying him again, there would be no remorse for their long-standing acquaintance. Conversely, had Wang Wu acted contrary to Wang Tong's expectations and vanished without a trace, the only recourse for Wang Tong would have been to eliminate him from afar. After all, one must eradicate the root of the problem. Wang Tong was no merciful soul, nor was he averse to bloodshed. Ancestor, Wang Danian, Wang Tong's great-grandnephew, approached, visibly relieved. Have you achieved enlightenment? To him, Wang Tong appeared as an ordinary mortal, his powers concealed, yet he sensed an immense increase in strength. Even a return to youth, evidently he had ascended to the status of a legendary emperor. Sort of. I refer to it as an alternative path to enlightenment. Wang Tong responded calmly. In truth, by conventional standards, he had failed to achieve enlightenment. However, in a life-threatening moment, he had resurrected himself, reconstituting his demonic core, pushing half his being into the realm of the utmost path. Although he could not be deemed a complete emperor now, he had surpassed the threshold of a quasi-emperor. If one were to draw a comparison, he now stood on par with those sovereigns of forbidden zones, capable of contending with ancient emperors. With a slight inward glance, he observed his body's meridians resembling a galaxy, each drop of blood imbued with the power to extinguish colossal stars. Every inch of his skin, every muscle, was more extraordinary than the rarest treasures used to forge imperial weapons, ineffable in their magnificence. His soul soared above all sentient beings, residing in a realm of infinite heights, transcending all existence. This was the essence of his current state. His might, longevity, and profundity far surpassed that of a quasi-emperor. I shall enhance the secret realm. You should diligently cultivate, Wang Tong declared, hands clasped behind his back. Though he bore the appearance of a youth, an undeniable aura of supreme authority enveloped him, compelling even the flora and fauna within the secret realm to bow in reverence, as if the sun and moon revolved around him. With utmost respect, we shall heed your teachings, ancestor. The Wang family members bowed deeply. Subsequently, Wang Tong raised his hands as if lifting the entire secret realm, manifesting his supreme magical prowess. Instantly, the barriers of the secret realm fortified tenfold, and the density of spiritual energy increased nearly tenfold as well. This greatly benefited the Wang family members residing within. Wang Danian, who could previously ascend only to the level of a celestial being, might now seize the opportunity to cultivate to the realm of a divine will sage. After completing this, Wang Tong soared into the heart of the secret realm, arriving at the floating continent at its center. Here lay Wang Tong's palace within this secret realm, an edifice exuding an ancient black and gold hue, its towering walls stretching for miles. Constructed from immense purple-gold royal stones, fitted so precisely that even a sage would find it impenetrable. Upon the palace walls, Layers of black gold glazed tiles shimmered under the light of the sun and moon. The grand entrance loomed majestically, crafted from the rare black dragon wood, standing several dozen feet high, with thick, solid doors intricately carved with vivid depictions of auspicious beasts, fearsome dragons poised to take flight, and the majestic Qilin rearing back in a fierce cry. Stepping into the hall, one was enveloped in the opulence of the cosmos, adorned with various treasures and sacred artifacts. In the heart of the grand hall stood a massive purple gold throne, its backrest and armrests exquisitely engraved with cloud patterns, epitomizing the supreme reverence of the universe. This solitary palace, a mere embellishment of Wang Tung's grandeur, contained resources that would cause external cultivators to vie fiercely for possession. Yet here, it merely served as decoration for Wang Tung. As he approached the entrance to the central hall, the doors swung open automatically. Once he entered, they closed behind him. Animated by the spirit of the artifacts he had forged, I should have successfully transcended the tribulation, yet the lightning intensified unexpectedly. Why was that? He pondered over the tribulation, finding it perplexing. Suddenly, a name echoed in his mind. Mingguang. Wang Tung murmured. Could it be that two emperors cannot coexist? Even if I suspect Mingguang the Great is meddling, I currently lack the means to confront him. After all, my alternative path to enlightenment does not bear the heavenly heart mark or the acknowledgement of the heavenly Tao, making me less formidable than a true emperor. Just as a fully realized sacred body can challenge ancient emperors, the ability to challenge exists. Yet a few exchanges would lead to disastrous defeat. Setting aside those thoughts, it was time to elevate my unyielding divine art. Wang Tung sat upon the grand throne, his demonic nature revealed, both righteous and sinister, embodying a striking beauty of duality. The surrounding lamps ignited with divine light, exuding the essence of the sun and moon, filling the hall with an ethereal ambience. The air thrummed with an overwhelming aura of supremacy. Even quasi-emperors would find themselves kneeling in submission, while others possessed scriptures of immortality. What shall I call my newly elevated divine art? Wang Tung mused, seeking to enhance his fundamental technique to perfectly align with his current demonic essence. Time slipped away as he immersed himself in refining his unyielding divine art. The lifespan of top-tier beings spans around 2,000 years, while saints live for 5,000. Great saints for 10,000, quasi-emperors for 30,000, and true emperors for 100,000 years. Thus, a mere few years of seclusion at higher levels could feel like the blink of an eye. Gradually, as he channeled his unyielding divine art, it seemed he had seized upon a pivotal moment, and suddenly his eyes flew open. His bare torso was adorned with intricate demonic patterns, ancient, dark golden, twisting and winding as if obeying an ineffable order. The edges of the patterns glimmered faintly, reminiscent of ancient demonic imprints or the trajectories of sacred celestial bodies, embodying an uncanny beauty of the coexistence of light and dark. These patterns were a manifestation of the demonic essence reflecting upon his skin. Now, his demonic core had undergone a qualitative transformation compared to the past. Previously, he had to endure repeated failures to manifest his demonic core, but now he would triumph in battles, consuming the essence of his foes to nourish his core's growth. Thus, he named it the swallowing of the heavenly devil scripture. As he uttered the name, his magical energy surged like chaotic tides, dark and unfathomable. Presently, he had elevated his art to align more harmoniously with the supreme level of his demonic core, rendering him even stronger than when he first embarked on this alternative path. Now, the disparity between his current demonic core and its former self was monumental. However, to truly step into the realm of emperors, another transformation was necessary. Wang Tung slowly rose, exhaling a breath potent enough to extinguish galaxies. In that case, it is time to venture forth. He approached the entrance, glancing at a mirror etched with ghostly figures beside him, and gently tapped it. Instantly, an image rippled like flowing water before settling, revealing Wang Wu's recent experiences. With Wang Ting's prowess, such feats were effortlessly achievable. Skipping over some unpleasant scenes, he turned the image back to 6 months prior. There, from Wang Wu's perspective, a shadow suddenly appeared before him. I sense your unwillingness, your reluctance to be subjugated, your desire for unrestrained freedom. How does one join your ranks? What must I do? In half a year, Wang Tung may face the tribulation of becoming emperor. Should he succeed, even the luminous emperor would seek to court him, and then it would be far too late. Therefore, I shall strike when he undergoes his tribulation, ensuring his utter and complete destruction. You may remain within the secret realm, seizing his family's assets and eradicating them root and stem. The shadowy figure spoke, his tone growing increasingly fierce, as if harboring a life-and-death feud with Wang Tung. Excellent, excellent. Wang Wu readily agreed, his eyes gleaming with anticipation, as if the enslavement of Wang Tung's family would greatly satisfy his twisted psyche. Wang Tung's brow furrowed as he fixed his gaze upon the shadowy figure, attempting to discern his identity. However, this individual seemed to possess some form of supreme imperial weapon capable of thwarting his scrutiny. Yet, this also provided Wang Tung with a direction for his deductions. With his current computational prowess, he could swiftly deduce the approximate identity of this shadowy figure. Imperial weapon, concealment. As Wang Teng calculated, his gaze abruptly froze. Turning towards the heavens, piercing through the secret realm, the buried ancient star, and even the Duskfall star region, reaching into the void beyond the star region. There, a terrifying figure was approaching, a fiery red light paving a starlit path before him, riding a dragon exuding the aura of a great saint. Heading straight for the Duskfall star region, judging by his direction, he was making a beeline for the buried ancient star. It truly is you. Chapter 6, The Divine Sovereign. Wang Teng gazed upon the figure before him, perfectly aligning with the target he had recently deduced. He was astonished that the mysterious individual had come to him, even without an invitation. With this in mind, he refused to remain idle. He took a step forward, instantly exiting the ancient burial star, unnoticed by anyone. Another step later, he crossed beyond the realm of the twilight dust star, again undetected. With his third step, magical patterns danced around him like serpents, ethereal forms leaping from within, soaring through the void, enveloping Wang Teng in an eerie spectacle that spanned countless miles. Yet, Wang Teng himself emanated an aura of righteousness, creating a striking duality of divine and demonic presence. Zhang Chufeng, it is indeed you. Wang Teng spoke in a low voice. The newcomer appeared to have long since detected Wang Teng, halting his dragon steed, and with a hint of amusement, taunted, Wang Teng, you defeated one, yet you still live. TSK, have you discovered my schemes against you? And what of it? You were no match for me before, and now, having failed in your path to enlightenment, and with your foundation severely weakened, do you still think to seek vengeance? Zhang Chufeng was the prodigious talent who had bested Wang Teng 8 centuries ago in the ancient stellar path, hailing from the illustrious ancient star of the celestial realm, the holy land of the divine sovereign. Back then, with the teachings of the emperor of the divine sovereign, he had defeated Wang Teng in just 3 exchanges amidst a gathering of brilliant talents, leading him to harbor immense disdain for Wang Teng. Although he was unaware of the means by which Wang Teng had attained the threshold of the emperor's tribulation, he was confident that he could easily subdue him now. Wang Teng regarded Zhang Chufeng, recognizing that blocking his path to enlightenment had become an insurmountable grudge, leaving no room for reconciliation. He was, however, perplexed as to why Zhang Chufeng held such a deep-seated grudge against him, considering their previous encounter had been a mere contest, with Wang Teng even being the one to suffer defeat. Why do you loathe me so? Wang Teng inquired. Zhang Chufeng's expression twisted in fury, and the aura of a peak quasi-emperor surged around him, obliterating desolate asteroids in an instant. Humph, you worthless fool. Do you not understand why Morong has taken a liking to you? Is it merely because you hail from the same ancient star? No matter, today I shall slay you. And Morong will have no choice but to choose me. Zhang Chufeng's hatred stemmed from an unrequited love, and regrettably, it was directed toward Wang Teng. Morong Lingxue? The name struck Wang Teng like a bolt of lightning. Was she not the remarkable woman who had shattered his dreams of ascension with just 3 moves on the ancient burial star? Originally named Morong Yenran, she had swept through the early stages of the ancient stellar path despite being merely mortal. However, she had later changed her name to Morong Lingxue and vanished from sight, retreating from the ancient stellar path entirely. To hear her name again here was shocking. Why would Zhang Chufeng seek to kill him over her? Die? Without allowing Wang Teng a moment's thought, Zhang Chufeng surged forward on his dragon steed in a deadly charge. The battle in the vast cosmos outside the twilight dust star quickly attracted the attention of numerous ancient star forces throughout the universe. Although a quasi-emperor was not the pinnacle of existence, he was still a significant figure, second only to the reigning emperor. The intensity of such a confrontation, even in its preliminary stages, was dazzling. The divine sovereign himself, now donning the emperor's robe and having reached the quasi-emperor realm, was not one to engage lightly. Who could provoke him to action? The opponent's aura was shrouded, currently unknown, on various ancient stars, all who could perceive the cosmic events engaged in discourse. Yet most could not discern Wang Teng's identity. However, some prodigies who had previously battled Wang Teng recognized him by the youthful visage. Oh, isn't that the eternal defeated king? Why is he fighting Zhang Chufeng again? Is he tired of living? The disparity in strength would only grow, and Wang Teng's repeated defeats seemed to elude him. Many former prodigies, some merely of the great sage rank, began to mock Wang Teng. After all, in their understanding, Zhang Chufeng was among the elite, standing just beneath the emperor's authority. The greatest victor in their competitive journey and the ultimate success in achieving enlightenment was the illustrious Mingguang emperor, whose gaze illuminated the heavens but furrowed his brow at the news of Wang Teng's survival. He has not perished. He clearly utilized the heavenly heart seal to amplify Wang Teng's tribulation. Logically, he should have been reduced to ashes. The Mingguang emperor, despite being among the highest echelons of power and appearing most illustrious, held a disdain for Wang Teng's continued existence and unconventional path to enlightenment. My emperor, the eternal defeated king still lives. Who do you believe will emerge victorious between him and the divine sovereign? One of his great sage subordinates inquired curiously. Other great sage attendants, as well as many prodigies sent by powerful factions, echoed the sentiment, eagerly awaiting the Mingguang emperor's response. Although they had previously dismissed Wang Tang, his survival from the tribulation hinted at unforeseen fortune. The eternal defeated Taoist may possess certain fortuitous opportunities, yet the divine sovereign Zhang is armed with imperial weaponry. I fear the path of the eternal defeated Taoist will continue to be fraught with challenges, the Mingguang emperor remarked with a touch of humor. Indeed, the emperor speaks wisely. The crowd nodded in agreement, convinced that the reigning emperor, the current invincible figure, could not be mistaken. But wait. Wang Tang had only recently failed his tribulation and yet managed to conceal his aura. Something was amiss. On the floating peak of the Taichu Holy Land, a youthful quasi-emperor named Lin Xian observed the battle intently, stroking his chin as he scrutinized Wang Tang's condition. Lin Xian was the master of the Taichu Holy Land, recognized as its most formidable figure, and he held a measure of admiration for Wang Tang's unwavering resolve. Similarly, many others existed in the universe, for it was vast and filled with both fools and wise individuals. On the Linglong ancient star, at the peak of the Goddess Mountain, a woman resembling a celestial being stood silently at the window, her demeanor serene and devoid of emotion. She was, indeed, Morong Lingxue. Her gaze drifted beyond the twilight dust star, where countless stars flitted past her vision, converging on the figures of the two combatants. This fool Zhang Chifeng has truly taken my words to heart, she coldly mocked. Though she shared an ancient star lineage with Wang Ting and had once held a fleeting admiration for his youthful defiance, years had passed, and she had long since moved on. Her earlier attempts to deter Zhang Chifeng were merely to avoid his persistent advances. Had it not been for the prior protection from the old master of the divine sovereign Holy Land, she would have long since dealt with this bothersome fly. Casting a frigid glance at Zhang Chifeng, she subsequently turned her attention to Wang Tang. An unconventional path to enlightenment? Intriguing. She instantly perceived Wang Tang's current state. However, with Zhang Chifeng adorned in the Emperor's robe and possessing peak quasi-emperor prowess, should he unleash the full power of the imperial weapon, Wang Ting faced grave danger. Nevertheless, she remained unconvinced of Wang Tang's chances. With a swift motion, she drew a flying sword, sending it soaring into the cosmos, heading toward the twilight dust star, billions of light years away. Since this matter has arisen because of me, I shall ensure your survival. Morong Lingxue had indeed prepared to save Wang Tang's life. In the vast expanse of the universe, the reactions of the onlookers to this intense battle were palpable. On the battleground, the confrontation had barely begun, yet had already escalated to a fever pitch. The Emperor's art, sky-shattering. He commenced with a lethal technique, a supreme killing art conceived by the legendary Emperor of Heaven. As Zhang Chifeng unleashed this devastating move, an immense turbulence materialized in the void, causing countless distant meteors, light years away, to erupt in a spectacular display. Even he was prepared to withdraw from the fray. In his perspective, Wang Ting was merely a trivial opponent, someone who had once been unable to best him, especially now following his failure in attaining enlightenment. However, as his deadly strike approached Wang Tang, an overwhelming pressure suddenly extinguished it. Not even the hem of his garment fluttered. Wang Tang's expression remained composed, clearly indicating he had anticipated this turn of events. Zhang Chifeng had not even glimpsed how Wang Tang had executed his counter. How could this be possible? Chapter 7. The Imperial Robe of the Celestial Emperor. Zhang Chifeng's eyes widened in astonishment. Wang Tang had managed to silently receive his strike. Even the mighty dragon beneath him trembled with unease. What was happening? Why had Zhang Chifeng retracted his attack? Surely, he must have been moved by compassion, wishing to spare Wang Tang's life. The cultivators from various powerful factions, witnessing this scene, were equally stunned. In the Taichu Holy Land, Lin Xian suddenly stood up, disbelief etched across his face. The aura of the extreme path? An alternative path to enlightenment? Had Wang Tang truly reached this level? Even though Lin Xian had anticipated Wang Tang's potential, he could not help but acknowledge that he had underestimated him. On the peak of the Divine Maiden, Morong Lingxue was not surprised. She knew the real battle had yet to commence. Zhang Chifeng's imperial robe of the Celestial Emperor had not yet activated. Such mediocre skill. In the arena, Wang Tang's casual remark shattered Zhang Chifeng's defenses. Lies cannot harm. But the truth is a sharp blade. Wang Tang merely stated the facts, yet it ignited Zhang Chifeng's fury. In a fit of rage, Zhang Chifeng summoned the imperial weapon that had been the legacy of the Celestial Holy Land for 1,000,000 years, the Celestial Emperor's battle robe. In an instant, the void trembled violently, and an overwhelming force of the extreme path surged forth. The imperial robe, imbued with the authority of emperors, swiftly enveloped Zhang Chifeng like a bolt of lightning. This robe was vast and heavy, its edges adorned with ancient tassels, fluttering fiercely in the void, producing a resonant sound. Crafted from an unknown material of ancient imperial origin, the robe was extraordinarily smooth and unpredictable, emanating an endless divine light that erupted like a storm. This was the extreme radiance left behind by the ancient emperor. The light shone with a brilliant golden hue, interwoven with strands of crimson, slicing through the void as if it were a blade, creating ripples in its wake. This dazzling illumination exuded an awe-inspiring power, showcasing the unparalleled majesty of the Celestial Emperor's robe, which seemed capable of commanding the fates of all things, rendering the world dim beneath its brilliance. Even after millennia, its splendor remained undiminished. Wang Teng, I do not know how you negated my attack, but can you erase the might of this imperial weapon? Zhang Chufeng declared, wielding his weapon, feeling a flicker of ancient imperial power coursing through him. Yet, it was merely a flicker. Wang Teng, channeling the Swallowing Heaven Demon Sutra, felt the demonic essence swell within him, the power of his alternative enlightenment soaring. This time, he initiated the attack, launching his fists directly at Zhang Chufeng. A series of intertwining dark and light energies swirled around him, and at the moment he struck, they lashed out towards Zhang Chufeng. Zhang Chufeng retaliated with a punch of his own, causing the stars to reverse and the heavens to tremble. Their fists collided in an intricate dance, dazzling to behold. The clash of extreme path energies caused profound tremors throughout the cosmos. This time, not only the great saints and quasi-emperors, but even the slumbering sovereigns across the universe turned their gazes towards this chaotic void. Who among them could no longer restrain themselves and emerge prematurely? Were they to instigate an early upheaval? Such an aura, could it be the resurgence of an ancient emperor? The flying immortal ancient star, renowned for its legendary path to immortality, was fraught with 7 forbidden zones. To remain hidden within this ancient star, some sovereigns had formed factions based on these zones. In the depths of the mysterious abyss, the most enigmatic life-restricting zone in the northwest of the flying immortal ancient star, no beings dared to tread within 100,000 miles. Even the ancient powers of the abyss refrained from encroaching upon it. Yet, within, terrifying voices were conversing. It seems the tribulation transcender from that day has not perished. He must have attained an alternative path. One sovereign, engulfed in demonic flames, lay within a massive bronze coffin, proclaiming thus. Another sovereign, adorned with 3 pairs of wings, leaned against the shattered stones deep within the abyss, reflecting, the other must be a descendant of the celestial emperor, capable of fully activating the imperial robe. A noteworthy figure indeed. This alternative enlightenment is intriguing. He possesses demonic energy and is exceptionally talented. If we could entice him to join our mysterious abyss, it would greatly benefit us. At the very depths of the abyss, a colossal visage materialized, parting lips that trembled as if an earthquake had struck. I shall dispatch a messenger from the abyss to communicate with him. Similar to the abyss, the other 6 forbidden zones were also keenly observing this battle. For in an era dominated by the current emperor, such grand conflicts were rarely witnessed. However, within a forbidden zone known as the Sea of Gods, one sovereign harbored different intentions. Has this alternative enlightenment awakened the demonic essence? Fascinating. If I could obtain this demonic essence, I might escape the constraints of the forbidden zone when the next dark upheaval arises. This sovereign, resembling a human, exuded an air of invincibility even within the dark confines of the forbidden zone. He murmured, keeping his plans to himself while discreetly transmitting, Feiyu, go in my stead. Whether with gentleness or force, bring this alternative enlightenment into the Sea of Gods. Yes, a prompt reply followed. The other sovereigns within the Sea of Gods seemed to notice his subtle maneuver, but lazily chose to ignore it. For as long as their longevity and path to immortality were not threatened, they remained apathetic to all else. On the battlefield, the might of the extreme path raged as Wang Teng and Zhang Chufeng battled from the outskirts of the merchant star domain to another star domain light years away. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying power resonated across multiple star domains. Despite their efforts to steer clear of certain planets, their sheer strength rendered it impossible. Even the slightest brush of their residual energy obliterated celestial bodies into dust. Even larger stars and white dwarfs met the same fate. The materials of the celestial emperor's robe were indeed plentiful, to carry the name of the celestial emperor and endure through the ages. This celestial emperor must be a formidable figure among emperors. Otherwise, how could a mere peak quasi-emperor contend with me through an imperial weapon? A black halo appeared before Wang Teng, ensnaring Zhang Chufeng as he mused inwardly. However, as one who had attained an alternative enlightenment, he harbored a secret backup plan. With Zhang Chufeng now wielding an imperial weapon, their fates were irrevocably divided. Curse you, perish. Zhang Chufeng flourished his robe, unleashing a lethal wave that shattered the black halo. He then hurled the imperial robe towards Wang Teng, akin to casting a celestial cloak. In an instant, a vast expanse, spanning trillions of miles, was enveloped by the immense robe, casting a shroud of darkness over Wang Teng. At that moment, Wang Teng appeared to be ensnared in a deadly trap. Even a hidden flying sword stirred restlessly, eager to intervene in the battle. Swallowing Heaven Demon Sutra, Swallowing Heaven. Chapter 8, Devour. At this moment, a cold smile appeared at the corner of Wang Teng's mouth. He had been waiting for this very instant. The moment when Zhang Chufeng would be separated from the imperial weapon. The magic patterns on his body began to detach and vanished in an incomprehensible manner, as if they were being devoured by a voracious beast. To Zhang Chufeng's astonishment, he discovered 9 phantoms emerging around him, resembling Wang Teng, but lacking any physical form. This revelation left Zhang Chufeng in utter disbelief. He had never imagined that Wang Teng possessed such capabilities. He immediately attempted to retract the imperial robe, but it was too late. The 9 phantoms lunged at him like voracious leeches, their formidable power far beyond what a quasi-emperor like Zhang Chufeng, devoid of an imperial weapon, could withstand. Despite invoking the royal heavenly blood technique and the soul escape technique, he was unable to evade his fate. His vital essence and flesh were being rapidly consumed by the 9 dark phantoms. No, I, Zhang Chufeng, have painstakingly cultivated for 3,000 years, overcoming countless tribulations to attain this moment, to hold dominion over the sacred land and wield the imperial weapon, striking fear across the cosmos. How could it end like this? He was filled with an overwhelming sense of despair, realizing the vast chasm between himself and Wang Teng in the absence of an imperial weapon. They were not even on par. In a final, anguished roar, he found himself devoid of the capacity to self-detonate, vanishing into nothingness under the relentless consumption of the 9 phantoms. In the instant of his demise, the extreme Dao imperial weapon, the royal heavenly robe, lost its magical support, its power diminishing significantly. The phantoms returned to Wang Teng, who ascended, grasping the royal heavenly robe tightly. The robe continued to tremble and struggle violently in his grip, but Wang Teng held it firmly. He gazed at the robe with intense desire, aware of the immense challenge involved in crafting an extreme Dao imperial weapon. Given the rarity of such materials in the universe, many emperors, despite their unrivaled strength, had never succeeded in forging a weapon that truly satisfied them. If Wang Teng could claim the royal heavenly robe as his own, it would signify an extraordinary enhancement to his power. However, the robe was originally the imperial weapon of the royal heavenly emperor, still harboring remnants of the emperor's magical imprint, a mark not easily erased. But Wang Teng had his own schemes. He invoked the devouring heavenly demon scriptures against the royal heavenly robe. The robe, now devoid of its wielder's support, was no more than a mere shadow of its former might, struggling in vain. Wang Teng employed the scriptures to consume the imperial mark entirely. Such lifeless magical imprints were particularly easy for him to absorb, while other emperors might face significant hurdles in recognizing such an object as theirs. Wang Teng found it to be effortless. The imperial mark, still belonging to the royal heavenly emperor, allowed him to unleash an attack reminiscent of the emperor's peak prowess. As he absorbed the magical imprint, he murmured to himself, recognizing it as an unexpected boon. The royal heavenly emperor, Wang Teng surmised, was likely stronger than the contemporary Emperor Mingguang. Perhaps, in a critical moment, it would serve an unforeseen purpose. Next, he intended to implant his own mark within the robe, fully refining it. This would grant him the existence of an extreme Dao imperial weapon. What do you intend to do? This is the royal heavenly emperor's personal imperial weapon. You are also of the human race. Do you wish to desecrate the emperor's weapon? A childlike voice echoed from within the weapon, momentarily catching Wang Teng off guard. Ah, I almost forgot about you. Wang Teng chuckled, recognizing the voice as that of the weapon's spirit. This tiny spirit, nurtured for 1,000,000 years within the imperial weapon, although lacking a physical body, possessed a soul that transcended the pinnacle of quasi-emperors. It could indeed serve as one of Wang Teng's spoils. The magic patterns on his body transformed into a massive mouth, opening wide towards the robe. What are you doing? The spirit cried out in terror as Wang Teng devoured its soul power. In an instant, his mind felt as if it were being torn apart, only to heal and ascend amidst the chaos. Fortunately, the spirit's soul was slightly weaker than Wang Teng's, allowing him to adapt quickly. Soon after, he donned the imperial robe and vanished from that expanse of stars in the blink of an eye. In the void, the aura of the extreme Dao still lingered, booming like thunder, likely to persist for at least a millennium. The royal heavenly sovereign was defeated. The royal heavenly sacred land came to an end. Wang Teng had departed. But the myriad great powers within the universe were stirred. The royal heavenly robe had shrouded that region of stars, obscuring their view until Zhang Chufeng's demise signaled the conclusion of the battle, revealing the true circumstances. They were left in utter shock at this outcome. Whether it be the sovereign of the sacred land, the leader of the sacred sect, or the heads of prominent families, all found it hard to believe. The royal heavenly sovereign had wielded the royal heavenly robe, yet had lost so easily. Was his opponent perhaps an ancient emperor? As for those who had once battled Wang Teng, they felt their faces stung with disbelief. The once defeated adversary had now grown into such a formidable power. This revelation left them speechless. The one most embarrassed was undoubtedly Emperor Mingguang. Before so many witnesses, he had praised Zhang Chufeng and belittled Wang Teng, only to witness this outcome. Damn it! He clenched his fists, sensing the scrutinizing gazes of many talented individuals, some filled with feigned respect, others laced with doubt. Fine. Let you have this victory. You possess supreme-level strength. Those ancient figures in the Forbidden Zones will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to court you. Wang Teng, do not let them uncover any evidence of your collusion with the Dark Sovereign, or I shall personally suppress you. Emperor Mingguang thought to himself, loosening his clenched hand. In the Taichu sacred land, Lin Xian regarded this scene with admiration. Such remarkable talent, thriving solo, is truly a pity. I wonder what my master thinks of him. He mentioned seeking an agreeable disciple. On the Linglong ancient star, at the peak of the divine maiden, Murong Lingxua stood by the window, silent for a long time. After a considerable pause, she finally spoke softly. He actually won. I truly underestimated him. Retrieving her flying sword, she reflected on Zhang Chufeng's demise. Dismissing him as a mere jester, clinging to her duteous status as the royal heavenly emperor's heir. Casting a glance at the nearby flower mirror, she saw her unparalleled beauty reflected within. I am so close to ascending to the heavenly emperor. The path to immortality is within reach. I must quickly master the heavenly immortal fusion technique. Wang Teng possesses great strength, yet remains within my control. He is virtuous and steadfast in his path, without any romantic entanglements. Perhaps he is indeed a worthy choice. Chapter 9. A Tremendous Ascension. In the sacred realm of the burial saint Ancient Star and the devouring sky's secret domain, while the world outside was stirred by Wang Teng's formidable power, he himself had settled into a state of deep meditation within the hall, diligently honing his skills. In this world, there exists no notion of instantaneous success or becoming an emperor in a mere 3 days. Within the grand hall, various extraordinary phenomena began to manifest. The moon arose over the sea, and purple mist permeated the central palace, all signs of Wang Teng's innate celestial body, the heavenly extreme divine body. However, in the midst of such high-stakes combat, these manifestations served merely as a means to elevate his prestige. Yet, the circumstances seemed to be shifting. Wang Teng's soul appeared to encompass the entirety of heaven and earth, continuously assimilating the newly incoming spirit souls and refining them into the mountains and rivers of the world, ultimately transforming them into his own strength. The soul is the essence of a cultivator, the seat of consciousness. While the physical body may perish, the soul remains immortal. Otherwise, life ceases to exist. The spirit soul of the tool spirit was indeed powerful, though it was but a shadow of Wang Teng's original soul. Clang. Boom. Wang Teng's soul power surged dramatically until, at a certain moment, it brushed against an unseen threshold, reaching a bottleneck. He exhaled a deep breath, feeling the substantial enhancement of his soul power, which had doubled in intensity. Furthermore, his demonic embryo continued to refine the life essence of the Emperor of Heaven, Zhang Chufeng, catalyzing a qualitative transformation in Wang Teng's unique constitution. Zhang Chufeng belonged to the ancient special constitution of the flying immortal ancient star, the divine king body. This rare constitution had borne many emperors through the ages. As the cycles of day and night passed, Wang Teng successfully integrated the divine king body into his being, achieving the heavenly extreme divine king body. His manifestations underwent a profound transformation. The original moon over the sea and the purple mist coalesced into one. A beam of purple light radiated amidst the swirling mists, bearing immeasurable power that pierced through the 9 heavens and suppressed infinite worlds. Purple clouds ascending to the 9 heavens. With this manifestation, Wang Teng felt confident that he could even subdue ancient supremes, significantly enhancing his combat prowess. Those lesser cultivators, even at the pinnacle of quasi-emperor status, would bow before his extraordinary presence. Having consumed Zhang Chufeng's essence and ascended to the heavenly extreme divine king body, Wang Teng's physical strength had doubled, while his soul power tripled. Truly, my benefactor, Brother Chufeng, you traversed countless light years to bestow upon me this fortuitous opportunity. Impressive indeed. After acclimating to his newfound strength, Wang Teng proceeded to refine the emperor's robe, which now resembled a blank canvas, allowing him to inscribe his essence upon it with ease. Outside the grand hall, the Wang family members practiced fervently in the secret realm, aware that their ancestor had become a being capable of standing against emperors, a true supreme. They felt a profound sense of pride, recognizing their deep connection to Wang Teng, whose fortune and glory were the very source of their own. Approximately 30,000 members of the Wang family thrived in this secret realm, a result of millennia of lineage. Wang Teng took a laissez-faire approach. After all, this secret realm had been unearthed by him, and its expanse was akin to the size of a sun from his past life. Even with 30 million, or even 30 billion inhabitants, it would be more than sufficient for their sustenance. Within the devouring sky's secret domain, apart from Wang Teng, the eldest of the Wang family, Wang Danian was greeted by the wailing of a newborn. A child had been born into the Wang family. Such occurrences were common, however, due to Wang Danian's esteemed status. Many came to pay their respects. Suddenly, at the moment of the child's arrival, an extraordinary phenomenon erupted in the skies of the secret realm. A radiant red light emanated from the house, while the sun and moon above displayed an unprecedented brilliance, their luminescence shining together, flooding the room with crimson light. In the central palace of the continent, Wang Teng, engrossed in refining the emperor's robe, sensed the extraordinary phenomenon within the secret realm. The celestial bodies in the secret realm had been relocated from the external universe, genuine and capable of manifesting such phenomena. Another prodigy had been born into the Wang family. His gaze swiftly turned toward Wang Danian's residence, where a chubby infant, resembling a teapot, had just been swaddled. Remarkably, the child emitted no cries upon birth. Instead, his blood coursed vigorously and smoothly within him. This suggested a rare constitution. Wang Teng quickly rifled through his memories. and a name for a remarkably rare and powerful constitution emerged in his mind, the Brahmin war body, a formidable constitution born for combat, unique to the powerful Brahmin clan in the universe. Of course, in Wang Teng's eyes, this formidable clan was insignificant. Cultivating this body to its peak could rival the great sacred body, which in turn could contend with ancient emperors. Thus, the perfected Brahmin war body could also challenge ancient emperors. However, such rivalry might merely be a superficial challenge. Nonetheless, the potential for development was immense. The Brahmin clan had once produced a Brahmin ancient emperor, ensuring their legacy continued to this day. With acceptable talent, this child could be nurtured to become my disciple in the future. As Wang Teng contemplated, he recalled the impending opening of the path to immortality, heralding an era of unprecedented competition, a golden age that occurs once in a million years. Talents would flourish, and extraordinary individuals would emerge. Perhaps this child could partake in the contest. Just then, he realized that he had become so fixated on the Brahmin war body that he had overlooked other matters. Adjacent to the infant, there existed a spirit entity. Having encountered such beings frequently, Wang Teng initially paid little heed. However, upon closer inspection, he noted that this spirit entity bore a striking resemblance to the infant. Oh dear, it seems there is another one within the mother's womb, albeit a stillborn. This news echoed in the birthing hall. However, as it was not a favorable revelation, Wang Danian suppressed the information. Burn it. Outside, Wang Danian felt no profound sorrow. As cultivators, they were accustomed to such occurrences. Yet, upon discovering the stillborn, he recognized its ominous implications. No need to burn it. Leave it to me. At that moment, a voice of dissent arose. It must be burned. Wang Danian bellowed in anger, only to realize something was amiss. Turning, he was startled to find the ancestor had appeared beside his courtyard without his knowledge. Ancestor. The Wang family members in the courtyard immediately knelt in reverence. Chapter 10. The Ancient Star of Lingshu. The Heavenly Sacred Land. Ancestor. What is this? Wang Dajing hurriedly nodded and approached Wang Teng, respectfully inquiring. No worries. Leave it to me. Wang Teng waved his hand, and a profound change immediately occurred in the production hall. The deceased infant within the little wife's womb was swiftly extracted by Wang Teng and absorbed into his palm. This scene was invisible to others. Who would have thought Wang Teng was still casting spells? It is also the Brahmin war body, though most of its essence has vanished. And it still harbors a thick aura of misfortune. Wang Teng began to deduce, and in just a brief moment, he gained enlightenment. So it is. That spirit body is the brother of that little fellow. Regrettably, the essence of the Brahmin war body within was devoured by that little one, leaving it severely weakened and ultimately leading to its demise, thus giving rise to this misfortune. Wang Teng pondered, unable to suppress his emotions. Had that spirit harbored resentment toward this world, it could have easily commandeered the fallen body of misfortune. If it weren't for his presence as the ancestor, it might have caused considerable chaos. Yet, the spirit clearly possessed a pure heart, unwilling to see living beings harmed. Thus it departed from its corporeal form, transforming into a spirit to remain by its brother's side. How mutable are the affairs of the world? Wang Ting sighed, his figure vanishing in an instant, appearing in the hall where the infant lay, gazing at the spirit body. Just right, my emperor's robe is in need of a spirit. Let it be you to assume this role, Wang Ting murmured, granting the spirit a home to dwell in. Moreover, becoming a spirit within an imperial weapon of the extreme path is an unparalleled honor. If Wang Teng were to express this, countless individuals outside would undoubtedly scramble for the opportunity. The spirit seemed to sense Wang Teng's supreme presence, and it prostrated itself in reverence, awaiting his blessing. With a mere thought, Wang Teng made the spirit disappear, merging it into the emperor's robe. Due to the bloodline connection, Wang Teng could also utilize it to expedite the refinement of the emperor's robe. As for your deceased body, it cannot be wasted. I shall absorb it. A magical pattern appeared in Wang Teng's palm, instantly refining the ominous stillborn in his grasp. Before his supreme-level magical fetus, the ominousness that others feared became a mere jest. It still contained the essence of the Brahmin war body, which could be of use to me. The magical fetus within Wang Teng greedily consumed the essence of the Brahmin war body as Wang Dajing and others entered. Ancestor, this child exhibits extraordinary signs at birth. I humbly beseech you to bestow a name upon him. Wang Dajing knelt directly behind him, imploring. Ha ha ha, no need for such formality. As my descendant, with such potential, I shall not treat him poorly. Wang Teng chuckled, pondering for a moment. The Brahmin war body shall be named Wang Fan. The Brahmin war body is inherently combative. However, too much rigidity leads to breakage. Thus Fan shall provide balance. Wang Dajing rejoiced. Thank you, ancestor. Among the Wang family, it is the first time one has received a name from the ancestor. An imperial naming, indeed, is an unparalleled honor. The joy on Wang Dajing and the child's father was almost tangible. Wang Ting approached Wang Fan, and curiously, this little one, who had been fierce and unafraid, even bumping against the bed as if seeking nourishment, suddenly sensed some great terror upon Wang Teng's arrival and began to wail. Though young, due to his unique constitution, He understood Wang Tung's supreme existence. Thus he was greatly frightened. "Do not cry," Wang Tung said calmly. As soon as he spoke, Wang Fan ceased his cries. Pouting his little lips, tears welling in his eyes, gazing imploringly at Wang Tung. This child has consumed the essence of his brother's Brahmin source, making him twice as strong at birth compared to a normal Brahmin war body. His future achievements will undoubtedly be remarkable. Wang Tung assessed him, then addressed Wang Dajing. These resources shall be prioritized for his upbringing. I shall also frequently come to guide his cultivation. Upon finishing, he conjured a storage ring from thin air and handed it to Wang Dajing. These cultivation resources are more than enough for 5 individuals to reach the quasi-emperor realm. For a great sage, this is an unimaginable bounty, yet for Wang Tung, it is effortlessly acquired, even disregarded. This child is fortunate indeed, to be born into the Wang family, endowed with such abundant cultivation resources from the moment of his birth. Wang Dajing was once again taken aback. He had not anticipated that the ancestor would not only bestow a name upon the child, but also grant such favor. Personally guiding and providing resources, this was a rare and immense grace. I bow in gratitude for your great kindness, ancestor. In response to their gratitude, Wang Tung shook his head. He did not voice that if he were to send Wang Fan to the celestial star he envisioned, to contend in the era of strife, Wang Dajing and the others would only accompany Wang Fan for a few years. Wang Tung did not linger, swiftly flying to the palace in the central continent, immersing himself in silent cultivation. In the Mukin star domain, the ancient star of Lingshu. The ancient star of Lingshu is the most powerful star within the entire Mukin star domain. Its expanse is unfathomable, teeming with countless cultivators. Even the ancient saints rarely seen across myriad planets are not absent here. It is even rumored that there exist great saints. The heavenly sacred land. The foremost sacred ground in the Mukin star domain. Countless disciples of the heavenly sacred land, some riding flying swords, others aboard flying vessels, or soaring solo through the skies, continuously entered and exited above the sacred land. Deep within this sacred ground, an isolated figure sat idly upon a great stone. Alas, news from the land of Aurora indicates that an overwhelming battle beyond the quasi-emperor level is unfolding in the outer realms, making it impossible to leave the Mukin star domain for the time being. This individual murmured, his presence robust, as if he could encompass the vast ancient star. He was none other than Eljingda, the master of the heavenly sacred land, who had once fervently flattered the Mingguang emperor while disparaging Wukong. However, he clearly had not received accurate information, such as the fact that one of the parties engaged in the outer battle was the eternal defeat king, Wang Tung, whom he had previously slandered. Nonetheless, the terrifying fluctuations emanating from the cosmos had caused his heart to tremble, instilling great trepidation within him. Thus, he had ordered his disciples not to venture beyond the Mukin star domain for many days. For someone like him, who often braved the universe, this was exceedingly dull. "Senior brother, good news." Just then, a melodious voice broke through, carrying a playful tone. A charming figure approached Eljingda, smiling brightly. "What good news?" Eljingda looked at his dear junior sister. Although she was merely a saint of the divine wheel, her clever antics were numerous. "Do you know of the burial Saint Ancient Star?" Naturally, this master knows. In that remote place, to have buried a saint is indeed sufficient to name a planet. Eljingda nodded, yet dismissed it. It was just a remote little star. We have discovered a secret realm within it. It is completely comparable to our heavenly sacred land's flying heaven secret realm. Upon seeing his lack of interest, the junior sister directly unveiled the significant news. "Oh," Eljingda sprang up, his face alight with surprise. "Moreover, we observed that the strongest individuals entering and exiting were no more than at the celestial realm level. Not a single saint was present. So, what do you think, senior brother? Are you interested in seizing this secret realm?" The junior sister's laughter rang like silver bells, stirring Eljingda's interest. He scooped her up and gazed toward the direction of the burial Saint Ancient Star. "Excellent. I shall summon the disciples to that burial Saint Ancient Star and play with those locals." Chapter 11. Assault on the Mystic Realm. At length, upon Lujingda's command, the Flying Heaven Holy Land's 3,000 elite disciples boarded the immense airships of the Holy Land in orderly fashion. Each of these airships was colossal, their hulls adorned with archaic patterns that shimmered with a metallic sheen under the sunlight. They rested serenely in the Holy Land's plaza, like 3 dormant leviathans awaiting the call to arms. While 3,000 disciples were not a significant number for the deeply rooted Flying Heaven Holy Land, Lujingda was confident that these elites alone, without his direct intervention, could easily conquer the buried Saint Ancient Star. However, desiring to thoroughly dominate those he deemed as mere ants on the buried Saint Ancient Star, he decided to personally lead the expedition. With a resounding resonance, the 3 enormous airships slowly initiated their departure, leaving the spirit pivot Ancient Star. The airships rent the void, emitting deafening roars that echoed through the silent cosmos, proclaiming the arrival of the Flying Heaven Holy Land to the world. Hearing this sound, and beholding the magnificent airships beneath their feet, the disciples of the Flying Heaven Holy Land were filled with pride. Despite their arduous cultivation, they stood tall, their eyes gleaming with arrogance. Each airship possessed formidable power, capable of vanquishing celestial human grand adepts and rivaling the strength of divine wheel saints. It was this potent force that enabled them to create such earth-shattering sounds in the void. The holy master of the buried Saint Ancient Star is overly cautious, dispatching such a large army of cultivators. In my opinion, even a few of us, with a celestial human grand adept and treasures bestowed by the sect, would suffice to quell those ants. On the airships, the disciples of the flying heaven Holy Land conversed spiritedly. Brimming with confidence, they considered the inhabitants of the buried Saint Ancient Star to be insignificant. 3 days later, buried Saint Ancient Star. The usual stream of cultivators from beyond the heavens suddenly noticed an anomaly. 3 colossal objects gradually emerged on the horizon. What are those? Airships. Heavens. How can airships be so immense? I fear even the combined forces of our buried Saint Ancient Star could not construct such vessels. The immense airships astonished the inhabitants of the buried Saint Ancient Star, who had never witnessed such grand and formidable flying artifacts. The Wood Absolute Holy Sect, located in the Eastern Wood Divine Dynasty of the buried Saint Ancient Star, was the most powerful force on the entire planet. Its leader, Duan Mushing, was a celestial human grand adept at the pinnacle of his power, the strongest figure on the surface, standing atop the sacred tree in the Holy Land. He gazed at the approaching airships with dread, exclaiming urgently, "Alert the entire Holy Land. Prepare for battle." As someone hastened to relay the order, his disciple stepped forward, questioning with a puzzled expression, "Master, what are the origins of those airships?" Duan Mushing inhaled deeply, attempting to compose himself, and replied, "I do not know their origins, but I know that our Holy Land, and indeed the entire buried Saint Ancient Star, faces a great calamity. Our ancient star is renowned for burying saints. Yet those airships carry living divine wheel saints." "What? Divine wheel saints?" The disciple paled in terror. In the buried Saint Ancient Star, the divine wheel realm was a realm of legends and books. For example, their Holy Land's founder was an ancient saint who left behind a legacy before departing. "Look." Duan Mushing cast a spell, allowing his disciple to see the scene on the horizon. Behind the airships, faint, enormous halos could be seen. The divine wheels of the divine wheel saints, the very essence of their Tao. On one of the airships, Lu Jingda's junior sister, the divine wheel saint Lu Qing, sensed Duan Mushing's probing the moment it occurred. "Humph." She snorted coldly, and the immense might of a saint surged along the probing spell. Uffed. The disciple was instantly killed, and even Duan Mushing spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground, barely alive. The power of a saint was unimaginable. A single drop of blood could crush mountains, and their aura could shake entire stars. Such formidable beings were rare, yet they had descended upon the buried Saint Ancient Star. Who could have foreseen that the flying heaven Holy Land would choose this planet from among the hundreds of star systems in the Twilight Dust Star region? All disciples, heed my command. Capture these ants. Enslave the cultivators in the Holy Land and slaughter all mortals. The flying heaven Holy Master, Lu Jingda, issued the ruthless decree. Instantly, the 3,000 disciples of the flying heaven Holy Land who had descended upon this realm poured out of the airships. The number of grand adepts alone exceeded 100. The people of the buried Saint Ancient Star, witnessing such a multitude of grand adepts, were plunged into despair, devoid of any thought of resistance. Such a vast disparity in power rendered any opposition futile. The entire buried Saint Ancient Star descended into chaos. Cultivation sects that had endured for millennia were instantly suppressed, and mortal kingdoms were transformed into hellish realms. Heavens, who can save us? Mother, mother! Houses crumbled, and cries of despair and pleas for mercy echoed from the ruins. Lu Jingda and Lu Qing remained indifferent on the airships. "Junior sister, where is the mystic realm?" Lu Jingda's mind was focused solely on the mystic realm. "Follow me." Lu Qing nodded and descended from the airship. In a single breath, she traversed an entire continent, a distance mortals could never hope to cross in their lifetimes. She arrived at a chasm that stretched for millions of miles, pointing into the abyss. It's inside. The surrounding spiritual energy is sinking here, swallowing an immeasurable amount of energy from this planet and the surrounding void. Located in such a remote place, the power within the mystic realm must be weaker than expected, or the creator would not have chosen such a hidden location. Lu Jingda speculated. He produced a mirror artifact and shone it into the abyss, revealing the outer barrier of the mystic realm, which appeared to be a viscous membrane. "That's no fun." Lu Qing pouted, then composed herself, her hands forming a series of seals. Flying heaven drill. The might of a saint erupted, causing the surrounding earth to collapse and shatter, expanding the chasm 1,000-fold. Boom. However, to Lu Qing's astonishment, the barrier of the mystic realm, which she had expected to breach with ease, remained unyielding. Intriguing. Lu Jingda stepped forward, surprised that even a saint could not break this unremarkable mystic realm. "Let's see what I can do." Chapter 12. Salvation. I have arrived. He clasped his hands together, then pulled outward, and a long spear manifested before him. "Go," he commanded in a low voice, and in an instant, the spear darted toward the barrier. However, This strike proved as futile as a mayfly attempting to shake a tree. Impossible. Lu Zhengda's face displayed astonishment, as a king among saints. He could not even disturb this mere secret realm. Could it be left behind by a great sage, or a quasi-emperor? He pondered, extending his divine sense across the entire planet, yet found no anomalies, only ruins and anguished cries. This planet harbors no peculiarities. Unyielding. He was about to summon the great sage divine weapon passed down from their holy land, when suddenly, an overwhelming pressure akin to celestial majesty surged through the heavens and the earth. A flash of ultimate light appeared, resembling a great sun rising in the cosmic sea, illuminating all directions, instantly enveloping the entire dusty twilight star domain. The mountains and rivers torn apart within the ancient burial star were reassembled, and the collapsed structures restored under immense magical power. As for the 3 flying vessels of the sacred land, they exploded with a deafening roar. And none of the disciples aboard survived, reduced to mere dust. What is this? This is bad. The disciples of the sacred land, wreaking havoc upon the earth, were suddenly gripped by terror, attempting to flee but were ensnared by the oppressive force, rendered immobile. Lu Zhengda was forced down from the sky, trembling as he fell to the ground, spitting blood, with wounds gushing forth. His sister, the saintly Lu Qing, could not withstand the newly manifested pressure and was transformed into a blossom of blood in the sky. She likely perished without ever comprehending how to breach the secret realm. Not even grasping the sensation of death, Lu Zhengda gazed upward in shock, witnessing an existence that seemed to dominate the 9 heavens and 10 earths standing amidst the void. Dark purple lightning, infused with supreme aura, resonated across countless star systems, while beams of ultimate light flooded the emptiness, encompassing the vast ancient burial star and even the dusty twilight star domain. The overwhelming presence of the supreme ruler radiated across an unfathomable number of light years. Ancient, the great emperor of antiquity? Lu Zhengda was horrified. A dignified saint king, a prodigy of his generation, found himself unable to control his body under this level of life pressure, akin to a mere mortal, even urinating in fear. He had just struck at the secret realm of the great emperor of antiquity. In the heavens, Wang Teng surveyed the landscape restored by his supreme magical power, then fixed his gaze upon Lu Zhengda. His divine sense could perceive the 9 heavens and 10 earths. He had once scrutinized this individual while passing through the spirit pivot ancient star, yet never imagined this fellow would dare to assault his secret realm at such a critical moment of refining the emperor's weapon. Fortunately, his emperor's robe had now been successfully refined. Otherwise, being delayed by such a trivial matter would have been a significant loss. Master of the sacred land? Wang Teng slowly descended before him, whispering softly, Senior, I once followed the radiant emperor in cultivation. I implore you, for the sake of the radiant emperor, spare my life. I realize my mistakes. Lu Zhengda repeatedly bowed his head in supplication. At this moment, any semblance of his earlier bravado regarding the ancient burial star was entirely gone. Yet, within his words, he still invoked the name of the radiant emperor, attempting to leverage it against Wang Teng. Radiant? Humph. Wang Teng snorted coldly, and Lu Zhengda immediately felt the world spinning, his body inexorably compressed, merging into Wang Teng's grasp. The magic patterns in Wang Teng's hand ignited with a dark purple radiance, and in an instant, Lu Zhengda's physical form and soul were refined. He passed away without ever comprehending why this individual was utterly unafraid of the radiant emperor. Wang Teng paid no heed to his thoughts, casually waving his hand as immense power manifested once more. The 3,000 disciples of the sacred land found themselves unable to control their bodies, hurtling toward him like dumplings falling into a pot. No, my path of cultivation has just begun. My fate is mine to command, not heaven's. The 3,000 disciples began to realize the terrifying existence they faced, one that the sacred land could never hope to resist. They felt unwillingness and regret, but ultimately, all fell into silence, becoming nourishment within Wang Teng's grasp. These individuals were not ordinary, but their realms were too low. Even with their master and the elder saints among them, they could not provide sufficient sustenance for Wang Teng's growth, contributing less than a fraction of a percent to his power. Thank you, Senior, for your intervention. You have saved our ancient burial star. I do not know where you hail from, but our ancient burial star shall erect a statue in your honor and offer daily tributes. The first to react, the leader of the Absolute Holy Church, Duan Musheng, hurriedly flew to the heavens, bowing in gratitude to Wang Teng. Under his influence, all cultivators with any level of attainment below knelt on the ground, expressing their thanks for Wang Teng's great salvation. In an instant, multitudes of cultivators resounded in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. Such a grand display was solely to pay homage to one individual. Wang Teng shook his head. There is no need to inquire about my origins. Focus on your cultivation to avoid further calamities. With that, his figure vanished without a trace. Sigh. Duan Musheng wished to retain him, but was caught off guard. He lamented inwardly, realizing that if they could align with such a person, they need not fear being treated like ants. I shall command all major sects and numerous imperial dynasties to erect a statue for the benefactor and offer daily tributes. He firmly resolved and immediately dispatched orders. Instantly, the entire ancient burial star was set into motion. Wang Teng, however, remained in place, invisible to all. He did not wish to reveal his identity as a native of the ancient burial star, as that would only invite trouble. With a flourish, he donned an exquisitely magnificent robe, exuding imperial might. The Emperor's robe. This weapon, once wielded by the Emperor of Heaven, had now been completely refined by Wang Teng, with the spirit perfectly integrated, transforming into a weapon spirit. Through this, he could maximize the imperial power of the Emperor's robe. Wang Teng estimated that this imperial weapon might surpass ordinary ones, and if he wielded such a weapon, he could truly contend with the contemporary Great Emperor, the Radiant Emperor. However, he now needed to accumulate through his devouring demon scripture, with the ultimate aim of crushing the Radiant Emperor with absolute dominance, stepping upon him to achieve enlightenment. This time frame, he believed, would be quite brief. Chapter 13. I come from the abyss. In the ancient star of Ling Su, the celestial sanctuary soared into the heavens. At the pinnacle of the celestial tower, an atmosphere of venerable antiquity enveloped the tranquil space. A sage of the divine wheel realm sat with unwavering focus, emanating a faint ethereal glow that attested to his profound mastery of this realm. Suddenly, his eyes widened in alarm, pupils contracting as if he had witnessed something utterly unfathomable. His gaze darted towards a row of soul lamps, vital to their celestial sanctuary. An appalling sight unfolded before him. 70% of the soul lamps in the divine will sage sequence extinguished in an instant. Most suffocating of all was the central lamp, symbolizing the sovereign, which had also quietly gone dark. What did this signify? A terrifying thought flashed through his mind. Those formidable beings who had ventured to the buried Saint Ancient Star had perished, their souls extinguished. No, no. How could this happen to our celestial sanctuary? His voice trembled with boundless fear and disbelief. Rising unsteadily, his legs weakened, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. Their celestial sanctuary was the preeminent force in the dusty star domain, having long stood at the pinnacle, instilling dread in all directions. How could so many powerful figures fall in such a brief span? What horror had they encountered? I must remain silent, lest our sanctuary face annihilation, he whispered to himself. Although their celestial sanctuary was powerful, instilling fear across the dusty star domain, they had made many enemies over the years. If those with ill intentions learned of the current calamity, they would descend like sharks sensing blood. Remaining silent was not a viable option. When the sovereign and others departed in grand procession, if other major sects noticed their prolonged absence, they would surely detect something amiss. What to do? What to do? His brow furrowed in a tight knot, anxiety etched on his face. His forthcoming decision would irrevocably influence the fate of the celestial sanctuary. Yet, he was clearly overthinking. Before he could devise a response, an inexplicable sensation enveloped his heart. It felt as if a miasma of decay from the ancient abyss had seeped into his being, cold, sinister, as though it could corrode the very essence of the soul. Who? He abruptly turned, barking out a warning with heightened vigilance. It was then that he realized a figure cloaked in black had appeared behind him, shrouded in a dense aura of darkness that seemed tangible, swirling around him and completely concealing his form. The figure's outline blurred in the shadows, rendering his features indistinguishable, yet the chilling gaze of his eyes pierced through the darkness. Do you know the magnitude of the beings you have offended in your celestial sanctuary? The voice of the cloaked figure was low and gravelly, echoing as if it had emerged from the depths of some infernal realm, carrying an icy dread that sent shivers down one's spine in that serene space. Offended? Beings? Our celestial sanctuary is backed by the illustrious Emperor Mingguang, and there are individuals we cannot afford to offend. The elder, sensing the overwhelming presence of the intruder far surpassing his own power, even eclipsing that of the sage king, quickly invoked the name of the emperor, hoping to intimidate the stranger. One significant reason for their celestial sanctuary's current standing was that the former sovereign had been a dear friend of Emperor Mingguang, receiving his patronage. Thus, even without a sovereign of their own, Elginda was still able to travel to the Aurora realm for enlightenment. However, the cloaked figure remained unfazed. Emperor Mingguang, even with his backing, it is unreliable. The figure scoffed, his tone dripping with scorn and derision. The laughter resonated with an overwhelming power, distorting the surrounding space. Such disdain was palpable, not a mere facade. In his eyes, Emperor Mingguang was indeed insignificant. What? The elder felt a shock course through him, disbelief etched upon his visage. He had never anticipated that someone would dare to belittle Emperor Mingguang so brazenly. The sincerity in the cloaked figure's tone, laced with mockery, compelled him to believe that, in this person's view, Emperor Mingguang was not a trustworthy ally. However, I do possess a method to ensure that being forgives you, the cloaked figure continued, his voice icy and devoid of emotion. What method? The elder instinctively inquired, his ability to think nearly extinguished under the oppressive pressure. You must offer your heads, the cloaked figure declared suddenly, and as his words fell, an overwhelming aura surged forth from him. A powerful, despair-inducing presence erupted, causing the entire space to tremble violently. as if it were on the verge of collapse. The light within the tower dimmed under this force, the air seemingly solidified, rendering breath a laborious task. The Elder, a sage of the divine wheel, instinctively resisted in this life and death moment. His divine wheel ascended rapidly, radiating a brilliant glow, as the majesty of the sage rose like the sun, attempting to dispel the encroaching darkness. Yet, his resistance appeared utterly futile before the cloaked figure. With a mere flick of his hand, the figure easily lifted him as if he were a mere chick. Ha ha ha, a mere small sage dares to flaunt his might before me. The cloaked figure chuckled coldly, his hand like a mountain, firmly grasping the Elder, rendering him immobile. Who are you, and from whence do you come? The Elder gasped for breath, struggling to pose the question. His mind was consumed with confusion and terror, a desperate yearning to unveil the identity of this mysterious figure. I hail from the abyss, the cloaked figure proclaimed, and as he spoke, his grip intensified. With a sharp crack, he shattered the Elder's divine wheel. In that instant, the wheel emitted a blinding brilliance, only to swiftly fade, leaving behind an echoing silence. Chapter 14, Contending Invitations. That saint also perished from the excruciating pain of his shattered foundation. The man in black seized his head and flung it beyond the divine tower. Who are you? Numerous patrolling elders and disciples, upon discovering his presence, surged forward to question him. In response, an intense beam of light erupted from his form. Instantly, the mountains and rivers were overturned, and countless lives were extinguished. The countless soaring pavilions and divine tower palaces were reduced to dust, and the very heavens changed color. The entire flying heaven Holy Land, the most formidable power on the surface of the Twilight Dust Star region, was annihilated. The elders and disciples perished miserably, leaving behind only their severed heads, which the man in black manipulated to float in the air. These should suffice as a generous offering to that unorthodox Taoist. The man in black gazed mockingly at the heads. Although the flying heaven Holy Land was mighty within the Twilight Dust Star region, unmatched by any foe, it was but a trifle to him, easily eradicated with a wave of his hand. As for the bright radiance great emperor, let him try to invade the nether abyss. Subsequently, the man in black turned his gaze towards the direction of the burial Saint Ancient Star, his expression becoming grave. The Lord's task is not easily accomplished. That entity, he murmured, his figure vanishing in a flash. Half an hour later, the entire Spirit Pivot Ancient Star cultivation world was in turmoil, with all cultivators in disbelief. The lofty and revered flying heaven Holy Land had been obliterated by an unknown entity. This unleashed a star region-level cataclysm, sweeping from the Spirit Pivot Ancient Star towards the numerous star systems of the Twilight Dust Star region. Burial Saint Ancient Star, devouring heaven's secret realm. The great Tao is formless, engendering heaven and earth. The great Tao is impartial, governing the sun and moon. The great Tao is nameless, nurturing all things. Within a divine tower on the ocean of the secret realm, Wang Tung was expounding the Tao to the infant Wang Fan, still in swaddling clothes. As he spoke, wondrous transformations occurred around him, moving in concert with his words. Celestial flowers rained down, and divine light radiated in all directions, as if the great Tao itself were unfolding. Wang Fan, possessing the dual Brahma battle physique, listened in a daze, his innate foundation continuously strengthening. The young child was unaware of the extraordinary fortune he possessed, having the opportunity to listen to a supreme being expound the Tao from birth. What glory this was! When even great saints from the outside world would find it exceedingly difficult to hear a single word. Wang Ting, in the midst of his exposition, suddenly turned his gaze beyond the secret realm. To think they would annihilate the flying heaven Holy Land. This aura, could it be from the dark forbidden zone? He had noticed the man in black upon his entry into the Twilight Dust Star region. After all, he was a quasi-emperor at the 6th level, worthy of some attention. However, Wang Tung had not anticipated that he would slaughter the entire flying heaven Holy Land, indirectly helping him to eradicate his enemies. Wang Tung swiftly deduced the situation. Although it might involve a supreme being, he appeared to be enlightened. So that's it. A calculated scheme? How intriguing. As Wang Tung pondered, the quasi-emperor had already descended upon the burial Saint Ancient Star in a few strides. Nether Abyss, Black Armor, seeks an audience with the Supreme. The Black Armor quasi-emperor was far more astute than the flying heaven Holy Land Master, Eljingda, behaving respectfully and transmitting his message obediently within the secret realm. Observing all proprieties, his transmission alarmed many members of the Wang family. However, the Wang family knew that he was most likely seeking their ancestor, and they were reassured. Bang! Wang Ting did not allow him to enter on his own. Instead, he employed his supreme power to directly draw the quasi-emperor towards him. The quasi-emperor felt an immense force seizing him, but he did not resist, nor could he. He yielded to the force, and after a dizzying whirl, he stepped into a valley. He looked up and saw Wang Tung's eyes, which surveyed the universe with disdain, staring coldly at him. A creature of the forbidden zone, daring to emerge without permission. Even if I were to slay you, none would dare to say a word. Wang Tung said indifferently, his words filled with killing intent. He had always been one to avenge any grievance. Now that the forbidden zone had plotted against him, how could he not be enraged? Supreme, I have come with sincerity. Even the black armor quasi-emperor, who had served his master for many years, trembled in both body and soul upon seeing Wang Teng. Such was the might of a supreme being, not something that time could diminish. He presented the severed heads of the flying heaven Holy Land. These individuals dared to offend the Supreme. I have slain them all and offer them to the Supreme. Only then did Wang Teng appear to soften his expression, saying, "What brings you to me? My master sincerely invites the Supreme to join the nether abyss." The black armor quasi-emperor said solemnly, "Who is your master?" "My master is called the Nether Emperor," the black armor quasi-emperor said with considerable pride. "Never heard of him." Wang Teng shook his head. Throughout history, not only were there great emperors on the surface, but in more ancient times, multiple emperors could coexist, with many hidden in the shadows. It was normal that he did not know of him. The black armor quasi-emperor was taken aback, at a loss for words. If anyone else dared to say such a thing in his presence, even if it were the truth, he would not hesitate to kill them. However, before Wang Teng, he dared not be presumptuous. After a moment of silence, he said, "The path to immortality is about to open on the flying immortal ancient star. If the Supreme joins the nether abyss and enters, the chances of achieving immortality will be greatly increased. Is that not better than fighting alone? Alas, does immortality even exist in this world? To speak of venturing on the path to immortality without even knowing that," Wang Teng said, his tone softening considerably. Seeing an opening, the black armor quasi-emperor was about to continue his persuasion when he suddenly heard another voice from beyond the secret realm. "Divine Sea, Flying Feather, seeks an audience with the Supreme." Wang Teng had yet to react, but the black armor quasi-emperor's expression changed drastically. The supreme beings of the dark forbidden zone, although united in launching dark disturbances, were also in competition with each other. Could this flying feather be here to snatch their recruit from the nether abyss? Wang Teng acted again, drawing a humanoid creature covered in gray scales to his presence. This creature had 3 eyes and 2 massive bone spurs on its elbows, making it an unpleasant sight. For some reason, even though they were both from the forbidden zone, Wang Teng found black armor more pleasing. Perhaps it was because black armor was more aesthetically pleasing. "Greetings, Supreme." Flying Feather bowed deeply, then frowned at black armor. "What is it?" Reporting to the Supreme, "My master invites the Supreme to join the Divine Sea and jointly seek the path to immortality," Flying Feather said, earning a glare from black armor. Chapter 15, Conditions. Fei Yu articulated his intentions, eliciting a furious glare from the armored figure nearby. Indeed, they were here to see someone. Wang Teng felt a surge of amusement in his heart, reveling in the fact that he had reached such heights that even the dark forbidden zones were vying to ally with him. Coincidentally, the Lord of the Underworld from the Abyss had also invited me to join their ranks. Before the armored figure could respond, Wang Teng interjected, "Your Excellency, you may not be aware that within my Divine Sea," Fei Yu immediately began to expound on the advantages of their Divine Sea's forbidden zone, boasting of various divine herbs and treasures, including no less than 7 supreme beings. The armored figure, unwilling to be outdone, countered with the strengths of their abyss, mentioning the formidable underworld army, the extreme beings of the abyss, and numerous supremes, among other things. The two nearly descended into a quarrel before Wang Teng's cold snort interrupted them, the aura of supremacy radiating from him causing both to tremble and cease their bickering. "I am well aware of the might of both the abyss and the Divine Sea, yet I see no sincerity from either of you." Wang Teng rose, revealing his treasured artifact, a quasi-emperor-grade spear he had once wielded. "I have just recently attained enlightenment and lack a suitable weapon. My foundation remains unstable. If either of your forbidden zones can provide me with an emperor-grade weapon and cultivation resources, I shall certainly consider your offers." The expressions of both men shifted dramatically. Such demands were exceedingly high, and they lacked the authority to fulfill them. "Your Excellency, allow me to consult my master for the provision of an emperor-grade weapon," the armored figure hastily proclaimed. Fei Yu added, "I too can request my master to allocate cultivation resources." "You," as the two men prepared to argue once more. Wang Teng maintained his composure, slightly channeling his power to transport them both to the outer realm in one breath, leaving behind a single phrase that floated gently to their ears. "Excessive words are futile. Present your sincerity." Upon hearing this, the armored figure, who had intended to persuade Wang Teng, was filled with indignation. His eyes glinted with cold fury as he glared at Fei Yu. "If it weren't for my master as pressing matters, I would surely slay you without mercy." "What audacity!" Fei Yu retorted, and the two raced toward the celestial star at breakneck speed. In the secret realm, Wang Teng chuckled, having anticipated Fei Yu's arrival from the celestial star. Thus, despite the alluring conditions presented by the armored figure, he had refrained from acquiescing. This way, he could position himself as a neutral party, waiting for both sides to engage in a bidding war. Though it is often the case that the middleman perishes the quickest, this depends on one's strength. With Wang Teng's current prowess, he felt no fear. The celestial star, the polar underworld, the abyss. Humph. The Divine Sea dares to meddle in my grand scheme. Deep within the abyss, the underworld emperor snorted, and an overwhelming aura erupted from the depths, shaking the surrounding adventurers, both mortal and celestial, into mere dust. obliterating them utterly. Even their souls unable to escape. The Underworld Emperor's terrifying, lightning-riddled eyes turned toward the Divine Sea, where the humanoid entity dispatched by Feiyu also gazed back. The oppressive aura of extremes clashed in their gaze, causing many cultivators in the underworld to falter in their training, their spirits crushed. What chaos is this? Numerous sacred sites and grand sects, bewildered, invoke their divine abilities to seek the cause of this upheaval. However, upon nearing the abyss, their inquiries were abruptly severed. Those who attempted to probe with their consciousness found their minds torn apart. The Supremes from both factions paid little heed to the thoughts of these insignificant beings. After exchanging warning glances, they returned to tranquility. That unusual enlightened being possesses remarkable audacity. Daring to set terms before two forbidden zones, does he not fear inciting the wrath of both parties? One Supreme, wreathed in demonic flames, remarked. He was acutely aware of his own significance. The Underworld Emperor contemplated. We must devote all our life essence and power to the path of ascension. And presently we are unable to act in the world. However, if we possess a Supreme capable of moving freely, our chances in the battle for ascension would greatly increase. He understood this crucial point. Another Supreme with 3 pairs of wings nodded slowly. Indeed. However, as of now, only the 3 of us have awakened. Our other comrades remain in slumber. The Emperor weapons and resources must come from us 3. This is manageable. We have collaborated for countless eons. What treasures and resources do we lack? The 3 Supremes conferred. Meanwhile, within the Divine Sea, Feiyu's master, the humanoid Black Supreme, was seething with rage. How dare he attempt to set terms? I shall never consent. A mere alternative enlightened being, before I have even drawn my sword, is but an ant who dares to bargain with me. Black cast a long spear shrouded in dark energy and a pouch toward Feiyu. This is an Emperor weapon forged by an old friend during his ascension. Though it is not an extreme Emperor weapon, its power is formidable. Take this Emperor weapon and feign offering it to him. I will channel my strength into it, seizing the opportunity to strike him down. At that moment, you shall use this Emperor weapon and pouch to contain him and bring him to me. Understood. Feiyu accepted the 2 Emperor artifacts with reverence. Soaring toward the Twilight Star domain. Does this alternative enlightened being truly believe he can challenge the descendants of the Celestial Emperor and brazenly defy us Supremes? How absurd. Black mused darkly, crushing precious treasures sought after by even the most illustrious sages into powder. He intended to capture Wang Tong, torturing him thoroughly before refining him. 2 Emperor artifacts, coupled with my Master-S might. Who would have imagined that I too would have my moment to deal with a Supreme? Outside the ancient star, Feiyu sensed the 2 artifacts with exhilaration. Though these artifacts were not born of the Emperor's extreme essence, they still held the rank of Emperor weapons, crafted from abundant flawed Emperor-grade materials. Throughout history, some Emperors, unable to procure suitable materials for crafting their ultimate weapons, resorted to such methods to forge Emperor weapons. At least they appear respectable, their power only slightly inferior to the ultimate Emperor weapons. Now, imbued with Black S prowess, Feiyu felt that he might cunningly outmaneuver and subdue Wang Tong. After all, who would expect a mere quasi-emperor to dare strike against a Supreme? When that moment came, capturing a Supreme would surely bring him renown throughout the cosmos. Divine envoy of the Divine Sea, Feiyu seeks an audience with the Emperor. As his words fell, he felt a dizzying sensation, and upon regaining his senses, he found himself in a valley within the devouring sky's secret realm. Upon his arrival, Wang Tong's face broke into a smile. Your Excellency, my master wishes to present an Emperor weapon to you. This is the Thunder Emperor's spear, left behind by the former Thunder Supreme, perfectly suited to your weapon. Feiyu continued to feign innocence, maintaining his composure as if entirely earnest. Excellent. Present it. A mysterious glimmer flickered in Wang Tong's eyes, while concealed to the point that even Feiyu, whose consciousness was tenfold stronger, could not detect it. Feiyu bowed and stepped forward, offering the spear. As Wang Tong prepared to channel his formidable power to take it into his possession, an unusual radiance suddenly erupted from the spear. Chapter 16. 3 Imperial Weapons. A soul attack. Indeed, a supreme-level soul attack. It descended upon Wang Tong in an instant. However, Wang Tong merely swayed slightly before resolutely gripping the long spear once more. Boom. At that moment, the spear erupted with a brilliance akin to the ultimate path, thrusting fiercely toward Wang Tong. It was almost certain to succeed, although Feiyu's perception could not keep pace. He felt that Wang Tong had been rendered dazed by the mental assault, forced to withstand this strike with his physical body. Yet, what transpired next left Feiyu utterly astounded. Wang Tong, in the face of this supreme-level attack, simply utilized his physical form to firmly grasp the Tsang Lei Imperial Spear, suppressing its overwhelming might in an instant. In that fleeting moment, the cataclysmic force that could resonate through the heavens and the earth was subdued beneath Wang Tong's hand. There was not a ripple of disturbance. Feiyu's mind buzzed, his eyes widened in disbelief. The meticulously planned series of attacks arranged by his master had failed to affect the supreme being in the slightest. But that was not the most critical point. The most crucial aspect was that he was finished. Suddenly, the Qianquan bag strapped to Fei Yu's back erupted, releasing a fierce suction force toward Wang Teng. The secret realm was nearly reduced to particles. Fortunately, Wang Teng reacted swiftly, throwing out his emperor's robe to obscure the skies, enclosing all the anomalies of the Qianquan bag within it. Ha ha ha, what a divine sea, daring even to scheme against me. The supreme aura emanating from Wang Ting manifested, causing the space cloaked by the emperor's robe to appear as if it were fracturing. As for the Qianquan bag, it could not draw him in but only slightly impede his speed. On the flying immortal star, the Black Supreme sensed the failure of his imperial weapon's assault from afar and let out a cold snort. He swiftly conjured a secret technique, forming a massive luminous screen before him, which displayed 2 imperial weapons and the location of Wang Teng. So what if he fortuitously discovered my assault? The Black Supreme stretched out his hand into the screen. He could utilize his imperial weapon to strike from such a distance. Wang Ting noticed a phantom hand attempting to seize the Song Lei imperial spear from him. Moreover, another hand grasped the Qianquan bag, amplifying its might. Beside him, Fei Yu, who had thought himself trapped in an inevitable demise, suddenly saw a glimmer of hope. His master possessed such divine abilities that perhaps he could indeed subdue Wang Ting. Stabilize. The Black Supreme manipulated the Song Lei imperial spear from afar to thrust toward Wang Teng. Yet Wang Teng still held onto the other end of the spear. Although unable to counterattack, he prevented the spear from reaching him. Employing his eye of disillusionment, he glimpsed the true nature of the phantom hand and roared within, "Swallow heaven." In an instant, a potent force of life energy erupted from him, as Fei Yu, who had been reveling in the spectacle, transformed into a mist of blood. His soul was devoured by the demonic patterns enveloping Wang Teng. The imprint left by the Black Supreme on the Song Lei imperial spear was also devoured in an instant. Such divine ability. Even the Black Supreme was taken aback. He discovered that the energy of the colossal hand, composed of supreme-level energy, was rapidly dissipating. Even the supreme power within him was subtly fading. After cultivating for 1,000,000 years, I cannot subdue this junior? He was unwilling to relent and continued to amplify his strength. The Qianquan bag behind Wang Teng also maximized its power. Absurd. Wang Teng smiled faintly. The Black Supreme had personally descended, and defeating him would undoubtedly require considerable effort. Yet, did he truly believe that such trivial energy could contend with him? Did he mistakenly consider himself a supreme emperor of this age? Crack. He uttered a low command, and around him, purple-black lightning flickered, coalescing into a colossal purple dragon that swallowed the phantom hand whole. Subsequently, he seized the Song Lei imperial weapon and swiftly refined the remaining imprint, completely severing the connection between this imperial weapon and the Black Supreme. Then, Wang Ting swung the Song Lei imperial spear, forcefully stabbing toward the Qianquan bag. Crack. Although the Qianquan bag was not pierced by Wang Teng's strike, it fell to the ground. Wang Teng wrapped it in the emperor's robe, allowing it to struggle. Meanwhile, he employed the swallowing heaven demonic scripture to erase the imprint within. This Qianquan bag, although not the Black Supreme's life-bound imperial weapon, was still closely linked to him, almost as if an extension of his own will. If an ordinary emperor attempted to damage this imperial weapon, they would likely only succeed in destroying it while failing to sever the connection. However, Wang Te was different. Just 10 breaths later, the previously thrashing Qianquan bag fell silent, resembling a lifeless object. Nevertheless, the supreme radiance circulating within still indicated that it was, indeed, an imperial weapon. On the flying, immortal ancient star. The Black Supreme let out a muffled groan, his once dark visage now pale by several shades. His aura plummeted. How infuriating. The Black Supreme realized that he had suffered a double loss, even losing the quasi-imperial god envoy he had painstakingly cultivated. He had initially intended to devour Wang Teng, but ended up in a dire predicament. When the path to immortality opens, should you dare to contend for immortal fate, I shall surely slay you without mercy. He gritted his teeth, his terrifying supreme aura thickening to the point of altering the very fabric of space. Ha. Meanwhile, the Underworld Emperor seemed to sense his fury and laughed unabashedly. This only intensified the Black Supreme's ire, making him wish to initiate a dark upheaval prematurely. After laughing for a considerable time, the Underworld Emperor fell into contemplation. The Black Supreme was not an ordinary emperor in his prime, and since he was so enraged, he must have suffered significant losses, so he should proceed with caution. Remember, engage in cordial dialogue with that unconventional path seeker. Do not offend him. I would rather lose an ally than gain another hidden foe. He communicated with the black-armored quasi-emperor who had already arrived outside the burial star. Understood. The black-armored figure nodded. Moments later, he was brought before Wang Teng. Upon seeing the scene before him, he gasped in astonishment. The majestic emperor's robe resembled a splendid galaxy, encircling the Qianquan bag in its center. Meanwhile, Wang Teng sat atop the starry expanse, continuously refining the imperial spear that shimmered with boundless Zhongtian thunder power, as if he were a colossal cosmic furnace, tempering celestial pillars. The Supreme. This is the viewing heaven mirror, an imperial weapon forged by the ancient emperor of refining void 380,000 years ago. These are 10 Kunwu extreme Dao divine pills, which aid in the ascent to quasi-emperor. They were crafted by the Kunwu Emperor 160,000 years ago. Chapter 17. The Emperor's Expedition. The black-armored figure presented two treasures, and Wang Tong, with his eye of disillusionment, swiftly scanned the artifacts before his thoughts stirred, drawing them closer. Not to mention, the supreme being of the abyss exhibited remarkable discernment, wisely refraining from provoking him. Both treasures were undeniably substantial. Supreme One, how about joining me in the abyss? Do you know that my companions in the Divine Sea have sent me two imperial weapons? How should I choose? Wang Tong toyed with the celestial mirror, hesitating as though genuinely contemplating which faction to ally with. The black-armored figure fell silent. Indeed, the value of the two imperial weapons was far greater. After all, the Kunwu Divine Pill merely aids one in ascending to the throne of emperor, but success is never guaranteed. However, imperial weapons represent tangible combat power. The black-armored figure wished to speak again, but Wang Ting's gaze suddenly sharpened, fixating on something behind him. There. A towering figure enveloped in the aura of the nether realm had appeared without notice. My lord. The black-armored figure sensed the shift and immediately knelt in reverence. This is rather unprincipled of you, my friend, the Nether Emperor remarked, observing Wang Tong claiming the celestial mirror while still attempting to raise the stakes. Do you still adhere to principles in your forbidden zone? Are you still clinging to the old ways of the northern plains? Wang Tong jested undeterred, for the Nether Emperor was merely a projection. The Nether Emperor, though not grasping the exact implications of Wang Tong's words, understood the general sentiment. He smiled slightly, choosing not to take offense. I am unlike those who merely cling to survival. He then extended his hand, presenting a grayish-black nether flower to Wang Tong. If these treasures do not sway you, it matters not. I only hope that when the path to immortality opens, you might lend me your strength at a crucial moment. The struggle for the path to immortality is fiercely competitive. Do you fear that I might be ambushed and perish early, rendering your efforts futile? The Nether Emperor shook his head. For every additional chance, I must strive for it. If I lose, so be it. Very well, I accept. Wang Tong realized that this Nether Emperor was indeed different from the Dark Supremes he had encountered before, although steeped in darkness. He did not harbor a profound malice towards the cosmos. Wang Tong took hold of the nether flower, discovering it to be a powerful communication token, capable of lasting for approximately 100,000 years. May we both successfully embark on the path to immortality and ascend to the realm of the divine. The Nether Emperor concluded, and his figure vanished without a trace. The realm of the divine. Wang Ting, having teleported the black-armored figure away, gazed at the treasures that had fallen from the heavens into his abode, murmuring to himself. The existence of the divine realm remains uncertain, yet the treasures before me are undeniably real. The Emperor's robe, the celestial mirror, the Zhonglei imperial halberd, and the Qiankuan bag, each with distinct functions. All of imperial caliber. Wang Tong was now fully equipped. Months passed in an instant. Just as Wang Ting prepared to refine these imperial weapons into a cohesive system, he suddenly gasped, turning his gaze towards a distant star system that resembled a silver sea. There, beyond the star system, ripples in the fabric of space revealed the four divine beasts, the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. They were not large, merely 100 feet in size, exuding a deathly aura, seemingly out of place in this universe. Behind them trailed a sealed divine palace, heading towards the silver sea star system. Within that star system, on an inconspicuous blue planet, an extraordinary light descended at that moment. The silver sea star system, reminiscent of one from my past life, and this blue planet. Wang Ting's eyes sparkled with divine light as his eye of disillusionment surveyed the general situation on the blue planet. To his astonishment, although the specifics differed somewhat from the blue planet of his previous life, the general circumstances, including the level of technology, were quite similar. He continued to focus on the strange light that had descended from beyond the realms onto the blue planet. At that moment, he witnessed the light entering the womb of a woman in a city. The birth of the protagonist? Wang Tong was unsure if others had noticed this scene, but he boldly shifted his gaze away from the star system, feeling no opposing consciousness bearing down upon him. This suggested that perhaps he was the only one to witness this moment in the vast universe. Fascinating. Fascinating. A smile graced Wang Tong's face as the magical runes on his body began to glow, manifesting a doppelganger that resembled him. This doppelganger would not affect his core strength, but would possess 1/10 of his power. 1/10 was sufficient to suppress an ordinary peak quasi-emperor. Go. With a thought, Wang Tong sent the doppelganger towards the silver sea star system. Having completed this brief interlude, Wang Tong resumed the refinement of the imperial weapons. The emperor's robe would provide defense, the Zhonglei imperial halberd would serve as an instrument of slaughter, the Qiankuan bag would facilitate control, and the celestial mirror would grant insight. Once he refined these imperial weapons, he would lack for nothing. In the depths of the cosmos, within the realm of the aurora, in the palace constructed from shards of radiant light, the resplendent glow shone eternally, as if time stood still. The radiant emperor, Luo Tian, constantly surveyed the universe with keen eyes, as though pondering significant matters of the cosmos, tirelessly guarding against any threats. Yet, in truth, His gaze was fixed intently upon the flying, immortal ancient star and the dusty star domain. Ha! Suddenly, he appeared to have perceived something, rising to his feet. You, Wang Teng, truly dare to conspire with the dark forbidden zone. In recent days, while keeping an eye on the dark forbidden zone, he had also been observing Wang Teng and had finally caught him in the act of colluding with the dark forbidden zone. With this revelation, he could act without guilt. As for the previous incident where Wang Teng had slain the Skyward Saint, he had also sensed it. However, that was merely a case of the Skyward Saint provoking Wang Teng first, leading to his demise. An unremarkable affair, for the Skyward Saint's significance was insufficient. But this was different. The abyss, the divine sea, these were areas he regarded with great caution, and Wang Teng's collusion with such forces led Luo Tian to deem him as having ulterior motives. Come, join me in battling the traitors of the human race. He bellowed, the mark of the heavenly heart appearing on his forehead. His voice resonating across the heavens and reaching every corner of the universe. Lower-level cultivators felt an overwhelming sense of oppression, followed by a surge of excitement in their hearts, though they were at a loss for its meaning. Medium-level cultivators sensed an impending conflict involving supreme beings. As for high-level cultivators above the Saint of Divine Wheel, they detected a disturbance within the Aurora realm, the abode of the Emperor. They all became invigorated, wondering if the current invincible being would take action. Soon, the Aurora realm transformed as streaks of aurora paved a grand path, and within the cosmic sea, phenomena unfolded as a magnificent war chariot, as grand as a celestial body, emerged, accompanied by divine beasts and pursued by saints. The radiant Emperor's imposing figure stood atop the chariot, bathed in flowing light. With a colossal cauldron suspended above his head, imperial radiance illuminating 3,000 realms, his divine might resonating across the stars. Chapter 18. The Surprise Attack. The Emperor of Radiance had merely ventured out, yet his presence reverberated throughout the heavens. It was indeed the Emperor himself, who had personally taken to the battlefield. What kind of being could possibly provoke such a response from an emperor? On the ancient stars of life scattered throughout the cosmos, where formidable factions like the Sacred Land and Great Teachings resided, discussions erupted. From the flying immortal ancient star to the Guochen ancient star, the Taiwei ancient star, and other mysterious realms, the powerful forces turned their attention toward the Emperor of Radiance. His brilliance was undeniable. Regardless of whether one resided in the depths of the universe or in remote star regions, none could overlook the might he exhibited when he set forth. On the burial star, deep within the secret realm, Wang Teng, who was diligently training in the combination techniques of imperial weapons, felt a sudden change in his complexion. He sensed a powerful force locking onto him, imbued with a profound suppression of the heavenly Tao. This sensation, it was the Emperor of Radiance. He was coming for me, Wang Teng quickly surmised. Moreover, this feeling bore a striking resemblance to the moment when he transcended his tribulation. When the radiance of the Emperor manifested amidst the thunderous storm, an instant of unprecedented intensity. Indeed, as I had calculated, he has covertly made his move. What a hypocrite! Wang Teng scoffed. He detested such hypocritical individuals, finding them far worse than true villains. Yet, what did it matter if the Emperor of the Age acted against him? He had grown strong and had no fear whatsoever. Boom. The Emperor's might swiftly enveloped the entire dust of Twilight Star region, causing the secret realm to tremble. Ancestor, what is happening? Wang Teng's paternal uncle, Wang Cheng, a man of celestial realm cultivation, inquired nervously from outside the central continent. Although the Wang family had immense faith in Wang Teng's strength, this time felt drastically different. The overwhelming pressure descending from outside surpassed even the intimidation once instilled by their ancestors. It's a trivial matter. Wang Teng stepped forth, leaving the secret realm behind, casually remarking, "The Emperor of Radiance has come knocking." The Emperor of Radiance? Just that? Wang Qing trembled, unable to believe his ears, even having lived in the secret realm since childhood. He understood the magnitude of such a figure. The pinnacle of the cultivation world, the apex of the universe. Such an existence was now seeking an audience with their ancestor. And with such ferocity, it could very well be for bloodshed. He immediately transmitted back to the Wang family enclave, seeking out Wang Danian. The entire Wang clan, shaken by the tremors of the secret realm and the imperial might emanating from beyond, fell into a state of panic. Wang Danian, however, remained seated upon his throne within the palace, exuding an air of calmness. What is causing this turmoil? He frowned and scolded when he saw Wang Cheng burst in, appearing anxious. Despite being of the same generation and cultivation level, his closer blood relation to Wang Teng granted him a higher status. Brother, it's not good. I consulted our ancestor. It's the Emperor of Radiance who is coming. What? Wang Danian nearly toppled from his chair. Yet, he quickly regained his composure and burst into laughter. Ha! Brother, you do not understand. Wang Cheng was baffled. What do you mean? Brother, do you not see? Our Wang family is about to ascend to the status of a great family in the universe. What? Wang Cheng was taken aback by Wang Danian's reaction, fearing his elder brother had been driven to madness by the news of the Emperor's arrival. Just wait and see. Our ancestor will surely triumph over the Emperor of Radiance, earning renown throughout the cosmos. Wang Danian declared confidently. Wang Cheng thought to himself, it seems my brother truly has lost his senses. Though he sided with their ancestor, he did not believe that their ancestor could defeat the reigning emperor. Nonetheless, he was mentally prepared to stand with his ancestor, come what may. Outside the dust of Twilight Star region, Wang Ting descended as if through teleportation. This star region still bore the remnants of the extreme might from his previous battle with Zhang Qufeng. However, now, with the imminent arrival of the Emperor of Radiance, the previously overwhelming pressures appeared rather tame by comparison. Boom. As the Emperor of Radiance approached, Wang Tung unleashed his supreme aura. A surge of black and purple light radiating across the star domains, with a massive dragon of darkness coiling around him, presenting the visage of a formidable demon. Buzz in but a brief moment. An exceedingly brilliant light shone forth, righteous and strikingly contrasting with Wang Tung's dark aura. This light was boundless and infinite, compressing the black light that had spread across the star domains considerably. Defeat forever. The voice of the Emperor of Radiance boomed as he descended in a chariot, appearing mere thousands of miles before Wang Tung. The imperial might crashed down, causing a tremendous upheaval even in realms beyond the comprehension of ordinary beings. This distance was as close as face-to-face, nearly nose-to-nose. Defeat forever. You dare conspire with the dark confines, intending to harm sentient beings? Do you realize your crimes? The Emperor of Radiance's gaze was filled with murderous intent as he berated Wang Tung. The Emperor's voice echoed throughout the universe, filled with righteous indignation, laden with the essence of judgment against evil. In an instant, within the cosmos, all beings of even moderate cultivation deemed the Emperor's words as truth. Is it not the Supreme who defeated Zhang Qufeng? He has colluded with the Forbidden Zones. A traitor to humanity. Humph. He must be envious of the Emperor's unparalleled elegance, thus conspiring with the Forbidden Zones to undermine him. Many who were privy to the previous battle erupted in outrage, as they subconsciously believed that the powerful of humanity ought to embody righteousness. They held disdain for those like Wang Tung, who were cast in the Emperor's accusations. On the flying immortal star, within the Divine Sea Forbidden Zone, the Black Obsidian Supreme observed the unfolding scene and laughed heartily. Excellent. Humanity has always delighted in internal strife. Radiance, take vengeance for me and eliminate that fool. Despite the mirth in his tone, his words dripped with hatred for Wang Tung, who had caused him great suffering. The Underworld Abyss Forbidden Zone, being the most attentive to this impending battle, had invested significant resources in Wang Ting. Several awakened Supremes cast terrifying glances in his direction. Do not disappoint us, young one. At the Taichu Sacred Land, Lin Xian anxiously called out to an incense burner. Master, the Emperor of Radiance has personally targeted Wang Tung. Please lend him your aid. However, an elderly voice emanated from the incense burner, gently declining. He is not yet worthy. Should he withstand the Emperor for 10 rounds, I might consider taking him as my disciple. Lin Xian was momentarily speechless. Without his master's intervention, he had no means to assist Wang Tung. On the Linglong Ancient Star, atop the Goddess Peak, Luo Tian could no longer contain himself and decided to take action personally. How could this fool have achieved the status of emperor? Mu Ron Lingxue, observing the clash of energies, silently placed her hand upon a bronze sword, prepared to intervene at a moment's notice. Outside the dust of Twilight Star region, Wang Tung, acknowledging Luo Tian's accusations, chose not to refute them, for he knew they were not without merit. He remained silent, merely activating the observation mirror. Are you at a loss for words? The Emperor of Radiance intoned darkly, slowly raising his right hand. The extreme might emanating from him surged upward, instantly annihilating several desolate meteors. He lifted a massive cauldron in his grasp, but silence is tantamount to admission of guilt. With another proclamation, he seemed to issue a final ultimatum, simultaneously conveying his righteousness to the universe. He was prepared to unleash his boundless magical prowess, wielding the radiant cauldron to utterly suppress Wang Tung. At that moment, a brilliant radiance suddenly erupted behind the Mingguang Emperor, swiftly darting toward him, an ambush. The Mingguang Emperor's expression shifted as a luminous aura manifested behind him, effortlessly deflecting the spiritual assault of the Guantian mirror. However, immediately following this, the Qian Kuan bag descended from above, emanating an overwhelming gravitational pull. Concurrently, Wang Tung, adorned in the royal robes of the Emperor of Heaven and wielding the Azure Thunder Emperor's spear, advanced with lethal intent. He aimed to seize the opportunity presented by the ambush and gain the upper hand. Chapter 19, Severed Arm. With a disdainful snort, the great Emperor Mingguang's forehead, bearing the mark of the heavenly heart, suddenly radiated brilliance. His imperial might surged to new heights, aligning with the celestial order, as he sought to subdue Wang Ting through divine authority. In an instant, myriad celestial lights erupted around the great Emperor Mingguang, suffusing the cosmos with an overwhelming divine majesty, as if even the supreme beings could be restrained. This exemplified the formidable power of the heavenly heart mark. Even ancient sovereigns would bow their heads in the presence of a contemporary emperor. Consequently, A supreme being who had severed their connection to the heavenly heart mark would often find themselves at a disadvantage against an emperor. Thus, the great Emperor Mingguang brimmed with confidence. His indomitable spirit led him to believe that he would once again emerge victorious. Trampling upon Wang Teng's head to enhance his imperial renown, Wang Teng felt as though the very space around him was bound, his internal energies slightly hindered, even his soul under duress. The heavenly heart mark was indeed terrifying, yet Wang Teng remained undaunted. Endless purple energy surged around him, as if 9 heavenly layers materialized at his side, intertwining with the violet aura. His manifestation resembled the ethereal ascent to the 9th heaven. In an instant, the sense of confinement dissipated significantly, becoming almost negligible. Kill! He roared, brandishing his spear and charging towards the great Emperor Mingguang. With the sky-swallowing demon scripture, Imperial Break. Multiple demonic shadows erupted from Wang Teng, wreaking havoc in the void, wielding the Imperial Spear with precision. At that moment, Wang Teng had infused his former quasi-imperial spear into the Tsang Lei Imperial Spear, wielding it with consummate skill. How could he withstand my imperial might? The great Emperor Mingguang was taken aback, yet his resolve to eliminate Wang Teng intensified. This child must not be spared. He hoisted the Mingguang cauldron, delivering a single blow that obliterated the demonic shadows into nothingness. The extreme imperial power burst forth, unstoppable, as the Mingguang cauldron spun like a blazing sun under the great Emperor's command, radiating unparalleled brilliance. However, Wang Teng also wielded the Tsang Lei Imperial Spear. Thrusting it forward, receive my strike. The great Emperor Mingguang immediately hurled the Mingguang cauldron, engaging in close combat with Wang Teng. Boom! The terrifying force reverberated across the surrounding star regions, threatening to obliterate them. Fortunately, this area of stars was a void, sparing countless ancient lives from extinction. How is this possible? The great Emperor Mingguang was the most astonished of all, for in this clash, Wang Teng's power was merely a fraction less than his own. In fact, it seemed Wang Teng had perfectly mastered the heavenly emperor's robe, effortlessly deflecting his various attacks. Die. The great Emperor Mingguang, who had initially underestimated his opponent, quickly reassessed the situation. In his fury, he unleashed many secret techniques from the Mingguang Emperor's scripture, previously hidden from the world. After all, it had only been a millennium since he ascended as an emperor. In an instant, the battlefield escalated. The Mingguang cauldron erupted with terrifying divine light, piercing the void. As divine kings and celestial beast manifestations hovered above it, reaching the heavens and the earth, the Tsang Lei Imperial Spear blazed with thunderous light. Black and purple energies transforming into dragons and phoenixes, as deities and demons danced wildly. Their fierce battle raged from the Mukin star region to the distant Lukuei star region, and from there to the Faxian star region, ultimately pushing towards the cosmic wilderness. Despite Wang Teng's numerous imperial weapons and the perfected heavenly extreme divine king body, he found himself at a disadvantage, with his Tsang Lei Imperial Spear showing signs of cracks. Yet, within the boundless universe, myriad races fell silent. The forces that had previously proclaimed the Emperor's invincibility were now rendered mute. They had never anticipated such a terrifying existence lurking within the universe, one that even the Emperor could not subdue. They could not discern the tides of battle, only sensing the terrifying clash that seemed evenly matched. Some began to harbor silent concerns. Could the myth of the Emperor's invincibility be shattered here? Impossible. The Emperor is invincible. That fellow must be employing some trick to contend with the Emperor. Surely the Emperor will prevail. This sentiment echoed among those who revered the Emperor across various realms. They were oblivious to the subtle shift in their mindset, from unwavering belief in Mingguang's invincibility to fervently wishing for his victory. Radiant aurora, heaven-shattering bind, deep within the cosmos. Amidst colossal star regions littered with the remnants of shattered systems, the great Emperor Mingguang and Wang Teng exploded barren star systems one after another. Yet, the great Emperor, frustrated by his inability to subdue Wang Teng, unleashed a third eye from his forehead, emitting a cataclysmic beam of destruction. Countless desolate star systems collapsed into black holes, vanishing without a trace across light years. Sky-swallowing demon scripture, divine protection. Yet, this time, Wang Teng remained cautious, refraining from a direct assault, and instead employing his ultimate defensive technique. A myriad of demonic patterns radiated a million glimmers, forming a colossal shield resembling a turtle's shell around him. The great Emperor Mingguang's heaven-shattering bind struck the shield, fracturing it in several places. Wang Teng was propelled back for countless distances, traversing numerous star regions in an instant. This was indeed the Emperor's supreme technique, and its power was as terrifying as rumored. However, Wang Teng was still clad in the heavenly Emperor's robe, which continuously supplied him with extreme energy, sustaining the shield around him. Both were defensive forces, and with Wang Teng's own formidable physique, even the great Emperor's ultimate technique could not slay him at this moment. This fellow possesses the power of the celestial order, providing an endless supply, far surpassing my imperial weapons. If this continues, I shall surely perish. Wang Teng calculated swiftly. realizing that if he remained locked in stalemate, his demise was imminent. Should he fall, there would be nowhere to flee except into the forbidden zone, where he would truly be at the mercy of others. Thus, it must be. Wang Ting narrowed his eyes slightly, and just as the great Emperor Mingguang was about to shatter his shield, he bellowed, "Die!" He unleashed the peak strike he had been accumulating. The shield shattered in response. Yet a resplendent golden light, akin to a radiant sun, illuminated the cosmos. The great Emperor Mingguang's expression changed drastically in a moment of panic. He summoned the Mingguang cauldron to shield himself, surrounded by myriad patterns coalescing into a protective barrier. Boom. Yet, with that strike, the Emperor was grievously wounded. The Mingguang cauldron flung hundreds of light years away, bearing a massive dent. There was indeed a disparity among emperors. Wang Tung had absorbed the great Emperor Mingguang's attack, yet he too felt the impact, his breath in disarray. But upon seeing the great Emperor injured, he soared into action, forcibly activating the remaining 3 imperial weapons. Qian Kuan Bag, Skywatching Mirror, Song Lei Imperial Spear, Flash. He wildly brandished the Song Lei Imperial Spear, resembling an otherworldly demon lord, and struck down upon the great Emperor Mingguang's shoulder. With a sickening thud, the Emperor's shoulder was instantly shattered. Chapter 20. The Universe in Shock. In the fleeting moment, as new shoulders were about to emerge, Wang Ting seized the opportunity to unleash his ultimate technique, swallowing the heavens. The magical patterns on his body blazed with an intensity thousands of times greater than before, as 9 demonic shadows erupted, ravenously consuming the essence of the radiant Emperor. This demonic art. Eternal defeat. You truly are a malevolent force. I should have eliminated you long ago. The radiant Emperor realized, in a moment of negligence, that after sustaining a grievous blow from the Emperor of Heaven, he could no longer suppress Wang Tung's power. The essence and energy within him flowed ceaselessly outward. He activated his radiant Emperor Sutra, channeling the might of an emperor, shaking the very stars, shattering the fabric of space. Yet it proved futile. Wang Tung matched his strength evenly, while simultaneously absorbing his energy, leading him to gradually succumb to the disadvantage. This is bad. As the radiant Emperor's various energies were nearly halved by Wang Tung's absorption, he began to lose his capacity to resist. Wang Tung's celestial thunder Emperor halberd lunged forth, intent on vanquishing him on the spot. In this world, no one can slay this emperor. The radiant Emperor roared, his body gradually fracturing, streams of blinding light bursting forth, reminiscent of a shattered supreme crystal treasure, or a singularity on the verge of triggering a cosmic cataclysm. Boom. An unparalleled explosion reverberated, dimming the stars and shattering the entire cosmic expanse into chaos. The radiant Emperor had chosen self-destruction. The Emperor of Heaven's robe enveloped Wang Tung, shielding him amidst the turmoil. Wang Tung then devoted himself entirely to absorbing the fragments of the radiant Emperor's body and his essence. Even with the protection of the Emperor's robe, cracks appeared all over Wang Tung's form, yet he remained oblivious, focused solely on cleansing the residual energy from the air. The cosmic wasteland began to reorganize as Wang Tung consolidated his powers, exhaling a breath of turbid air. Mission accomplished. I have triumphed. In this battle, he had prevailed over the radiant Emperor, achieving a resounding victory. The heart of invincibility reached its zenith in that moment. Even should he perish now, his name would be etched profoundly into the annals of cosmic history. Not detecting the soul of the radiant Emperor, he presumed the Emperor had fled amidst the chaos. Wang Tung murmured to himself, acknowledging that the emperors of this age were not so easily slain. His victory was attributable to the element of surprise and the radiant Emperor's overconfidence. Nevertheless, this feat had already reverberated throughout the universe. It's over. It's over. The Emperor has fallen. The realization of being slain by one beneath him was unfathomable. The numerous great powers within the cosmos erupted in uproar. Such an event, where an emperor was vanquished by a lesser being, had not occurred in a million years, and yet they were witnessing it. An emperor, a being of unrivaled existence in the same realm, had now faced the day of his demise. The once triumphant prodigies who had bested Wang Tung were now utterly astonished. The radiant emperor, Luo Tian, had been the invincible figure of their generation. Regardless of their exceptional talents, they had all fallen to him, while Wang Tung was deemed inconsequential. But now, Luo Tian had ascended to emperorhood, and Wang Tung had turned the tables on him. Had the heavens shifted? Within the ancient star of Feitian, amidst the abyss, smiles graced the faces of several supreme beings. He had indeed won. They initially thought he could only endure a few rounds against the radiant emperor. Yet he had emerged victorious. Their bets had paid off. The price of the imperial weapon and the emperor ascension pill was worth it, for it allowed Wang Tung to strike decisively at a critical moment. This ability to contend against the emperors of the age marked him as an exceptional pathfinder with boundless potential. The abyssal emperor beamed with admiration. This youth has not disappointed me. In contrast, within the sea of divine spirits, the obsidian sovereign, once elated, fell into silence again. With a furious clap, he vented his wrath upon one of his treasured possessions. At the Taichu sacred land, Lin Xian beamed with pride upon witnessing Wang Tung's victory. Initially, no prodigies were willing to ally with Wang Teng, yet he had chosen to befriend him. Master, what do you think? Is this person worthy to be your disciple? He declared, feeling a sense of vindication for having previously disapproved of his master's refusal to accept Wang Teng. Just as he was about to counsel his master, he noticed a plume of white smoke emerging from the incense burner. Soon after, an aged figure manifested before him. This venerable elder, with white hair, lacked the overwhelming presence of ancient emperors, yet exuded an ethereal quality, as if transcending the mortal realm, embodying a sense of serene independence. Master. Lin Xian knelt hastily upon the elder's appearance, for this was the founder of their Taichu sacred land. One of the ancient celestial sovereigns from 800,000 years ago, Taichu Tianzuan, also known as the ancient sovereign of Taichu. Even Lin Xian struggled to fathom the level of existence that allowed this founder to move with such ease. While most of the celestial sovereigns from that era had either perished, vanished into the forbidden dark realms, or concealed themselves in secret domains, clinging to life, Taichu Tianzuan gazed at Wang Teng in the cosmic wasteland, and within his hollow eyes, a flicker of brilliance emerged, as if he glimpsed a fragment of the future. Shaking his transcendent heart, "No, I cannot accept him as my disciple." His words left Lin Xian utterly perplexed. Master, such a figure is not worthy? I feel ashamed as your disciple, merely basking in the glory of the sacred land. Lin Xian was bewildered. If a mere quasi-emperor could be a disciple of Taichu Tianzuan, why could Wang Teng not? It is not that he is unworthy, but rather that I am unworthy. I cannot take him as my disciple. However, such a person, I shall accept on behalf of my master. Taichu Tianzuan continued, delivering a shocking revelation. He believed himself incapable of teaching Wang Teng, thus considering taking him in on behalf of his master. What? This time, it was Lin Xian who was left dazed. He had envisioned gaining another junior brother, yet now he had gained an additional senior uncle. Wang Teng's status had skyrocketed. However, master, you are already such an unparalleled existence. Your master. Chapter 21, The Sublimation of Physique. In the morning dust starfield, on the ancient burial star of the saints, within the secret realm of the Sky Devourer, Wang Cheng anxiously awaited the outcome of the battle outside. The other members of the Wang family seemed to sense something amiss, their hearts filled with trepidation. Fortunately, under the teachings of their ancestors, they harbored great filial piety and loyalty towards Wang Ting, thus their hearts were troubled yet remained composed. Among them, only Wang Dajing sat comfortably in a grand chair, exuding confidence in Wang Teng's imminent victory. The ancestor will surely triumph. This was his incessant refrain to those around him. Brother, you truly possess remarkable composure, Wang Cheng remarked, pacing anxiously beside him. The ancestor will undoubtedly prevail, was Wang Dajing's unwavering response. Just then, a tumultuous upheaval shook the cosmos, culminating in a blinding flash before settling into calmness. Who has emerged victorious? Wang Cheng's heart raced. In the next moment, they beheld the supreme figure they revered with utmost anticipation and respect, manifesting within the secret realm. It was Wang Ting. The ancestor has returned. The ancestor has triumphed. The clan members rejoiced, knowing only that Wang Teng had vanquished a formidable foe. Their primary concern was merely for the ancestor's safe return. Ancestor, did you defeat the Mingguang Emperor? Wang Dajing inquired eagerly, kneeling before Wang Teng. I severed his physical form, yet his divine soul managed to escape, Wang Teng replied succinctly. The ancestor has slain a contemporary emperor. Upon hearing this news, even Wang Dajing gasped in exhilaration. The other Wang family members erupted into cheers, their spirits soaring. Their ancestor's victory over an emperor was a matter of immense glory. Wang Teng chuckled softly, shaking his head, his heart warmed. In this lifetime, although he had faced numerous defeats in his early years of cultivation, he could not deny the unwavering support of his family. In his youth, they had gone to great lengths to ensure his entry into a sect for cultivation, providing him with care and encouragement. During his lowest moments, they had continuously motivated him, instilling in him the resolve to rise again after each fall. Now, these blood relatives also provided him with emotional sustenance. Upon returning to the central continent, Wang Teng descended into the palace. Although the Mingguang's divine soul had fled, he had absorbed a significant portion of the latter's lifelong cultivation. This time, he would fully refine that power, and with the aid of the Kunwu divine pill, he would be able to ascend to the rank of emperor. Wang Ting mused on his current state, whispering to himself. Now, he had achieved an alternate path to enlightenment, should he fully ascend to the rank of emperor. His power would undoubtedly surpass that of the Mingguang emperor. In the Lingling ancient star, at the goddess peak, the enchanting Murong Lingxue wore an expression of profound astonishment. Even though she had attempted to overestimate Wang Teng, she had not envisioned such a tremendous enhancement within such a brief period, rendering even the Mingguang emperor no match for him. If that were the case, would he not ascend to the rank of emperor while stepping over the Mingguang? With the Mingguang still alive, would there not be two contemporary emperors in this world? She murmured, her eyes reflecting a complex emotion, as if grappling with a monumental decision. Ultimately, her face bore a resolute expression. Time flew. A year passed in the blink of an eye for formidable beings and above. Within the Sky Devourer's secret realm, Wang Ting slowly exhaled a breath laden with energy capable of enabling a formidable being to attain sagehood or obliterate a great star. He had completely refined the essence he had previously absorbed from the Mingguang Emperor. The Mingguang Emperor, though a unique being, was not particularly powerful. His strength lay not in his Mingguang royal physique, but rather in his own prowess. Thus, Wang Tung utilized the essence of the Mingguang's physique to activate the source of the Brahma war body he had previously assimilated. This Brahma war body was a physique of comparable strength to the Divine King physique. Wang Ting's unique physique underwent a transformation. He now possessed the Brahma Divine King physique. His extraordinary manifestation ascended to new heights. It was likely that should he encounter the Mingguang Emperor again, Wang Tung would be able to utilize his manifestation to suppress him instead. This time, apart from the Mingguang Emperor's physical essence, Wang Tung had refined its vital essence, bodily energy, overall strength, and magical power, resulting in a significant enhancement. His overall strength had increased to approximately 3 times its previous level. Wang Tung assessed his newfound power with satisfaction, considering that he still had 5 Kunwu Divine Pills remaining. At that moment, Wang Tung's gaze abruptly fell upon a great star, the main star of the Lukuei starfield, Lukuei star. He held only 2 impressions of this ancient star. 1. It was the site of his second genius battle, and 2. His younger sister had married into a prominent family on the star. Initially, Wang Tung believed his sister had long perished in the river of time, rendering this ancient star unworthy of his attention. Yet now, he sensed a bloodline connection remarkably close to his own. Wait, Wanner had no descendants. How could this be? Wang Tung's eyes scanned the Lukuei star, and he quickly discovered the truth. As it turned out, he had once visited this ancient star to pay homage to his sister's memory upon his return from the celestial ancient road. Yet he had not sensed any descendants at that time. Now, upon closer inspection, he spotted a child emerging from the divine source, a child with whom he shared a blood connection. My little nephew? Wang Tung was taken aback, chuckling in astonishment. His brother's lineage had continued for dozens of generations, while his sister's had only produced one. However, upon closer inspection, he discerned that this child was quite extraordinary. Though merely 5 or 6 years old, he possessed immense strength, accompanied by a dragon-like manifestation. The celestial overlord body. Wang Tung narrowed his eyes, uncovering the truth. His little nephew bore the celestial overlord body. Moreover, it appeared as though he had just broken free from the divine source, stirring up considerable trouble, and was currently being pursued by enemies. How intriguing. Wang Tung smiled, conjuring a shadowy figure to traverse to the Lukuei ancient star. Meanwhile, he seized a Kunwu divine pill and consumed it, diving into his cultivation. Chapter 22. If you have the ability, send Wang Tung to kill me. In the Lukuei star domain, on the ancient star of Lukuei, before the gates of the Tsang family, a formidable female saint, her divine will spanning 100 miles, gazed down with a frigid demeanor. Hand over that wretched brat, or face the annihilation of your entire clan. Behind her stood over 100 cultivators, including numerous formidable beings of the heavenly realm. She was Luo Qing, the current leader of the foremost sect in Lukuei ancient star, the Lukuei ancient sect. The plaque of the Tsang family, standing for 3 millennia, was shattered, igniting the righteous fury of the Tsang family members. Humph. We would rather die than surrender the young ancestor, declared Song Rand, the current head of the Song family. Though merely a heavenly realm expert, he stood resolutely at the forefront. Beside him was the young ancestor, a mere child of 5 or 6 years named Song Lan. At this moment, little Song Lan looked up at the divine wheel saint with utter disdain. Humph. This child dares to injure my sect's disciples. He shall be handed over to us for retribution. Luo Qing's tone was aggressive, and her followers exuded an intimidating aura, as if they would tear the Song family to shreds at the slightest provocation. One Song family disciple could no longer contain himself and shouted, "Do not slander us. It is your Luo Tian ancient sect that covets our young ancestor's formidable physique, seeking to abduct him. We acted only in self-defense." "Oh, still denying it? Accusing us instead?" Luo Qing sneered. "In that case, today shall mark the downfall of your Song family. Luo Qing, do not be so reckless. Do you know who his uncle is?" Song Ran suddenly recalled something, his heart surging with confidence as he spoke. "Who?" Luo Qing's demeanor shifted slightly, sensing the potential significance of the Tsang family's lineage. His uncle is the ever-defeated king, who once traversed the ancient paths of the starry sky. Song Ran proclaimed. He is a quasi-emperor level powerhouse. Think carefully. This revelation instilled newfound courage within the Tsang family members. Ha ha ha, and who might that be? A mere defeated opponent of my father. Luo Qing laughed heartily, dismissing the notion. Her father, Luo Feng, had once defeated Wang Ting openly on Lukuei star. Having grown up with this belief, she considered Wang Ting nothing more than a waste in comparison to her father, who was now the supreme elder of the Luo Tian ancient sect. Besides, that waste has never triumphed over anyone. He is likely long gone. You still expect him to assist you? How utterly laughable. The cultivators of the Luo Tian ancient sect joined in her laughter, mocking the Tsang family's invocation of such a figure. Yet, unbeknownst to Luo Qing. Her father was currently in seclusion, and they had not kept abreast of Wang Tung's recent victories, including his defeat of Zhang Chufeng and the slaying of the Mingguang Emperor. "You shall not insult my uncle." Though young, Song Lan was quite perceptive and was incensed by the insults directed at his uncle. "Oh, and what if I do? Can he come here to confront me? Can he?" Luo Qing remained arrogant. However, as she laughed, her body suddenly trembled. Before her, an unexpected figure had appeared without her divine awareness detecting it. The moment she laid eyes on him, an uncontrollable sense of reverence surged within her. The bystanders also noticed this newcomer, their gazes converging upon him. "Who are you? Are you here to intervene in the conflict between my sect and the Song family? Do you not know the might of my sect?" Luo Qing, suppressing her impulse, furrowed her brow and inquired, "You dare bully my nephew as his uncle? How could I remain indifferent?" The newcomer was none other than Wang Ting, though merely a manifestation of his will. It was sufficient to slay a quasi-emperor at the peak of their power. "It is you, the ever-defeated king?" Luo Qing's expression drastically changed, and her followers retreated 100 miles in fear. Though they claimed not to be afraid, in their minds, he represented a quasi-emperor, not someone they could afford to offend. Yet, Luo Qing touched a jade token around her neck, seemingly regaining some composure. "Ever-defeated king, you dare to come to Luo Kuei Star? Are you not afraid my father will suppress you?" "Oh." Wang Ting mimicked Luo Qing's tone, smiling lightly as he let his aura flow freely. An unparalleled supremacy. Boom. The mere release of his aura dimmed the heavens and earth, causing the celestial bodies around him to momentarily falter, centering around Wang Tung's figure. The invincible aura pervaded every corner of Luo Kuei Star. If Wang Tung so desired, just this aura alone could reduce the great star of Luo Kuei to mere dust. The ancient emperors, both the Luo Tian ancient sect and the Song family members knelt in shock, overwhelmed by the unimaginable supreme presence. They could only associate it with the ancient emperors. Indeed, during the previous cosmic battle, both sides possessed the power to annihilate the universe, and one such terrifying presence felt akin to this. Has the ever-defeated king truly ascended to imperial status? What then of the Mingguang emperor? The members of the Luo Tian sacred sect trembled in fear, yet Wang Tung proclaimed, "Those who insult the emperor shall perish." With that, Luo Qing and the others were left wide-eyed in terror. "Great emperor, spare us. We know our wrongs. The emperor, my father, often speaks of you." As if his words were law, these cultivators, even the divine will Saint Luo Qing, were instantly obliterated. Wang Tung's shadow beckoned, adhering to the principle of waste not. He absorbed their essences completely. It was he. Deep within the swirling depths of the Luo Tian sacred sect on Luo Kuei Star, a decayed figure struggled to rise. Observing Wang Tung's confident demeanor, he felt a surge of envy. He had witnessed Wang Tung slay his daughter, yet felt little turmoil. As the once greatest genius of Luo Kuei Star, a prodigy who had traversed the ancient paths of the starry sky, he held quasi-emperor power, with several family members, some of whom had become sacred kings. "Ah, how the tables have turned. You truly are remarkable," he mused. Chapter 23, The Old Ones Perish. Before the Song family, everyone was awestruck by the immense power wielded by Wang Tung. Their seemingly insurmountable adversary appeared as insignificant as mere ants in his presence. Indeed, even less than that. Song Lan was particularly agitated, gazing at Wang Tung with fervent anticipation. "Are you my uncle?" he cautiously inquired as Wang Tung descended slightly. "Haha, your mother, Wang Wan, is my biological sister. Wouldn't he that make me your uncle?" Wang Tung replied. Overjoyed, little Song Lan rushed forward to embrace him, only to be playfully restrained by a gentle press on his head, causing him to spin in place in a flurry of excitement. Wang Tung then turned his gaze toward the Song family. The family head, Song Ran, was in a state of frantic thought, hastily approaching to proclaim, "I, the younger generation Song Ran, pay my respects to the ancestor." He sought to acknowledge Wang Tung as their forebear. Wang Tung expressed his discontent. While the Song family wished to recognize him as their ancestor, he was reluctant to accept them as grandchildren. Song Ran quickly amended his address. "I pay my respects to the great emperor." Wang Tung nodded. "In the past, your Song family had a sage among you. How have you fallen to such a state now? Do you honor my late brother-in-law? We are incompetent." Song Ran wept profusely, his sorrow evident. This display was clearly a plea for Wang Tung to bestow treasures upon them, to safeguard the Song family. "By the way, what is the situation with this child? Why have I not heard of him before?" Wang Ting inquired, ignoring Song Ran's lament. "We are also unaware. He emerged from the divine source not long ago." Song Ran quickly replied. "The divine source. It is a means by which extraordinary beings throughout history prolong their lives. However, ordinary divine sources can only preserve those beneath the rank of great emperor, making it exceedingly difficult to seal a great emperor. The divine source is exceptionally precious. Thus, Wang Ting previously could not fathom who would dare to utilize it to seal Song Lan. And for what reason? Wang Ting subtly extended his consciousness, scanning the divine source thoroughly. At this proximity, he began to piece together the mystery. "Ah, it is she," he realized. "An ancient figure, Morong Lingxue. the unparalleled woman whose actions led to the demise of Zhang Chufeng. She was also the one who drew first blood from Wang Teng. What could her purpose be in sealing Songlan? Last he encountered Murong Lingxue was 1800 years ago, when she was invincible across the starry ancient path. He wondered why she had withdrawn. Otherwise, Wang Teng mused, it would not have been the great Emperor Mingguang who ultimately attained enlightenment. Wang Teng's attention returned to Songlan and the Tsangtian body. The Tsangtian body possesses 9 divine forms, comparable to the ancient sacred body. A perfected Tsangtian body could rival the ancient emperors. However, these two physiques have stood in opposition throughout the ages. Wang Teng silently calculated, gaining insight into why his nephew bore the Tsangtian body. It was because the ancestral figure of the Tsang family, residing on the Lukuei star, possessed 1/10 of the Tsangtian body's bloodline. Now, Songlan had returned to his ancestral roots. This held tremendous potential. Wang Teng mused inwardly. At present, if he were to consume ordinary special physiques, the enhancement would be minimal. Yet, should he devour the essence of the Tsangtian body, a qualitative leap in his physique would ensue. After all, this is a top-tier physique. Of course, he could not resist taking action against his nephew. Moreover, to consume, he would need to ingest a perfected Tsangtian body. Otherwise, the essence would not suffice for his current elevation. He would utilize his nephew as bait to see if he could lure a perfected Tsangtian body. Wang Teng looked at his nephew with a smile, while Songlan, interpreting it as affection from his uncle, revealed a charming grin, displaying his innocent, childlike demeanor. I shall take Songlan with me, Wang Teng declared, flicking his fingers. The plaque of the Tsang family instantly returned to its former glory. However, within it now resided a unique power, sufficient to suppress even a quasi-emperor. This plaque will protect your Tsang family through at least 3 tribulations, Wang Teng stated calmly. This was already a monumental favor bestowed upon the Tsang family, granted in honor of his departed sister. Thank you, great emperor. Song Ran dared not say more, leading the numerous Tsang family members in gratitude. With the great emperor's intervention, they would surely rise again. Uncle, where shall we go? After leaving the Tsang family, Songlan was filled with curiosity rather than reluctance. To meet an old friend, Wang Teng replied, and with that, he and Songlan vanished from sight. Truly, we are blessed to follow the ancient emperor, murmured an elder of the Tsang family. Nearing 1,000 years in age, his eyes glazed with wonder. In the depths of the Luotian ancient sect, upon Wang Teng's reappearance, he stood beside an enormous coffin. The surrounding waters receded, granting him and Songlan ample space. You have arrived. The voice of Luofeng, the supreme elder of the Luotian ancient sect, emerged from within the coffin. He slowly sat up, his skin peeling and clinging to his garments, oozing black blood, appearing grotesquely decayed. His gaze upon Wang Teng was filled with complexity, envy, jealousy, reverence, and submission intertwined. The once defeated rival had grown into such an invincible being. How could one not be awed? I am here, Wang Teng replied, discerning that this former prodigy had likely failed to break through, injuring his foundation, and might not have long to live. Alas, I have grown old, yet you remain as splendid as ever. How poignant, Luofeng lamented. Their relationship had not been particularly hostile. Rather, they were transient rivals, akin to old friends reminiscing. I sensed an unparalleled battle occurring beyond the realms, and one of the participants was you, wasn't it? He ventured, recalling something. Indeed, Wang Teng nodded. And the other? Luofeng's expression turned anxious as he swallowed hard, inquiring, is it him, the great Emperor Mingguang? Indeed, Wang Teng confirmed. Just as I thought. Luofeng gasped. The name of the great Emperor Mingguang loomed as a shadow over his generation, unbeatable along the starry path. Yet now, as he achieved enlightenment, he was once again defeated by Wang Teng. Truly, fate plays cruel tricks, evoking deep reflections. Ha ha ha, if that is the case, by extension, I too have triumphed over a great emperor. My life is without regrets. Luofeng mused, laughter escaping him despite the impending end. Wang Teng sensed the waning energy within him, knowing he might not have long left. Still, Luofeng mustered his remaining breath to address Wang Teng. On the 5-colored continent of the Lukuei star domain, a holy spirit is about to be born. I hope it proves beneficial to you. As one approaches death, their words often carry wisdom. Luofeng's final utterance granted Wang Teng yet another opportunity. With that, he kicked his legs and passed away on the spot. The once unrivaled prodigy who had once bested Wang Teng ultimately became nothing but dust. Chapter 24. The Abode of the Holy Spirit. Uncle, this fellow gives me a more formidable impression than Luo Hai. Is he dead? Xiao Kanglin, deeply shocked, could sense Luofeng's uniqueness, even with his lower realm as a celestial titan. If you do not diligently cultivate in the future, you will end up like him, Wang Teng warned, causing Kanglin to shudder, resolutely deciding to train diligently henceforth. Otherwise, ending up like that would be too tragic. The Holy Spirit. Wang Teng pondered the last 2 words that Luofeng uttered before his demise. The vastness of the universe is replete with wonders. There exists a certain creature that can emerge from stone, flame, or water. Once its form is manifested, it has already attained enlightenment. Such a fully realized being possesses strength comparable to that of a supreme being. Unexpectedly, this diminutive Luo Kuei star region can give rise to such a life form. It seems that this universe is on the cusp of a golden era. I must strive to become invincible throughout the cosmos before that time arrives. With a gentle step, he took off from the ground, trailing countless streams of light as he departed with Kanglin from the ancient Luo Kuei star. In the five-colored continent, 5 radiant hues hovered above the land, encircling it. This continent is not a planet, but rather a colossal meteorite transformed during fierce battles among powerful beings. Some speculate that this land is, in fact, the remnant of a supreme existence, reshaped into its current form. The five-colored continent is devoid of native inhabitants. However, it has long been a site for cultivators seeking adventure. The unique flames here are exceptional for refining pills, weapons, and bodies, making it a favored destination for those looking to cultivate or acquire rare fire seeds. Upon Wang Tung's arrival at the periphery of this land, he encountered numerous beings, each at least of celestial stature. Once a cultivator transcends the 10th realm, achieving the 11th realm of celestial mastery, they can navigate freely within the universe, existing and cultivating in the void without much difference from terrestrial life. At this moment, these celestial masters, either under the guidance of the divine will saints, entered the five-colored continent to seize fire seeds or acted independently, waiting for an opportune moment. Just as Wang Ting contemplated entering, an authoritative voice echoed from beyond the continent. The Holy Son of the Yin-Yang Sacred Land has descended upon Taiwei Ancient Star. All non-essential personnel, retreat immediately. Otherwise, face annihilation. Following this proclamation, a massive vessel radiating the harmonious essence of Yin and Yang advanced towards the continent. As it neared the land, several cultivators soared forth from the vessel, each at least a celestial master, with many leading divine wheel saints. The sheer momentum reverberated throughout the entire five-colored continent. It's that calamity, the Holy Son of Yin-Yang. By Dianfeng, run, run. This calamity does not hesitate to kill. The cultivators on the five-colored continent, almost instantly, without much hesitation, fled towards the outskirts. Move quickly. The disciples of the Yin-Yang Sacred Land are urging, as if driving away swine. Within the uppermost chamber of the colossal vessel, the Holy Son by Dianfeng, attended by several lovely maidens, leisurely indulged in exquisite fruits. He gazed at the scattering ants below with great satisfaction, filled with pride. Although he was not particularly remarkable among the current elite, it was effortless to bully these cultivators. However, at that moment, he noticed, among the fleeing crowd from the five-colored continent, one individual was moving against the tide, nonchalantly advancing towards the land as if disregarding his words entirely. Truly the ignorant are fearless. Does he truly believe this Holy Son will spare him today? Bai Jianfeng chuckled, then commanded, seize that audacious fool who dares defy my command. I shall personally eviscerate him. Upon hearing this, several maidens flattered him. The Holy Son is truly formidable. What audacity to oppose him. Bai Jianfeng, filled with pride, observed as one of his divine will saints had already caught up to the intruder, his smile widening. This insignificant Luo Kuei star region dares to challenge the ancestral might of their Yin-Yang Sacred Land, which once birthed ancient emperors. Boldly, you dare defy the Holy Son. Stop. I shall make your death swift. Wang Ting, seemingly unperturbed, continued his exploration of the continent, meticulously observing its hidden wonders, when suddenly, the threatening voice of the divine wheel saint reached his ears. This fool is finished. Has he come from a small place, unaware of the Yin-Yang Sacred Land? He likely believes himself invincible in this universe, a common misconception. The fleeing individuals, upon witnessing the divine will saint personally intervening, could not help but feel a sense of foreboding for Wang Tung's fate. The divine wheel saint, noticing Wang Tung's indifference to his words and his continued advance, erupted in rage. Yet before he could finish, Wang Tung simply remarked, noisy. As he spoke, a dark purple radiance flashed like a droplet of ink, instantly piercing through the saint's body and heading straight for the immense vessel of the Yin-Yang Sacred Land. In a heartbeat, Bai Jianfeng on the vessel, caught completely off guard, was struck by the tremendous force of the water droplet, piercing his forehead and annihilating his very soul. Panic ensued among the other members of the Yin-Yang Sacred Land. Yet they too could not escape their demise, all falling victim to the water droplet in an instant. Their bodies remained intact, save for their foreheads, which were pierced, their souls extinguished. Immediately, Wang Tung extended his hand towards the vessel, drawing upon the power of the celestial swallowing demon scripture, causing the physical forms and residual souls of all Yin-Yang Sacred Land cultivators to converge into pure energy, collecting in his grasp. All dead? To annihilate the Holy Son in an instant, what manner of being is this? Flee. This must be an existence beyond even the Saint King or Great Saint. Perhaps an approaching quasi-emperor. We must hasten our escape. The cultivators outside, witnessing the scene, were rendered speechless, hastily retreating like shooting stars, disappearing beyond the confines of the five-colored continent. This brief interlude did not deter Wang Tung from his quest to explore the five-colored continent. He paid no mind to those fleeing and directly descended into a volcanic canyon within the continent. The essence of the Holy Spirit, he murmured, for within this canyon, various divine flames posed no threat to him. However, he discovered a mysterious node within. Chapter 25, the Emperor Kunwu, shattered. With a mere thought, a formidable energy surged forth. Even though this mysterious node required a unique time and specific incantations to unlock, Wang Tang's overwhelming strength allowed him to force it open. A luminous barrier, awash in radiant white light, manifested before him, exuding searing heat capable of incinerating even the mightiest beings. Yet, Wang Tang felt no fear. Having already returned Kanglan to the secret realm, this was merely a shadow, and even if there were great traps within, his losses would be negligible. He stepped into the light. In the next instant, he found himself in a realm engulfed by dazzling flames of every hue. The previously vibrant five-colored land was now ablaze. Yet it paled in comparison to this fiery world. Fiery gusts roared, distorting the very fabric of space. Suddenly, a fire dragon lunged towards Wang Tang. Its might sufficient to obliterate great powers, yet it did not even graze the hem of his robe before he opened his mouth and devoured it whole. These were but the embryonic forms of sacred spirits, lacking corporeal bodies and manifesting only in alternative forms. To achieve true greatness, one would need to be 1 in a billion. Life itself was scarce, and to attain that 1 in a billion was a rarity that could take 100,000 years to witness. However, not far from Wang Tang, one such entity existed. Deep within this small world, a mere 800,000 miles away. This distance was inconsequential for Wang Ting. Yet, numerous fiery creatures, taking on flame-like forms, obstructed his path. Wang Tang fought his way through, taking a full breath to cross this 300,000-mile stretch. The most formidable fire spirit he vanquished had even reached quasi-emperor level. It seemed to have come forth to block his way, resigned to its fate in the face of overwhelming odds, guarding the imminent emergence of a powerful fire spirit. However, these fire spirits, despite their courageous resolve, were of no consequence before Wang Ting, merely stirring a sense of self-importance. With a rustling sound, Wang Ting ascended a peak fiercely ablaze, witnessing flames above that coalesced into a substance-like form. An anthropomorphic fire spirit was vividly etched within, a single flicker of which could extinguish a supergiant star. Such terrifying power unleashed waves of extreme heat within the fiery realm. Even those who had previously navigated through trials would be reduced to ashes in an instant by this heat. Not even their souls could escape. Even Wang Tang could feel the considerable warmth, though its impact on him was minimal. As he pondered how best to consume the great spirit, a voice suddenly rang out nearby. "Young one, do not be deceived." Turning, he beheld an elder clad in a Taoist robe, his visage flickering amidst the flames. Wang Tang was taken aback. With his strength, he had thoroughly searched the entire fiery domain and had detected no sign of this elder. Had he not spoken, Wang Tang doubted he would have ever noticed him. "Who are you?" Wang Tang inquired. "I am Kunwu," the elder proclaimed. "Kunwu, the great emperor?" Wang Tang was momentarily stunned. Was this not the emperor renowned for concocting the Kunwu Extreme, Tao Divine Pill? Celebrated for his alchemical and forging prowess, he was a paragon of strength in his time. "Alas, I can no longer claim the title of great emperor. My fragmented soul has languished here for over 100,000 years. And the heavenly heart mark has long since changed hands." Kunwu lamented. How could a being of such supreme stature be ensnared here? Wang Ting asked, feigning ignorance. "Years ago, I sought fire to forge an elixir, only to inadvertently stumble into this fiery domain, where I discovered the embryonic forms of sacred spirits. Initially, I believed it to be a grand opportunity, but alas, it was a trap left by an unknown existence. In a moment of carelessness, my corporeal form was consumed by the fire spirits, leaving only this remnant soul, enduring a torment of flames for what must be 1,000,000 years. Kunwu recounted with a sigh. 1,000,000 years? How could an emperor be confined for so long? Wang Tang mused, estimating the strength of the sacred spirit, even daring to overestimate it several times. He felt certain that even in this predicament, the emperor could escape if he wished. Indeed, something was amiss with this Kunwu. Wang Tang inwardly noted while maintaining outward humility. Might I inquire how to attain this great sacred spirit? You still harbor thoughts of acquisition? Do not be greedy, lest you share my fate. Retreat at once. Kunwu urged, appearing genuinely concerned for Wang Tang's welfare. Understood. Wang Tang heeded the advice, turning to depart. Yet, a glimmer of greed mingled with regret flashed in Kunwu's eyes, lamenting the timing of Wang Tang's arrival. Otherwise, he would have surely transformed Wang Tang into nourishment for his fire spirit. Just then, as Wang Tang had just turned to leave, a surge of black-purple radiance erupted from his hand. Heaven-swallowing demon scripture, world penetration. The radiant energy charged towards the great sacred spirit at an astonishing speed. In an instant, Wang Tang's shadow arrived before the sacred spirit. Unwise, Kunwu's expression grew cold, and he vanished. In his place, the visage of the great sacred spirit morphed into that of Kunwu. No, perhaps it was not Kunwu. The great sacred spirit remained suspended in the sky, its fiery essence distorting the surrounding space. As the radiant energy enveloped it, it conjured two hands, forming an ancient incantation before itself. Wang Tang's ultimate strike from the heaven-swallowing demon scripture was effortlessly thwarted. Only a few flickers of flame were cast to the ground. The damage to the great sacred spirit negligible. This was partly due to Wang Tang's shadow possessing strength beyond the quasi-emperor realm, but primarily because of the ancient incantation the spirit had executed. Such an ancient incantation must have originated millennia ago, yet Kunwu was merely a figure from 100,000 years past. Wang Tang pondered, as he contemplated the entire fiery domain, under the control of the great sacred spirit, launched an assault on Wang Tang. Although astonished by the spirit's state, Wang Tang retaliated fiercely. The two formidable entities clashed within the fiery realm, countless flames disintegrating into particles, rendering the space both shattered and mended. Chapter 26. To venture forth. He unexpectedly dispatched nearly a single avatar, which was quite surprising. However, Wang Tang remained oblivious to the enchanting figure lurking beyond that small world, her phoenix-like eyes fixated on the interior. Upon realizing that Wang Tang was not his true self, her disappointment was palpable. Her beauty was beyond compare, akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens, yet she bore the regal demeanor of an empress, exuding an aura that demanded reverence. Were Wang Tang to emerge, he would undoubtedly recognize her as Murong Lingxue. How could I have meticulously orchestrated this for so long, only for him to send a mere avatar? How exasperating. Murong Lingxue mused as her feet glimmered with azure light, turning towards the Mukenstar region. Very well. I shall seek him out personally. Within the confines of the small world, a fierce battle had ensued for dozens of rounds, and Wang Tang's demonic shadow had reached its limit. This revelation left the great saint spirit in awe. The terrifying entity he had been contending with for so long was merely an avatar. Moreover, had it not been for the depletion of energy, he might have found it challenging to contend with him. Have the people of the future grown so formidable? The great saint spirit pondered, raising his hands as countless fire dragons erupted from the ground, ultimately annihilating Wang Tang's demonic shadow. I must reposition this fiery domain. The great saint spirit's expression grew grave. He feared that Wang Tang's true self might come forth, which would have dire consequences for him. What is happening? Yet after attempting various maneuvers, the great saint spirit stood frozen in shock. This small world had been locked down. Even with his immense magical prowess, he could not shift it. No, that can't be right. I witnessed his actions clearly, and there was no ceiling of this realm. Could there be another entity involved? In the Mukenstar region, on the ancient star of burial, within the mysterious realm of Tongtian, Wang Tang, who was in seclusion on the central continent, opened his eyes in astonishment. The great saint spirit was indeed powerful, possessing ancient techniques from eras long past. Curious indeed. As he contemplated, an immensely powerful, yet familiar and strange aura descended upon the ancient star of burial. He paused momentarily, pondering who had arrived. Outside the realm, a voice echoed, "Old friend, are you not welcoming me?" Wang Ting instantly recalled the owner of that voice. Though it had slightly changed, he would never forget that cold and aloof tone. Murong Lingxue. After a brief moment of thought, he decided to open the realm and invite this old acquaintance inside. However, he was puzzled. Their relationship was not particularly close, having merely looked out for each other during their shared origins in the Mukenstar region. Why had she come seeking him now? Did she know of his newfound strength and come to forge a connection? In an instant, the doors of the hall swung open, revealing a figure of unparalleled elegance before Wang Tang. Gasp! Wang Ting caught a glimpse and felt a profound shock. It was not merely Murong Lingxue's beauty that captivated him. He had long since transcended such trifles. Rather, it was her cultivation level that eluded his understanding. She was neither a quasi-emperor nor a great emperor. Have you also found an unconventional path to enlightenment? Wang Ting could not help but inquire. Upon hearing Wang Tang's immediate focus on her cultivation, Murong Lingxue felt a tinge of disappointment but smiled lightly. Perhaps, but winning against you once more would suffice. Oh, Wang Tang's interest was piqued. In the past, Murong Lingxue had defeated him during his rapid rise in cultivation, shattering his confidence as he had always believed himself to be an unparalleled prodigy. This event marked a pivotal turning point in his cultivation journey. He had etched this memory deeply into his mind, and should he manage to defeat Murong Lingxue now, he might ascend even further without the need to consume his demonic essence. Ming Guang was defeated by my hand, Wang Tang reiterated. Yet Murong Lingxue dismissed it. That opportunity to become a great emperor was one I relinquished to him. Had it not been for my other fortuitous encounters, do you think he could have contended with me? Indeed, Wang Ting silently acknowledged. In the past, Murong Lingxue had been even more formidable than Ming Guang, and had their paths crossed, the latter's legendary status would never have emerged. This was a widely accepted truth, one that even Ming Guang would remain silent about when discussed. Murong Lingxue levitated gracefully, sitting cross-legged in the air, casting a glance at the small realm Wang Tang had established, and then at the figure of Kanglin. You truly have brought him back. Wang Ting also looked towards Kanglin, who was teasing Wang Fan, and couldn't help but inquire, why did you seal him away? Years ago, I was the first to withdraw from the ancient Starry Road to visit my hometown. Passing through Luokawei Star, I encountered your sister. and at Sang Tianba Ti was born. Fearing for his safety during his childhood, given that your sister was also from my hometown, I employed divine essence to seal him, awaiting the day you could grow strong enough to protect him. Morong Lingxue explained. I thank you, Morong Daoist. Wang Teng sincerely nodded, understanding that in the vast universe, it was common for compatriots to betray one another. Morong Lingshue's kindness was genuine, and thus his gratitude was heartfelt. But I wonder, what brings you here today, Taoist friend? Wang Teng shifted the conversation to the matter at hand, as he prepared to challenge Morong Lingxue if she had no pressing issues, thereby strengthening his demonic essence. The five-color continent, the great saint spirit. However, the 8 words uttered by Morong Lingxue diverted Wang Teng's attention. You are aware of the existence of the great saint spirit? Naturally, Morong Lingxue smiled once more, her smile enchanting. Not only was she aware of the great saint spirit's existence, but she had also informed Luo Feng about it. It was she who had intentionally released divine essence to allow Kanglin to emerge, enticing Wang Teng to descend upon Likuei ancient star and acquire information regarding the great saint spirit, thereby luring him into the 5-color continent to fulfill her plans. Yet she had never anticipated that Wang Teng, who had already defeated the great Emperor Ming Guang, would respond so composedly. He had merely sent an avatar to test the waters. This left her feeling as though she had drawn water with a bamboo basket, forcing her to seek Wang Teng directly. The great saint spirit is unlike any other. It is an ancient heavenly sovereign, having endured countless eons through possession. Morong Lingxue revealed the truth about the great saint spirit. This revelation astonished Wang Teng once more. So that was it. It was not the Kunwu great emperor, but the ancient heavenly sovereign and the infernal heavenly sovereign. No wonder they employed such ancient techniques. To live on beyond death is to become a demon, indeed. Even the heavenly sovereign had transformed into a fire spirit. The great saint spirit is immensely powerful, and its fire escape techniques are unparalleled in the cosmos. While I may be able to defeat it, capturing it will be impossible, hence I wish to invite you to join me in apprehending it. What say you? Morong Lingxue articulated the purpose of her visit, confident that Wang Teng would agree, as she surmised that his avatar, having ventured into the fiery domain, would soon meet its demise, thus he would be eager to ally with her. Little did she know that her calculations were based on the strength Wang Teng had exhibited during his battle with the great Emperor Ming Guang. A year had passed since then, and Wang Teng's prowess had multiplied several times over. Even a demonic shadow could engage the great saint spirit for dozens of rounds. His true strength had far exceeded Morong Lingshue's expectations. After contemplating for a moment, Wang Teng silently calculated and seemed to arrive at a conclusion, ultimately nodding in agreement. Very well. Since it is an invitation from Taoist Morong, I shall gladly comply. Chapter 27 Moro, Dark Transformation. At the edge of the universe, in an unknown star domain, there exists a cluster of ruins floating amidst the stars. Ah, Wang Ting, you worthless fool. Why? A man of striking appearance, yet somewhat disheveled, suddenly erupted in a frenzied howl after completing his meditation. His overwhelming presence caused the surrounding star clusters to shatter into fragments. He was none other than the illustrious Emperor Ming Guang, Luo Tian, who had been slain by Wang Teng, leaving only his soul to escape. In recent days, Luo Tian had usurped the body of a quasi-emperor and had been wandering and hiding within the cosmos. He dared not return to his own Aurora realm, fearing relentless pursuit and annihilation at the hands of Wang Teng. Although he had managed to survive, he found himself in a pitiable state, even refraining from contacting his subordinates out of distrust. It was all due to your despicable ambush that you managed to win. Ah, when I return to my former glory, I shall take your life. Luo Tian roared in fury, yet soon collapsed onto the ground. He realized that his once indomitable will had been shattered. It seemed he would forever be unable to catch up to Wang Teng. Had it not been for the heavenly heart mark still residing within him, he likely would have lost all desire to live by now. I am unwilling. I am so unwilling. He howled once more, but was suddenly interrupted by a voice. It has been a whole year, and you have yet to emerge. It appears your resentment runs deeper than I had imagined. The voice was light and cold, devoid of any emotion. Who? Luo Tian scanned his surroundings warily, having regained his composure after a year. However, his physical form was too weak. At present, he could only contend with the weakest of sovereigns. Then, he beheld a figure bathed in dark light, possessing a face without features. Yet somehow, Luo Tian felt it was staring directly at him. You may call me Moro, the supreme and unassailable evil emperor. The figure proclaimed, pride seeping into his tone as he revealed his strength. Humph! How dare you proclaim yourself emperor before me? Luo Tian snorted disdainfully, despite his current plight. A glimmer of pride remained in his heart. Ha ha ha! You were reduced to a state akin to a stray dog, and you presume to call yourself an emperor? Moro laughed mockingly, his laughter grating on the ears. Seeking death, Luo Tian roared with rage, summoning his damaged Mingguang Ding, intent on suppressing this individual before him. If he could not defeat Wang Teng, surely he could handle this person. Yet, a powerful black wind swept through, an otherworldly force that sent the Mingguang Ding spinning uncontrollably. Luo Tian intensified his control over his magical power, but saw that Moro had manifested an eye in each hand. With a sudden opening of his mouth, Luo Tian was struck by a fierce mental assault, causing him to kneel in agony. This only deepened his despair. He had failed once again. Though his soul remained at the emperor level, without a physical body to protect and assist him, he felt significantly weakened. However, curiosity surged within him. Ultimately, it was the individual before him who was far too powerful. Even at his peak, he may not have been a match for this being. Who was this person? And why had he never heard of him before? Mingguang, do you desire this power? Just as Luo Tian pondered these questions, Moro suddenly spoke. Luo Tian's eyes widened. And Wang Teng, do you not wish to eliminate him? You have been humiliated by him. A dignified emperor brought low, laughed at by the cosmos. Do you not seek vengeance? Moro's words were laced with temptation. In Luo Tian's mind, visions of his past glory emerged, trampling many prodigies, including Wang Teng. And claiming the title of emperor, revered by all races in the universe. What a magnificent sight it had been. Now, he found himself in such a dire state. All due to Wang Teng, and the hatred within him burned fiercely. What must I do? He rasped, fully aware he would pay a price. Even if it meant sullying the dignity of an emperor, yet for the sake of vengeance, he was willing to proceed. Come, do not resist, embrace my energy. Moro smiled, producing a glowing orb that resembled a collapsing white dwarf, preparing to infuse it into Luo Tian's body. After a desperate struggle, Luo Tian made his decision, dropping all defenses. With a whoosh, the orb fused into Luo Tian's being, and his body expanded exponentially, akin to a colossal supergiant. Though he fought to maintain control, he felt as if his very body and soul were on the verge of exploding. Think of Wang Teng. Just as Luo Tian felt he could no longer hold on, Moro suddenly urged. A surge of fighting spirit ignited within Luo Tian. Gritting his teeth, he forcibly absorbed the overwhelming power into his body. I did it. He exhaled a breath of stale air, but a jolt of alarm coursed through him as he examined his inner essence and soul. His magical power was ensnared by an utterly sinister dark force. Even the heavenly heartmark within his soul was tainted. This dark power was starkly different from that of the sovereigns in the dark, forbidden zones. It was pure evil. In that moment, he felt as if he had transformed from the supreme emperor safeguarding the universe into a malevolent fiend. Yet, he did not regret it. Feeling his power surge back to its zenith, even surpassing it, he grinned wickedly. Wang Ting, await your reckoning. I shall reclaim all that I have lost. In the Roqi star domain, the multicolored continent, Wang Teng and Murong Lingxue arrived at this place. Two beings of immense prestige within the universe, yet upon their arrival, no one noticed their presence. I have sealed this small world. Unless he relinquishes the fire domain, he cannot escape. Let us proceed. Murong Lingxue's tone remained frigid, tinged with a hint of warmth. Yet for some reason, Wang Teng sensed a peculiar nuance in her voice. Wang Teng furrowed his brow, but did not dwell on it. Merely nodding, let us go. He felt fearless. Even if the ancient celestial returned to his peak, he could not capture him. In an instant, they entered the fire domain world. However, as soon as they landed, a colossal fire cage rose within the realm, ensnaring them both. Humph, I knew you would return. Brought a helper, did you? Ha ha ha. Even the ancient emperor would find it difficult to escape my demon prison. You too shall become my nourishment. The Grand Spirit, or rather the infernal celestial, had been prepared, eagerly awaiting Wang Teng and Murong Lingxue's arrival. He gazed at them as if they were delectable delicacies, ready to refine them and feast upon their essence. Before emerging, I shall refine two sovereign-level beings. This Grand Spirit shall be unparalleled in history. My name will echo in the path to immortality. The infernal celestial laughed heartily, though the flames adorning the Grand Spirit's face rendered it a rather bizarre sight. Chapter 28, Devouring the Supreme Spirit. Wang Ting immediately summoned the Tsang Lei Imperial Halberd, casting a glance at Murong Lingxue, waiting for her to make the first move. How amusing. Within Murong Lingxue's beautiful eyes, it seemed as though frost from the ninth layer of heaven materialized. With merely a flicker of her will, she conjured ice spikes that pierced a gaping hole in the fiery cage in an instant. The Inferno Sovereign's expression shifted. This woman was surprisingly formidable. He hastily employed his techniques to seal off the area, recalling that his fiery domain had been restricted from the outside. It was you. You sealed my fiery domain long ago. How noisy. Murong Lingxue coldly retorted, altering her approach once more. Thousands of ice rivers flowed from her being, continuously converging to form an ice-encased star sea, shattering the fiery cage with ease. Wang Teng seized the opportunity, wielding the Tsang Lei Imperial Halberd to obliterate the remnants of the fiery cage above, reducing it to ashes. The duo soared out of the fiery cage, heading straight for the Inferno Sovereign. Flame Dragon Imperial Chant. The Inferno Sovereign bellowed, unleashing a torrent of flames from his mouth that erupted in a deafening roar. The dragon's roar momentarily stunned Wang Teng. However, Murong Lingxue remained unaffected, producing a flying sword that pierced through with unyielding icy edges. A weapon of unfathomable power capable of penetrating countless star realms. Only after her sword struck did Wang Teng follow suit, thrusting his Tsang Lei Imperial Halberd. This was not due to any inferiority in strength, but rather a deliberate concealment of his true prowess. After all, the human heart is inscrutable. Who could predict the conflict that might arise over the spoils after vanquishing such a formidable spirit? The Inferno Sovereign's countenance changed drastically. He clasped his hands together, summoning numerous colossal fiery hands to strike at the two, attempting to thwart their assault. Simultaneously, the entire fiery domain trembled violently, as countless volcanoes transformed into dragon-like serpents or fire cheilants, surrounding the pair in a fierce onslaught. The Inferno Sovereign recognized the precariousness of his situation and resolved to unleash all his might. Murong Lingxue scoffed disdainfully, piercing through the myriad fiery hands with her flying sword. She then hurled the sword into the air, where it transformed into countless flying blades, swirling chaotically to intercept all incoming attacks. Meanwhile, Wang Ting's halberd struck with earth-shattering force, piercing through a massive fiery hand that sought to obstruct him, directly hitting the Inferno Sovereign. However, the Inferno Sovereign appeared to be prepared. As Wang Teng's strikes landed, he dissipated into a swirling mass of flames, vanishing from sight. "Wait for me. I shall return," the Inferno Sovereign declared, leaving behind a chilling proclamation as he executed a fiery escape. "Where do you think you're going?" Murong Lingxue retrieved a ring from her waist and tossed it lightly. The ring inexplicably locked onto a location, ensnaring the Inferno Sovereign. His figure re-emerged, now ensnared by a celestial ring that seemed to be surrounded by countless stars. "I am a sovereign. You dare to defy me, you younglings." Although engulfed in flames, the Inferno Sovereign could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. He realized that contending with such powerful foes was exceedingly difficult. After just a few exchanges, he found himself at a disadvantage. Unperturbed, Murong Lingxue continued to exert her power, tightly binding the Inferno Sovereign, even marking a point on his forehead. In an instant, that supreme spirit became utterly motionless, as if lifeless. Soul binding technique. Murong Lingxue had successfully sealed the soul of one of such high stature as the Inferno Sovereign. The roaring flames in the fiery domain suddenly quieted, as though the suppression of the supreme spirit rendered them devoid of a master. With the fiery domain subdued, the atmosphere became subtly charged. Wang Ting pondered whether Murong Lingxue might betray him, while she, with a flicker in her beautiful eyes, met his gaze, momentarily avoiding it, lost in thought. This only intensified Wang Ting's wariness. "My friend, how shall we divide this supreme spirit?" Wang Ting naturally desired to claim the entire spirit for himself, even contemplating exchanges with other treasures. After all, possessing the devouring demon scripture, he could nearly perfect the consumption of this supreme spirit, transforming it into his own power. Other cultivators, even emperors, could only utilize the supreme spirit for crafting treasures. "I shall take only 10 fingers. The rest shall belong to you, my friend," Murong Lingxue proposed, her tone even more peculiar than before. Yet Wang Teng's mind was elsewhere. He was elated. Murong Lingxue only desired the 10 fingers. This implied he could nearly consume an almost perfect supreme spirit. Coupled with the ancient sovereign soul, this was indeed a boon. Without a hint of blush or tremor, Wang Ting nodded in agreement, unceremoniously claiming the greatest advantage, as if his contribution had been the most significant in the joint effort to defeat the Inferno Sovereign. With that, fearing Murong Lingxue might have second thoughts, he swiftly swung the Zhang Lei Imperial Halberd. The force behind it was several times stronger than before, sharper and more penetrating. The 10 fingers of the Supreme Spirit were promptly severed, which Wang Teng handed over to Murong Lingxue with great flair. Murong Lingxue smiled faintly, as if mocking Wang Teng's greed, yet also seemed to anticipate something else. After severing the 10 fingers, Wang Teng decisively unfurled the Emperor's robe, enveloping himself in the Supreme Spirit within, isolating them from external perception, and activated the devouring demon scripture. "Ah!" The sealed soul of the Inferno Sovereign shrieked in agony, as he felt his powers swiftly depleting. The figure before him, imbued with demonic intent, was voraciously siphoning the energy from within him. What manner of technique is this? The Inferno Sovereign's eyes widened in despair, powerless to halt the rapid drain of his energy until it approached nothingness. No, I, the venerable ancient sovereign, nearly akin to an emperor, cannot perish. I still seek the path to immortality," he wailed, abandoning his dignity as a sovereign to plead for his life. "Young friend, spare me. I possess countless secrets of the universe. Grant me my life, and with my millennia of wisdom, I shall surely elevate you beyond the emperors, guiding you to transcendence." Transcendence? Initially, Wang Teng was unmoved by the Inferno Sovereign's words, but upon hearing the mention of immortality, he gradually ceased his consumption of the Inferno Sovereign's soul. He had traversed here without any external aid, relying solely on his own efforts. However, having an elder by his side could indeed be beneficial. At this moment, the Inferno Sovereign had been reduced to a mere shell, on the brink of obliteration, yet he clung to the last vestiges of his consciousness, pleading for mercy. "Very well. Given your past fortuity, I shall spare your life. I hope you will assist me well." "Yes, yes, yes." The Inferno Sovereign rejoiced, nearly bursting into tears. After pursuing immortality for countless years, he suddenly realized that life itself was far more valuable. Once dead, everything would be lost. As Wang Teng absorbed the body of the Supreme Spirit, he also collected the remnants of the Inferno Sovereigness soul into his cosmic bag. However, the remnants were exceedingly fragile, and as Wang Teng shifted them into the bag, they succumbed into unconsciousness. Nevertheless, Wang Teng sealed the cosmic bag and simultaneously placed his enslavement technique upon the Inferno Sovereign's remnants. Thus, the Inferno Sovereign, one of the ancient sovereigns from millions of years ago, fell into Wang Teng's hands. The demonic patterns on Wang Teng's body glowed brilliantly, and the body of the Supreme Spirit was swiftly absorbed into the demonic patterns, awaiting the process of transformation. However, just as the final wisp of the great accomplished sacred spirit's body entered Wang Teng, he felt a peculiar sensation arise. First, a surge of wrath emerged, followed by a wave of desire. The fire of the great accomplished fire spirit was not merely a tangible conflagration, capable of tempering the body, refining objects, and injuring foes, but also an inner fire, capable of igniting both fury and lust. Fortunately, Wang Teng was not simply devouring the great accomplished sacred spirit, but rather absorbing it into the demonic mark, gradually refining it with the aid of his demonic embryo. Otherwise, he might have been humiliated in front of Murong Lingxue. Yet, as Wang Teng removed his imperial heavenly emperor robe, intending to bid farewell to Murong Lingxue, he was met with a fragrant breeze and a soft, exquisitely beautiful figure plunged into his embrace. Chapter 29. Dual Cultivation. As Wang Teng divested himself of the emperor's robes, preparing to bid farewell to Murong Lingxue, a fragrant aura enveloped him, and a lithe, captivating figure plunged into his embrace, writhing with restless energy. Come, a chilling yet alluring voice whispered, momentarily stunning Wang Teng. He was no stranger to grand spectacles, capable of remaining composed even with a beauty in his arms. However, capability did not equate to desire, especially when the one nestled against him was Murong Lingxue. Looking down, he beheld a visage that had once been as inviolable and serene as a frozen mountain. Now flushed with ardent longing, her eyes, glazed and intense, seemed to devour him. In that instant, Wang Teng understood. Murong Lingxue was consumed by the fires of desire. A golden opportunity. Above all, the celestial paragon who had once defeated him now sought solace in his embrace. He could not refuse. This was a chance to reclaim his lost honor, a boon for his demonic embryo. The idea of such a peerless figure aroused Wang Teng. Fellow Taoist Murong. Forgive me, Wang Teng murmured, before pressing his lips against her rosy mouth. He then gently lowered Murong Lingxue onto the ground. Unbeknownst to Wang Teng, a subtle smile played upon Murong Lingxue's lips amidst her dazed state. The battle raged for an unknown duration, until even the boundless flames of the fire domain were extinguished. Indeed, only an exhausted ox exists, never a ruined field, Wang Teng mused. Sensing the substantial loss of his magical power, he promptly activated his demonic scripture to replenish his reserves. He glanced at Murong Lingxue, nestled in his arms. Her beauty still tinged with an icy aura. He felt a mix of awkwardness and excitement. He had gained such an extraordinary woman in a moment of confusion. Would she seek vengeance upon awakening? After all, a woman's primordial yin was crucial for cultivation. Wang Teng had reaped immense benefits from Murong Lingxue. Upon his return, he would assimilate everything, anticipating a significant enhancement. Wait. He coughed, realizing with embarrassment that Murong Lingxue, whose cultivation surpassed even that of a great emperor, was likely already awake but feigning unconsciousness due to the awkwardness of the situation. As he coughed again, Murong Lingxue opened her eyes, catching sight of Wang Teng's aroused form. Her once frigid face flushed crimson. She pushed him away, instantly donning her divine robes and brandishing her flying sword, which she pressed against Wang Teng's throat. Wang Teng, I thought you were a virtuous man, but despite me sharing so much of my vital essence, you took advantage. You deserve to die. Wang Teng feigned a helpless demeanor, while subtly activating the devouring demonic scripture to protect his throat. He then protested innocently, Fellow Taoist Murong, you're mistaken. You were the one who insisted on. Murong Lingxue cut him off. Enough. She seemed to realize something, her cheeks burning even brighter, wishing she could disappear. She had assumed Wang Teng would succumb to the same desires as the fire spirit, but he had remained lucid. Did that mean he had been fully aware? However, as an exalted being, she had achieved her goal, using Wang Teng to complete the heavenly immortal union art. Now, she could ascend to the heavenly emperor realm. Her face regained its aloofness, and she cast a frigid glance at Wang Teng, saying coldly, this matter never happened. If I hear any rumors, I will execute you without mercy. With that, Murong Lingxue vanished into the void. Ruthless indeed, Wang Teng chuckled, his smile undiminished. Regardless, he was the one who had benefited the most. The flesh of a perfected Holy Spirit, the power of a heavenly venerate soul, and Lingxue's primordial yin. Wang Teng stood up and surveyed the small world, contemplating. He then used his immense power to transform it into a miniature world within his palm, as a memento. Leaving the five-colored continent, Wang Teng looked down, gaining insight. This continent must have been formed from the body of the purgatory heavenly venerate. Unfortunately, after millions of years, its essence had been depleted. Otherwise, he could have devoured it. Wang Teng lamented, but then realized something. Murong Lingxue was so familiar with this place and knew about the Purgatory Heavenly Venerate. She had also sealed Songlan. She had only wanted 10 fingers after slaying the perfected Holy Spirit. Could she have been planning this? Wang Tang's deductive abilities were exceptional. He instantly connected the dots. So, she had been lusting after him all along. How polite of her. If she had just said so, he wouldn't have refused. But was she trying to cultivate some supreme immortal art? Wang Teng had noticed Murong Lingxue using a dual cultivation technique during their encounter. She probably chose him because he seemed honest and single. As for why she chose the fire domain, Wang Teng had a theory. She was likely afraid of embarrassment and wanted to use the Holy Spirit's fiery desires to create a situation of ice and fire, providing an excuse. But she probably hadn't expected him to be immune to those desires. Wang Teng smirked, feeling smug. He took a step and returned to the devouring secret realm within the burial Saint Ancient Star. Uncle, why were you gone for so long? He entered the secret realm to find Song Lan, who had learned to fly, pulling Wang Fan through the air, enjoying himself immensely. Oh, how long was I gone? Half a year. Song Lan replied innocently. That long. Wang Teng nodded, attributing it to his own strength. Take your brother, or rather, your great-great-grandnephew, and cultivate diligently. In 6 months, I will come out and assess your progress. Wang Teng instructed. Song Lan's seniority was second only to his own. The highest in the Song family and even one generation above Wang Danyan in the Wang family. Yes. Song Lan nodded helplessly. Wang Teng returned to his chambers in the central continent, using his immense power to integrate the small world into the palace. In reality, the small secret realm was insufficient to contain the small world. But with Wang Teng's power, anything was possible. Creating small worlds was a trivial matter for a powerhouse of his caliber. Oh, it hurts. Where am I? Wang Teng had just sat down when he heard the Purgatory Heavenly Venerate's voice from within the Qian Kuan bag. He opened the bag to see the Purgatory Heavenly Venerate clutching his damaged head, surveying his surroundings. Heavenly Venerate, you're awake. Chapter 30. Could it be a celestial being? Your Excellency, you have awakened. Wang Teng exclaimed with a smile. Why did the soul of the Purgatory Sovereign ache? It was none other than the consequence of the enslavement spell he had cast upon his feeble spirit. Though the Purgatory Sovereign might not perceive it, profound changes would subtly transpire within him. This bag is actually an imperial artifact. Young friend, who are you to possess such remarkable abilities? The Purgatory Sovereign's keen insight allowed him to instantly recognize the true nature of the Qian Kuan bag, and he marveled. Having never encountered anyone who had not attained the status of an emperor, yet wielded such power. Wang Teng pondered. Although he had now reached the pinnacle of supremacy, it seemed he lacked a proper title. The title of Eternal Defeat King was already outdated. Heaven-swallowing demon scripture. Ascending to the 9 heavens of Zixiao, henceforth, I shall be known as Ling Tian. He declared, soaring above the laws of heaven. As Wang Teng's words echoed, a magnificent sound reverberated throughout the cosmos. The sun, moon, and stars began to rotate in unison, while celestial beings bowed in reverence. In an instant, all beings who had reached the realm of celestial existence experienced an epiphany. The one who had once defeated the Radiant Emperor was now Ling Tian. Ling Tian, the Supreme. What boldness! Even the Purgatory Sovereign praised. However, he soon furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Wang Teng. You can devour the essence of the great fire spirit, and even the power of my soul. Is devouring your greatest ability? The Purgatory Sovereign inquired. Perhaps, Wang Teng nodded. However, I can only consume life energy. In truth, even if the Purgatory Sovereign had not awakened, he would still have sought his insights, for after millions of years, his experience far surpassed that of this several thousand-year-old sovereign. You could purify the great fire spirit and cultivate your supreme fire body. Do not covet its physical form. The flames of the great fire spirit are capable of incinerating sovereigns and can continuously grow to become the legendary immortal fire, capable of even burning immortals. The Purgatory Sovereign advised. Wang Teng nodded, sharing a similar assessment, for the physical form of the great fire spirit was indeed not formidable, especially among sovereigns. Its true power lay within the flames. He could entirely refine the essence of the great fire spirit's body into the source of divine fire for the demonic embryo to absorb. The Purgatory Sovereign scrutinized Wang Teng once more, saying, your foundation is now exceptionally rich. Do not rush to break through and attain the status of an emperor. Continue to accumulate. Perhaps, once you achieve enlightenment, you will become a war immortal. Warlike immortal? Wang Teng was puzzled. A war immortal is not an immortal in the traditional sense, but a form of celestial sovereign. However, he can wield an imperial body to combat true immortals. The Purgatory Sovereign elucidated. Wang Teng took note of this, but did not delve deeper, recognizing that his current cultivation was insufficient, and he ought to concentrate on the present, having goals without aiming too high, ensuring to tread steadily. Thank you for your guidance, Your Excellency, Wang Teng expressed politely, believing there might be some reward. Yet, he soon found the heavens darkening as he sealed the Qian Kuan bag once more. Commence the refinement. Wang Teng immediately activated the heaven-swallowing demon scripture, akin to the forces of the vast universe boiling within him. The great fire spirit, the sovereign soul, all entered the refining process. On the Linglong ancient star, at the goddess peak, a beam of radiant light descended, causing the beings on the ancient star to bow in submission. Murong Lingxue, with her unparalleled grace, descended slowly, and the waiting maidens knelt in welcome. Master, Murong Lingxue nodded, though her mind was somewhat elsewhere, silently refining a certain heat within her body. At one moment, she gazed upon a piece of ice-cold divine stone on the goddess peak, which marked the beginning of her celestial fortune. Her gaze became resolute. She was determined to attain the status of a celestial sovereign. I will arrange a grand formation in the nearby star regions. You all must remain here and not venture out. Otherwise, the power of the tribulation is limitless. Even a mere trace could lead you to utter calamity. Yes. The maidens knelt in obedience once more. Murong Lingxue nodded, cultivating on the goddess peak for a period to stabilize her foundation. Her extreme aura reaching its zenith before suddenly soaring out of the Linglong ancient star. She unleashed her immense ice magic, freezing the surrounding star regions. Gradually, a grand formation she had learned from her celestial heritage unfolded. The cosmic beings who witnessed this spectacle gasped in awe. Such grandeur, such might, could only be orchestrated by an extraordinary existence. As Murong Lingxue prepared to seal the grand formation, denying anyone entry, she suddenly thought of someone. Forget it. I shall leave him an opportunity to observe the heavenly tribulation, lest I lose face in the Mukin star region. With this thought, she deliberately left Wang Teng's mark at the edge of the formation, allowing him to enter without interference. As for how she possessed Wang Teng's mark, that was another matter altogether. In the Silver Sea Star system, Blue Star, Qixin Divine Continent, within a hotel room beside a hospital in the Huaxiao Alliance, London Prefecture, Yicheng, Wang Teng's incarnation gradually opened his eyes. He had descended upon Blue Star for nearly 2 years. He discovered that the mysterious light that had fallen from the cosmos had entered the womb of a certain woman on this planet. However, 2 years had passed, and the fetus had yet to be born. In the vast universe, this was not an extraordinary occurrence. Generally, the higher the innate talent of a fetus, the longer the time required for its birth. Wang Teng had remained in his mother's womb for a full 2 years. Descending to the ground, he strolled through this modern city, enjoying the scenery along the roadside. After traversing the universe for many years, he had encountered many life planets with technology far surpassing that of Blue Star. Yet, life on Blue Star felt comforting, as if he had returned to a previous existence. During these days, his incarnation lived like an ordinary person on this planet. This was precisely what he needed to refine his earthly heart. A crucial step toward attaining the status of an emperor, or even the war immortal spoken of by the Purgatory Sovereign. Coincidentally, Wang Teng's previous life bore a striking resemblance to Blue Star, making his refinement process remarkably fruitful. Wang Teng even had a premonition that after further honing himself here, he would likely break through to the war immortal level, needing only to perfect his cultivation without further refining his heart. He arrived at a well-constructed park, situated high above, adorned with pavilions, streams, and bridges, offering a splendid view of Yicheng's various landscapes. To his surprise, this small city possessed such beauty. At that moment, not far ahead, an elderly man with white hair and an ethereal demeanor strolled through the park, surrounded by a group of young individuals in administrative jackets. They were moving toward Wang Teng. As the old man was about to kindly greet the pedestrian Wang Teng, his expression suddenly changed. He sensed that although Wang Teng emitted no distinct aura, he walked with confidence, as if divine light surrounded him from an unseen realm, seamlessly blending with the environment. It is said that great cultivators exist in 4 tiers: real being, celestial being, sage, and supreme being. This person appeared to be merging with heaven and earth. Could he be a hidden celestial being of the continent? He pondered, hastily approaching Wang Teng to engage in conversation. Chapter 31. Guidance. A sudden breakthrough. Several young individuals attempted to intervene, but were swiftly brushed aside by the elderly man. They exchanged glances, feeling utterly helpless. This elder was a national treasure, possessing remarkable health-preserving methods. However, in recent years, his fervent desire to enhance his health practices had driven him to madness. Encountering individuals in good spirits, he mistook them for cultivators and frantically sought to forge connections with them. Yet, without exception, those he approached regarded him as delusional, and some even plotted to deceive him for monetary gain. Were it not for their protection, it is likely that this elder Huang would have been duped into the mountains long ago. At that moment, watching elder Huang converse with Wang Teng, they thought this instance would be no different. In this world, where could one find true cultivators? They advocated for science. Even if such beings existed, could they rival airplanes, cannons, or nuclear weapons? Senior, you must be an immortal. Please allow me to pay my respects. Elder Huang approached Wang Teng without hesitation, bowing deeply. Wang Teng, however, accepted the gesture with remarkable composure. In truth, this bow is far too superficial. A cultivator should at least touch their forehead to the ground in reverence. Yet, to the onlookers, this behavior appeared rather contemptible. Elder Huang's polite overtures seemed to elevate himself to an otherworldly status. Did he not understand the importance of respecting elders and cherishing the young? They were filled with indignation and disdain, regarding Wang Teng's actions with utter scorn. Seeing Wang Teng indifferent to his gesture, Elder Huang became even more convinced that Wang Teng was indeed a cultivator. He eagerly inquired, "Senior Immortal, though I have practiced health preservation for a century, I find that when my vital energy reaches the Yangwei meridian, my entire body is in pain. What could be the reason for this?" Wang Teng regarded Elder Huang with a detached expression, pondering the rare occurrence of someone on Blue Star recognizing him as an eminent figure, and decided to offer some guidance. This old fellow, after a century of cultivation, had merely achieved the initial stage of meridian opening, yet he was considered a national treasure. However, Wang Teng was aware that Blue Star, despite not matching the grandeur of the sacred burial ancient star, still harbored beings of substantial power, such as the venerable of all phenomena and true monarchs of law manifestation. This old man might be a fade put forth by the authorities to obscure the truth. Given your advanced age, the decline of yang energy is natural. What you require is, Wang Teng casually elucidated, providing an answer with ease. With his discernment, even an adept emperor could be easily guided, let alone a mere practitioner of meridian opening. This was akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. "Ah, I see," Elder Huang exclaimed, as if experiencing a moment of enlightenment, entering a state of sudden comprehension. He immediately followed Wang Teng's guidance and sat down to meditate. "Elder Huang, do not listen to his nonsense. He is likely just someone who has read too many web novels, spinning tales without any real understanding, and now believes he can instruct Elder Huang in his cultivation." The young men and women behind him were even more incensed, wishing to apprehend Wang Teng as a fraud. However, just as they were seething with anger, Elder Huang, having merely applied Wang Teng's advice and circulated his energy for a brief moment, experienced a resounding hum within his body, akin to the opening of an ocean. Not only did he resolve his previous issue, but he also transcended his realm, advancing from meridian opening to the second stage, the Sea of Suffering realm. Meridian opening was merely a foundation for practitioners. The Sea of Suffering represented the true beginning of the extraordinary. Elder Huang abruptly opened his eyes, radiating newfound vigor akin to decayed wood springing to life. He gazed at Wang Teng with astonishment and reverence, bowing once more. "Thank you, esteemed senior, for your teachings." The young people behind him were left in a state of bewilderment. Could it be that true cultivators existed in this world, and that they could be so young? One tall young man incredulously remarked, "Impossible. This must be a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat. He must have gotten lucky." He could not accept that, despite his arduous efforts to secure a position, there were peers far more outstanding than he, including Elder Huang's ability to receive guidance. "Yes, he must be lucky," echoed another young woman, sharing the same sentiment. Indeed, the others chimed in. Yet, they failed to realize that neither Wang Teng nor Elder Huang paid any heed to their opinions. Throughout the encounter, it was only their minds that were embroiled in a conflict regarding the celestial beings. "May I inquire, esteemed elder, from whence you hail, to possess such divine abilities?" Elder Huang respectfully asked. "I am not an immortal," Wang Teng replied, shaking his head. "Then you must be at least a true immortal," Elder Huang flattered, fearing Wang Teng might depart without imparting further wisdom. "Haha, true immortals and sages stand before me, ha." Wang Teng offered no further comments, merely smiling and shaking his head. Yet, Elder Huang understood. The other party did not regard true immortals or celestial beings highly, even viewing sages in a similar light. "What arrogance! He is just a fool," the tall young man scoffed. "Could it be that you are the supreme sage?" Elder Huang cautiously probed. "The supreme sage?" Wang Teng smirked slightly. "That title might just barely suit me." Gasped. Elder Huang inhaled sharply, astonished that Blue Star could harbor such an existence. The supreme sage, as legend had it, could manipulate the heavens, grasp the balance of yin and yang, traverse the cosmos, unravel mysteries, and possess eternal life. How could such a figure exist in their homeland? This meant that the mythological figures spoken of in legends were indeed real, unbeknownst to Elder Huang. All the exaggerated descriptors used for Wang Teng's existence were actually demeaning. His true power was beyond the comprehension of mere mortals and low-tier practitioners. "Esteemed elder, currently, I serve in the Alliance Congress. With your exceptional talents, you would surely excel as the president. However, I presume you prefer to remain reclusive. Perhaps you could serve as an advisor? You would not need to engage in daily affairs, yet your status would be exalted, second only to the members of the Standing Committee." Elder Huang seemed to have an epiphany and bowed in invitation. He did not dare to forcibly bind Wang Teng to the nation's ambitions, but the prospect of utilizing his name in the future was quite appealing. His tone was sincere, almost as if he wished to adopt Wang Teng as a father figure. Wang Teng pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Certainly. I shall remain on Blue Star for a while longer to observe the mysterious celestial light descending upon the world. It would not be unwise to hold a lofty position. After all, I need not do anything." "Excellent. I shall contact the Congress immediately," Elder Huang said, rushing towards the park's entrance, seemingly fearful of Wang Teng changing his mind. "Wait, Elder Huang. You cannot be swayed by his mere words." Someone urged him, but others, seeing Wang Teng appear unfazed as he strolled away, quickly interjected, "Stop right there. Rushing forward with several companions, they sought to block Wang Teng. In their view, while Wang Teng had not actively defrauded Elder Huang, his actions were still reprehensible. Wang Teng merely cast a glance at them, and they felt as though struck by lightning, as if some indescribable cosmic terror loomed before them. Their mental defenses shattered, their bodies became limp and collapsed to the ground. They trembled uncontrollably, akin to leaves in a storm. They stammered in terror, unable to voice their thoughts. Fearing that uttering a single word would seal their fate, they sealed their lips, their dread still simmering within, yet they dared not offend Wang Teng again, bowing in submission. Truly, he was a being of supreme caliber. Meanwhile, Elder Huang witnessed this scene in awe, hastening to produce a special communication device. Hello. I'm Huang Yuliang from the National Committee. Please connect me to Director Chen. Chapter 32. The Appointment. Fragments of Celestial Artifacts. Does the Supreme Sage truly exist? According to the words of the Venerable Huang, he attained the second realm of the Bitter Sea simply from a few utterances of that Supreme Sage, in a concealed location. The highest authority of the Huaxiao Alliance, the Congressional Executive Committee, convened a meeting regarding Wang Teng. Have they unraveled the mystery of his origins? Remarkably, he seems to have appeared out of thin air, without any prior indication. Even the hotel where he stayed provided exhaustive identity details. Yet the national database could not locate a shred of information about him. Paradoxically, the national think tank has affirmed his identity as genuine. This is utterly alarming. Furthermore, his visage has yet to be captured by surveillance, or rather, only a blurred image of his face has been recorded. And his true appearance is likely beyond the grasp of our technology. Several high-ranking officials, armed with the information at their disposal, engaged in hushed deliberations. As a chill gripped them, they realized that in London Prefecture, a remarkable and enigmatic figure had indeed emerged. Ultimately, after unanimous discussion, they reached a decision. Since it was merely an advisory position, they would grant it to him, lest they offend a being they ought not to. As the pinnacle of national power, they were acutely aware of the secrets hidden from the world. This realm is populated by cultivators. Demons and monsters undoubtedly exist as well. Moreover, there are extraordinary beings supporting them from the shadows, allowing them to maintain their foothold in this vast, ancient nation. Should they test him under the guise of an appointment? No, such a person should not be provoked lightly. One must avoid actions that could lead to an irretrievable downfall. In Yicheng, Wang Teng wandered the pedestrian street, indulging in a skewer of candied hawthorn. Shortly thereafter, a notification of his appointment arrived on his phone. It was the result of the congressional decision regarding his appointment. Sent to the phone number he had registered under a false identity, yet now, it had received the nation's endorsement. The state had no choice but to acknowledge it. Wang Teng regarded this with indifference, merely enjoying the pleasures of life, having traversed the mortal realm. He casually tossed the fruits he had purchased into his pocket and returned to his hotel. Little did anyone know that within this modest establishment resided a figure of great significance in the Congress. Or rather, the revered Supreme being admired by countless races across the cosmos. As 3 months passed, coinciding with the new year, Wang Teng, devoid of family on this planet, ventured into the streets to behold the festive lights and fireworks. While attending a screening of the third Prince SC adventure, upon exiting the cinema, his gaze was suddenly drawn toward the western continent. There lay a continuous mountain range, towering at 6,000 meters. An object, utterly distinct from the technological marvels of this planet, caught his eye. A jade-green fragment. Extraordinary. It transcended the imperial level. Is this a fragment of a celestial artifact? Wang Teng had long anticipated that this planet would harbor its own fortunes, yet he never expected that within just 2 years, he would discover a fragment of a celestial artifact. He stepped forward and promptly vanished from Yicheng. When he reappeared, he found himself amidst the mountainous terrain of Haishan. Before him stood a damp forest, and as he looked down, he was astonished to find an ancient tomb. It had merely remained unexcavated, likely belonging to an ancient emperor. It may have housed cultivators who recognized the fragment's extraordinary nature and deemed it suitable as a burial offering. This object could even obscure divine perception. Had it not fallen from the tomb, Wang Teng would never have noticed it. He lifted the fragment, feeling its astonishing lightness, as though it bore no weight. It could serve as material for his future supreme imperial weapon. Wang Teng toyed with the fragment, murmuring softly. Typically, great emperors of antiquity, fortunate enough, could gather materials for crafting supreme imperial weapons before achieving their ascension. Those less fortunate would only manage to gather them post-ascension, while the unluckiest would spend their entire lives unable to forge their own supreme weapon. However, Wang Teng's situation was different, though his strength was formidable. He still appeared as an unconventional cultivator, yet he had already acquired a fragment of a celestial artifact. If Luo Tian were to learn this, he would undoubtedly be beside himself with grief. Wang Teng's journey could begin with the forging of a weapon surpassing the emperor's robe. As for the Mingwang Ding, that was an entirely different matter. Wang Teng glanced back at Yicheng, noting that the child destined to be reborn had yet to make an appearance. He settled down in the depths of the forest to commence the refinement of the celestial fragment, preparing to forge the supreme weapon in one seamless process. As he sat down to refine the fragment, The heavens and earth transformed dramatically, with sun and moon bowing in submission. The beasts of the surrounding wilderness sensed the shift, with tigers and serpents cautiously approaching as if kneeling in reverence. 10 miles away, a small mountaineering team of 4 or 5 members was on their way. One member bore a camera on his forehead, belonging to a live-streaming team. Family, it is said that Haishan is home to countless exquisite treasures and mythical legends. In ancient times, there were even imperial tombs hidden within these deep forests. The nation has now expressly prohibited entry without special permits to conceal these secrets. Today, we shall unveil the mysteries of Haishan for our family. The individual with the camera, their leader and host, known as Mingo, was currently introducing the local customs and folklore to the viewers in the live stream. However, despite their lengthy discourse, they remained circling outside the mountain, unwilling to enter, which only served to heighten the curiosity of the viewers, provoking them to voice their frustrations. Shut your mouth and go inside already. Family, who understands? This group has been turning around at the mountain's foot for 2 years without entering. Yet, regardless of the viewers' barrage of comments, Mingo maintained his own rhythm, building anticipation before finally leading the group into the mountain. Within, many scripted scenarios had been arranged, aligning with his pace to deliver thrilling experiences to the audience. Maximizing the show's effect, his live streaming prowess ranked among the finest on the internet. Yet as the audience continued watching, they began to feel that the coincidences were overly contrived, leading to a sense of fatigue. Consequently, Mingo decided to introduce a more sensational segment. He signaled to a companion nearby, Xiao Air, bring those animals over. Yet Xiao Air stammered, Mingo, the animals have all disappeared. What? The expensive powder I bought online didn't attract them? No, it seems they all headed in one direction. Damn it, hurry up, let us go. After this episode, I need to take the opportunity to showcase the manufacturer's little windmill. Mingo urged the group onward, diverting the topic in the live stream. Family, to be honest, many years ago when I came to Haishan, I witnessed the presence of a celestial being. He could swallow clouds and breathe mist, traversing the azure void. It was nothing short of marvelous. Chapter 33, Encountering an Immortal. Yet, the barrage in the live stream was rife with skepticism, as viewers mocked. Nonsense. What era are we in? Immortals? Are you using such rhetoric to attract viewers? What are you losing at home? Those who believe this must have someone extraordinary at home. I can attest to the truth of the host's words. I once cultivated to the golden core stage, but alas, I was thwarted by a quack. Moreover, there is a remarkably gifted girl downstairs, merely 15 or 16, who reached the nascent soul stage, only to be similarly undone by an incompetent doctor. Enough. The host might just be that unfortunate infant who survived against the odds, but it seems the experience has left him delusional. Very well. Since you're so convinced of this immortality myth, I shall burn offerings for you once you pass. Folks, trust in science. While there were indeed some comments in the live stream that believed in the existence of immortals, they were overwhelmed by a tide of derision. Mingo, however, remained unfazed. Whether the claims were true or false mattered little to him. Retaining an audience and attracting traffic was the true path to success. Huff, puff, as the spring festival approached. The mountains were blanketed in snow, and the air was crisp and cold. A few individuals traversed the landscape, exhaling visible breaths, hissing and laughing. Something feels off, Mingo. Why is the atmosphere so oppressive? One person suddenly sensed something amiss. Afraid? If you are, just leave. Mingo grumbled while adjusting his equipment. Yet, the others behind him abruptly halted. Just as Mingo was about to chastise them for their delay, he inadvertently lifted his gaze and was instantly rendered speechless by the sight before him. Not far from him, beneath a grand tree, sat an extraordinary figure. This person possessed an ethereal beauty, akin to an immortal, yet his features were elusive, leaving one only with the impression of unparalleled grace and nobility. Snowflakes cascaded around him, yet none touched his form. For behind this divine being coiled a massive python, its serpentine crown spread wide, shielding him from the falling snow. Before this celestial figure, fierce mountain beasts and wild creatures lay prostrate, as though reverently worshipping an exalted being, guarding the supreme presence with utmost respect. Oh my! After a moment of stunned silence, the onlookers finally regained their senses, struggling to articulate their disbelief, but only managed to utter a stream of exclamations. My heavens! Is physics defunct? What is that? An immortal! An immortal! Even from behind their screens, the viewers in the live stream felt the overwhelming aura of this figure. Despite the absence of divine radiance, levitation, or magical artifacts, merely gazing upon him led them to conclude he was indeed an immortal. Yet, they could not discern his visage, eagerly urging Mingo to approach for a closer look. Mingo, still dazed, believed he had encountered the fabled chance for immortality, ready to step closer, but suddenly found his focus wavering. Upon looking again, the immortal had vanished without a trace. Was it an illusion? He exchanged glances with the others, each reflecting the awe of witnessing a miracle. Fearing it might be a collective hallucination, he remembered he was still broadcasting live. Oh no, my live stream. As he hastily removed his equipment, a realization struck him. His stream was propagating superstitions. Indeed, upon reopening the stream, he discovered it had been shut down. In a flurry, he checked his pinned video, only to find the comment count skyrocketing with discussions about the recent sighting of the immortal. Alas, while they had all seen the celestial figure, none could recall his appearance. I'm going to be famous. I can leverage this traffic to ascend to new heights. Though Mingu had not secured the boon of immortality, he was determined to seize this opportunity for a significant surge in viewership. However, he soon noticed that his social media avatar had turned a ghostly gray, and even his account name had transformed into a string of numbers. While all his videos were taken down, what a shock. This was a force more terrifying than any immortal, manifesting just as he was on the brink of uncovering the truth of the world. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to him, a mysterious power was swiftly suppressing the burgeoning online discourse. Meanwhile, Wang Tung had already refined most of the fragments of the immortal artifact. He remained seated, unnoticed by the world around him. The fragments of the immortal artifact bubbled in his grasp. After a rigorous refinement process lasting 81 days, a profound cosmic hum resonated, signifying the complete refining of the artifact fragments. Wang Tung sensed that this piece of the immortal artifact could effortlessly sever the unguarded supreme beings, even emperors. Not even the most formidable beings, renowned for their corporeal strength, would dare confront this artifact head-on. The depths of Blue Star are unfathomable, Wang Tung murmured, sweeping his consciousness across the entire Blue Star, finding no signs of other beings of significant caliber. Yet, at his level, he could intuit a hidden mystery on this planet that even he would need to investigate further to comprehend. Oh, something is about to happen. Suddenly, Wang Tung's gaze shifted to a particular hospital. Rising to his feet, he took a step and arrived at Yicheng, gazing at the hospital. After 2.5 years on Blue Star, the golden light fetus that had followed him was finally about to be born. Chapter 34, The Ancient Sacred Body. The woman has endured a lengthy gestation, and the moment of childbirth has finally arrived. This event has even stirred the upper echelons of the hospital. After all, such an extended pregnancy is sufficient to be recorded in the annals of Blue Star's history, providing ample material for various experts to study for years. While this may not hold much significance for the extraordinary forces within the universe on this planet, which is solely reliant on technology, it is nothing short of a miracle. As Wang Tung stepped onto the 3rd floor of the hospital, the sign indicating that surgery was in progress illuminated the delivery room. There were once medical staff and family members bustling about, but now they all stood transfixed, gazing in astonishment. For a gentle, albeit not overly brilliant, golden light had begun to emanate from within the delivery room. Shortly thereafter, the unmistakable cry of a newborn resonated within. My goodness, could this be a divine manifestation? The onlookers were left in utter disbelief. Such phenomena during childbirth, recorded in ancient mythologies, heralded either the birth of a deity or a sovereign. The ancient sacred body. Wang Tung quickly discerned that the child born within the delivery room possessed a unique constitution. Indeed, it was the fabled ancient sacred body. This lineage of sacred bodies has always drawn the attention of the major forces throughout the cosmos, especially when a sacred body reaches full maturity. It can rival the ancient emperors. This constitution is inherently imbued with a sense of justice, and for countless years, in the absence of ancient emperors, the great sacred bodies have suppressed dark upheavals, with some even shedding their blood in the void. At that moment, Wang Tung felt a profound affinity towards the infant. This child is connected to me. Just a glance was enough for Wang Tung to ascertain, as an unconventional seeker of enlightenment. That inexplicable sense of attraction could not be mistaken. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man stared intently into the delivery room, his expression a mix of joy and concern. He was the father of the newborn, elated that his son possessed the splendor of myth, yet anxious that his child might be taken away by special departments for study. Activate the shielding device, prevent any recordings, and send the nurses and family members away. Suddenly, a voice reached Wang Tung's ears, emanating from a corpulent middle-aged man. Judging by his appearance, he was not a doctor, yet he commanded the department head with an air of arrogance. Understood. The department head promptly complied, dismissing all the doctors and nurses from the delivery room, while also urging the family members to leave. Wang Tung surmised that an official denial would soon circulate online, perhaps even before the video attempting to debunk the rumors appeared. But what about my child? The middle-aged man, named Xiao Hong, rushed forward, grasping the hand of a doctor, his voice laden with urgency. I am sorry, Mr. Xiao, but unfortunately, your child has passed away, the doctor replied with a look of regret, shaking his head. Xiao Heng felt as though he had been struck by lightning, standing there in shock. However, he quickly regained his composure, recalling the extraordinary phenomena surrounding his child's birth. How could it be true that his child had died? The doctor was lying. Seeing the doctor preparing to enter the delivery room again, he clutched the doctor's sleeve once more, insisting, No, you are lying. I heard my child cry. Sir, that sound came from another delivery room. You must have misheard. The doctor continued to shake his head, but Xiao Hong was undeterred, attempting to force his way into the operating room. Mr. Xiao, this is a hospital. If you continue to cause a disturbance, we will have to call the police. The doctor's patience wore thin as he sternly addressed Xiao Hong. Go ahead and call. You are in the wrong, and the police will side with us. Xiao Hong retorted defiantly. The doctor, smirking, dialed the phone. Moments later, a squad of police arrived, a full 8 officers in total. As Xiao Hong began to explain the situation, the leading officer, Officer Yang, suddenly seized his wrist. Sir, this is a secure area of the hospital. You cannot cause a disturbance. Please accompany us. No, I refuse. My son is still inside, Xiao Hong shouted. But the officers would not permit his outburst and proceeded to apprehend him. Wait. At this moment, Wang Ting finally stepped forward. The officers attempting to block him were momentarily distracted by a slight mental influence from him, allowing him to pass. You are, Officer Yang hesitated, feeling an overwhelming presence emanating from Wang Ting. Even though he was attempting to conceal it, he was left feeling as if he were in the presence of a figure of great authority. Wang Ting reached into his pocket and produced a credential. Officer Yang's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing it. It bore the inscription, Special Advisor to the Standing Committee of the Huaxiao Alliance. A consultant this young? Officer Yang's forehead began to sweat. Being associated with the Standing Committee meant he was dealing with a significant individual. Apologies, sir. I must verify its authenticity. Nevertheless, he steeled himself and offered a salute to Wang Ting, then continued, Please proceed with the verification. Wang Ting responded nonchalantly, Verify as you wish. What I conjure through my power is indistinguishable from reality. Officer Yang retrieved a scanner from his pocket. As such devices were indispensable for law enforcement to detect individuals impersonating officials. Beep. A cold mechanical voice emitted, and Officer Yang gasped upon seeing the scan results. It verified as genuine. He quickly bowed again. Apologies, sir. It was my oversight. No need for concern. You shall remain here and await my orders, Wang Ting replied casually. The world of Blue Star was starkly different from the beautiful, democratic, free, just, and law-abiding Blue Star of his previous life, rife with corruption and filth. The commands from higher authorities were treated as divine decrees by Officer Yang. At that moment, the delivery room door slowly swung open, and a group of doctors emerged, surrounding a surgical cart. Stop them. Bring the infant to me, Wang Ting commanded decisively. As a supreme being within the universe, he found no need to resort to violence against these mortals. Yes. Officer Yang led the way, halting the doctors in their tracks. What are you doing? The doctors were bewildered. Were these not the individuals they had summoned? How had the situation turned against them? By the order of the officer, we are intercepting you, Officer Yang declared, promptly uncovering the blue cloth draped over the surgical cart. Beneath it lay an infant, the very embodiment of the ancient sacred body. Even now, a faint golden glow radiated from its surface. Chapter 35. Consider the nation. The infant wore a specially designed mask that rendered him utterly silent, even in his cries. Officer Yang cradled the child, while other doctors attempted to intervene, only to be met with a command from Officer Yang that prompted the officers to raise their weapons, aiming them at the doctors. The sight left the physicians in a state of sheer shock, deterring them from any further attempts to seize the infant. Chief. Officer Yang respectfully handed the baby over to Wang Ting. As Wang Ting held the infant, he removed the mask, revealing a charmingly pudgy face, untainted and pristine, devoid of the common grime typical of newborns. Pure and innocent, Wang Ting felt the sacred bloodline emanating from the child, whispering in awe, What an anomaly. I am here to retrieve this fetus, and yet you dare to reclaim him. At that moment, the portly middle-aged man Wang Ting had sensed earlier swaggered forward. Upon seeing the infant in Wang Tung's grasp, he pointed accusingly at the officers, berating them. Special Envoy Zhang, we are also acting under the orders of this councilman's advisor. Officer Yang hastily interjected, unwilling to offend the formidable Special Envoy Zhang. Zhang Fuguei cast a disdainful glance at Wang Ting, noting his youth and feeling a surge of contempt. Yet, the authority radiating from Wang Ting made him profoundly uncomfortable. Councilman? Advisor? I have never heard of such a figure. Who is this impudent brat? Hand over the child immediately. He dismissed Wang Ting as an impostor. Although advisors do not wield direct power within the political core, the mere association with a councilman was formidable, certainly not a position for one so young. It defied reason. Such a person, even Zhang himself, would need to hold in high regard. How could he appear in this small town of Tai City without prior notice? Special Envoy Zhang, we have verified it. He is indeed genuine, Officer Yang awkwardly stated, presenting the verification results. What? Special Envoy Zhang gasped, astonished that this councilman's advisor was real. Moreover, his youth suggested boundless potential. His body trembled uncontrollably. As a seasoned politician, he understood the ramifications of offending such a presence. Any displeasure could spell the end of his career. Who sent you? Wang Ting inquired, stroking the infant's smooth little face, his imposing aura further assuring Zhang of the man's authenticity. The condescending tone and effortless authority mirrored that of a high-ranking official. It was the governor of London province, Lu Jingwu, who dispatched me to take the child for national experiments. Zhang stammered, attempting to absolve himself under the guise of national interest. What a noble thought for the nation. Wang Ting waved his hand, and a pistol materialized in his grip. Speak the truth, or face dire consequences. Ah, advisor, please don't. I will tell you, Zhang pleaded. It was indeed Lu Jingwu's orders, but the purpose is to serve as a tonic for a high-ranking official above. Using this infant as a tonic? Wang Ting questioned. Yes, yes. Zhang nodded vehemently, terrified that Wang Tung might execute him on the spot. Scram. Inform your governor to abandon any thoughts of this child. I will protect him. Wang Tung spared Zhang's life. In truth, he could have swiftly eliminated any governor or even higher authority in an instant. However, he refrained, choosing instead to safeguard this infant with whom he felt a profound connection. Zhang fled in terror, and to Wang Tung's delight, the infant seemed to sense the situation, breaking into a radiant smile. Thank you, benefactor. At that moment, Xiaoheng approached, his eyes filled with heartfelt gratitude as he gazed at his child. Wang Ting smiled and returned the baby to him. He discerned that Xiaoheng also bore traces of the sacred bloodline, though faint. Upon further sensing, he noted that the child's mother too possessed a minuscule fragment of the sacred bloodline. The mere chance of their meeting amidst the vast cosmos was already miraculous. And to conceive a child with such a perfect bloodline was a miracle of miracles. I shall bestow a name upon this child, Wang Tung declared while gazing at the infant. Please, benefactor, name him, Xiaoheng urged eagerly. He had already deduced from recent events that the youthful presence before him was undoubtedly a person of significance. The auspicious birth of his son, saved by such a figure, warranted a name of great fortune. Let his name be Xiaochen, Wang Tung decided after a moment's contemplation. Excellent. Xiaochen, quickly pay your respects to your benefactor. Useless. You cannot even secure a child from two ordinary individuals. What good are you to me? In the governor's mansion of Tai City, Governor Lu Jingwu berated Special Envoy Zhang. Leaving the latter's face marred with blood, Lu reclined with a cigar, his eyes filled with malice. Governor, I did nothing wrong, Zhang lamented. Is that so? We have encountered formidable opposition this time. Lu's fury intensified, convinced that Zhang was making excuses. Nonsense. What formidable opposition could a mere town like Yicheng present? You do not mean to suggest you faced a councilman, do you? To Lu's surprise, Zhang nodded gravely. Indeed, Governor, I encountered a special advisor to a councilman, whose rank surpasses yours by 2 levels. Impossible. Describe his appearance to me. How was I not informed of a councilor's advisor arriving? Lu furrowed his brow. In their political realm, information flowed seamlessly. Any developments were swiftly communicated. How could such a figure appear without any prior warning? Last time, when Elder Huang from the National Committee was set to visit, he had received the news a week in advance and prepared accordingly. I cannot recall. Zhang struggled, suddenly realizing an unsettling truth. He could not remember Wang Tung's face, only that he was exceptionally handsome and exuded an air of nobility. Cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. Just as Lu was about to scold him, an alert from a special device interrupted them. Oh, a counselor's advisor has indeed arrived. Lu's expression shifted to one of surprise as he read the incoming message on the device's screen. Relayed by his trusted informants from various police departments, separate from the official communication channels. After a moment of contemplation, his gaze turned fierce. The infant was not what he sought. Rather, it belonged to a figure above him. Although this person did not hold power at the core, they possessed an extraordinary background. Do they truly believe that merely being a counselor's advisor grants them immunity? This world demands more than just status and power, he declared, dialing a number to contact the higher-ups. Chapter 36, The Celestial Weapon in the Quiet of Night. Wang Ting entertained Xiaochen in the hospital room. It must be said that the vigor of the perfected saint body was astonishing. The child showed no signs of fatigue since birth. Benefactor, have you eaten? A somewhat weak voice came from the side. It was Xiaochen's mother, inquiring about Wang Tung. No need, Wang Ting replied succinctly. Benefactor? I heard from that envoy Zhang that those intending to take my child are people of considerable influence, possibly a high-ranking official. Could this bring you trouble? Xiaoheng, after much hesitation, finally asked. Wang Ting couldn't help but chuckle. Xiaoheng was actually worried about their potential vengeance rather than his own safety. Nevertheless, such concern is only human. A high official? I'm not even known in Yicheng, so how significant could they be? Wang Ting laughed, confident that those in the decision-making circles must be aware of his presence here, as they would surely tread carefully in their actions. The instigator was most likely outside the core of power, hence their reckless behavior. That's good. Xiaoheng laughed awkwardly, but then noticed Wang Tung gradually rising to his feet. I have some matters to attend to, Wang Tung stated casually, and in an instant, his figure vanished, leaving the couple in the hospital room dumbfounded, alongside the curious infant Xiaochen, whose wide eyes gazed at the starry night outside. When Wang Tung reappeared, he found himself on the 8th-floor open corridor between 2 hospital buildings. Leaning against the window, he gazed at the moon, when suddenly, a shadow descended from the sky, landing above the hospital. This figure blended seamlessly into the night, undetectable to all. Yet Wang Tung observed him clearly. As soon as the shadow landed atop the hospital, a ghostly green light flickered in its eyes, scanning for something. Suddenly, it spotted the room where Xiaochen was, and its eyes gleamed with intensified excitement. It flew straight toward the infant, its joy growing with each passing moment. However, in the next instant, It was startled to see the beloved infant morph into an existence of unfathomable grandeur, as if a supreme ruler had emerged. It abruptly halted, scrutinizing the figure before it, pondering if it had perhaps indulged too much and was now hallucinating. Are you, perchance, that standing committee advisor? It queried, observing Wang Tong, who displayed no supernatural phenomena nor an extraordinary aura, and thus asked with delight. Indeed, Wang Ting nodded. Ha ha ha, what a stroke of luck. I have found you at last. The shadow laughed, but its expression suddenly turned grave. I come on the orders of my master to claim your head. Do you comprehend the magnitude of the being you have offended? Do you realize that mere surface power is insufficient in this world? Though you are a member of the standing committee, before my master, you are but an insect. The shadow elaborated, proclaiming the greatness of its master. It was the most formidable assassin under its command, arriving in this small city with a sense of superiority in its mind. Seizing the infant and effortlessly slaying a standing committee advisor would be a trivial task. Oh, the Ijo Wing clan, are they truly formidable? Wang Ting chuckled, revealing his awareness of their origins. The shadow's expression shifted dramatically, pointing at Wang Tong. You, how do you know my background? This operation is supposed to be classified. How could this mere mortal discern my origins? Has someone leaked information? However, it quickly regained its composure. Even if he knew, so what? The Ijo Wing clan was not something mere mortals could contend with. Just as it prepared to strike, its expression froze, transforming into sheer terror. It found itself unable to move. A flash of insight surged through its mind, incredulously gazing at Wang Tong. It suddenly realized that throughout, this individual had shown no sign of fear. Could it be this person was also an extraordinary being, and at an unexpectedly high level? What are you? It stammered. You need not know. Rest assured, for daring to offend the Ijo Wing clan, you shall descend into hell. Wang Tong declared. Impossible. Our Wing clan possesses ancient legendary weapons. Only the celestial beings of your could wield such armaments. Do you intend to annihilate my clan? The Eagle Man spoke of his clan's ancient weapons, standing tall despite knowing his demise was imminent. That was his pride. Wang Ting found amusement in these words, for indeed, the ignorant are often fearless. He wielded immense power, and in a flash, transported both himself and the Eagle Man high above the Wing clan stronghold. The Eagle Man felt a dizzying sensation, and when his vision cleared, he realized he was hovering above his own base. A glimmer of hope ignited in his heart. The unknown foe he intended to slay, though powerful, seemed lacking in intellect. Presenting itself so conveniently, did it truly not fear the might of their legendary weapons? But then, a chilling thought struck him. This method of instantaneous travel across vast distances indicated that the advisor's strength far exceeded his expectations, possibly even that of a true monarch. Such beings were the pinnacle of existence on Blue Star. No wonder he could become a standing committee advisor. Master, I beseech you. Unleash the legendary celestial weapons to vanquish this fiend. He silently prayed. Below, under Wang Tang's deliberately leaked aura, figures from the Wing clan began to ascend into the sky to confront him. A towering giant spirit cultivator at the 7th level of the Yuan spirit realm, and an 8th level giant spirit cultivator, collectively known as Great Cultivators, stood merely 7 or 8 levels below Wang Ting. In the context of Blue Star, they were deemed formidable. Who dares to offend the Ijo Wing clan? The giant spirit cultivator bellowed, his voice booming yet carefully controlled to spare the mortal realm below, directed solely at Wang Ting. I will extinguish your kind. Wang Tong replied, his aura suddenly erupting. Even a mere fraction of his power sent shockwaves through the Wing clan's territory, leaving all present aghast. A being of the manifestation stage, half eagle and half human, swiftly drew the Wing clan's legendary weapon, soaring into the sky, vigilantly eyeing Wang Tong. Sir, I harbor no grievance against you. Why such hostility? As his words faded, the small eagle man under Wang Tong's control exclaimed, Master, save me. This eagle man of the manifestation level was none other than the Wing clan's leader, promptly realizing that the looming threat was the very being he had dispatched to kill. Given this, reconciliation was impossible. In that case, the celestial eagle divine sword kill? He bellowed, swinging the sword with fervor. This divine sword, forged 2 millennia ago by his ancestor, a celestial being, during a campaign with the Emperor, boasted terrifying power. Die. The Wing clan, having witnessed the sword's might before, surmised Wang Tong's fate, for they knew the ancient celestial weapon was beyond the capabilities of modern cultivators to withstand. Yet, to their utter shock, when the sword's energy struck Wang Ting, it failed to even ruffle the hem of his garment. How could this be? This scene shattered their comprehension in this modern age. Such a powerful being still existed? That was the divine weapon of their ancestors. Why could it not harm him in the slightest? Annihilate. The small eagle man heard Wang Tong utter softly. That utterance possessed the weight of undeniable truth, for the sky eagle divine sword instantaneously disintegrated, transmuting into mere dust. Chapter 37. Not seeking immortality, the members of the Winged clan gazed in disbelief at the shattering divine sword, their faith crumbling alongside it. The young eagle people wore expressions of utter despair. The overwhelming force of Wang Tong's strike lingered in the air, bursting forth like brilliant fireworks, causing the Winged clan members to explode into a shower of blood. Damn it, I merely sought longevity. How could I have provoked such a being? The leader of the winged clan was filled with bitterness, yet in his agony, he too transformed into a mist of blood. No, the young eagle man shook his head, awakening from a dreamlike stupor. He finally grasped the grim reality that the enemy was intent on annihilating his clan, and their fate was sealed. Your deaths will indeed serve a purpose. In this vast universe, countless prodigies of the great sage and quasi-emperor rank had perished at his hands without even qualifying to challenge him. Wang Tung murmured, crushing the young eagle man. In the moment of the young eagle man's demise, he seemed to glimpse the truth. This advisor was a true supreme being within the cosmos, capable of extinguishing countless star domains with a mere wave of his hand, wielding unparalleled power. Wang Tung extinguished the winged clan without a flicker of joy or sorrow. The presence of the demon fetus within him brought a certain thrill to the slaughter. Yet, he knew he must restrain himself, lest he descend into a monstrous state, ravaging the universe and harming innocent lives. Such a path would lead to his moral decay and transformation into a creature of pure carnage. First, he would search the blue star for any hidden treasures, awaiting the arrival of the divine palace. Wang Tung gazed into the distance, where the divine palace approached from light years away. This incarnation of his had previously explored the vicinity of the divine palace, but could only surmise that it was not a creation of the human realm. He could not decipher its material nor enter it, thus he awaited an opportunity. And this opportunity, he surmised, would undoubtedly come from Xiaoqian. After all, when the divine palace appeared, Xiaoqian's brilliance shone forth as if the palace had been summoned specifically for him. It was almost too coincidental. Reminiscent of the legendary Emperor Yi, Wang Ting vanished from above the winged clan and reappeared outside a hospital room in Yiqing, observing the warm scene of a family of 3 inside, feeling deeply satisfied. On the ancient star of burial, a year slipped by in the blink of an eye, barely leaving a trace in this vast universe. In a small world within the celestial devouring secret realm, Wang Ting's true self slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a long breath. Within this breath was an aura of extreme fire capable of extinguishing star domains. He rose to his feet, flames radiating from him, his eyes ablaze with fervor. He had succeeded. He had fully refined the great fire spirit. Now, with each breath, he possessed the power to incinerate supermassive stars. He named this flame the flame of the celestial emperor, which coursed through every inch of his skin and every cell. Now, even without invoking any spells, divine abilities, or imperial weapons, simply wielding this divine flame was sufficient to contend with the supreme beings of the forbidden zones. How terrifying! Moreover, Wang Tung had also refined the soul of the purgatory celestial, achieving a soul strength that genuinely reached the level of an emperor. He estimated it to be even stronger than Ming Guang's. Additionally, with the imperial heavenly robe to protect his soul, it was no longer his weak point. As for the primordial Yin, Wang Tung sensed within him a soft, water-like energy, cool and aloof, yet he had not yet decided how to refine it. He planned to carefully study Murong Lingshue's dual cultivation methods to see how she refined it, allowing him to find a reference for his own path. You have refined both the great spirit and my soul. Upon opening his Qinkuan bag, the purgatory celestial had already awakened. Staring at Wang Tung with a mix of awe and a hint of sorrow, Wang Tung nodded, causing the purgatory celestial to feel an even deeper pain. This young man was indeed swift in his refinement. Perhaps no ancient emperors or great emperors throughout history had matched his speed. Yet, he lamented the loss of his own celestial soul, now transformed into the power of this young successor. His heart ached like a dagger. Senior, I called you forth because I have something to inquire. Wang Ting waited for the purgatory celestial to finish his emotional turmoil before speaking. What is it? I have obtained a fragment of a celestial artifact. What? The purgatory celestial's eyes widened in astonishment. During his lifetime as a celestial, he had only sought materials to forge his own supreme imperial weapon. Yet this young man had already acquired a fragment of a celestial artifact. How rare a treasure. He had never even laid eyes on one. Quick, show it to me. The purgatory celestial urged eagerly. As a master of the fire path, he ranked among the finest in the universe's history for crafting artifacts and elixirs, and he was now keenly eager to behold a fragment of a celestial artifact. Without hesitation, Wang Tung produced the fragment. The journey from the blue star to the ancient burial star was but a fleeting moment for him. He held it delicately, using a gentle surge of soul energy to protect the purgatory celestial, wary of accidentally harming him with the fragment. Indeed, it is a fragment of a celestial artifact, resembling a celestial cauldron. Where did you find it? The purgatory celestial inquired impatiently. On a planet called Blue Star. Wang Tung had hoped to glean more information about Blue Star from the purgatory celestial, but he was met with a puzzled shake of the head. No impression. It seems that for the emperors, Blue Star is merely an obscure planet. However, if you intend to forge this celestial artifact fragment into your own lifebound weapon, I recommend gathering more supreme materials. At the very least, you would need enough to forge 3 imperial heavenly robes or even more. Otherwise, it may not be able to sustain the celestial artifact fragment. The purgatory celestial advised. The power of celestial artifacts was on a completely different level from that of emperors. far surpassing the gap between emperors and quasi-emperors. Then should I directly seize other imperial weapons? Wang Ting's bold suggestion made the Purgatory Celestial's mouth twitch in disbelief. Imperial weapons are not so easily taken. Yet, when he realized that even his own Qinkuan bag was an imperial weapon, he fell silent. This young man indeed had the potential to seize an imperial weapon capable of refining a celestial artifact fragment. Wang Ting returned the Purgatory Celestial to the bag and, after some time, finally refined the 5 supreme divine pills crafted by Emperor Kunwu, greatly enhancing his strength. However, he suddenly turned his gaze toward a particular star domain, casting a terrifying glance that revealed everything within. It was her. Wang Tung had spotted the Linglong star domain, where Murong Lingxue was gathering momentum to confront the impending tribulation. She was preparing to achieve her own path to becoming an emperor. Moreover, it seemed she was not seeking the ordinary title of emperor, but rather the title of celestial emperor. Wang Ting realized that this girl had been plotting all along, even engaging in dual cultivation with him, to attain the rank of celestial emperor. She had already reached this pivotal moment. Could it be that she had arrived at this stage long ago, but chose to wait for him to catch up before breaking through? Not seeking immortality, but rather. Chapter 38, A Great Calamity. Wang Tung mused to himself, yet regardless of the circumstances, Murong Lingxue's primal essence had been seized by him, making her his woman. Since she was undergoing tribulation, he felt compelled to protect her path. He soared out of the central continent, only to see Kanglin gazing at him with a bitter expression. "Uncle, did you not say I would be tested after half a year? Why have you only just appeared now?" Kanglin complained. Having endured an additional 6 months of arduous training, at the age of 7, he had already reached the 3rd realm, the Life Spring realm, a promising future indeed. Today's children have such advantages. Wang Ting glanced at him, perceiving his cultivation level, and sighed. With his supreme resources, young Kanglin was truly blessed. Even Wang Fan of the celestial battle body, barely over 2 years old, had already opened his meridians. If you continue to diligently cultivate for 6 more months, I shall return to properly test you. Should you fail, I will not hesitate to toss you into the universe bag to spend a century with that ancient immortal. Wang Tung spoke with indifference, leaving Kanglin pale with fright. In the Linglong star region, a colossal sea of thunder had materialized in the cosmos. Though referred to as a sea of thunder, it also encompassed the 5 elemental phenomena. A tremendous dark cloud surrounded an extraordinary figure seated in the void, enveloping her in an oppressive atmosphere of unimaginable terror that had yet to be unleashed, causing the entire universe to feel an indescribable sense of pressure. Within the forbidden zones of places like the flying, immortal ancient star, piercing gazes of terror converged through the void, engaging in puzzled discourse. Is someone attempting to undergo the Emperor's tribulation again? Who could it be? Perhaps that sovereign Ling Tian? The supreme beings within the forbidden zones dared not underestimate this occurrence. After all, although they had correctly predicted Wang Tung's failure to transcend, the terrifying power he manifested after achieving an alternate path had deeply shaken them. Wait, this aura is not his. Moreover, this is not a mere Emperor's tribulation. It is the Heavenly Emperor's tribulation. An ancient supreme, awakened from slumber by Murong Lingxue's Heavenly Emperor's tribulation, whispered in astonishment. As his words fell, an eerie atmosphere enveloped numerous forbidden zones throughout the universe. If a great emperor were to emerge, any one of them could elevate themselves to contend with him. The outcome uncertain. However, if someone were to prove their path as a heavenly emperor, it would be unprecedented. Such a being could directly obliterate the forbidden zones. The murmurs among the various forbidden zones abruptly ceased. Yet, undercurrents of tension surged, growing ever more turbulent. In the flying, immortal ancient star, the dark abyss, even the once supremely confident Dark Emperor fell silent. My friend, it seems there are those who cannot restrain themselves and may incite chaos prematurely. Perhaps their target is the one destined to ascend as the Heavenly Emperor. The 6-winged sovereign intoned solemnly. In this realm, the whereabouts of the Mingguang Emperor were unknown, leaving only Ling Tian's sovereign capable of safeguarding her. However, I believe if he is wise, he will refrain from acting otherwise. Faced with the countless allies from the forbidden zones accumulated over millennia, even he, with his exceptional talents, would struggle to contend. The sovereign, engulfed in demonic flames, assessed, hinting at a burgeoning desire to intervene in the Heavenly Emperor's tribulation. Although such tribulations are typically beyond interference, they were the most remarkable figures of their era, adept at devising methods to subtly influence such events. However, the Dark Emperor did not immediately acquiesce, instead pondering, "Let us observe the situation. We shall see if Ling Tian's sovereign makes a move." Indeed, once again, someone seeks to undergo the Emperor's tribulation, showing utter disregard for my authority. It must be Murong Lingxue. After vanishing for so many years, she reemerges, aiming to prove herself as an emperor. At the edge of the universe, the Mingguang Emperor exuded a dark aura, even the Mingguang cauldron enveloped in shadow. Having silently melded with the malevolent energy within him for 2 years, he had adapted to his own power. He too gazed towards the Linglong star region, where the impending Emperor's tribulation was far more formidable than the one he had faced during his own ascension. How outrageous. I can even feel the heavenly heart seal within my soul being somewhat diminished, as if the Tao itself no longer acknowledges me as the contemporary emperor. He clenched his Mingguang cauldron tightly, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Very well. If you all choose to overlook me, I shall obliterate you all. In the shadows, the demonic entity known as the Mo Luo observed the frenzied Mingguang emperor with satisfaction. Kill. Kill. Haha. I revel in the discord among the beings of the universe. As the dark supreme beings in the various forbidden zones stirred restlessly, within the oppressive dark clouds of the Linglong star region, Murong Lingxue stood amidst the infinite nascent sea of thunder, her expression serene, her aura soaring to its zenith. Exuding an indomitable presence, she had prepared for this moment for over a century. Once she successfully transcended the tribulation, she would become invincible, suppressing all foes. Yet, the universe remained perilous. As the thunderstorm approached, Murong Lingxue sensed numerous murderous gazes emanating from the cosmos. Moreover, a profound darkness seemed to lock onto this star region. Nevertheless, she felt no fear, only, he had not arrived. Murong Lingxue thought of Wang Tong, feeling a wave of disappointment. She had believed that their dual cultivation bond and the significant boon of the great sacred spirit she had bestowed upon him would warrant his presence. Yet his shadow was nowhere to be seen. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the sea of thunder roiled. Strikes of calamity lightning, seemingly intent on obliterating the Tao itself, converged into an infinite sea of thunder stretching across countless light years, covering most of the star region. Even Murong Lingxue, having reached the pinnacle of her might, felt immense pressure. What was even more daunting was that within some mysterious forbidden zones of the universe, terrifying figures had half-stepped beyond their confines, instilling fear in all living beings. Am I to face the heavenly tribulation alone? Murong Lingxue murmured, her delicate hands forming seals, preparing to confront both the heavenly emperor's tribulation and the dark supreme beings simultaneously. Just then, a voice filled with joy reached her ears. Dear Tao friend Murong, you need only focus on your tribulation. With me here, none shall tread upon the Linglong star region. Wang Tong emerged from the boundless universe, and as his voice echoed, he stood resolutely outside the Linglong star region. Murong Lingxue's heart filled with joy, though her expression remained one of gratitude, and she smiled, saying, Thank you, Tao friend. Haha. Do not forget this in the days to come. Wang Ting offered her an affirming gaze, assuring her that she could proceed with her tribulation without concern. Subsequently, he raised the Tsong Lei Emperor's halberd, standing sentinel outside the star region, surveying the universe, daring any to challenge him. Chapter 39. The Supreme. The voice of Wang Tong reverberated throughout the cosmos. His overwhelming supreme and invincible aura nearly compelled some of the dark supremes, who had ventured halfway into forbidden territories, to withdraw. Even those supremes contemplating emerging to wreak havoc were forced to rein in their thoughts. Many supremes fell into silence, astonished that Wang Tong would choose to stand up for the tribulation bearer. It is crucial to note that this heavenly emperor's tribulation had become the focal point of the entire universe. Countless eyes across the cosmos were fixated here. And the Ling Tian Supreme dared to step forward. Was he not mad? Did he truly believe he could contend with the supremes of the entire universe? Of course, the memory of Wang Teng's formidable victory over the Mingguang Emperor was still fresh in their minds, instilling a deep-seated fear towards him. Having survived to this point, they were naturally afraid of death. After self-inflicting a wound, every action they took drained their lifespan. Even if they could strike, it had to be a decisive blow, ideally without exhausting their strength to the utmost, allowing them to return alive. However, now that the Ling Tian Supreme had taken action, it was inevitable that at least one Supreme among them would fall, and likely, there would be more than one. Yet, despite their apprehension, with so many Supremes gathered, could the Ling Tian Supreme possibly withstand their combined might? Haha, this fool is seeking his own demise. I shall not hold back. Within the dark forbidden zone of the ancient star, the Black Supreme erupted into raucous laughter. Ever since he had lost both his lady and his troops at Wang Tung's hands, he had been pondering revenge, yet had found no opportunity. But now it was splendid. Wang Tung dared to step forward before so many Supremes. If he does not perish, who will? Qing Feng, shall you accompany me to battle? After so many years in this forbidden zone, it is time to stretch your limbs. The Black Supreme inquired of a terrifying whirlpool in the sea. Perfectly agreeable. A blue divine phoenix soared forth, one of the Supremes of the divine sea, the Qing Feng Supreme. In the past, he had attained enlightenment through the avian form, making him unmatched in speed throughout the cosmos. The Black Supreme had taken him along with another intention. If they could not win, they could flee. Boom. Amidst the astonished gazes of the major powers of the flying immortal ancient star, two colossal figures emerged from the divine sea, seemingly poised to shatter the very heavens. Their supreme aura sent tremors through countless cultivators who were meditating, nearly pushing them into the brink of madness. The sacred lands and imperial weapons responded, flying out to form defenses against the impending threat. Even ancient beings sealed within the hidden realms were awakened by this overwhelming power. the emergence of Supremes bore such terrifying influence. Fortunately, the two Supremes exhibited remarkable understanding, refraining from harming living beings, their intentions clearly directed toward the Linglong Star region. At the towering peak of the Taichu Sacred Land's skyward divine tower, Lin Xian stood with his hands clasped behind him, frowning at the sky. Master, Wang Teng is now besieged by the universe's Supremes. Will you assist him? His master, the Taichu Heavenly Sovereign, had previously contemplated taking Wang Teng as his disciple. Little did they expect that Wang Teng was wholly devoted to his path, immersing himself in cultivation and remaining in seclusion. His master, proud and self-reliant, patiently awaited without seeking him out. My dear disciple, the dangers within this universe are innumerable, unfathomable even to me. Should I act rashly, it could summon calamities upon the entire cosmos. The Taichu Heavenly Sovereign shook his head. However, having decided to take a disciple, I shall not stand idly by. At the very least, I will ensure Wang Teng's life is preserved. He stroked his long beard, gazing beyond the Mukon Star region, admiring Wang Teng's audacity to confront the challenges posed by the universe. Master, your wisdom is profound, truly commendable. Lin Xian sighed in relief, offering praise. In Wang Teng, I see the reflection of my former self back in my day. I too was invincible across the cosmos, standing against myriad races. Yet, the Taichu Heavenly Sovereign began recounting tales of his glorious past. Lin Xian listened with a mix of admiration and resignation, as his master's legendary stories were too captivating to ignore. Boom! With a thunderous roar that resonated through the heavens, the Heavenly Emperor's tribulation began to descend upon the Linglong Star region. It unleashed boundless, destructive lightning capable of obliterating entire star systems, shaking the very fabric of space and causing chaos among the myriad strikes. Among them were the spectral forms of numerous ancient emperors, rulers, and even beings transcending this realm. Hidden within the tempest of thunder, the tribulation faced by Murong Lingxue was truly rare throughout history. Yet, her expression remained unchanged, enveloped in a boundless frost-like radiance. She was able to freeze the descending calamity with a mere gesture, as one side represented an unparalleled prodigy and the other, boundless tribulations. Their clash amidst the endless storm of clouds and thunder was a breathtaking spectacle for any aspiring emperor. Even a slight emission of power could obliterate supermassive stars. Wang Teng observed for a moment, feeling the terror of the tribulation, silently praying for Murong Lingxue while shifting his gaze towards the approaching Supremes scattered across the cosmos. From the flying, immortal ancient star, in addition to the two Supremes who had emerged early from the Divine Sea, two more followed. 3 Supremes were advancing from the Taiwei ancient star, 3 more from the Goqing ancient star, and 2 from other secret realms of the universe. A total of 12 Supremes were converging, intent on exterminating Murong Lingxue and Wang Teng in one fell swoop, ensuring no future threats remained. Each wielded extreme imperial weapons from their past lives, some even possessing more than one, their might sweeping across a significant portion of the cosmos. To the Supreme, they shall be like chaff. Wang Teng waved the royal robe of the Emperor of Heaven behind him, tightly gripping the Tsang, Lei Emperor's spear, with the observation mirror hovering to his left and the Qiankuan pouch to his right. Stepping forward, he unleashed an aura that resonated across countless light years, confronting the 12 Supremes. Even if it be 1,000,000, I shall advance. Ling Tian, retreat now, and you may yet spare your life. You have cultivated for millennia, enduring numerous hardships. It would be a pity to perish here. One Supreme urged with kind words as they arrived, but Wang Teng remained unmoved, drawing a circle with the Tsang Lei Emperor's spear in the air. There is no need for further discourse. It is merely a battle. His voice was cold, yet brimming with fighting spirit. Now, his strength had multiplied many times since his confrontation with the Ming Guang Emperor. How could he fear a dozen Supremes? Arrogant. Throughout history, I have encountered many brilliant talents, yet who can stand against us Supremes? Do not think that slaying Ming Guang makes you our equal. The killing intent among the Supremes thickened, as if they could tear through the void itself, their palpable malice suffocating enough to dim the hearts of even aspiring emperors. Ling Tian, you fool, daring to challenge us, prepare to die? The Black Supreme was the first to launch an assault. The black whip in his hand lashed out like a living black dragon, leaping violently to ensnare and slaughter Wang Teng. The black dragon coiled around him. Chapter 40. The Cosmic Turmoil. The Obsidian Sovereign launched the first strike. In his grasp, the obsidian whip writhed like a living black dragon, fiercely leaping to ensnare and attack Wang Teng. This obsidian whip, his ultimate imperial weapon, was crafted from the remnants of a terrifying dragon-shaped creature he had slain during his ascension to emperor, forged with countless heavenly materials. Each gleaming black scale upon it was the scale of an unknown dragon. Kill! Wang Teng roared, summoning various imperial weapons to his side. The azure thunder imperial halberd in his hand pierced the heavens like a divine spear, deflecting the obsidian whip with a single blow and directly thrusting toward the obsidian sovereign. His strength and speed far exceeded the obsidian sovereign's expectations. In an instant, the halberd pierced through his chest, nearly slaying him with a single strike. Fortunately, The dark sovereigns behind him were not idle. Upon finding someone reckless enough to charge forward, they seized the opportunity to swarm in, effectively rescuing the Obsidian Sovereign. Most crucially, it was the Qingfeng Sovereign who intervened at a critical moment, enabling him to evade being devoured by Wang Teng. How could this be? The disparity was unfathomably vast. The Obsidian Sovereign clutched his chest in agony. Ordinarily, for one of his stature, even losing a head would be inconsequential. Yet, Wang Teng's attack was not merely infused with the lingering damage of his celestial devouring demon sutra, but also the searing flames of the burning Heaven Emperor, rendering him temporarily incapable of fighting back. He was defeated in a single move. Such a tremendous gap filled him with an insatiable bitterness. Die. The remaining 11 sovereigns swiftly surrounded Wang Teng to pummel him. The 8-armed sovereign unleashed his ultimate imperial weapons, transforming his hands into a flurry of crushing gauntlets, relentlessly battering Wang Teng. The silver-armored ancient emperor summoned a storm of silver, flying daggers. The 10,000-eyes sovereign, adorned with countless divine eyes, emitted blinding rays. The ancient heavenly sovereign gestured with both hands, conjuring myriad transformations. Furthermore, the Qifeng sovereign soared above the battlefield, darting in and out, occasionally striking Wang Teng from unexpected angles. Wang Teng wielded the Azure Thunder Imperial Halberd with such finesse that it appeared poised to slice through the very fabric of the universe. Each of his strikes repelled the encroaching sovereigns, pushing them back with astonishing force. Even when faced with single combat, or the combined might of 3 or 4 adversaries, none could match him. However, each time he repulsed 1, 2, or even 3 foes, more sovereigns surged forward, some even managing to land blows upon him. Yet his Emperor's robe and formidable physique barely absorbed the brunt of the assault. Within his body, a concealed injury emerged. Moreover, as they fought, they began to synchronize their attacks, launching combined strikes of 3 or even 4. If a typical emperor were present, even igniting their celestial heartmark, they might have fallen in this scenario. But Wang Teng was no ordinary figure. He swiftly adapted to their relentless assault, modifying his defensive strategy. Suspending his Qianquan bag and observation mirror from the shaft of the Azure Thunder Imperial Halberd to disrupt his opponent's strikes. Swish, swish, swish. Brilliant divine light erupted as the 10,000-eyes sovereign, adept at formidable mental assaults, momentarily affected Wang Teng despite his precautions, allowing the other sovereigns to pounce. Wang Teng quickly regained his composure, swinging his halberd to repel numerous sovereigns. Yet the Qingfeng sovereign seized the moment, claws aimed at Wang Teng's back. Having fused her ultimate imperial weapon with her claws, her strike was immensely powerful, igniting sparks upon contact with Wang Teng, even leaving marks upon his Emperor's robe. Had it not been for the protection of this imperial weapon, Wang Teng might have been grievously injured, or worse, eviscerated. Just then, a voice boomed. Everyone. We cannot linger in the outer realm for too long. Is there a method to breach the imperial robe on this child? Good. At that moment, the ancient heavenly sovereign among the dark sovereigns took action. While the others besieged Wang Teng, he swiftly formed hand seals, and a brilliant light, wholly out of place with the surrounding cosmos, materialized before him, suffused with the essence of death, annihilating deathlight. He intoned, unleashing a fierce beam upon Wang Teng. Esteemed ones, this divine power can diminish the defensive capabilities of his Emperor's robe by 70% within half an hour. Kill. The dark sovereign's morale surged, each summoning their imperial weapons, the ancient emperor's armaments, vowing to slay Wang Teng on the spot. In an instant, myriad star domains quaked. The entire universe trembled, as countless extraordinary beings sensed the upheaval, as though the cosmos itself were on the brink of obliteration. In truth, had these sovereigns truly desired to annihilate the universe, it would have been shattered by now. Yet, such terrifying power was now accumulating upon Wang Teng. The sovereigns unleashed lethal blows aimed at extinguishing Wang Teng's life. Despite his ability to defend against each attack, he was finally wounded, the injuries compounding as he became drenched in blood. Each drop of his blood possessed the potency to obliterate entire star systems. Yet Wang Teng would not waste it. He utilized his demonic essence to absorb this blood, replenishing himself while his gaze remained fiercely fixed on the impending assault. In the storm of Heavenly Emperor's calamity, another fierce battle erupted. Murong Lingxue confronted a series of formidable figures, each conjured from the thunderous trials, many ancient emperors, great emperors, and heavenly sovereigns long since vanished from the annals of history, now reappearing. Even the dark sovereigns battling Wang Teng emerged amidst the thunderstorm. Sensing Wang Teng's unwavering resolve, Murong Lingxue gritted her silver teeth, channeling her fury into the spectral sovereigns before her. Waves of frost-laden attacks erupted, freezing the very essence of the universe. Ice spears, akin to cosmic pillars, pierced through the phantoms, leaving only remnants of thunderous trials. She calculated that once she swiftly overcame her ascension to emperor, she could suppress these forbidden zones and eradicate those detestable foes. The battle outside the Lingling Star domain sent tremors through the myriad races of the universe. even reaching the edge of regions unexplored by ancient emperors. Within a colossal, luminous star system devoid of life-bearing planets, a brilliant purple light erupted amidst the fierce conflict. Had darkness descended? No, it was too soon for a dark upheaval with the path to immortality at hand. A man clad in imperial robes awoke within the violet palace from which the purple light emanated, his expression one of confusion. Yet, he appeared divinely sacred. Reminiscent of a celestial emperor from antiquity, though his limbs were ensnared by chains, bound upon stone tablets within the palace. Upon closer inspection, red fur continuously surged from his body, only to be severed by a long sword hovering above his head, relentlessly cleaving through. His aura surpassed that of ancient emperors, at the very least, eclipsing that of the Mingguang emperor. The mere whisper of his name would send shivers through the hearts of all. Zhao. He was the Ziwei emperor of the mythic era, revered as the Ziwei heavenly emperor. Chapter 41, the pinnacle of ascension. Yet, for reasons unknown, such an extraordinary figure has confined himself here. In his eyes, the image of Wang Teng valiantly battling against 12 supreme beings emerges, a faint smile of satisfaction gracing his lips. He is neither a contemporary emperor nor a fully realized sacred body, yet he fights for humanity, resisting the supremacy. What a fortune for our kind, he murmurs, a Ziwei imprint materializing on his forehead. Perhaps, I should impart my unparalleled forbidden spell to him. On the ancient star of Gocheng, within the sacred wasteland's prohibited zone, a colossal, scarred being lies prostrate against a massive tree, gazing at the tumultuous battle in the void. Overwhelmed with emotion. To think that, apart from my sacred lineage, such a person would emerge, willing to fight for the beings of the universe. How admirable. Alas, I have grown old and frail, burdened with misfortune, unable to engage in battle anymore. In the cosmos, while there are those who extol Wang Teng, there are also entities harboring thoughts of annihilation against him. In a crevice of the cosmic void, a pair of terrifying eyes fixates on the battlefield. The surrounding light seemingly devoured by the darkness that envelopes him. He appears almost unobservable, beyond scrutiny. In his grasp lies a nail stained with unknown blood, poised for action. On the ancient star of Taiwei, within the deepest layers of the ninefold purgatory, a pair of monstrous hands crushes a fragment of lava. Murmuring, this fellow actually possesses the aura of a fully realized fire spirit. How intoxicating. Ignoring the transformations within the universe, they remain restrained by various limitations or fears, refraining from immediate action. Meanwhile, the battle on Wang Teng's side has reached a boiling point, bloodied and battered. Even the Azure Thunder Emperor's spear lies in tatters, his aura diminished by several degrees. However, the numerous supreme beings opposing him are also grievously wounded, bloody from his strikes. At this moment, the Onyx Supreme finally regains his composure, suddenly brandishing his Onyx Whip to strike at Wang Teng. The battlefield reverts to the scenario of 12 assailing 1. Wang Teng immediately finds himself at a disadvantage, suffering numerous grievous wounds that even his resilient physique struggles to heal. His life hangs by a thread. Master, intervene. Upon the ancient star of Feitian, the primordial celestial sovereign prepares to act, gently blowing upon his whisk, transforming it into a shield-like form. Yet, amidst the chaos of the battlefield, witnessing the dire turn of events, Wang Teng casts aside all restraint. Break for me. Purple sky ascending 9 heavens. Heavenly battle runes. A resplendent violet light soars into the sky, entwined with dark demonic energy, enveloping the entire battlefield. In an instant, Wang Teng's aura surges, while that of the supreme beings falters. This, at the level of supreme emperors, physical constitution loses its paramount significance, as they operate as singular entities. As for the anomalies, they merely serve to display power. Yet who could have anticipated that Wang Teng's phenomenon, under the influence of demonic energy, would yield effects akin to the suppression of the contemporary emperor's heavenly heart seal? Indeed, at this moment, the suppressive force of Wang Teng's purple sky ascending 9 heavens surpasses that of the radiant light emperor. Simultaneously, runes manifest upon Wang Teng's form. Heavenly battle runes. After the fusion of the celestial body and divine monarch body, these heavenly battle runes grow even more formidable, bestowing upon Wang Teng a tremendous augmentation. His combat prowess and battle techniques surge to new heights, conjuring illusions. The 10,000 Eyes Supreme, relentlessly employing his myriad eyes to assassinate Wang Teng, scoffs coldly as the light emitted from his eyes dances, coalescing into a binding rope. He intends to ensnare Wang Teng's soul. At this juncture, Wang Teng selects his target for retaliation, wielding the Azure Thunder Emperor's spear with ferocity. Haha, perish. As the binding rope for his soul nears completion, the 10,000 Eyes Supreme bursts into laughter, his demonic flames raging. Yet, in an unexpected turn, Wang Teng does not thrust forth his spear. Instead, he opens his mouth wide, unleashing an intensely vibrant, red flame. Heavenly flame of annihilation. This torrent of fire engulfs the 10,000 Eyes Supreme, incinerating him utterly amidst his laughter. The other supreme beings, contemplating a rescue, halt as Wang Teng bellows, devour the heavens. He once more opens his mouth, this time consuming the severely injured 10,000 Eyes Supreme. The Azure Phoenix Supreme desperately attempts to save him, retrieving only a single eyeball. What? The 10,000 Eyes Supreme is dead. What sort of flame is this? The expressions of the other Supreme beings shift dramatically while Wang Ting, having absorbed the essence of the 10,000 Eyes Supreme, begins to select his next target, the Onyx Supreme. The Onyx Supreme, already gravely injured, has only regained combat ability due to his supreme nature. Upon witnessing Wang Tung's relentless approach, his first instinct is to flee. Yet, in a moment of desperation, he realizes that the other supreme beings have long since blocked his escape route, intending for him to perish, allowing them to exploit any openings in Wang Tung's assault. Seeking his weaknesses, he has become a sacrificial pawn. Furious, the Onyx Supreme recalls the humiliation he suffered at Wang Tung's hands, having lost 2 imperial weapons in the process, and now finds himself once again rendered incapable of fighting. His pride has been thoroughly shattered by Wang Tung. Ah, perish, reach the pinnacle of ascension, he bellows, his innate supreme aura surging. This spectacle sends a tremor through the hearts of the other supreme beings, astonished by the Onyx Supreme's determination. It is known that the only way to return to peak condition after self-inflicting harm is through ultimate ascension. The supreme beings, after their self-sacrifice, can reach their zenith of power and gain the support of the heavenly way. However, this comes at a dire cost. For ultimate ascension entails burning away their lives. Even if they slay their opponent, they too shall perish. Yet now, the Onyx Supreme chooses ultimate ascension, intending to ensure mutual destruction, with no thought of survival. You worthless fools, watch me slay this imbecile Ling Tian. Upon regaining his peak, the Onyx Supreme, wielding the Onyx Whip, feels a surge of confidence. He now possesses the audacity to obliterate the cosmos. As Wang Tung's heavenly flame of annihilation approaches, the Onyx Supreme, brimming with arrogance, resolves to unleash his ultimate skill, intending to pierce through the imperial flame and slay Wang Tung. Even in death, he believes taking such a figure with him would not be in vain. Chapter 42. A resounding victory. However, when the Obsidian Monarch truly came into contact with the imperial flame of annihilation, his expression changed dramatically. It is known that the flame of annihilation can incinerate even the most exalted beings. Now, under the influence of Wang Tung's extraordinary manifestation and the Brahma battle patterns, its power reached an exceedingly terrifying level. Even an emperor could be reduced to ashes. Although the Obsidian Ancient Monarch, after undergoing profound ascension, saw a surge in strength, he was not incinerated. Nevertheless, his offensive was thwarted by Wang Tung's imperial flame of annihilation. Simultaneously, Wang Tung's Azure Thunder imperial halberd surged forth, ensnaring the Obsidian Monarch's whip, forcing him to resort to other divine abilities. He conjured a third arm from thin air in an attempt to block the Azure Thunder imperial halberd. Yet this time, akin to his earlier reckless confrontation with Wang Tung before his ascension, he was pierced through by the halberd. Boom, boom, boom. The surrounding exalted beings seized the opportunity and launched a barrage of terrifying assaults upon Wang Tung. It seemed as if the previous scene was about to repeat itself. Yet, the Obsidian Exalted was far less fortunate. At this moment, Wang Tung appeared to be in a state of bloodlust, allowing the other exalted beings to attack him while relentlessly targeting the severely wounded Obsidian Exalted with his devouring technique. The demonic patterns on his body flared brilliantly, and numerous demonic shadows emanated from within him, both to consume the Obsidian Exalted and to shield Wang Tung from the assaults. How I detest this. The Obsidian Exalted ultimately fell. Even though he had prepared himself for demise during his ascension, he departed this world without inflicting a single wound upon Wang Tung, leaving him filled with resentment and an insatiable bitterness. After absorbing the essence of the Obsidian Exalted, Wang Tung swiftly evaded the ensuing attacks, though he could replenish his state with the energy acquired from the 2 recently absorbed exalted beings. Even an emperor would likely hesitate to withstand the combined might of the Exalted. This is bad. The Obsidian Exalted is dead. How can his state still appear so robust? At this moment, Wang Tung, with astonishing speed, had slain 2 exalted beings, instilling fear among the others. Their purpose for emerging was to impede the ascendant destined to become an emperor, seeking merely to delay their inevitable fate. Yet now, Wang Tung's demeanor suggested he was willing to perish alongside them, instilling terror in their hearts. Better to die a little later than sooner. Fellow cultivators, do not fear. He is at his end. Slay him. A voice among the exalted urged, attempting to rally their strength to surround and annihilate Wang Tung, hoping to reap the rewards for themselves. However, upon this call, the exalted merely encircled Wang Tung without making a move. Ha ha ha, how dare you call yourselves exalted? The demonic patterns upon Wang Tung's body shone even more brilliantly as he laughed heartily. Yet, the 8-armed exalted could no longer contain himself and charged forward with colossal fists. This was the moment Wang Tung had awaited. He unleashed the cosmic bag, enhancing its power with the Brahma battle patterns, causing the 8-armed exalted's movements to slow. He then unleashed the imperial flame of annihilation, Profound Ascension. The eight-armed Exalted was ultimately forced onto the path of profound ascension. The other Exalted resorted to their previous tactic, using him as bait. Kill. The eight-armed Exalted possessed an overwhelming aura, far surpassing that of the Obsidian Emperor. Renowned for his body refinement techniques, his physical strength was unmatched among the ancient emperors. He withstood Wang Tung's imperial flame of annihilation purely through sheer physical prowess, bathing in the flames while unleashing his 8 arms to strike at Wang Tung. Wang Tung simply tossed the Azure Thunder Imperial Halberd into the air, then engaged in close combat, trading blows. Boom, boom, boom. Close quarters combat is a rare occurrence in battles of this caliber. Yet, when it does arise, it becomes a legendary tale. However, after only a few exchanges, the 8-armed Exalted found himself at a disadvantage, nearly obliterated by Wang Tung's onslaught. His strength, even after profound ascension, paled in comparison to Wang Tung's. Bang, 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 with the continuous interference from other Exalted beings striking at his vital points. The 8-armed Exalted would have been literally shattered by Wang Tung's might. The 8-armed Exalted was sent flying 100,000 miles, preparing to recover his state, when a sudden realization struck him. He was wielding a supreme imperial weapon while engaging in barehanded combat with Wang Tung. Although Wang Tung was formidable, his imperial halberd. He lifted his gaze, only to see Wang Tung's halberd descending upon him. His body was instantly pierced through. However, as long as an Exalted's spirit remains, even reduced to a drop of blood, rebirth is possible. Thus, despite sustaining such grievous injuries, he still sought to struggle and extract the halberd from his body. Devour. Yet, at this moment, Wang Tung withstood the onslaught of numerous Exalted beings, soaring through the air, his demonic patterns shining at their zenith. He opened his mouth to an alarming extent, devouring fiercely. The 8-armed Exalted, renowned for his physical prowess, even while in a state of profound ascension, was ultimately consumed by Wang Tung in a breath, reduced to mere essence, his life extinguished. Wang Tung absorbed all of his essence into the demonic patterns, utilizing part of that energy to enhance his own state, his aura surging once more. As the Exalted beings rallied to attack, their expressions changed drastically. This fiend is truly terrifying, having slain 3 Exalted beings and still appearing so vigorous. Flee. It was unclear who uttered the command, but suddenly, wings unfurled, and they fled at a rapid pace. It was the Azure Phoenix Exalted. He realized he was on par with the Obsidian Exalted. If Wang Tung targeted him next, he would undoubtedly perish. Under his influence, the dark Exalted beings quickly took flight, escaping without a trace. Wang Tung, eager to pursue a particular Exalted, discovered that while they lacked combat prowess and often undermined one another, their speed in retreat was astonishing. Wang Tung's speed was not his forte. Otherwise, he might have slain another Exalted. He silently collected the shattered supreme imperial weapons in the void, treasures for future refinement. In truth, he still had undisclosed fragments of celestial artifacts, yet he sensed several ominous gazes, far more dreadful than Exalted beings, fixated upon him from within the universe's hidden realms. Thus, to be prudent, he chose to reserve some power. Nevertheless, as the battle concluded, the entire universe erupted in fervor. What a cataclysmic battle, seemingly capable of shattering the cosmos. The Ling Tian Exalted, an invincible entity, fought against 12 Exalted beings, slaying 3 while compelling the rest to retreat. Such a feat stands unmatched throughout the annals of history. Chapter 43, The Assault of Luo Tian. In the distant Silver Sea system, on Blue Star, Wang Tung's avatar sat quietly in a small garden, ostensibly meditating, while in reality, his true self was engaged in a fierce battle, summoning all his thoughts. His avatar momentarily fell into a state of semi-flow, relying solely on muscle memory. At that moment, as the battle concluded, his avatar exhaled deeply, marking the celebration of victory. Senior Sage, we have just received news from the Cosmic Bureau. It appears that a terrifying energy fluctuation has occurred in the universe, with superstars collapsing and galaxies being destroyed. Do you know what has transpired? Huang Lao, who had been vigilantly stationed nearby, inquired respectfully. The upper echelons of the Huaxiao Alliance were already aware of the annihilation of the Winged Clan. They speculated that the Winged Clan had provoked Wang Tung, leading to their instantaneous obliteration. This revelation caused them great anxiety, prompting Huang Lao to cultivate a good relationship with Wang Tung. Huang Lao, who held Wang Tung in the highest esteem, was indeed the right person for this task. He was currently observing reports from the Cosmic Bureau regarding the unusual occurrences in the universe, seeking clarification from Wang Tung. Wang Tung smiled gently, surmising that with Earth's scientific advancements, it would be impossible for them to detect such profound disturbances in the cosmos. It was likely that a true monarch among the Huaxia high-ranking officials had sensed something, hence the inquiry. After all, the magnitude of this battle had reverberated throughout the universe, impacting all realms. Any being above the level of the manifestation realms would be able to sense it. Wang Tung pointed towards the cosmic expanse and said, "An unparalleled supreme being is in the midst of battle, which has now concluded. Unparalleled Supreme Being? What level is that? Huang Lao gasped, hearing this term for the first time from Wang Teng. 14 great realms above you, Wang Teng replied. 14 great realms? Are there truly 14 realms above mine? Have they reached the pinnacle of cultivation? Huang Lao exclaimed in disbelief, his worldview shaken by Wang Teng's revelation. And how do I compare to you? After a moment of contemplation, Huang Lao cautiously asked. There is but one who can rival me, Wang Teng stated candidly, not uttering a falsehood. Only he could measure up to himself. Huang Lao gasped again, realizing that advisor Wang was indeed 14 great realms beyond him. He felt as if he were conversing with a truly monumental existence. Meanwhile, the entire universe sang praises of Wang Teng, yet unbeknownst to them. A shadow struck decisively in the fleeting moment after the battle's conclusion. Just as Wang Teng believed the battle had ended and relaxed his mind, the shadow, wielding a colossal cauldron, brought it crashing down upon his head. At that moment, Wang Teng's celestial robe had lost 70% of its defensive capabilities due to the ancient celestial sovereign's previous incantations, leaving him vulnerable. He sensed an impending crisis. Should he take the full brunt of this attack, he would likely be gravely injured. In this critical moment, a flash of inspiration struck Wang Teng's mind, and he felt an unused energy within him, Murong Lingshue's original Yin. Upon first contact with the original Yin, he realized that this energy could transport him instantaneously into the grand formation laid out by Murong Lingxue. Without hesitation, he activated the original Yin and was instantly transported into the grand formation. Boom! The giant cauldron crashed down, sending shockwaves through the space, even fracturing it. It had missed its target. The shadow laughed maniacally, seemingly unfazed by the failure of this attack. Luo Tian, how have you come to be in such a state? Yet, Wang Teng recognized the figure before him. It was none other than the current emperor, Mingguang Emperor. However, how had he transformed into this wretched form? Although Wang Teng had previously been adversaries with Mingguang Emperor on the ancient Stellar Road, he understood his character well. This individual was exceedingly concerned about his reputation. The fact that he had willingly descended into such a state, completely corrupted, was astonishing. This darkness surpassed even his own demonic essence. Why has this happened? Is it not your doing? Luo Tian, now shrouded in darkness, reflected the image of Wang Teng behind the grand formation in his eyes, filled with murderous intent. The desire to slay Wang Teng had become his lifelong obsession. This was nearly unbelievable a millennium ago. Back then, Luo Tian was an invincible figure in the cosmos, confidently believed by countless races to ascend to emperorhood. Numerous great powers had gathered to protect him during his ascension. At that time, he regarded Wang Teng as no more significant than an ant. Yet now, the roles had reversed. The two great battles had established Wang Teng as a revered invincible being in the universe, while Mingguang Emperor had become a figure of ridicule. You conspired against me during my tribulation to become emperor, causing my failure, and now you come to suppress me, yet you blame me for your own fall? Wang Teng's resonant voice echoed across the heavens, revealing hidden truths to the myriad beings of the universe. With this shift in power dynamics, Wang Teng's words resonated, and many beings instinctively chose to believe him. Is that so? The Supreme Ling Tian was on the verge of overcoming his tribulation, yet an unexpected event occurred. Could it be that Mingguang Emperor truly sabotaged him from the shadows? So this is the true nature of Mingguang Emperor. Whispers of speculation arose across the ancient star powers in the universe, inevitably reaching Mingguang Emperor's ears. His visage twisted in fury, losing the noble and upright demeanor he once possessed, resembling a dark specter, hunched over and emanating malevolent energy, glaring intensely at Wang Teng, hissing, "What? You, a mere failure. Unable to pass your tribulation, come to blame me?" Wang Teng seized upon the flaw in his words, smirking, "So, I, as a supreme being, will strike you down, severing your corporeal form. You, lacking in strength and willingly descending into depravity, now dare to lay blame at my feet?" Mingguang Emperor's eyes flared with crimson light, seemingly aiming to strike Wang Teng down from afar. However, the grand formation laid by Murong Lingxue proved formidable. Despite his efforts, it merely trembled slightly. "Come forth if you possess the capability, and let us battle once more to determine our fates." Luo Tian roared in desperation, yet Wang Teng merely chuckled softly. "A defeated foe, do not rush. I have just emerged from battle and require a moment to recuperate before facing you again, lest I suffer injuries only to defeat you, leaving you utterly humiliated." How infuriating. Luo Tian had meticulously planned this assault, only for it to fall through and be mocked by Wang Teng, driving him to the brink of explosion. After howling in vain for a time, Wang Teng's gaze sharpened, and unexpectedly, he stepped out of the grand formation, unleashing a conflagration of flames he had been gathering. Chapter 45, The Devouring of the Thunder Calamity. The Exquisite Treasure Tower. The Birth of the Heavenly Emperor. This chapter has been updated, an extensive 8,000 words. At this moment, the flames of the burning heaven that emanated from Wang Teng's mouth had accumulated for half a day, reaching the zenith of his power. Had it not been for the fact that he had devoured the great completion Holy Spirit and possessed the fire spirit attribute within him, he would likely have been ignited by the flames erupting from his own mouth. The burning heaven imperial flame was indeed formidable. "You beast, yet again you ambush me." The Mingguang Emperor swiftly raised the Mingguang cauldron and hurled it toward Wang Ting. Previously, Wang Ting's sudden ambush had caused him to lose the initiative from the very start, leading to his ultimate defeat. Now, he was enraged to find Wang Ting resorting to the same despicable tactic once more. How infuriating. It felt as though Wang Ting had become even more insidious than himself. The flames swiftly shattered the already damaged Mingguang cauldron into even more pieces. Not only did it possess immense burning capacity, but its impact was equally overwhelming. At that moment, the Mingguang Emperor had just thrown the cauldron, and before he could unleash any other methods, the burning heaven flames engulfed him, inflicting severe injuries. Wang Tong's Brahma Heaven Imperial Flame could incinerate the supreme beings, naturally. It could also obliterate his corporeal form. However, at that instant, an extraordinarily rich and transcendent black light suddenly illuminated the surroundings, emanating a terrifying aura that even Wang Tong found daunting. Yet, this black light did not attack Wang Tong. Instead, it transformed into a black wind, enveloping the Mingguang Emperor and whisking him away into the distance. Wang Tong furrowed his brow, sensing that the black light that had just appeared bore a striking resemblance to the power of the fallen Mingguang Emperor. Perhaps they were forces of the same origin. What on earth was it? It felt as though it belonged to a realm beyond this universe. As Wang Tong contemplated the powerful and peculiar force within the black light, he realized it instilled a sense of trepidation within him, though he could not discern why it had refrained from attacking him, as if it were mindful of something. Clang. Clatter. Behind him, within the Linglong star domain, Morong Lingxue was also nearing the final moment of her tribulation. She possessed a graceful figure exuding an indomitable spirit, akin to a proud plum blossom blooming defiantly in a desolate winter. Amidst the thunder tribulation, 5 beings of emperor-level strength manifested. It is known that the unparalleled figures conjured during the emperor tribulation of this universe, the ancient emperor, are significantly weaker than their true forms. Yet these entities, within the thunder tribulation, maintained their emperor-level strength, leaving one to ponder the true extent of their original power. Though Morong Lingshue's expression was grave, her gaze remained unwavering, radiating an aura of fearlessness, as if she regarded the thunder tribulation with disdain. Even she rarely exhibited such seriousness. Wang Tong could only speculate what supreme celestial method she had cultivated to traverse the emperor tribulation with such ease until now, only to face adversity at this juncture. Several unparalleled ancient emperors and even ancient heavenly sovereigns, empowered by the thunder tribulation, joined forces to besiege Murong Lingxue. Standing tall, she faced her formidable adversaries without fear, her hair flowing wildly in the wind, exuding an unparalleled boldness. In an instant, the thunder blossoms transformed into specks of light, dissipating within the storm of thunder, and Murong Lingxue sustained injuries. Yet, despite her wounds, she stood resolutely, akin to a towering pine enduring against fierce winds at the mountain peak, refusing to yield easily. Suddenly, the center of the boiling sea of thunder collapsed, and the 5 emperor shadows, entwined in tribulation light, scorched the void for trillions of miles. Their attacks, empowered by the thunder tribulation, were as potent as in life. Murong Lingshue's sharp gaze focused intently on the 5 emperor shadows, as though she sought to pierce through all their assaults. A wound inflicted on her left shoulder by the purple-robed emperor's halberd ejected icy blood mist. As the 3,000 icy rivers, once frozen in the fire domain, surged forth from her spine, transforming into a chilling sword aura that formed endless chains of ice, freezing the gray light shot from the vertical eye of the Xian-robed ancient emperor into a serpentine expanse of crystalline mountains, upon which the floating runes of the sealing technique bore immense power over the soul. Despite her grievous injuries, Murong Lingshue's strikes remained fierce, with 3,000 icy rivers surging forth, showcasing her extraordinary prowess, as the glimmering cold light emanated a piercing aura. The white-robed elder unleashed the yin-yang fish diagram that morphed into a chaotic vortex, tearing the entire Thunder Sea into a swirling Tai Chi star sphere. Wang Ting observed, recognizing that a certain terrifying ancient heavenly sovereign had manifested amidst the thunder tribulation. His every gesture bore the essence of primordial antiquity. Wang Ting contemplated inquiring of the purgatory heavenly sovereign regarding the identity of this being. Murong Lingxue, with blood-stained fingertips, pointed towards the ice soul lotus, as the cold light radiating from its heart intertwined with the earlier sword aura that pierced the fire cage, condensing the yin-yang energies into drifting diamond stardust. The purple-robed emperor's halberd, stirring the flames of annihilation, had not yet fully formed before it was ensnared by the surging 3,000 strands, at the end of which the shimmering starry prison bore a striking resemblance to the sealing technique used against the Great Completion Holy Spirit. The roiling sea of flames was instantaneously frozen into a coral reef of crystalline ice spanning the Thunder Sea. With a gentle tap of her fingertip, the ice soul lotus bloomed, her movements graceful as she navigated the chaotic battlefield, akin to a swimming dragon, displaying her gallant demeanor. The golden-armored ancient emperor's sun and moon will crush 30,000 thunder dragons, while the character for Calamity erupted from the crack in her brow. Sweeping across the starry sky, the frozen Calamity clouds coalesced into a mirror-like cosmos, reflecting the scene from the Fire Domain battle where 3,000 flames were sealed in ice. Each petal of the Ice Soul Lotus transformed within the mirror into swimming ice-blue dragons, biting through the starry chains unleashed by the crimson-haired Supreme being inch by inch, as the Thunder Sea collapsed into a singularity of absolute zero. The 13 crystalline vertebrae erupted with a dragon's roar, shattering the starry prison and sealing away the dissipating thunder light and flames within the icy river spanning the Star Sea. The light from the crack in Murong Lingshue's brow shone brilliantly, as the character for Calamity emanated an unparalleled majesty, exuding a commanding presence over the battlefield, causing everything around to pale in comparison. In the final moment of the last Thunderbolt's explosion, the fracture in Murong Lingshue's brow suddenly healed. 3,000 icy rivers surged forth from beneath her feet, coalescing into ice-blue dragons of boundless might amidst the freezing tide. The remnants of the 5 Emperor shadows were pierced by the icy sword aura, while the yin-yang fish diagram of the white-robed elder was shredded by the sealing runes, and the vertical eye of the Xian-robed ancient emperor was frozen into a mirror, reflecting the scene of the purple-robed emperor being transformed into ice and shattering. The singularity of the collapsing Thunder Sea abruptly unleashed the starry prison, as 13 crystalline vertebrae shot forth from Murong Lingshue's spine, transforming into chains of cold light that entwined the sun and moon wheel of the golden-armored ancient emperor and the starry chains of the crimson-haired supreme being. The figures of the 5 emperor shadows shattered simultaneously, dissipating into nothingness. At this moment, Murong Lingxue resembled a phoenix reborn from flames, radiating brilliance and exuding a formidable presence, her every movement reflecting an invincibility as if nothing in this world could withstand her. Is it over? Wang Teng stood outside the Star Domain, observing the extraordinary battles unfolding within the Thunder Tribulation, silently pondering. Previously, during his own tribulation, the final Emperor Shadow had been the Mingguang Emperor, yet now, the Mingguang Emperor was like a rat scurrying across the street. Though he was a contemporary emperor, he had been reduced to obscurity within the Emperor Shadows, having long been shattered by Murong Lingxue. However, neither Wang Ting nor Murong Lingxue were aware of the presence lurking within the fissures of the universe. That terrifying being, clutching a bloodstained nail, beheld Murong Lingxue on the verge of successfully overcoming her tribulation and murmured, "Does this world need another heavenly emperor?" He glanced at the bloodied nail in his hand, silently stowing it away, while his eyes reflected the scene of the Linglong Fairy Domain, where the Thunder Sea was about to be obliterated by Murong Lingxue. It is better not to have more perish. He seemingly recalled the considerable troubles caused by the former heavenly emperors, and thus, following his whispered words, he unleashed an overwhelmingly potent spell, targeting the Thunder Sea of the Heavenly Emperor's tribulation. At this moment, whether it was the resolute Murong Lingxue undergoing her tribulation, Wang Tong, or the myriad beings silently observing from the cosmos, all believed that Murong Lingxue was on the verge of successfully transcending her trial, heralding the birth of a new celestial emperor. However, just then, Wang Tong's expression changed dramatically. The once faltering sea of thunder suddenly surged with amplified power, as if commanded by the heavenly Tao itself. Although no new imperial specter emerged, the intensity of the descending tribulation far surpassed its previous strength. Crackling sounds filled the air, as even Murong Lingxue, enveloped in frostlight, found blood spurting forth from her body. Yet, she persisted in battle, surrounded by countless frost manifestations that formed a protective barrier without her needing to cast a spell. Simultaneously, she unveiled her hidden trump card. A divine tower radiating predominantly white cold light appeared in her grasp and was hurled above her head. This tower absorbed a significant portion of the tribulation's power, causing the thunder to surge erratically within the sea of lightning, yet failing to strike at Murong Lingxue herself. Nevertheless, the overwhelming tribulation still proved exhausting for her. Blood continued to bloom amidst the thunderous chaos, and her aura waned considerably. Yet, within her eyes burned an indomitable fighting spirit. After years of arduous training and trials, she could not afford to falter. A fleeting glance at Wang Tong, drenched in blood, further solidified her resolve. Kill. Instantly, the goddess valiantly battled the thunder, unyielding despite the bloodshed. This was intolerable. Wang Tong felt a rising anxiety. He sensed the heavenly Tao had seemingly gone mad, as the current tribulation's power had escalated to a terrifying level. Although Murong Lingxue's fighting spirit remained unwavering, she was in grave danger, even achieving the status of Celestial Emperor. She should not have to endure such an ordeal. Yet, Wang Tong could not intervene. Only the current emperors bearing the heavenly heart mark could wield the power of the heavenly Tao to mitigate or enhance the tribulation's force. However, even should an emperor arrive, it would be of little assistance, as their influence could only partially mitigate or amplify, rendering them ineffective against the sheer terror of the current tribulation. What to do? Just as Wang Tong pondered this, he suddenly felt the magical patterns on his body grow scorching, and the demon fetus within him emitted a sense of yearning. This instinct was ingrained in him. A flash of brilliance struck his mind. His demon fetus could absorb energy, and he still harbored Murong Lingshue's primal Yin within him, creating a special connection. Thus, he abruptly activated the essence of Lingshue's primal Yin while simultaneously invoking the sky-devouring demon scripture to its utmost limit. The magical patterns on his body once again ignited, rivaling the lightning within the tribulation. In an instant, a significant portion of the tribulation's power that had been directed at Murong Lingxue was drawn towards him, under the relentless invocation of the sky-devouring demon scripture. The intensity of the tribulation that Murong Lingxue faced returned to a level comparable to before, albeit slightly stronger. The pressure on her diminished significantly. Stunned, she instinctively glanced in Wang Tung's direction, only to see him surrounded by surging lightning, forming a small tribulation of his own. He was absorbing the tribulation from afar. The lightning striking him created such phenomena, revealing the extent of the damage he had endured and the ferocity of the tribulation itself. Without hesitation, Murong Lingxue let out a fierce cry and charged into the heart of the Sea of Thunder. She was determined to swiftly overcome the tribulation and ascend to the Celestial Emperor. On the other side, the overwhelming power of the tribulation, surpassing even that of the Celestial Emperor, inflicted wounds upon Wang Tung that were far greater than when he had been besieged by numerous sovereigns. In mere moments, his skin tore, his meridians and vital organs suffered the onslaught of thunder, and even his soul was ravaged by the relentless lightning. Within just a few breaths, he was gravely injured, his breath waning. Yet, within him lay the demon fetus. While he sustained injuries, the demon fetus continuously absorbed the power of the tribulation, aiding his recovery. Amidst the ceaseless onslaught of the Heavenly Emperor's tribulation, Wang Tung's body healed repeatedly, resulting in profound tempering of both his soul and flesh. He could sense that if Murong Lingxue succeeded in her tribulation, he too would gain significant enhancement amidst the tempest. From within the cosmic rift, a terrifying being that had just emerged from the shadows seemed to take notice of this scene. With a cold snort, it withdrew a bloodstained nail, targeting the Sea of Thunder, preparing to strike. Just then, a figure clad in white suddenly appeared before it, traversing countless spaces in an astonishing manner. Taichu, you are still alive. The fearsome being halted its actions, fixating its gaze on the newcomer, none other than the celestial venerable Taichu. Immortal, cease your actions. Let the successors handle their own affairs. Should you interfere further, do not blame me for intervening. Taichu spoke with indifference. The being, known as the Immortal, snorted coldly, retreating half of its form back into the rift. Taichu turned to glance at the thunderous sea within the Linglong star domain, witnessing Wang Tung's remarkable ability to disperse the tribulation, and could not help but exclaim, truly an extraordinary talent of the ages. The frost technique of the immortal tribulation, frozen heavens. Deep within the thunderous sea of the Linglong star domain, the battle of tribulation finally approached its climax. Under the might of Murong Lingshue's transcendent celestial technique, the entire Sea of Thunder was obliterated. The boundless power of thunder fused into her body, aiding in her ascension. The frost enveloping her resembled a river of stars, drawing the surrounding tribulation clouds into its embrace. As the Sea of Thunder was completely annihilated, a cascade of azure ice rain fell across the star domain. Murong Lingxue, barefooted, shattered the last bolt of tribulation, her battle skirt woven from sword energy of ice enveloping her form, and the emblem of the Celestial Emperor manifested upon her forehead. Meanwhile, Wang Tung completed the absorption of the final remnants of the tribulation. Celestial Emperor. He gazed at Murong Lingxue, radiant with vitality, feeling a tremor in his heart as he sensed the immense aura emanating from her every movement. The Celestial Emperor, though not surpassing the realm of emperors, possessed a strength that transcended many. Such an existence, once birthed, would not merely be invincible in the present, but would aim to dominate the entire continuum of history. However, if she could ascend to the throne, he too could claim to be a significant contributor. Wang Tung calculated. He had aided Murong Lingxue thrice. Once he had single-handedly faced 12 sovereigns. Once he had shared the burden of the tribulation. As for the final instance, it was the very first. Murong Lingxue stood barefoot, proudly amidst the dissipating tribulation. Her battle skirt of sword energy swirling in the wind, her Celestial Emperor emblem shining resplendently. She felt the boundless power within her, capable of annihilating the universe in an instant. And a smile finally graced her lips. She had finally succeeded. With every movement, a radiant frostlight capable of freezing star domains ignited around her. Now, due to her cultivation, she even outshone ordinary celestial emperors. Yet, perhaps due to her cultivation method, she appeared even more cold and divine, exuding an aura so profound that it was impossible to gaze upon her directly, as if she were the supreme sovereign of the cosmos. Congratulations, Taoist Murong, for ascending to the rank of Celestial Emperor, unrivaled across the universe. Wang Ting transformed his attire into that of the Celestial Emperor, rejuvenating his youthful supreme image, and flew before Murong Lingxue, clasping his hands in congratulations. As he drew nearer, he discerned that the Yuan-Yin energy he had assimilated was pulsating with fervor, seemingly celebrating its original master's ascension to the celestial emperor realm, all because of Wang Tang's proximity to Murong Lingxue. Murong Lingxue, sensing this, exhibited a faint blush upon her otherwise frigid countenance, which she swiftly suppressed, reverting to her detached demeanor. I extend my gratitude to Taoist Wang for safeguarding my path, she uttered. It was a mere trifle, Wang Tang responded. Following this exchange, their gazes met, yet silence ensued, an awkwardness permeating the atmosphere. Murong Lingxue, with a graceful gesture, produced a miniature, rotating pagoda from her grasp. It was the very exquisite pagoda she had employed during her celestial emperor tribulation. This pagoda, she elucidated, was crafted by me using supreme immortal techniques. It is an imperial weapon, and though it lacks the imprint of the ultimate path, it surpasses ordinary imperial weapons in might. Furthermore, it serves as a divine artifact for tribulations. You may utilize this treasure when you undergo tribulations in the future. With utmost generosity, she presented the exquisite pagoda to Wang Tang. Then I expressed my gratitude to the celestial emperor. Wang Tang responded without affectation, accepting the pagoda. The instant he grasped it, he felt as though he were immersed in an infinite, frozen world, possessing power comparable to the imperial heaven emperor's robe. This suggested that the exquisite pagoda, though not an ultimate path imperial weapon, could rival the imperial heaven emperor's robe, a gift from the celestial emperor. He accepted the exquisite pagoda and scrutinized the celestial emperor before him. He noted that her features had not undergone significant alteration upon her ascension, but her aura had become more transcendent, noble, and inscrutable. He hesitated, as if contemplating something, before resolving that as a man of stature, the esteemed sovereign of the heavens, he ought not to be so hesitant, even before the celestial emperor. Consequently, he inquired directly, "May I ask, celestial emperor, why did you choose me?" The atmosphere grew intimate. Murong Lingxue, feigning ignorance, responded indifferently, "Choose what?" "That is." Wang Ting began, but Murong Lingxue interjected. "I have stated that this matter is not to be broached again. Let us pretend it never occurred," she declared with resolute finality, her celestial emperor's authority fully manifest, as though all things were compelled to adhere to her will. Yes, yes, I shall abide by the celestial emperor's decree," Wang Tang responded, bowing slightly, as though genuinely intimidated by Murong Lingxue's celestial emperor's might. However, Murong Lingxue found herself discomfited by Wang Tang's repeated invocation of celestial emperor. A hint of vexation arose on her otherwise icy countenance, yet she retorted with a cold smile, "Taoist Wang and I are, in essence, old acquaintances. Why be so distant? If that is the case, then I shall address the celestial emperor as Schwerer." "I wonder if the celestial emperor would permit this?" Wang Tang promptly inquired, as this was the moment he had anticipated. Upon hearing this, Murong Lingxue's heart, which had remained steadfast even amidst the thunder tribulation, skipped a beat. It had been millennia since anyone had addressed her as Murong or Schwerer, except for her parents. Permitted. Having received permission, Wang Ting eagerly drew nearer, intensifying the amorous atmosphere. He inquired with curiosity, "Schwerer, may I inquire as to the cultivation art you practice? How does it possess such potency? Had it not been for the alteration in the thunder tribulation, I believe you would have transcended the celestial emperor tribulation with ease. Such a technique must be more than a mere imperial scripture." Murong Lingxue cast a sidelong glance at him, as if discerning Wang Tang's thoughts, and responded with a soft chuckle, "This is a supreme immortal art, the name of which I cannot disclose to you. You must understand that it is an immortal king's technique that only women can cultivate." "I see." Wang Tang responded with an air of enlightenment, nodding. "Was the technique we cultivated together previously also this technique?" Upon this topic, a flush resurfaced on Murong Lingxue's previously icy countenance. Sensing Wang Tang's ardent gaze upon her, the dignified celestial emperor averted her eyes after a brief moment of mutual contact, feigning nonchalance as she stated, "That is also something you need not know." Wang Tang, failing to obtain an answer, exhibited disappointment, sighing, "Alas, it appears that your words of friendship and intimacy are merely polite formalities. It is I who have been overly sentimental." He retreated a few steps, as if preparing to depart, while simultaneously employing his power to suppress the Yuan-Yin energy within his body, concealing its presence. Upon witnessing Wang Tang's departure, Murong Lingxue felt that the joy she had experienced in ascending to the celestial emperor realm and having Wang Tang safeguard her path had been significantly diminished. However, as a celestial emperor, she was unwilling to compromise her dignity by imploring Wang Tang to remain. Thus, she emitted a cold snort and acted upon her thoughts. In an instant, the void surrounding Wang Tang, spanning millions of miles, was entirely encased in ice. He had been imprisoned within the celestial emperor's frozen confinement. "Humph. As the celestial emperor, I suppress the universe. How dare you depart without my permission?" Murong Lingxue declared with an aloof tone, though her heart was not in accordance with her words. Upon observing Wang Tang's silent acceptance of his icy imprisonment, she immediately regretted her actions. Wang Tang's eyelids twitched violently. He had intended to provoke the celestial emperor, but he had not anticipated her impulsive reaction. "This has escalated." Murong Lingxue, gazing at him, opened her mouth as if to speak, But a voice suddenly echoed through the void. Fellow Taoists, please refrain from violence. Please refrain from violence. A white-robed elder, exuding an ethereal aura, traversed trillions of miles in mere moments, arriving in the exquisite starfield, imploring them with urgency. Both of you are pillars of the human race, and even the myriad races of the universe. Why engage in conflict? Upon his arrival, Murong Lingxue furrowed her brows slightly. Despite having attained the Celestial Emperor realm, she still sensed a degree of pressure from this elder. She subtly advanced a few steps, shielding Wang Tong, and inquired with vigilance. May I ask, Venerable Taoist, who you are? Wang Tong, upon observing his countenance, suddenly recalled something. Was this not the old Taoist who had manipulated yin and yang within the Sea of Lightning? He had intended to inquire of the Netherworld Celestial Venerable as to his identity, but he had unexpectedly appeared of his own volition. Judging by the situation, Murong Lingxue likely recognized his face as well, but was unaware of his identity. I am Taichu, and I wish to invite Taoist Ling Tian to join my sect. The newcomer, Taichu Celestial Venerable, stated with proper etiquette, causing Wang Tong and Murong Lingxue to undergo a transformation in their expressions. Taichu Celestial Venerable. This was one of the most ancient celestial venerables, still alive to this day. Furthermore, his cultivation was so profound that even Wang Tong could not fathom it. Wait, accept me into your sect? Wang Tong seized upon another key point within Taichu Celestial Venerable's words, politely declining. Senior Taichu, I wish to forge my own path, and therefore I shall not become a disciple. Please forgive me. Taichu Celestial Venerable responded with a gentle smile. You misunderstand, young friend. It is not I who am accepting a disciple, but rather I am accepting a disciple on behalf of my master. Taichu Celestial Venerable once again uttered startling words, causing Wang Tong to pause in astonishment. What had he just heard? This Taichu Celestial Venerable had lived for tens of millions of years, and his cultivation was already so advanced. What realm must his master have attained? However, Wang Ting immediately surmised that Taichu Celestial Venerable's master had likely perished long ago within the river of history. Perhaps his master had expressed a dying wish, and Taichu Celestial Venerable was accepting a disciple on his behalf. Wang Ting was instantly moved. This Taichu Celestial Venerable was clearly powerful, and becoming his senior apprentice brother would undoubtedly be of great benefit to him. If Taoist Ling Tian harbors any doubts, my disciple, the current holy master of Taichu, Lin Xian, can provide you with an explanation, Taichu Celestial Venerable added. Oh, Lin Xian? Wang Tong recalled a close friend with whom he had fought for hundreds of years on the ancient Starry Road. He nodded in agreement. In that case, I shall accompany you, Celestial Venerable, Wang Tong responded. Taichu Celestial Venerable was overjoyed and prepared to depart with Wang Tong. The vast expanse of ice, stretching for countless miles, is indeed a formidable sight for an ordinary supreme in the Forbidden Realm. However, should Wang Ting genuinely desire to break free, he could do so in an instant. For an enigmatic existence like the primordial celestial, it is even easier, as he effortlessly pulls Wang Tong out, just as they are about to depart. A cold snort escapes Murong Lingxue, her piercing gaze fixated on Wang Ting, sending a chill down his spine. Swear, I shall return shortly, Wang Ting hastily assures her. The primordial celestial, seemingly aware of the discourtesy in directly extracting Wang Tong while disregarding Murong Lingxue's formidable ice barrier, adopts a beseeching demeanor, saying, Heavenly Emperor, my master's dying wish is to take in this indomitable genius. I implore you, considering the countless contributions I have made to the universe over millennia, allow my friend Ling Tian to depart. Reluctantly, Murong Lingxue nods, her gaze still unwaveringly fixed on Wang Tong. Let us go, he urges, and with a swift motion, the primordial celestial steps forward. A ripple of space ensues, and a Taiji symbol manifests beneath their feet, radiating the essence of yin and yang, before they vanish from sight. As Murong Lingxue watches Wang Ting leave, the brilliance in her eyes dims significantly. She reflects upon her actions today, contemplating whether she has erred in some way. Perhaps she has always known the truth, yet out of respect for the Heavenly Emperor and her own pride, she felt compelled to act thus. With a quiet sigh, she turns her back to the scene, returning to the Linglong Ancient Star. At this moment, the entire Ancient Star rejoices in her ascension to the rank of Heavenly Emperor. We welcome the Heavenly Emperor. We welcome the Heavenly Emperor. Upon her return, the disciples of the Divine Palace she established a millennium ago kneel in reverence, offering their congratulations. Though they dare not meet her gaze, an overwhelming sense of respect and loyalty toward her envelopes them all. What a magnificent and unparalleled existence she is. Having attained the title of Heavenly Emperor even amidst the presence of contemporary great emperors, to follow such a being is a privilege earned through eons of cultivation. From this day forth, in the name of this emperor, the Divine Palace shall unveil its renown throughout the cosmos, expanding its influence across the vast star domains. They shall welcome cultivators of high character and skill from various realms, joining the emperor in the pursuit of celestial ascension when the path opens, sharing in the celestial fortune. Addressing the multitude of cultivators beneath her, she proclaims in a resounding voice, the decree of the Heavenly Emperor is absolute. None shall disobey. Yes. The myriad cultivators respond in unison. Upon returning to the central tower of the Divine Palace, Murong Lingxue gazes across the 100,000 star domains. her eyes searching for the figure of Wang Tung. Now, having ascended as the Heavenly Emperor, she feels a burden lifted from her heart. She had thought that becoming the Heavenly Emperor would free her from desires, allowing her to embody a transcendent existence devoid of emotion. Yet she finds herself still deeply concerned for Wang Tung. As an unparalleled prodigy, her desire for control is naturally strong. Initially, her choice of Wang Tung was motivated by a desire for a partner of commendable character and adequate strength, someone she could manage while practicing the celestial fusion technique. Yet, subconsciously, her attraction to Wang Tung stemmed from the feelings she harbored during her youth, long ago, when she faced peril on the ancient star. Although she has since come to terms with those feelings, he remains the singular being who captured her heart over millennia. Choosing Wang Tung now fulfills a dream she once held dear in her youth. In truth, she yearns to caution Wang Tung against forming close ties with female cultivators outside their bond. Yet the words elude her. Should she wait for his next visit to impart the celestial fusion technique to him? That way, he would be bound to cultivate solely with her for eternity. Chapter 46. The Supreme Immortal King. In the celestial expanse of the flying immortal ancient star, Wang Tung donned the imperial robe of the Heavenly Emperor. Standing upon the exquisite pagoda, before his arrival, a heavy atmosphere had already enveloped the numerous forbidden zones within the ancient star. It was Ling Tian. He had indeed come to the flying immortal star. What were his intentions? To obliterate the forbidden zones? Humph. If he dares to come, we shall not falter. Although he is formidable, we fear him not. Should he truly dare to approach, I shall take action myself. The myriad supreme beings engaged in fervent discussions. Even many who were on the verge of slumber, preparing for their ascension, were roused. In an instant, the 8 domains of the flying immortal ancient star were abuzz with activity. Some supreme beings from the forbidden zones even contemplated relocating their domains. Fortunately, Wang Tung, under the watchful eyes of the anxious crowd, descended upon the primordial Holy Land in the central domain. This single descent averted an impending calamity. Humph. He is wise enough not to recklessly invade the forbidden zones or strike against us. If he truly dares to come, he shall find that he cannot return. Rest assured, I have stated that should he come, I will take action. Perhaps he has overheard me. After Wang Tung arrived at the primordial Holy Land, the previously panicked forbidden zones erupted in boisterous exclamations, radiating a sense of vindication. Wang Tung and the primordial heavenly sovereign landed within the forbidden area of the primordial Holy Land, yet none were able to perceive their presence. It had been 1,200 years. Wang Tung gazed upon the flying immortal ancient star and its various domains, murmuring with a heart full of nostalgia. He had once resided on the flying immortal ancient star for over a century, particularly in the primordial Holy Land, where he had lingered the longest. Alas, a millennium has passed, and even in the realm of cultivation, many old acquaintances have departed. Even within the flying immortal ancient star, it is exceedingly rare for one to cultivate to the level of a divine will saint. For many, reaching the realm of a heavenly mighty one remains an unattainable pinnacle, a status they can only gaze upon in awe throughout their lifetimes. The lowest-ranking cultivators Wang Tung had known on this ancient star were all heavenly mighty ones. Yet even they have met their demise. Even the former holy master of the primordial Holy Land, who had offered Wang Tung considerable assistance due to his friendship with the holy son Lin Xian, had now succumbed to the passage of time, returning after a millennium. How could he not feel a profound sense of yearning? Ha ha ha, Brother Wang. No, I must now address you as the supreme Ling Tian. At that moment, a warm voice resonated, belonging to none other than the holy master Lin Xian. He now bore a middle-aged visage, a form befitting the management of his faction. Yet his countenance exuded an aura of kindness. Ha ha ha, Brother Lin, such words. Given our relationship, we shall certainly address each other as brothers. Wang Tung replied with a smile. His perceptive abilities were remarkably acute. Although Lin Xian appeared to maintain their previous rapport, he was forcing enthusiasm. The disparity in their realms had become evident. Lin Xian, having attained quasi-emperor status and serving as the holy master of the primordial Holy Land, could not bridge the gap with Wang Tung, who had become a supreme entity, renowned across the cosmos. Regardless of their past closeness, they could no longer return to an equal footing. Lin Xian did not dare to jest about personal matters in Wang Tung's presence. Wang Tung even suspected that if he remained silent, Lin Xian would soon address him as master. Upon hearing Wang Tung's unwavering tone, Lin Xian's apprehension eased considerably, and he nodded in agreement. Brother Wang, your renown has grown immensely of late. I am in awe. Despite this, the more senior Lin Xian refrained from addressing Wang Tung as brother, opting instead for junior brother. However, a more stinging remark came from the primordial heavenly sovereign. Humph, Xianer. Do not be disrespectful. You must refer to him as master uncle. The primordial heavenly sovereign expressed discontent, for Wang Tung was about to take the sovereign as his teacher, and the hierarchy must not be disrupted. Lin Xian was momentarily rendered speechless, unable to respond. No matter, Brother Lin, let us each speak our minds. Wang Tung waved his hand dismissively and inquired, Heavenly Sovereign, may I ask who my future master is? Upon hearing this, the primordial heavenly sovereign, who was about to offer counsel as an elder brother, suddenly wore a grave expression, standing upright as he declared, "Your master is the supreme immortal king." He spoke these words with utmost solemnity, his respect evident. Upon hearing the title immortal king, Wang Tung's breath caught in his throat. This apprenticeship was indeed a fortuitous gamble. Even Lin Xian appeared taken aback. It was the first time he had heard the title of the primordial heavenly sovereign's master. Is the immortal king a designation of identity or a realm? What level of existence does it represent? Wang Ting inquired. The primordial heavenly sovereign regarded him earnestly, responding, "It is both a realm and an identity. Junior brother, do not inquire further. Knowing too much may hinder your cultivation. Come, let us proceed to pay our respects to the master." With that, he waved his hand casually, and Wang Tung felt the world around him shift. Though he could easily break free, he chose to obediently follow the steps of the primordial heavenly sovereign. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself amidst a sea of countless stars in the void of the cosmos. He stood upon a continent suffused with celestial energy. Yet above him loomed the colossal figure of the immortal king, towering over all the stars, a presence so immense it threatened to collapse the very fabric of the universe. Merely seated in the void, the immortal king's aura nearly rendered Wang Tung unable to lift his gaze. This was he widened his eyes, only to discover that it was merely an ethereal projection, yet he could not discern the immortal king's visage. This being was certainly not of this universe. Wang Tung mused inwardly. This is my master, the supreme immortal king, a being revered even within the immortal domain. The voice of the primordial heavenly sovereign resonated behind him, laced with profound reverence. Yet, brother, how did you come to have such a master? Has he ever descended into this universe? Wang Tung questioned, his curiosity piqued. The primordial heavenly sovereign glanced at him, then gazed up at the immortal king's projection, sighing, "It is not that my master descended into this universe, rather. Millions of years ago, I accidentally fell from the immortal domain to this realm." His eyes shone with nostalgia. Wang Tung was once again astonished. The primordial heavenly sovereign was indeed a visitor from the immortal domain. No wonder many years ago, I encountered a formidable enemy during a conflict in the immortal domain. And we fortuitously stumbled upon a spatial rift that opened only once every few million years, causing us both to plummet down. The primordial heavenly sovereign reminisced. We had no desire for conflict, only a longing to return to the immortal domain. Are there other powerhouses? Wang Tung suddenly realized that this universe harbored another celestial being from the immortal domain, likely of a similar caliber to the primordial heavenly sovereign. Indeed, his title is indestructible, and he once proclaimed himself the indestructible divine emperor throughout the annals of history. This time, during the heavenly emperor's tribulation, he secretly intervened to sow discord, only to be thwarted by me. The primordial heavenly sovereign's words confirmed Wang Tung's suspicions. Chapter 47. Mastering the Art of Apprenticeship. Realization dawned upon Wang Tung, who clasped his hands in gratitude towards Murong Lingxue, exclaiming, "Thank you, senior brother, for your intervention. Your connection with the celestial emperor is indeed remarkable." Tai Chu Tianzun, with a teasing tone, turned serious and slowly remarked, "I shall bestow upon you the rights of apprenticeship. Your master will be able to sense your dedication in this realm, and perhaps grant you some favorable boon. If your master possesses such extraordinary powers, why not descend to the mortal realm to retrieve you?" Tai Chu Tianzun shook his head, indicating that it was beyond explanation. Subsequently, he began to instruct Wang Ting. In the uncharted territories of the universe, a shadow shattered numerous colossal stars, finally seizing a galaxy in frustration. It was none other than the Mingguang Emperor, who had once again been swiftly defeated by Wang Ting. Despite his fall from grace, his resentment intensified, for this time, he had not even managed to defend a single strike. Were it not for the intervention of the Demon Lord, he would have faced utter annihilation. Yet, he remained obstinate. Convinced that Wang Ting's victory was merely a result of a sneak attack, the Demon Lord observed him with a cold smirk, exuding dark energy, and remarked, "Do not deceive yourself. That Supreme of the Heavens possesses the strength to combat 12 other Supremes, slaying 3 among them. His potential is so vast that even I am astonished. If you were to face him head-on, the outcome would be similar. You would surely fall within 3 moves. Perhaps even perish." The Demon Lord's words struck a devastating blow to the Mingguang Emperor, obliterating the last remnants of his sanity. He turned, seizing the Demon Lord's leg with desperation, his eyes ablaze with rage, and roared, "I demand power. I shall vanquish Wang Ting." The Demon Lord, unfazed by his insolence, felt a glimmer of triumph at the success of his machinations. "Seek power? Very well. Follow me," he murmured, swiftly transporting the Mingguang Emperor to the desolate fringes of the universe. There he cast him down and raised his hands dramatically. In an instant, a colossal altar, spanning countless light years, emerged within the vast void. Imprint your heavenly heart mark upon it with all your might to offer sacrifice and gain unparalleled power. The Demon Lord coaxed the Mingguang Emperor. "Yes, I crave power. I must have power." The Mingguang Emperor's eyes gleamed with a resolute darkness as he soared onto the altar, forming seals with his hands, the heavenly heart mark on his forehead radiating brilliantly. "Fall," he intoned. channeling immense energy from the heavenly heart mark into the center of the altar. Ha! I shall attain supreme power. The Mingguang Emperor laughed maniacally, envisioning himself triumphantly standing over Wang Tong, reclaiming his place atop the universe. However, the demon lord beside him grinned eerily. You have finally taken the bait. His form ignited with dark flames, and he unleashed a torrent of shadowy energy into the altar. What is happening? Where's my power? No. The Mingguang Emperor's laughter abruptly ceased, panic engulfing him. For he suddenly realized that not only was he not gaining power from the altar, but the energy within his very being was spiraling away into it. Ha ha ha, Mingguang Emperor. Do you comprehend that you are on the verge of becoming the greatest villain in the annals of the universe? Prepare to welcome the arrival of my sacred race. As the demon lord's maniacal laughter echoed, the altar began to merge with the void, a gaping maw slowly opening. Meanwhile, at the Tai Chu sacred land on the flying immortal ancient star, within the secret realm created by Tai Chu Tianzun, Wang Tong had completed the rites of apprenticeship for the Wuji sect, bowing respectfully before the immense phantom of the immortal king, declaring, Disciple Wang Ting. Even with his supreme speed, this ceremony took a full half hour. Finally, Tai Chu Tianzun presented 9 incense sticks. 3 were offered to the myriad realms, 3 to the Wuji immortal king, and 3 for Wang Tong himself. At the moment the incense was lit, Wang Tong felt a jolt. It was as though the phantom of the immortal king had come to life. Immediately, a voice akin to a cosmic singularity erupted in his mind. Yet, in reality, no sound reached him, but in the depths of his consciousness, he perceived it. The Wuji immortal king had accepted him as his disciple. Wang Tong then witnessed the colossal right hand of the immortal king reaching out towards him. He initially thought a treasure was to be bestowed upon him, but as the hand approached, it turned palm down and descended upon him. Wang Tong was taken aback. Immediately employing various defensive techniques, the Songlei Emperor's halberd and the Linglong treasure pagoda flew out, and he ignited the burning Heaven Emperor flame, even preparing to summon fragments of immortal artifacts. Yet, despite his exhaustive efforts, he was still subdued by the palm. Wow, my master is truly formidable. In the next moment, Wang Ting suddenly regained awareness, realizing he was still within the secret realm, instinctively wanting to curse but quickly refrained. Junior brother, judging by your expression, it seems the master has already bestowed blessings upon you. Tai Chu Tianzun observed with a smile. Wang Tong reflected. The overwhelming force of that palm vividly etched in his mind. He could utilize it to comprehend the immortal king's lethal techniques. Tianzun, senior brother, I have indeed received the master's teachings. Wang Ting nodded affirmatively. Excellent. From this day forth, we shall be brothers. Should you lack anything or encounter troubles, do not hesitate to confide in me. I have amassed a plethora of treasures over the millennia. Tai Chu Tianzun exuberantly declared as he led Wang Tong out of the secret realm. I desire your entire cultivation. Wang Tong mused privately, contemplating that should he absorb Tai Chu Tianzun's essence, he could potentially transform into a war immortal and storm into the immortal domain. Yet, he merely entertained the thought internally, outwardly asking, Senior brother, is the path to immortality set to begin at the flying immortal ancient star? Indeed. It shall commence beyond the domains, akin to the spatial layers from which I fell from the immortal domain. Wang Ting inquired further about various aspects of cultivation and, after several queries, began to request materials, stating, to be frank, I wish to forge a personal emperor weapon. I wonder if senior brother possesses suitable materials? Indeed, junior brother, I have several. Tai Chu Tianzun replied. I possess no less than 9 materials capable of forging emperor weapons. He retrieved a storage ring, presenting it to Wang Ting. Within were luminescent phoenix stones, jade god iron, cosmic light stones, and phoenix glazed gold, among other supreme materials, which left Wang Tong utterly awestruck. These materials were among the finest for crafting emperor-level artifacts. Just 3 of them could suffice to forge a weapon akin to the emperor's robe of the celestial sovereign. And now, Tai Chu Tianzun had presented him with a total of 9. Thank you, senior brother. Wang Tong expressed with gratitude. Junior brother is being too polite. As the 2 brothers engaged in courteous exchanges, a sudden resounding explosion erupted. Wang Ting immediately turned his gaze. He beheld Morong Lingxue, for reasons unknown, making a move against a forbidden zone of life, unleashing her power. Chapter 48, Devouring the 7 Supreme Beings. Wang Tong was taken aback, surmising that the Empress would likely intervene against the Supreme Being who had interfered during her tribulation. However, he did not expect her to act with such decisiveness. How long has it been since she attained her path? It is not yet the time for slaughter in the Forbidden Zone. These are figures of unparalleled might from the cosmos. The primordial celestial sovereign showed no intention of intervening but merely observed, speaking meaningfully. Not yet the time? She has already attained the status of a celestial emperor. Wang Ting furrowed his brows. Junior brother, while you are indeed a prodigy of the ages, do not underestimate other talents. There are countless star domains in this vast universe, and who knows what extraordinary beings may arise. The primordial celestial sovereign added, as if even he, an ethereal being from the realm of immortals, harbored considerable trepidation towards this universe. Wang Ting nodded. Recalling the immortal God Emperor and Murong Lingshue's previous battle against the Lightning Tribulation, during which he only recognized 2 of the 5 Emperor shadows, there remains one unknown. Boom. In the distant starry expanse, the sound of a great explosion reverberated once more. At this moment, Murong Lingshue's strength nearly overwhelmed that of the Emperor. The 4 Supremes she subdued within the dark path of the Forbidden Zone had no means to resist her. Within mere breaths, they were on the brink of death. Regardless, I must assist the Celestial Emperor in calming the Forbidden Zone, Wang Ting proclaimed with righteous fervor, feeling the demonic essence within him stir with anticipation. The primordial celestial sovereign genuinely believed he possessed the resolve to bring order to the dark Forbidden Zone, once again expressing admiration. Junior brother, you are indeed remarkable. Go forth. Wang Tung nodded, stepping forward and traversing countless star domains, swiftly arriving at the battlefield. Celestial Emperor, you shall not meet a good end. At this moment, witnessing several Supremes on the verge of death, Wang Tung bellowed, Celestial Emperor, I come to your aid. Upon finishing his words, he activated the devouring Heaven Demon Sutra. His body adorned with black demonic patterns glowing fiercely, yet under the concealment of the Celestial Emperor's robe, it transformed into a divine radiance, shimmering with golden light. Devour the heavens, he silently intoned, unleashing a powerful suction for life energy. The Dark Supremes, teetering on the brink of death, had no capacity to counterattack. And with agonized cries, their life essences flowed towards Wang Ting. Murong Lingxue, displeased by the sudden intervention, turned to see that it was Wang Ting. And she silently withdrew her divine powers, allowing him to consume these Supremes without resistance. In but 3 breaths, the 4 Supremes had entirely become nourishment for Wang Tung. At this moment, he radiated with golden light, exuding an aura of sanctity. Who would have imagined that he was engaged in such a macabre undertaking? Upon completing his task, Murong Lingxue cast a curious glance in his direction, seemingly eager to discern the nature of the technique he had employed to achieve such marvels. Wang Tung, not one to conceal his prowess, retracted the concealment of the Celestial Emperor's robe, allowing her to fully appreciate his magnificent form. Murong Lingxue turned away, soaring towards the next Forbidden Zone. This particular zone lay within the ancient star of Gochun, the very place where the 8-armed Supreme once resided. Gochun is immensely vast. Wang Ting estimated it to be at least 700 billion times the size of the solar system. And since the sun is 200 million times larger than the blue planet, one can fathom the enormity of Gochun. Moreover, Gochun harbors numerous life forbidden zones. At this moment, only 3 Supremes remained in the vicinity, and upon witnessing the Celestial Emperor approach with a swift stride, they felt a surge of panic. The critical factor was that the Celestial Emperor was accompanied by a Supreme being of unparalleled prowess. Even if the Celestial Emperor refrained from action, the Supreme Being could easily subdue them. Celestial Emperor, let us discuss this. It was merely the idea of the Kwai Emperor. The Kwai Emperor being the title of the 8-armed Supreme, the 3 remaining Supremes in the Forbidden Zone clung to a glimmer of hope, begging for mercy. Once Supreme figures now reduced to mere supplicants, even if they survived, they would be the subject of ridicule from other zones. Oh, is that so? A chilling and divine aura emanated from the Celestial Emperor's countenance, instilling dread in their hearts, while Wang Ting appeared to contemplate their plea for mercy, fostering a semblance of humanity in his expression. This prompted Murong Lingxue to cast him a sharp glance, as if questioning his newfound compassion at such a crucial juncture. Upon hearing Wang Tung's words, the Supreme's expressions brightened, their hopes for survival rekindled. It was indeed peculiar, for they had once harbored invincible hearts, yet now found themselves reduced to mere beggars for life. However, Wang Tung's subsequent words shattered their hopes anew. But is there not a possibility that your failure to restrain him and your offense against the Celestial Emperor constitutes a capital crime? With that, Wang Tung charged directly into the Forbidden Zone. This zone, named the 8 Desolations, is a mysterious and stable space. Wang Tung was not concerned about damaging Gochun. Murong Lingxue watched his bold advance with a light chuckle, finding Wang Tung rather amusing. Yet her amusement soon morphed into a cold resolve, for he had already endured enough for her. She could not allow him to spill more blood. With a gentle wave of her hand, the entire Forbidden Zone was enveloped in an icy domain. Countless extreme ice rivers surged forth, innumerable and overwhelming, leaving the 3 Supremes struggling to cope. Wang Ting's timely assault struck as well. In but a single breath, they chose to elevate their power to the utmost. Break for me. One ancient sovereign resembling a colossal lion unleashed his formidable golden form, yet was swiftly vanquished by the combined onslaught of Wang Tung and Murong Lingxue. Devour the heavens. Wang Tung did not hesitate, consuming him entirely, while the remaining 2 Supremes, bereft of any means to defend themselves, fell to Wang Tung's thunderous strikes, completely engulfed. In the blink of an eye, the 8 Desolations were subdued. All allies within the 8 Desolations had perished. Is the Celestial Emperor intent on flattening the universe? We cannot sit idly by. Gochun, a great star of life and cultivation, housed Forbidden Zones second only to the ancient star of Faxian. At this moment, the Supremes in the other Forbidden Zones, witnessing the fall of the 8 Desolations, grew increasingly anxious, seemingly poised for a collective response. Indeed, Morong Lingxue had indeed set her sights upon them. Her hand slowly rose, radiating a brilliance of icy light, as if to encompass all forbidden zones within her icy domain. Yet, at that moment, a voice akin to the roar of a divine qilin resonated through the air. Enough! This voice contained boundless energy, even causing Wang Teng to straighten in surprise. This individual's power rivaled his own. Chapter 49. The Celestial Demons from Beyond. The Ancient Star of Gocheng. Truly one of the most venerable and enigmatic cultivation realms, is a place where hidden talents abound. Heavenly Emperor, you have already slain enough supreme beings. Do you not fear the wrath of the celestial beings should you strike again? Wang Ting observed as a figure, half human and half qilin, gradually emerged from a colossal mountain amidst the sea, its face contorted with fury as it bellowed. Heaven, I am the embodiment of heaven. Morong Lingxue, with few words but fierce resolve, enveloped all forbidden zones within her domain of ice. An overwhelming force aimed to suppress the entire Gocheng star, along with this mysterious entity. Heavenly Emperor, cease your actions. A dragon shadow materialized in the distant sky. Lacking physical form, Wang Ting deduced it must have originated from another ancient star. Taiwei ancient star. He quickly concluded in his mind. Morong Lingxue remained silent, focusing solely on ensnaring her adversaries within the icy domain. In this moment, her imperial might soared to unprecedented heights, compelling many supreme beings to bow before her. Even the qilin and dragon figures were subdued by her imposing aura. Such is the invincibility of the Heavenly Emperor. How infuriating! The qilin's shadow seethed with rage yet found itself powerless against the Heavenly Emperor's might. Unless it could transcend its current state and reclaim its former pinnacle, resisting the Heavenly Emperor was a distant dream. Today might indeed mark its suppression. Once, it had dominated the cosmos, traversing the path to immortality, acquiring the essence of eternal life, and was known as the Gocheng Heavenly Emperor. This star itself bore his name and thrived under his legacy. Even in slumber upon this ancient star, he had never engaged in the turmoil of darkness, patiently awaiting the arrival of the path to immortality. His intention was to unite all supreme beings for a renewed battle against the path to immortality. Thus, Morong Lingxue's wanton slaughter of supreme beings had undeniably crossed his threshold. He yearned to intervene, but soon realized that this was no longer his era. He feared that he would be suppressed by this newly ascended Heavenly Emperor alongside the other supreme beings. To perish in internal strife rather than on the path to immortality would indeed be a great pity. Yet, this Heavenly Emperor before him was already beyond reason. At that moment, the dragon shadow approached. Human Emperor, do you truly intend to eradicate all? A melodious female voice echoed, revealing her to be the legendary ruler of another life-bearing star, the Taiwei Dragon Empress. Though not an emperor herself, her pure dragon blood endowed her with the capability to contend with an emperor. In that instant, two former emperor-level existences, along with the supreme beings of the Forbidden Zones, united to resist the might of the Heavenly Emperor. Morong Lingxue's expression remained unchanged, while 81 icy pillars shot skyward, reaching towards the desolate edges of the cosmos. This icy domain did not aim to engulf the entire Gocheng star, but rather to isolate the living areas to prevent collateral damage to the innocent. She cast a fleeting glance at Wang Teng, who stood resolute before such an imposing array, even positioning himself slightly ahead, as if to shield her. This warmed her icy heart. She silently vowed to leave these foes battered and bruised for Wang Teng to consume. As tensions escalated and both sides prepared for combat, an enormous commotion erupted from the desolate outskirts of the universe. Crack! It resembled the sound of droplets falling or shattered glass, crisp and clear, resonating in the ears of all the formidable beings present. Following this, a vile and overwhelming aura of malevolence surged forth from that desolate region, sweeping across the universe. This essence mirrored the power that the Mingguang Emperor had previously wielded against me. How could it now be so formidable? Could there be a grand conspiracy at play? Wang Ting's gaze sharpened. Not good. It is the celestial demons from beyond. Gocheng Emperor's countenance shifted dramatically, as if he had beheld a terror more fearsome than the Heavenly Emperor's suppression. Do not speak alarmingly. Wang Teng interjected coldly before Morong Lingxue could respond. Given her demeanor, it seemed she was unaware of the celestial demons from beyond. This potentially embarrassing inquiry would be left to him to address. I do not exaggerate. Years ago, I led 18 ancient sovereigns to assault the path to immortality, and we encountered the celestial demons from beyond. They are entities of pure energy, exceptionally malevolent, driven solely by destruction, possessing intelligence only upon reaching our level. Their strongest among them are unspeakable horrors, imperceptible to the common spirit, and they are an extremely aggressive race. They once sought to traverse the path to immortality to invade the universe, yet I eradicated them with the utmost primordial power. Otherwise, I would not have had to resort to self-destruction to survive amongst the supreme beings. Gocheng Emperor relayed swiftly. Wang Teng and Morong Lingxue fell into contemplation. They could discern the immense strength of Gocheng Emperor. Now, in his self-destructive state, he likely surpassed Mingguang in power, having once been a genuine Heavenly Emperor. His words held substantial credibility. Junior brother, what he claims is true. Do not squander time on the supreme beings of the forbidden zones. We must swiftly confront the celestial demons from beyond. Otherwise, they will soon invade the entire universe, bringing forth a calamity more terrifying than the dark turmoil. The words of Taichu Tianzuan resonated. Senior brother, is there no way for you to intervene? Wang Ting inquired telepathically. Impossible. I cannot act until the most critical moment. Taichu Tianzuan responded enigmatically. Wang Ting pondered his words, his heart sinking. It appeared that the celestial demons from beyond were not mere trifles, but rather a formidable threat to the entire universe. Swear, it is indeed true. Quickly retract your divine abilities. Just as Moro Lingxue hesitated, Wang Ting urged her to retract her icy domain. Had it been anyone else, she might have disregarded their counsel. But since Wang Ting had spoken, she chose to trust him. She withdrew her icy domain, dissipating the overwhelming cold yet not retreating entirely. But how can I be certain that you will not cause chaos while I fend off the celestial demons from beyond? Gocheng Emperor and Taiwei Dragon Empress furrowed their brows, uncertain of how to articulate their stance. We shall ensure that each of our ancient stars maintains order, declared Taiwei Dragon Empress. Moro Lingshue's brow furrowed tightly, while Wang Ting stepped forward at the opportune moment. Maintain order? Why did you not impose restrictions when they intervened during the Heavenly Emperor's tribulation? Why did you not act when they instigated the dark turmoil? He rebuked sharply. At Wang Ting's admonition, both Gocheng Emperor and Taiwei Dragon Empress seethed with indignation. For someone of Murong Lingshue's stature to engage in dialogue with them was one thing, but this Ling Tian Supreme, who had yet to attain emperor status, dared to be so confrontational. Yet, the current situation was unfavorable for them. Gocheng Emperor replied in a deep voice, "What do you suggest we do?" Wang Ting, having already formulated a plan, first bowed respectfully to Murong Lingxue, then addressed the assembly of supreme rulers and emperors with sincerity. In this present age, the Heavenly Emperor governs the divine court. With the formidable threat of the celestial demons from beyond looming, why not establish a law, pledging allegiance to the Heavenly Emperor? And once we vanquish the celestial demons, we may withdraw. This way, we can guard against certain individuals taking advantage of the situation to harm the innocent, while also ensuring we do not falter in our efforts against the demons. Murong Lingshue's icy visage finally revealed a hint of astonishment, her once stoic heart now rippling with intrigue. Even she had not anticipated Wang Ting would harbor such audacious ambitions. He sought to unite all supreme beings under the banner of the divine court. His aspirations were indeed grand. Chapter 50. The establishment of the divine court. The cold emperor. Such grand words, yet we are all sacrificing ourselves with every strike. Each action consuming our lifespans, and fighting alongside the Emperor of Heaven will inevitably drain us even further. How can we possibly manage this? One supreme, upon hearing this, expressed discontent, voicing complaints that echoed among many others. Entering the divine court was imperative, yet Wang Ting shifted slightly, revealing Murong Lingxue behind him. The Empress immediately understood, and a chilling brilliance coalesced in her hands. Their intentions were clear. Listen to Wang Ting, and there may be a chance for negotiation. Defy him, and the Emperor of Heaven would take action. This revelation left the ancient emperors seething with frustration. How could the illustrious Emperor of Heaven submit to the will of a mere supreme? Gocheng the Great and Taiwei the Dragon Emperor exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. Agreed. However, the Emperor must vow not to compel the Supremes to engage in battle at the cost of their lifespans. Murong Lingxue cast her beautiful eyes toward Wang Ting, seemingly seeking his approval. The Emperor deems this feasible, Wang Ting affirmed, and the multitude of Supremes fell silent in tacit agreement. Even Gocheng the Great consented. Any further dissent might result in their suppression. Without delay, Murong Lingxue ascended into the void, the Emperor's might and the immense waves of energy sweeping across the infinite cosmos. She parted her delicate lips, her voice resonating throughout the universe. I, the cold Emperor, established the divine court, revered by all realms, governing the universe. Today, as the extraterrestrial demons invade, all heroes of our cosmos must unite in solidarity to vanquish these foes. As her words echoed, a resonance with the heavenly Tao seemed to awaken within all extraordinary beings, instilling in them the understanding, with the birth of the Emperor, the divine court has been established. In this universe, the Emperor reigns supreme, and the divine court stands as its dominion. At that moment, the palace crafted from countless precious materials by Murong Lingxue on the Linglong ancient star received the ethereal blessing of the heavenly Tao, suddenly ascending and shining with boundless divine light. Thus, the palace transcended to become the divine court, with Murong Lingxue as its sovereign. Subsequently, Murong Lingxue and the many supremes from the forbidden zones, including Gocheng the Great and Taiwei the Dragon Emperor, took oaths before the heavenly Tao. Instantly, the universe reverberated with myriad sounds as the newly established divine court saw its number of supremes soar to over 20, excluding the cold emperor. Moreover, when the Dragon Emperor returned to Taiwei Ancient Star to rally the supremes from the forbidden zones to join the divine court, it was likely to become the most formidable power in the history of the cosmos. Of course, both Murong Lingxue and Wang Ting were acutely aware that the might of this divine court was merely superficial, without the constraints of the heavenly Tao's oaths. It could easily crumble. Gocheng, starting today, you As the emperor, the divine court is the paramount existence, and Murong Lingxue promptly issued commands to the supremes, organizing them by forbidden zone to confront the enemies at the edge of the universe. There were 5 forbidden zones in total, excluding Gochun the Great. One of them contained only a single supreme being. This forbidden zone was named the Holy Ruins, and this supreme being was a fully realized holy body. In truth, this was not merely a fully realized holy body. Akin to Wang Ting, he had cultivated to the pinnacle of the holy body, achieving a unique path. Reaching this level in holy body cultivation meant not merely challenging ancient emperors, but possessing the true capability to suppress them. However, in his current state, he seemed to have suffered misfortune, aging and declining in strength. Senior, can you fight alongside these supremes? He hesitated to ask. It was well known that a fully realized holy body had traditionally been an adversary of the forbidden zones. In the absence of contemporary emperors, to quell dark upheavals meant contending with dark supremes, and now to join the divine court might be seen as a disgrace. Why not? My mentor was the incarnation of a dark supreme from the forbidden zone, intending to eradicate me before I fully realized my potential, consuming my flesh and blood for sustenance. Little did he expect, amidst his teachings, feelings developed. He couldn't bring himself to kill me, nor did I flatten his forbidden zone. Ultimately, he exhausted his lifespan and passed away. In summary, these supremes from the forbidden zones were once heroes of the cosmos. Should dark upheavals arise, I would rather die than not intervene. If we unite against external foes, I shall prioritize the greater good. The holy body's declaration made Wang Tung nod inwardly. Indeed, the holy body understood the greater principles. Yet at that moment, a supreme with a body riddled with white void sensed something amiss. Something's wrong. We have all taken the oath of the heavenly Tao. Why has he not? The supreme pointed at Wang Tung, questioning him. The other supremes quickly realized. Having been preoccupied with the emperor, they had overlooked Ling Tian, who had been even more audacious than the emperor. In an instant, all grievances were directed at Wang Tung. Gochun the Great and Tai Wei the Dragon Emperor also focused their gazes on Wang Tung, discerning that the supreme shared a unique bond with the emperor. Ling Tian had previously fought fiercely for the emperor, and now it seemed the emperor was nearly deferential to Ling Tian. Was the emperor intentionally protecting him? With questioning gazes, they turned to Murong Lingxue. Murong Lingxue stood her ground and stepped forward. I alone can match all of you. I will personally lead the charge against the edge of the universe. Is this not sufficient? The supremes felt both embarrassed and speechless, for they had to concede the truth of the emperor's words. However, Tai Wei the Dragon Emperor expressed her discontent, her voice laced with a hint of sarcasm. But, Your Majesty, you just proclaimed that all beings of the universe should unite against our enemies. Now you allow Ling Tian to retreat into the shadows. This seems rather inappropriate. Murong Lingxue shot a cold glare at her, the two empresses' gazes clashing like swords in the air. Wang Tung then stepped forward. Who says I will not fight? He declared, revealing the magic patterns within him, invoking the swallowing heaven magic, and manifesting a separate avatar. This avatar bore the same appearance and aura as him. Yet its power was only 1/15 of his true self, a fraction of his strength on Blue Star. Nevertheless, even so, it was formidable enough to rival a supreme. This avatar is sufficient to match a supreme and can lead the charge, Wang Tung asserted. To claim equivalence to a supreme so easily, how audacious. One supreme felt insulted. This Ling Tian, declaring his avatar comparable to a supreme, was a profound affront to their esteemed power. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Tung's will surged, and his avatar charged at the supreme. Humph. I do not believe I cannot subdue your avatar. This supreme, having attained the path of the great completion of stone spirits, regarded Wang Tung's attempt to counter him with an avatar as utterly contemptible, and he immediately advanced to meet the challenge. He thought to himself, if he could not defeat Ling Tian, how could he possibly be bested by an avatar? Chapter 51, The Battle of the Wilderness. Boom. A terrifying clash erupted within the Forbidden Zone. Wang Tung's avatar, possessing all of his divine abilities and spells, now wielded the burning Heaven Emperor Flame, the devouring Demon Sutra, and the purple sky ascending to the heavens to their utmost potential. In the blink of an eye, his avatar had engaged in over 100 rounds of combat with the Great Stone Spirit, yet neither could gain the upper hand. What an absurdity! As the battle drew on, the Great Stone Spirit retreated, realizing that further conflict would significantly impact his lifespan. He was filled with anxious dread, utterly astonished that he could not overpower even a single avatar of the Supreme Ling Tian. The other Supremes gasped in astonishment. Ling Tian had yet to attain enlightenment. Yet he demonstrated such formidable power. If he were to achieve enlightenment, would he not become another heavenly emperor? In the rear, Murong Lingxue gazed at Wang Tung's invincible form, her eyes glistening with a watery sheen, a faint smile unconsciously gracing her lips. Meanwhile, Emperor Gaochen and the Tai Wei Dragon Emperor remained silent, seemingly acquiescing to Wang Tung's avatar leading the charge in place of his true self. Senior, shall we join forces? Wang Tung's avatar approached the great sacred body known as Yang Xiong. Yang Xiong was momentarily taken aback, noting Wang Tung's unusual attention towards him. Yet he thought little of it and nodded. After all, He was alone in the Forbidden Zone, and having another ally was of no consequence. Divine Court, heed my command. Unite against the demon of heaven. With Murong Lingxue soaring high in the firmament, her commanding voice rang out. And all capable supremes in the Forbidden Zone surged towards the wilderness of the universe. Though it had seemed they deliberated for an eternity, in reality, merely a brief moment had passed. In the blink of an eye, the Divine Court army, led by Murong Lingxue, had arrived at the cosmic wilderness. What is the cosmic wilderness? It comprises countless star domains and galaxies devoid of any habitable planets. Only beings above the Saint Wheel realm would dare to tread here. What is this? One supreme questioned in bewilderment. Before them loomed a black hole the size of a star domain, resembling the gates of hell, now wide open. An endless aura of extraterrestrial demonic energy surged forth from within, sweeping across the cosmos. Even the numerous supremes standing at the threshold felt an ominous foreboding. Wang Tung's avatar sensed the ominous presence, growing increasingly certain that this energy was that of the fallen Emperor Mingguang. This upheaval was undoubtedly linked to the fallen emperor. At that moment, Murong Lingxue suddenly moved, unleashing her immense divine powers, pulling the entire divine court into her grasp. Like an emperor guarding the realm, she aimed to quell the wilderness with her celestial might. "They are coming," exclaimed Yang Xiong, the great sacred body beside Wang Tung. The great sacred body, embodying the utmost yang and rigidity, was particularly attuned to malevolence and darkness, detesting them most acutely. Indeed, mere moments after his proclamation, a cataclysmic change erupted from the black hole. A horde of beings radiating pure malevolent energy surged forth, accompanied by an array of war chariots and flying vessels. Overwhelming in number, tens of thousands, millions, billions, trillions. This was an unfathomable army of extraterrestrial demons, descending upon the realms of 9 heavens and 10 earths. The demonic flames blazed fiercely, and even the ancient supremes regarded the scene with grave countenances. Among the ranks of the extraterrestrial demons, several vanguard generals emanated an aura comparable to that of supremes. Wang Ting now understood why the primordial heavenly sovereign urged him to confront the enemy swiftly. Such a formidable adversary was indeed a grave threat, perhaps even more severe than the dark cataclysm. Prepare to accept our enslavement, inhabitants of 9 heavens and 10 earths. A colossal demon emerged from the extraterrestrial horde, roaring with audacity, exuding an aura even more formidable than those demons comparable to supremes. Within the realm of the demoness ultimate path, beings akin to supremes were referred to as demon sovereigns. Those comparable to emperors were called demon emperors. The mightiest were dubbed demon ancestors, akin to heavenly emperors. This gargantuan entity before them was undoubtedly a demon ancestor. At this juncture, Emperor Gaochen elucidated to the others. As he spoke, the vanguard of the demon army finally emerged from the black hole. "Charge!" Murong Lingxue commanded, leading the assault against the demonic horde. A massive icy palm descended from above, and before it even landed, countless demons were obliterated, including the demon sovereigns who were forced to retreat. Yet, amidst the chaos, the colossal demon ancestor, surrounded by innumerable demon spikes, clashed fiercely with Murong Lingxue. As their battle unfolded, the supremes, including Wang Ting, surged forth to confront the demonic army. Wang Tung unleashed the burning Heaven Emperor flame, incinerating millions of demons in an instant. The great sacred body unleashed powerful punches, creating voids that spanned light years amidst the demonic ranks. Emperor Gaochen pointed his sword skyward, summoning countless lightning bolts adorned with the manifestations of Qilins, leading to the demise of innumerable demons. In no time, the Divine Court army had cornered the entire demon horde at the exit. It seemed that the extraterrestrial demons were not as formidable as anticipated. Wang Tung struck down numerous demons with powerful palm strikes, each imbued with the essence of the infinite immortal king's techniques. Though only a fragment of that power, through Wang Tung's honing, it gradually became profound. He aimed to comprehend the intricacies of this technique through real combat. However, just as he dispatched a quasi-emperor-level demon, a cold projectile suddenly lunged towards him. He hastily reached out to catch it, but was sent staggering back several steps. "You shall face me." A demon emperor charged at him, and behind him, more demonic forces poured forth from the black hole, including several demon sovereigns. Wang Tung's heart sank. Although the ancient supremes were indeed stronger than the demon sovereigns, their endurance in battle had its limits. Prolonged conflict would inevitably affect their lifespans. Fortunately, high above, Murong Lingxue, the frosty heavenly emperor, grappled with the demon ancestor. Maintaining a delicate balance on the battlefield, they were still in an advantageous position. Smack! Wang Ting was forced to retreat under the relentless assault of the demon emperor. The demon emperor, akin to the ancient emperors, was naturally beyond Wang Tung's avatar's capabilities. Thankfully, this demon emperor's strength was only slightly inferior to that of the fallen emperor Mingguang, allowing Wang Tang's avatar to engage him using the devouring demon sutra, keeping the battle lively. Though at a disadvantage, the demon emperor could not overpower him. This infuriated the demon emperor, who fought even more fiercely. Yet Wang Tung seized numerous openings, even managing to push the demon emperor back several steps. In the morning dust star domain, on the ancient burial site of the Sacred Ones, Regardless of how intense the battle in the cosmic wilderness became, Wang Tung's true self remained steadfastly in seclusion. He still had immense potential for growth. At this moment, his body contained the energy of 10 Supremes. Moreover, he had yet to refine the power of the Heavenly Emperor's tribulation lightning. He could even utilize the materials for refining weapons provided by various Supremes and the primordial Heavenly Sovereign to forge an exceptionally powerful innate Emperor weapon. Once his seclusion concluded, he was likely to experience unprecedented enhancements. Chapter 52, A Perilous Crisis. The extraterrestrial demons strike soon. The powerful factions within the universe became aware of the cataclysmic battle unfolding in the desolate edges of the cosmos. Many were gripped by profound fear, for there were not merely one, but numerous supreme beings embroiled in the conflict. Yet, this dire situation also invigorated their resolve to cultivate their powers. Several formidable warriors joined the divine court, venturing to the cosmic wasteland, viewing the onslaught of the extraterrestrial demons as a means of honing their skills. In the desolate edges of the cosmos, the supreme beings, constrained by the limitations of their lifespans, took turns to engage in battle, with many retreating to the ancient star prohibitions for recuperation. Unexpectedly, there arose a moment of remarkable unity among the heavens and the earth. At the primordial sacred land, the sacred master Lin Xian, accompanied by the primordial saint son Lin Dong, gazed upon the treasures of their sanctum, witnessing the fierce conflict in the cosmic wasteland, and remarked, "Master, do you truly intend to go there? I have heard that the terrors within are beyond ordinary battles. Even a mere ripple from those supreme beings could annihilate a quasi-emperor." Lin Dong, appearing youthful yet possessing over a century of life experience, was indeed a true prodigy at the realm of the Holy King. He expressed his deep concerns. "It matters not," Lin Xian replied. "I sense that there lies an opportunity for me to attain enlightenment. I must go. But what if a powerful enemy seizes the chance to attack our sacred land?" Lin Dong hesitated. "I am currently unable to wield the ultimate imperial weapon, the primordial celestial dust. If we encounter a formidable foe, I fear I would be powerless." In truth, even a being of the celestial realm could unleash a portion of the ultimate imperial weapon's might. However, the extent of that power remained uncertain. If a powerful adversary also bore imperial weaponry, and he alone commanded an imperial weapon, the peril would be dire. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xian initially thought to assure Lin Dong of the invulnerability provided by the primordial celestial sovereign's presence in their sacred land. Yet, he recalled the warning from his master to refrain from disclosing any information regarding the primordial celestial sovereign. Contemplating further, he envisioned the figure of Wang Tung. The celestial sovereign Ling Tian shares a strong bond with our sacred land. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, you may seek refuge in the Muqin star domain. It suffices to relay the message to the domain without specifying a particular planet. Lin Dong's excitement surged as he looked at his master with joy. The celestial sovereign Ling Tian is indeed connected to our sacred land. For their generation, they had never witnessed Ling Tian's past defeats. They only knew of his triumphs, such as slaying the Mingguang Emperor and single-handedly battling 12 supreme beings, vanquishing 3 of them. Such illustrious accomplishments rendered him an object of absolute admiration. Of course, in my youth, I was also a friend of Ling Tian, Lin Xian boasted, momentarily forgetting that he ought to refer to Wang Tung as Uncle Master. "Truly, you are a remarkable master." After a few moments of pride, Lin Xian's expression gradually turned serious. "Once I achieve enlightenment and ascend to the rank of emperor, I shall finally stand on equal footing with Wang Ting." He silently encouraged himself, fully aware of the formidable challenges that lay ahead on the path to becoming an emperor. His predecessors, spanning generations, had all reached the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor realm, yet none had ascended to emperorhood. Nevertheless, he regarded Wang Tung as his ultimate goal. Thus, a solitary figure at the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor realm stepped into the starry skies under the cloak of night, journeying towards the cosmic wasteland. As time passed, the extraterrestrial demons continued their relentless assault on the cosmic wasteland. It had been 5 years since the Cold Emperor relocated the divine court to the wasteland to fend off the demon army. The battle had escalated to a fever pitch, with several supreme beings from the forbidden zones meeting their demise, and countless demon lords falling to their blades. Wang Tung, whose strength had surged during his seclusion, vanquished the demon emperor he had previously fought for a year. He had since slain 2 additional demon emperors and 10 demon lords. To his astonishment, he discovered that his devouring celestial demon technique could consume these life forms, thus incorporating 3 demon emperors and 10 demon lords into his being, relaying their essence to his true form. Currently, the extreme realms he needed to digest had reached an astounding 23. With a thunderous clap, he sent a demon emperor flying, simultaneously rescuing Lin Xian, who was being pursued by a demon lord. Their side now held the upper hand, pushing the boundaries of the cosmic wasteland and expanding their dominion into several star domains. Who could have imagined that the universe would continue to grow amidst the chaos? Consequently, many cultivators seeking enlightenment flocked to this battleground. The divine court, fortified by the ongoing conflict, had become the universally recognized preeminent force among all extraordinary beings. In the highest reaches, Morong Lingshui engaged a demon ancestor, surrounded by 6 demon emperors forming a formidable formation, yet she remained undeterred. She even inflicted numerous wounds upon the demon ancestor. I may be able to use these extraterrestrial demons to break through to the realm of battle immortals, Wang Teng mused, when suddenly a tremendous roar erupted from the black hole in the universe. A colossal demon ancestor emerged from its depths, bringing the total number of demon ancestors on the battlefield to 2. The pressure on Murong Lingshui intensified. However, she merely cast a cool glance at the demon ancestor before unleashing her ice domain, enveloping the creature within. She now faced 2 demon ancestors and 6 demon emperors wielding a powerful formation. The initial panic among the warriors due to the newly appeared demon ancestor was quelled by her overwhelming presence. The celestial emperor is invincible. Their spirits lifted. Yet, in that moment, another anomaly occurred. The black hole trembled violently once more, and amidst the incredulous gazes of all, yet another demon ancestor stepped forth from its depths. 3 demon ancestors. At this moment, even the eternally composed Murong Lingshui displayed a hint of concern on her icy visage. Battling 2 demon ancestors was already taxing. Should another join the fray? The faces of the Taiwei Dragon Emperor and the Gaochen Emperor turned grave. If unforeseen events transpired on the battlefield, the entire universe would descend into chaos. While they might consider transcending to the ultimate realm to regain their celestial emperor status, the cost would be exorbitant. The Taiwei Dragon Emperor's human form bore a tempestuous countenance as her gaze shifted towards Wang Teng's avatar. Perhaps if his true form were to arrive, the tide of battle could be turned. Chapter 53. The Power of the Celestial Emperor. In a star domain filled with shimmering lights, deep within a majestic purple palace, the purple emperor suddenly opened his eyes. The imperial sword hovering above him severed the crimson hairs that adorned his body, revealing the presence of 4 celestial demons. They had somehow managed to infiltrate the 9 heavens and 10 earths. He murmured to himself, his eyes glowing with a purple radiance that illuminated the desolate edges of the universe, showcasing the chaos of battle occurring there. A surge of overwhelming fury erupted from within him, for the crimson hair curse he had been afflicted with was intrinsically linked to the celestial demons from beyond. This ominous and peculiar curse shared a common lineage with those malevolent beings. In his current state, he believed he could sustain a fight for a while. Yet, as he attempted to break free from the chains binding him, he discovered that his crimson hair was growing even more rapidly. Was he still unable to escape? Doubt clouded the noble and handsome features of his face. Just then, his gaze fell upon a figure in the midst of the battlefield, battling fiercely. It was him, the young warrior who had fought valiantly against the 12 Supremes. His eyes sparkled with newfound hope as a brilliant idea formed in his mind. Perhaps this young man could become a vessel to channel his power. Even if he were to be shattered, it would not lead to the loss of a great hero for the human race. Previously, during the supreme battle of the Celestial Emperor's tribulation, he had taken special note of Wang Teng. He was aware that this young warrior possessed a form of extreme flame, while he himself wielded the unparalleled Purple Emperor flame. This presented an ideal opportunity to transfer his power onto Wang Teng's avatar. With a silent incantation, he summoned the forbidden spell, and a brilliant purple light enveloped him. However, the crimson hair surged wildly as he focused on the forbidden spell he intended to pass to Wang Teng. Moments later, a surge of exquisite purple light erupted from within him, as if it contained the boundless universe and infinite star domains. Go, he whispered, and the purple light shot forth at an inconceivable speed, heading straight for the desolate battlefield. In the morning dust star domain, on the ancient burial star, Wang Teng suddenly opened his eyes, flames of celestial fire and dark purple demonic light bursting forth. Within his vision, he saw the purple radiance soaring toward the desolate edges of the universe. Is this a hidden power of the human race? He pondered, drawing conclusions from the dissipating aura. He had originally planned to break through, but although he had not yet fully digested the energies of the celestial demon lords and emperors, he had still experienced tremendous growth. Having refined 10 Supremes and the celestial emperor's tribulation lightning, his strength was now at least 5 times that of before. Yet, if he could receive further assistance now, it would indeed alleviate the pressure, for the energy contained within 10 celestial demon lords and 3 celestial demon emperors surpassed that of 10 Supremes. Suddenly, a strange expression crossed Wang Teng's face, but he soon regained his composure and chuckled. These old seniors are truly at the desolate edges of the universe. All living beings across the 9 heavens and 10 earths were engulfed in a grave sense of foreboding, and many felt a rising panic. How were they to confront the 3 celestial demon ancestors? In an instant, despair swept through the myriad races in the universe, retreating step by step. One Supreme was even caught off guard and gravely injured. The morale of the Divine Court's army plummeted. Stay calm, commanded the Emperor of Gochun and the Dragon Emperor of Taiwei, the most powerful among the Supremes, striving to uplift the spirits of the troops, but to no avail. The might of the celestial demon ancestors was simply too overwhelming. Their presence far surpassed that of any emperor. How could beings beneath the extreme realm hope to withstand such pressure? The divine court appeared on the brink of collapse. In the ice realm, Murong Lingshui maintained her icy demeanor, but her heart grew increasingly heavy. The might of the celestial demon army exceeded her expectations. Just then, a purple radiance descended from the battlefield's rear, directly entering Wang Teng's avatar. As if sensing it beforehand, Wang Teng did not resist, but silently accepted this light. Boom. In an instant, Wang Teng's avatar ignited as if set ablaze, an endless fire intertwined with the purple radiance enveloping his form. His eyes flickered with a blend of black mist, fiery currents, and purple light, exuding an otherworldly aura. The momentum of Wang Teng's avatar surged exponentially, embodying the might of a celestial emperor. Who dares oppose me? He roared, his flames reaching their zenith as he charged toward the newly emerged celestial demon ancestor. The newly appeared celestial demon ancestor, Mo Zhou, gazed in undisguised astonishment. Seemingly taken aback by the transformation of the previously inconspicuous human supreme into a being possessing the might of a celestial emperor. Is this Ling Tian supreme? Has our divine court birthed a new celestial emperor? The extraordinary cultivators of the divine court felt the overwhelming pressure that transcended that of an emperor, invigorating their spirits. How did Ling Tian achieve this? The supremes exchanged bewildered and complex glances. This Ling Tian supreme was indeed a peculiar anomaly. While their lifespans were dwindling in battle, he had somehow ascended from a supreme to a celestial emperor. The emperor of Gochun pondered thoughtfully, while the dragon emperor of Taiwei was plunged into deep shock. His pupils narrowing. Doesn't he even need to use his true form to exhibit such power? Kill. Wang Teng's avatar charged toward Mo Zhou, engaging in a reckless assault. He focused solely on offense, disregarding defense, for he knew that this avatar could not sustain the power of the purple emperor for long. Flame of the celestial emperor. Purple emperor flame. Swallowing the celestial demon scriptures, transcending the world. Wang Teng's desperate onslaught caused Mo Zhou, who had initially been arrogant and dismissive of Wang Teng's strength, to change his expression drastically. What sort of lunatic is this? Mo Zhou thought, realizing that he was a sentient being with his own consciousness. Although the collective glory of the celestial demons was paramount, he found himself harboring a hint of retreat. Yet, Wang Teng relentlessly pressed forward. Damn it, do you truly think this old ancestor fears you? Mo Zhou bellowed, his voice echoing across millions of miles. He unleashed 18 swirling black blood vortexes from his arms, each swirling mass coalescing into a shield of countless bones. Wang Teng's right hand pierced through 3 trillion remnants of starry bodies, enveloped in the purple flames of the celestial emperor, melting the stars into liquid form, transforming his entire right arm into a molten spear that pierced the universe. The demonic energy before Mo Zhou underwent a sudden transformation as he conjured a 13-layer celestial demon barrier. He could not claim to suppress Wang Teng, but he could guarantee that Wang Teng's assault would not penetrate his defenses. However, the purple flame spear possessed an inherent quality of inevitability, instantly piercing through the 13-layer celestial demon barrier, as if it were tearing the very fabric of time and space into fragmented shadows of light and darkness. Cursed. Witness my celestial demon 9 dragons. Mo Zhou roared. As he summoned 9-headed demonic dragons, Wang Teng unleashed the purple flames of the purple emperor, spitting fire directly into the mouths of the dragons, igniting them from the neck upwards. The 9 dragon heads writhed in the dark purple flames, their blood splattering across the chaotic void like a cosmic explosion. You madman. The demonic markings on Mo Zhou's chest suddenly split open to reveal a 7th vertical eye, spewing forth black light, but Wang Teng's left eye shot forth chains of purple fire, ensnaring him. Despite the overwhelming pressure from the demonic might shaking his avatar and causing cracks to form, he continued his relentless assault. Wang Teng's singular focus on offense forced Mo Zhou to retreat step by step. Ling Tian overwhelmed the celestial demon ancestor, reigniting the spirits of countless beings below. Truly, Ling Tian Supreme is unrivaled. The entire battlefield shifted as the tides turned in favor of the divine court, pressing down on the celestial demon army. In the ice realm, Murong Lingxue also took note of the sudden surge in Wang Teng's aura as he furiously battled the celestial demon ancestor. Though she remained uncertain about how Wang Teng accomplished it, she caught a glimpse of that invincible silhouette, seemingly empowered to thwart the celestial demon ancestor for her sake. Her heart warmed, and the battle spirit that had momentarily waned due to the emergence of the demon day surged back to its zenith. In an instant, the dual emperors clashed with the demon ancestor, their formidable presence resounding throughout the cosmos, eliciting reverence from myriad races. The conflict between the celestial demon ancestors, though marked by fluctuations in advantage, often lingered for an extended duration before a victor emerged, for they were all exceedingly powerful. This battle spanned several years, amidst the fervor of the border wars in the universe. Yet, deep within the cosmos, a shadowy figure stealthily appeared beyond the Mukin star domain. As the countenance of the shadow was revealed, it was none other than the illustrious Emperor Mingguang. However, he now seemed to have transformed into a half-demon entity, his entire form strikingly translucent, and had it not been for the cloak draping over him, he might have been deemed an aberration, not to mention his physique. Even his visage was utterly terrifying, as if possessed by a celestial demon. At this moment, his eyes fixated maniacally on the Mukin star domain, and he broke into a wide grin, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, Wang Ting, how magnificent you are, supreme on the border battlefield. Yet, how could you possibly anticipate that I am coming to obliterate your stronghold? I shall see who can withstand me." As he spoke, a wave of malevolent black light emanated from his forehead, which astonishingly split open, revealing a gaping chasm. A colossal beam of black light surged forth, engulfing several star domains as it hurtled violently towards the Mukin star domain. This strike threatened to annihilate 100 Mukin star domains, clearly indicating his intent to leave no survivors. However, just then, a black-purple demonic figure emerged, holding aloft a treasure pagoda. With a gentle wave of his hand, he effortlessly dispelled the black light, as if merely brushing away dust. The expression on Emperor Mingguang's face shifted dramatically. Disbelief and profound frustration etched upon him as he gazed at the figure before him, roaring, "Impossible! Wang Ting, how can you still be here?" Chapter 54, The Slaying of Mingguang. The newcomer was none other than Wang Tong, who had summoned a shadow of himself through magical runes. This shadow possessed merely 1/20th of his true strength. However, with Wang Tong's current supreme prowess, it was more than sufficient to eliminate a fallen Emperor Mingguang. "I am here. I have always been here," Wang Tong stated nonchalantly. "But you, Luo Tian, how is it that after just a few years, you have become so weak? Even the Tianxin mark has faded significantly. You now barely reach the level of a supreme of a forbidden zone. How dare you be so arrogant? This time, I shall obliterate everything about you." Emperor Mingguang seemed to realize that Wang Tong was merely an avatar and not his true self. With a maniacal grin, he unleashed a torrent of sinister light, charging towards Wang Tong. Instantly, the entire starry expanse of the Mukin star domain trembled with the force of his approach. Nonetheless, Wang Tong's expression remained indifferent as he channeled his magical power into the exquisite pagoda, casting it forward. Suppression. Slay. Emperor Mingguang's countenance twisted as he hurled the shattered Mingguang ding towards the pagoda. Yet, in the next moment, the ding shattered into countless fragments. As for Emperor Mingguang, he managed to brace against the pagoda with both hands, but within mere breaths, he seemed to deflate, plummeting downwards. Countless planets shattered beneath him, and eventually, a gigantic light circle emerged beneath Emperor Mingguang. This circle was a corporeal entity that, in conjunction with the exquisite pagoda, completely subdued Emperor Mingguang. "Ah, you were clearly my defeated foe. I am the true emperor of this age. Why? In his final moments, Luo Tian screamed in despair. Wang Tong calmly descended beside him, stating, "You reap what you sow, you cannot live." With that, he unleashed the devouring demon sutra, absorbing the once mighty emperor of the present age entirely. Boom. In an instant, the universe underwent an extraordinarily subtle transformation. Countless auroras shattered across various star domains, and innumerable beings felt a profound sorrow in their hearts. Every transcendent being experienced a moment of enlightenment. The once mighty Emperor Mingguang had fallen. However, soon the cosmic phenomena shifted yet again. Countless celestial lights cascaded down, and various anomalies erupted, as if celebrating the demise of Emperor Mingguang. It seemed the heavenly Tao also recognized the troubles this emperor had brought upon the universe. Clap, clap, clap. Yet, just after Emperor Mingguang's death, a voice filled with mockery and applause echoed. "Ah, Supreme Ling Tian, you truly are an unexpected presence." Merely an avatar stationed in this star domain was capable of slaying Emperor Mingguang. Remarkable indeed. A figure, darker than the malevolent aura surrounding Emperor Mingguang, descended gracefully behind Wang Tong, exuding an aura immeasurably stronger than that of the fallen emperor. "Oh, you are the presence behind Luo Tian?" Wang Ting appeared to have anticipated this, calmly assessing the mysterious figure. "Indeed, you may refer to me as the ancestor of the demon clan, Moral." The newcomer was Moral, who spoke with a tone that suggested he was toying with his prey. He tilted his head, seemingly eager to witness Wang Tong's shock and fear upon realizing his identity. However, Wang Tong's expression remained apathetic. "Ah, so it is the demon mouse. You have come to the Mukin star domain seeking your demise?" Upon hearing Wang Tong's derisive words, Morawa's previously mocking demeanor shifted. He was clearly angered by Wang Ting's audacity to insult their demon clan. "Humph. Supreme Ling Tian, our demon clan is not something you, mere ants of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, can contend with. Do you truly believe this avatar can withstand me? How would you know without trying?" Wang Ting toyed with the exquisite pagoda, speaking casually as if Morawa were of no consequence. "Humph. How long can you maintain this charade?" Morawa declared before launching an attack. An inexhaustible tide of demonic energy converged around him, utterly at odds with the cosmos, yet brimming with boundless power. It even surpassed that of a supreme, eclipsing ordinary emperors. In an instant, the vast universe trembled beneath the weight of his demonic aura. This incident occurring in the depths of the cosmos alarmed countless races across the universe. How could the demon attack the heart of the universe? This is dire. The aura belongs to the demon ancestor. Among the mighty forces capable of observing the Mukin star domain, Numerous powerful beings were struck with shock. However, they soon spotted a figure, supporting a massive pagoda. With his back turned to the masses. Fear not. With Supreme Ling Tian guarding the universe, even the demon ancestor is not to be feared. Indeed, Supreme Ling Tian will surely suppress that demon ancestor. Upon witnessing Wang Tung's silhouette, they perceived a towering figure capable of safeguarding the heavens, and they collectively sighed in relief. Bang! Wang Tung's demonic shadow hurled the exquisite pagoda forward, only for Moroa to catch it with a single hand, effortlessly merging both hands to absorb its force. In the next instant, the pagoda erupted with the fragrance of the heavenly emperor. Moroa opened his mouth wide, swallowing the flames whole before forcefully pushing the pagoda away. Wang Ting soared forward, catching the exquisite pagoda and, directing its pinnacle, unleashed a radiant spectrum of colors that fused with the flames within him, continuously aimed at Moroa. Moroa snorted disdainfully, seemingly uninterested in playing with Wang Tung's shadow. In just a few exchanges, he shattered the radiant light. With another strike, he sent Wang Tung flying thousands of miles, scattering the flames that emanated from his forehead. Bang! Wang Tung invoked the devouring demon sutra, shifting his form, and engaged Moroa in battle for 3 more exchanges. Yet, due to the disparity in their strengths, Moroa's claw pierced through Wang Tung's center with ease. Haha, Wang Tung. Your true self is currently embroiled in battle with the demon Zhua, and you cannot possibly extricate yourself. I shall ensure you witness the annihilation of your homeland. Moroa laughed heartily, lifting Wang Tung effortlessly. However, Wang Tung offered no resistance, his expression still placid, yet he posed an oddly curious question. I am rather intrigued. Why are you so certain my true self is not here? Moroa paused in surprise. If Wang Tung could engage the demon ancestor in battle amidst the battlefield, would that not imply his true self was present? Could it be that his true power had surpassed that of the demon ancestor? This brat is trying to deceive me. He thought inwardly, though outwardly he mocked. What weight do you carry? Do you think I am unaware? Being able to battle with Zhua is already a privilege for you. I refuse to believe your true self could surpass the demon ancestor. In an effort to instill cosmic panic, he amplified his voice, resonating throughout the universe. Instantly, the hearts of those powerful forces within the cosmos skipped a beat. Indeed, Supreme Ling Tian's true self is still battling in the borderlands. Can his avatar truly contend with the demon ancestor? Chapter 55, The Emergence of the Entity. Alas, in the ancient star of Feixian, within the sacred land of Taichu, Lin Dong, who temporarily wielded the imperial weapon, felt a tremor in his heart. He had intended to seek assistance from the Supreme Ling Tian if the sacred land encountered trouble, but unexpectedly, the dark demon ancestor had already penetrated deep into the cosmos, leaving Ling Tian unable to attend to his own affairs. Should I deploy the Taichu Celestial Dust to aid Ling Tian? He swiftly pondered, engulfed in profound conflict. He feared that summoning the extreme path imperial weapon might prove futile. At that moment, an ancient voice resonated in his ears. There is no need to invoke the imperial weapon. The Supreme Ling Tian is far more powerful than you can imagine. This voice was utterly unfamiliar to Lin Dong. Yet for reasons unknown, it filled him with an overwhelming sense of reassurance. May I inquire who you are, esteemed elder? He asked, but there was no reply. Nevertheless, the voice possessed an extraordinary charm that calmed his spirit. Within the Taichu secret realm, the Taichu celestial sovereign stroked his long beard, observing with amusement as the demon lord toyed with Wang Ting. My junior brother is indeed quite amusing. However, with the Taichu celestial sovereign stationed in the sacred land, it was known that Wang Tung would not be defeated. Yet, in other regions, unrest was brewing, with some even contemplating relocation to the desolate edges of the universe, where, despite being a battlefield, countless experts could provide protection. Haha, Ling Tian, did you hear that? Even the beings of this universe do not believe. Why should I? Outside the Mukin Star region, the demon lord sensed the myriad voices and laughed heartily. Why the disbelief? Wang Ting's face was filled with helplessness. You still think you can deceive me? Very well, summon your true form to confront me. The demon lord's laughter grew more derisive. But suddenly he felt the atmosphere around him, even throughout the cosmos, grow still, as if his own emanating demonic aura had been locked in place. The Wang Tung shadow in his grasp transformed into a wisp of black smoke, ascending towards the layers of demonic runes above. The demon lord was taken aback, abruptly glancing upwards, only to behold a towering figure, majestic and omnipotent, standing above him, gazing down, clad in the robes of the Emperor of Heaven. Boundless divine light transformed into countless shimmering droplets cascading around him, accompanied by crackling thunder. Behind him, streams of extreme fire and black-purple energy coalesced into numerous radiant halos, swirling around his form. His eyes shimmered with endless brilliance, shifting between light and darkness, as if containing the essence of countless realms. Simply standing there, he exuded an indescribable aura of oppression upon the demon lord. Ling Tian, the figure was none other than Wang Tung's true form. He looked down at the demon lord, with lightning crackling in his left hand and swirling flames in his right, both brimming with the might to instantly subdue an emperor. At that moment, he had successfully refined 3 heavenly demon emperors and 10 heavenly demon lords, elevating his power to a new pinnacle, multiplying his strength several times. Including the 10 sovereigns he had previously refined, his physique underwent another metamorphosis, which he termed the Infinite Divine King Body. Wang Teng was intrigued to discover the extent of his current prowess. What of your true form? I am the ancestor of the dark demons. Who can slay me? The demon lord, after a fleeting moment of shock, realized that Wang Teng had not yet attained the status of an emperor, alleviating some of his apprehension. In an instant, he vanished, charging towards Wang Teng. The aura of the demon ancestor surged, threatening to tear the very fabric of space, with dark energy rushing towards Wang Teng. However, Wang Teng's hands circled around a singular point, and in an instant, lightning and flames intertwined, accompanied by boundless black-purple demonic energy, forming a colossal palm print in his grasp. He gently struck down upon the demon lord. The demon lord's pupils constricted in terror. This blow was one he could not withstand. Attempting to flee, he found himself ensnared by the overwhelming suction of Wang Teng's devouring technique, leaving him no avenue of escape. Boom! The demon lord's form shattered, disintegrating into countless fragments. The demonic aura that pervaded the cosmos plummeted dramatically. Yet, in the next moment, the myriad fragments of the shattered demon lord swiftly coalesced amidst the distortion of space, poised to reconstitute into a new form. Seeing this, Wang Teng resolutely activated his devouring technique, consuming vast quantities of the demonic fragments. With a rush of sound akin to water, the demon lord's dark silhouette reformed. However, this time, his aura had significantly weakened. How is this possible? How can you be so powerful? The demon lord, incredulous, gazed at Wang Teng, who appeared akin to a transcendent celestial being, his heart churning with tumultuous waves. When Wang Teng delivered that palm strike, it felt as though he faced a supreme existence that transcended the confines of the extreme path. Such an entity was eternal, unyielding. No, he has not yet reached that level. That palm merely contained traces of such essence. The demon lord mused as Wang Teng surged forth once more. Lightning erupted from Wang Teng's eyes, illuminating the path towards the demon lord. The demon lord exerted every ounce of strength, conjuring a colossal black grinding disc before him. Yet, Wang Teng unleashed the power of the Heavenly Emperor's Calamity Thunder, which, through the transformation of his devouring technique, he referred to as Ling Tian Calamity Thunder, possessing an extraordinary counterforce against such evil. In mere moments, the demon lord's grinding disc was pierced through. His form was again obliterated, splintering into myriad fragments. However, this time, the demon lord had learned, swiftly retreating with his shattered form, gathering his essence afar before coalescing once more. Yet, Wang Teng, propelled by thunder, was extraordinarily swift, catching up in an instant, delivering a punch that shattered the demon lord yet again. The demon lord employed the same tactic, fleeing far away before reconstituting his form. Turning back in fury to declare, Ling Tian, you are indeed formidable, but I am immortal. Having attained the realm of the dark demon ancestor, their lifespans, while not truly endless, rendered them nearly impervious to death as long as they remained alive. Thus, even if Wang Teng shattered him time and again, reducing him to the minutest particles, he could still reassemble. Yet, even so, the esteemed dark demon ancestor, even one from beyond the domain, was thoroughly humiliated by being so persistently overwhelmed by Wang Teng. Immortal? In this world, nothing is beyond destruction. Wang Teng conjured the fusion of the fiery Heavenly Emperor flames and Ling Tian Calamity Thunder, a technique he termed explosive Heavenly Thunder Flames. Lifting it as if bearing a supermassive star, hurling it towards the demon lord. The demon lord's form exploded once more. Yet, he swiftly recovered. However, this time, Wang Teng had anticipated and separated the demonic shadow, preemptively consuming the fragments of the dark demon. If once, twice, or even thrice were insufficient to obliterate the dark demon ancestor, then Wang Teng would persist in vanquishing him 1,000 times. Alas, after being shattered several more times, the demon lord began to panic. If merely being reduced to fragments were tolerable, this Wang Teng seemed to wield some mystical power of endless consumption, causing his essence to drain continuously, rendering it impossible to reclaim. This sentiment of dread finally blossomed within him, dispelling the previous cat-and-mouse mentality he held while toying with the Mingguang Emperor. At this rate, he would truly perish. Chapter 56, Supreme Pride. Impossible. I am the ancient demon lord. No one can slay me. The demon lord roared, making a beeline towards the desolate edges of the universe, intent on fleeing from it. At that moment, the three ancient demons in the cosmic wilderness also spotted the panicked demon lord. Their astonishment was palpable. It was hard to fathom what entity could render a being stronger than themselves in such a state of disarray. What are you staring at? Wang Teng's avatar, now riddled with cracks, was barely holding itself together, having been continuously reinforced by his original body. Otherwise, this avatar would have shattered years ago. Nevertheless, it was on the brink of collapse. You're nearing your limits, aren't you? The old ancestor had thought you possessed such strength. I never imagined you to be merely a reckless fool who paid a price to enhance your power. Do you truly believe that you, of such lowly caliber, can challenge me? The ancient demon, Mo Shou, mocked and laughed arrogantly, believing he had discerned the true nature of Wang Tung's audacity. Die. With that, he unleashed the 13 layers of the demon barrier and summoned 9-headed demon dragons, intending to obliterate Wang Tung in a single strike. In your dreams. However, the next moment, Wang Ting executed a move that filled Mo Zhou with dread and astonished both sides of the battlefield in the wilderness. He lunged towards Mo Zhou, heading straight for the countless demon armies at the universe's edge. No matter how Mo Zhou attacked him, he remained silent. Only when he was on the verge of annihilation did he bellow, explode. His avatar chose to self-destruct. The countless demon armies, several demon sovereigns, and demon emperors were instantly reduced to ashes. Even the ancient demon lord Mo Zhou shattered into countless fragments, his expression one of disbelief. Heavens! The Supreme Ling Tian has chosen self-destruction. The cultivators from the divine court were at a loss for words, unsure whether to feel excitement or sorrow. The formidable being capable of contending with the ancient demon lord had chosen to perish alongside him. Regardless, such audacity commanded their utmost respect. Even if Wang Ting were to die now, his legacy would be eternally etched in history. Yet, just as the myriad cultivators below mourned the Supreme Ling Tian's self-destruction, the fragments of the shattered ancient demon began to coalesce once more, reassembling into Mo Zhou's form. Although his aura had weakened considerably, he had undeniably resurrected. Haha. What nonsense about the Supreme Ling Tian. Did he truly believe he could kill me? Even in self-destruction, he cannot harm me. Merely a buffoon. His laughter reverberated, leaving the cultivators of the divine court stunned, even filled with despair. How could this be? Why did the Supreme Ling Tian's self-detonation fail to kill this ancient demon lord? Was his sacrifice in vain? Confusion swept through the minds of many cultivators. Seeing this, Taiwei Dragon Emperor and Gochin Emperor immediately stepped forward, proclaiming, "Fear not. That was merely an avatar of our friend Ling Tian. Do not be deceived." Their words aimed to bolster morale, as the cultivators below played a significant role in forming a grand formation with the aid of ancestral imperial weapons to resist the ancient demon lord. However, Mo Zhou merely chuckled. Avatar? You humans are truly skilled at dodging the truth. You say it was an avatar because I killed him? Haha. This must have been his true body, relying on burning his essence to contend with me. He laughed heartily, utterly unconvinced. The cultivators of the divine court felt a chill in their hearts under his beguiling words. The explanations from Taiwei Dragon Emperor and Gochin Emperor seemed like mere attempts at concealment. They exchanged worried glances, sensing an ominous turn in their fortunes. The previously invincible ancient demon lord Mo Zhou might soon force them into a corner. The most pressing concern was that they believed even if the Supreme Ling Tian were to arrive in his true form, it would be futile. After all, expecting him to ascend to the level of an emperor in just a few short years was too far-fetched. Boom. Mo Zhou, using some unknown method, caused the massive demon black hole behind him to expand further, seemingly destined to engulf this portion of the universe. The immense black hole cast a deep, unsettling shadow over the hearts of all divine court cultivators. With the demon black hole now enlarged, Mo Zhou plunged directly into the chaos below. A supreme from the Forbidden Zone, who had been contemplating fleeing back to safety, suddenly noticed the ancient demon lord approaching. Even though Mo Zhou's aura had diminished, he was still far beyond the reach of the supreme. Curse you, demon spawn. Aya, I shall transcend. The supreme, hailing from the Taiwei Ancient Star and the Yuhuang Forbidden Zone, known as Baisheng, was the ancient emperor who had attained his status 800,000 years ago. At this moment, he chose to unleash his ultimate transformation, his imperial essence surging forth, enveloped in endless white light. Bang! Yet, Mo Zhou struck with a single blow, sending Baisheng flying as if he were a mere child. Even with his ancient imperial weapon in hand, he was hurled great distances, his weapon shattering into pieces. Humph! I, the emperor, once unrivaled across the cosmos, would fear a mere demon spawn? Baisheng regarded this foreign ancient demon with disdain, as if no matter how powerful the demon became, he would remain insignificant in the eyes of Baisheng. Mo Zhou, enraged, reached out, intent on slaying Baisheng on the spot. Kill. The roar of Baisheng reverberated through the universe, his former glory restored, filled with invincible confidence. However, Mo Zhou effortlessly shattered the imperial weapon in Baisheng's grasp, sending him hurtling backward for miles. As Baisheng rose, he saw Mo Zhou charging at him again, seizing him in his grip. Humph! Do you insects of the 9 heavens and 10 earths truly believe you can challenge this ancient demon lord? Mo Zhou sneered coldly, his eyes filled with infinite malice. Baisheng had dared to insult the demon race and deserved to die. Ancient demon? What does it matter to a mere demon spawn? I tell you, even if you attain the level of an emperor, you will always be a demon spawn. Once a demon spawn, always a demon spawn. Baisheng, undeterred, spat defiantly at him. Chapter 57. The Heavenly Emperor battles the 3 ancestors. Seeking death, Mo Zhou exerted an immense force, crushing the ancient emperor Baisheng to death with his bare hands. The might of a heavenly emperor is formidable. Even an ancient emperor restored to his former glory would scarcely last a few exchanges in his grasp. Insects perish. In a fit of rage, he unleashed a flurry of strikes, slaying 2 supreme beings from the Forbidden Zone, Despite their utmost enhancement, they were no match for the heavenly demon ancestor. Such beings could only be confronted by a heavenly emperor. The essence of the extreme path surged and fell, and in an instant, the three supreme beings fell, demoralizing the divine court army. Mo Zhou aimed to continue his rampage, only to witness two supreme beings daringly approach him. Insects, do you dare to seek out this demon ancestor? Mo Zhou grinned savagely, ready to obliterate them on the spot. Boom. The demonic energy intertwined with the essence of the extreme path, yet unexpectedly, the two supreme beings, though not fully enhanced, managed to withstand him momentarily. They had not reached their peak enhancement, yet possessed strength surpassing that of an ordinary emperor. These were the Taiwei Dragon Emperor and the Goching Emperor. Still insufficient. Mo Zhou sneered. This was far from enough. Demon Lord, it is ample to subdue you. Goching Emperor snorted. And his human form revealed a phantom of a Qilin behind him, unleashing the might of the extreme path as he charged forward. He was the essence spirit of the Goching ancient star, having achieved emperor status, his form neither human nor Qilin, yet possessing profound insights into both paths. Die. Countless vertical eyes ignited with black brilliance on Mo Zhou's body as he clashed with Goching Emperor. Yet, even though Goching Emperor had once been a heavenly emperor, he self-inflicted a wound, and after exchanging several moves with Mo Zhou, he was forced into retreat, blood spewing forth in golden red torrents. At that moment, Taiwei Dragon Emperor seized the opportunity, unleashing a deafening roar as she transformed into an immense dragon, sweeping across the battlefield, her dragon head lunging fiercely at Mo Zhou. She was a serpentine dragon from the Taiwei ancient star, having cultivated to this point, her bloodline nearly akin to that of a true dragon. In an instant, the two former heavenly emperor-level beings struck together. Were you in your prime, I might have thought twice, but now haha. Mo Zhou laughed maniacally, as the surrounding demonic energy surged, and numerous heavenly demon barriers emerged, blocking all their attacks. Simultaneously, countless demonic eyes appeared on his body, forcing Goching and the Dragon Emperor to retreat, unable to withstand his assault. There was no choice but to reach their ultimate enhancement. Goching Emperor lamented, yet faced death with equanimity. If he could protect the 9 heavens and 10 earths, then dying would be a mere trifle. However, just as he was about to unleash the peak aura of a heavenly emperor, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The 9 heavens and 10 earths heavenly emperor, Mo Zhou, laden with murderous intent, contemplated how to slay them when suddenly, a chill enveloped him. The previously barren cosmic wasteland transformed into a realm filled with the chilling winds of the sun, moon, and stars. It was Murong Lingxue. Sensing Wang Ting's demise and realizing no one could restrain Mo Zhou, actively pulled him into the ice realm. The Dragon Emperor and Goching exchanged glances, each reflecting a profound respect for the Emperor of Cold. They had not anticipated that this Emperor of Cold would be so principled. This could be considered a roundabout salvation for them. They did not linger, having just exited the supreme battlefield, and with 3 from the Forbidden Zone slain. Their divine court faced a significant disadvantage at the Supreme Emperor level. They immediately rejoined the fray to salvage the situation. Within the Ice Realm, Mo Zhou was utterly unprepared for the audacity of this Emperor of Cold, who, having already faced 2 opponents and 6 others, still deemed it insufficient. Pulling him into the domain. The Emperor of Cold, is it? Today shall be your demise. Swish, swish, swish. Before Mo Zhou could ponder further, a frozen river, resembling a boiling silver galaxy, surged toward him. Seeking death, Mo Zhou sneered, his body once more aglow with the 13 layers of heavenly demon barriers. As numerous demonic dragons shredded the incoming frozen river to pieces. At this moment, Murong Lingxue confronted 3 heavenly demon ancestors, alongside 6 heavenly demon emperors forming a formidable array. Witnessing Mo Zhou effortlessly neutralize her attack, Murong Lingxue's brows knitted tightly, the frost of the heavenly emperor swirling around her. In an instant, she conjured countless ice blades, howling like a blizzard, sweeping toward the heavenly demon array. Mo Zhou's lips curled into a cold smile as 9-headed demonic dragons howled to the sky, enveloping rolling black clouds, and fiercely collided with the ice blades. The dragons opened their massive jaws, resembling a black hole consuming the heavens, devouring vast swathes of ice blades in an instant. Simultaneously, Mo Qing unfurled the heavenly demon umbrella, its ghostly light flickering. As the technique of the oppressive demonic mountain followed suit, a mountain exuding a dense black aura hurtled toward Murong Lingxue with the force of a landslide. Mo Yi stealthily employed his perception obfuscation, distorting the light and shadows before Murong Lingxue, rendering everything around her indistinct and the enemy's whereabouts concealed within the void. Murong Lingxue, like a bolt of lightning, dashed toward the demonic mountain, the frozen river surging forth to meet the imposing mountain. The 2 forces collided with a thunderous roar, shards of ice and demonic energy exploding like fireworks. Seizing the moment the demonic mountain was hindered, Murong Lingxue directed the ice blades to pierce through toward Mo Zhou like a meteor chasing the moon. Mo Zhou maintained his composure, activating the 13 layers of heavenly demon barriers in an instant, as the demonic dragons weaved through the barriers, shredding the ice blades one by one. Mo Yi seized this opportunity, wielding the demon ancestor's great blade, a black blade light infused with destructive power slashing toward Murong Lingxue like lightning. Murong Lingxue reacted swiftly, raising a frozen shield for defense. As the blade light descended, ice flowers burst forth, resembling blooming silver-white blossoms. The three heavenly demon ancestors coordinated with increasing proficiency, as Mo Zhou commanded the nine-headed demonic dragons to tightly ensnare Murong Lingxue. Mo Qing's demonic mountain again descended with the weight of the galaxy upon her. Meanwhile, Mo Yi continually executed great displacement, disrupting Murong Lingxue's rhythm. Although she was a heavenly emperor, under the concerted assault of the three heavenly demon ancestors, she found herself hard-pressed to cope. Before Mo Zhou, 18 whirlpools of demonic energy coalesced instantly, forming a star skeleton shield that blocked all of Murong Lingxue's attacks. Immediately after, Mo Qing unleashed the technique of the layered demonic shadows, as countless black demonic shadows surged from all directions, attacking Murong Lingxue alongside the demonic dragons and mountains. Although Murong Lingxue's icy techniques were immensely formidable, they struggled to breach this impenetrable offensive, gradually falling into a disadvantageous position, relentlessly pressured. Even the invincible Emperor of Cold found it challenging to withstand the onslaught of the heavenly demon army at this moment, let alone the many divine court cultivators below. The expanding black hole belched forth countless heavenly demons, devoid of intelligence, their eyes filled only with the thirst for slaughter. In mere moments, the situation had become precarious, and even the Taiwei Dragon Emperor and Goqing Emperor prepared for their ultimate enhancement. Yet, at that moment, a sudden change occurred. Boom! The cultivators of the divine court felt an immense pressure emanating from behind their army. It surpassed all the heavenly demon ancestors within the demonic army. Even the shadow cast by the heavenly demon black hole paled in comparison. At this moment, be it the heavenly demon army, the divine court cultivators, or the supreme, all gazed in astonishment. They beheld Wang Tong striding forth, holding the heavenly demon ancestor, Mo Luo, in his grasp. As stars at the edge of the universe shattered beneath his feet, and rivers of stars warped around him. It is Ling Tian Supreme. Chapter 58. A display of power in the divine court. After a brief moment of astonishment, an exhilarating cheer erupted. The Taiwei Dragon Emperor and the Emperor of Gaochen had not deceived them. Ling Tian, the Supreme, was indeed alive, and the immense pressure emanating from him was his true form. Even the heavenly demon ancestor appeared as a mere chick in his grasp. Ling Tian, the Supreme, was truly invincible across the cosmos. Even the other Supremes, especially the Taiwei Dragon Emperor and the Emperor of Gaochen, though they had long known that Wang Tong had merely sent a Supreme, were still left in awe upon witnessing Wang Tong's true form. The moment they sensed the overwhelming, yet not quite imperial, pressure radiating from him, they could ascertain that Wang Tong's strength had reached an unfathomable level. Impossible. On the side of the heavenly demon ancestor, Mo Zhou's expression changed drastically, especially when he beheld the demon Luo, resembling a defeated dog, being held aloft by Wang Tong. Even with his immortal body, the thought of retreating into the black hole crossed his mind. Demon Luo was a distinguished figure among them. How could he be so easily subdued by Wang Tong? This signified that he had utterly lost the ability to resist. Why did Demon Luo not self-destruct? Not only him, but the other two heavenly demon ancestors, Mo Qin and Mo Yi, were also puzzled as to why Demon Luo did not explode to escape. They possessed immortal bodies, and even if reduced to countless fragments, they could resurrect and utilize that to flee. However, soon after, a terrifying thought emerged in their minds. Would Demon Luo's self-destruction mean his demise? Upon entertaining this notion, the battle spirit of the three heavenly demon ancestors significantly diminished. Murong Lingxue also noticed the unusual state of the divine court army. With a slight perception, upon witnessing Wang Tong, who seemed to transcend all, her beautiful eyes revealed profound astonishment. The entire border battlefield trembled at Wang Tong's arrival. He strode across the starry sky, lifting the demon Luo before the multitude of heavenly demons and crushing him with sheer force. I refuse to accept this. I am clearly an immortal being. As if aware of his impending doom, Demon Luo screamed in defiance, yet it was futile. His body was crushed, but did not shatter into fragments. Instead, it was absorbed into the demonic patterns by Wang Tong's immense energy. Buzz after Demon Luo's demise, an extraordinary phenomenon arose in the universe. Comparable to the previous celebrations of the Mingguang Emperor, it seemed that the heavenly Tao was exceedingly pleased with Wang Tong's vanquishing of the heavenly demon ancestor. This was a monumental achievement for the universe. Demon Luo had perished. Mo Zhou and the other heavenly demon ancestors were taken aback by this sight. Was there any justice left in the cosmos when a supreme could slay a heavenly demon ancestor? In an instant, the situation on the border battlefield shifted once more. The morale of the divine court army surged, and even those supremes who had intended to bide their time feared Wang Tong's retribution after the battle, thus fighting with greater fervor. Those who dared to infringe upon the divine court's borders would be met with merciless slaughter. Wang Tong stepped forward, his voice like a rainbow. echoing across billions of light years. Countless heavenly demons disintegrated in an instant beneath his voice. He took another step, the boundless power of the infinite divine king enveloping him, enhancing both his strength and speed, as two celestial phenomena rose behind him. The purple sky ascending to the 9 heavens, and the infinite celestial king diagram. The 3 heavenly demon ancestors hastily employed their abilities to counter, yet Wang Teng, bolstered by the 2 phenomena, leaped to what seemed an infinite height. His infinite battle patterns and rainbow light shining with unparalleled brilliance, while infinite thunderfires surged around him, descending with a mighty palm strike. This strike was the ultimate version of the divine palm he had previously unleashed upon the heavenly demon ancestor, Demon Luo, learned from his master, the infinite celestial king. Thus, he named it the Ling Tian Infinite Palm. This palm seemed to encompass all heavens, boundless and vast, ethereal and indescribable, augmented by Wang Teng's devouring heavenly demon scripture, leaving his adversaries with no escape. This palm strike represented his peak power. A slight change appeared on Murong Lingshue's icy countenance, yet she quickly restrained it, silently detonating her ice domain to trap the 3 heavenly demon ancestors. A trickle of blood escaped her lips, her aura momentarily chaotic, but she swiftly regained composure, observing the world-ending palm of Wang Teng as it descended. Not good. Mo Zhou and the others sensed that they might not withstand Wang Teng's impending strike. Even if they could, it would come at a dire cost. Flee. The 3 reached a consensus, immediately employing their powers, as torrents of demonic energy surged across the cosmic border, engulfing their figures. Too late. Wang Teng murmured softly, and as he spoke, his palm seemed to attack the 3 heavenly demon ancestors from all directions, leaving them with no avenue of escape. The boundless power of ice trapped the 3 heavenly demon ancestors. They combined their formidable might to shatter the surrounding ice, but it was merely a fleeting moment, and it was too late. Wang Teng's Ling Tian Infinite Palm descended abruptly, and the 3 fought back with all their might. Roar Mo Zhou, bolstered by Mo Qing and Mo Yi, unleashed a torrent of 91 demonic dragons, accompanied by mountains of demonic energy the size of star regions, as well as numerous nightmarish demonic eyes across the starry sky. In an instant, the combined might of the 3 heavenly demon ancestors clashed violently against Wang Teng's ultimate radiance. Boom! An unimaginable explosion echoed, as if the entire universe were on the brink of annihilation. Even Murong Lingxue, the Dragon Emperor, and Gao Chen were moved by this immense power. Bang! At that moment, the bodies of the 3 heavenly demon ancestors exploded. Under their combined effort, they could not withstand Wang Teng's palm. Though Murong Lingshue's sacrifice and injuries had drawn their focus, it was evident how immensely powerful Wang Teng's strike was. This was the brilliance of the Celestial King's teachings, overwhelming the extreme realms. Countless fragments of heavenly demons scattered across the battlefield, with many heading toward the black hole. The 3 heavenly demon ancestors prepared to flee. Wang Teng had already anticipated their escape, with demonic shadows blocking the path to the black hole. In an instant, his true form descended, his noble visage flashing with coldness as he spoke softly. Devour the heavens. At that moment, the devouring heavenly demon scripture was pushed to its limits. Countless fragments of heavenly demons were drawn to him, likely draining a significant portion of the 3 heavenly demon ancestors' essence. After all, there were 3 heavenly demon ancestors. Once transformed into fragments, their escape velocity was astonishing. Wang Teng swiftly locked onto his target, Mo Zhou. Chapter 59, Into the Black Hole. In an instant, Wang Teng locked onto his target, Mo Zhou. He transformed into a stream of boundless light and pursued him relentlessly. The infinite battle pattern shimmered, propelling his speed far beyond that of the celestial demon ancestor. The moment Mo Zhou's form solidified, he caught sight of Wang Teng closing in, sending a chill of dread coursing through him. Ling Tian, why do you persistently chase me? He cried out in desperation, unwilling to share the same fate as Mo Luo, who had spent countless years in cultivation only to meet a tragic end. Desperately, he unleashed every conceivable tactic to hinder Wang Teng's progress. However, Wang Teng was simply too formidable at this moment. With the flicker of the infinite battle pattern and a wave of his hands, he effortlessly deflected Mo Zhou's attacks. Mo Zhou's strength was inferior to that of Mo Luo, making Wang Teng's pursuit an effortless endeavor. As they neared the entrance of the black hole, Mo Zhou turned to mockingly glance back at Wang Teng, cursing, Ling Tian, just wait. Our celestial demon army will descend upon the 9 heavens and 10 earths once more. That will be the end for your divine court, and I shall rend you into 1,000 pieces, ensuring your death is the most excruciating imaginable. With that, Mo Zhou plunged into the black hole. Before the celestial demon emperor and celestial demon lord could escape into the black hole, they were swiftly crushed by Wang Teng, who dispatched them one after another. Just wait. Mo Zhou shot a cold glance back at Wang Teng as he prepared to seal the black hole. This time, they had indeed suffered defeat, but they would undoubtedly return to this universe in the future to annihilate all living beings. This realm was too splendid. It rightfully belonged to their celestial demon clan. Yet at that moment, Mo Zhou was astonished to discover that no matter how he manipulated his powers, the black hole remained obstinately open. He turned in confusion, only to find Wang Ting, armed with a long spear, forcing the black hole to remain ajar. Wang Ting had actually entered the black hole. Such audacity. Mo Zhou's eyes widened. Once inside, they would be on the territory of the Celestial Demon Clan. Did Ling Tian truly think he could wipe out their entire race? What reckless hubris! Prepare to die. Before Mo Zhou could contemplate further, he was once again overwhelmed by Wang Ting. Countless fragments of celestial demons fled deeper into the black hole, as he abandoned any thought of sealing it. Intent on escaping to seek reinforcements within the celestial demon territory, Wang Ting relentlessly pursued Mo Zhou through the black hole. Though it appeared to be merely a teleportation portal, it was, in truth, a vast passageway. At its end lay the realm of the celestial demons. For the distance from the 9 heavens and 10 earths to the celestial demon territory was unfathomably vast. As Mo Zhou was shattered and reformed, he felt the crushing weight of impending doom. Even if he could revive, he would be no different from Mo Luo, teetering on the brink of annihilation. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura, far surpassing that of the celestial demon emperor, surged into the passageway. What a majestic presence! Even Wang Ting felt an immense pressure. Aha! The sacred divine has intervened. Ling Tian, did you truly believe our celestial demon clan is akin to your 9 heavens and 10 earths? We possess beings far exceeding your celestial emperor level. Kneel and beg for mercy, and you may yet spare your life. Mo Zhou sensed the arrival of that formidable aura, abruptly solidifying his form and abandoning his escape, his demeanor transforming into one of manic laughter. His words brimmed with newfound confidence. As he spoke of the celestial demon sacred divine, who seemed to have transcended the realm of extremes, reaching the legendary status of immortality. Yet, to Mo Zhou's utter astonishment, Wang Ting remained unyielding, resolutely striking him down. This was an unequivocal effort to eliminate him. Mo Zhou was paralyzed with disbelief. He had assumed that the previous Ling Tian, who had fought so recklessly, was merely an avatar, but now, with the true form present, he displayed unyielding courage. Did he not fear the sacred divine of their clan would suppress him here? Then perish. Mo Zhou's eyes blazed with a fiery darkness, his celestial demon aura swelling dramatically as he prepared for a final stand, hoping to see Ling Tian perish at the hands of the sacred divine. He envisioned the moment the sacred divine would bind him here. Wang Ting, unfazed, seemed to anticipate this turn of events. He activated the infinite battle pattern to its utmost, seizing Mo Zhou with a firm grip, lifting him as he had done with Mo Luo. Mo Zhou, undeterred, saw in Wang Ting's eyes the shadow of a colossal demonic hand extending from the celestial demon territory, descending upon them. Its might surpassed that of the entire battlefield combined. Die, die. The unparalleled prodigy of the 9 heavens and 10 earths will perish in this interdimensional passage due to my pursuit, and I shall be rewarded by the sacred divine. In Mo Zhou's eyes, although Wang Ting was formidable, he was already as good as dead. However, at that very moment, an unexpected anomaly occurred. A yin-yang taiji diagram materialized behind Wang Ting, accompanied by an ethereal voice. Celestial demon, sacred divine, allow me to witness your prowess. Though the voice was faint and devoid of fierce killing intent, the aura it exuded was no less than that of the sacred divine. Wang Ting smiled knowingly. It was the arrival of the primordial celestial. Despite his valor, he had cultivated for millennia, and it was inconceivable he would rashly enter the passageway without support. Though he was unaware of the primordial celestial's precise realm, it was evident that as a being descended from the celestial realm, who had cultivated for tens of millions of years and could intervene in the emperor tribulation of Murong Lingxua, he had likely transcended the realm of humanity, touching upon immortality. With the primordial senior backing him, he could confidently enter this passageway. Impossible. How could your 9 heavens and 10 earths possess such an existence? Mo Zhou was dumbfounded. If Wang Ting had support, did that not imply his own demise? No. Sacred divine, save me. He cried out desperately, his celestial demon aura surging, only to be forcefully subdued by Wang Ting. Wang Ting tightened his grip, a cold smile gracing his lips. No one can save you. I assure you of that. With that declaration, the infinite battle pattern blazed even brighter as he exerted his strength, suppressing the celestial demon ancestor to the point of utter helplessness. Boom. Above the passageway, the yin-yang diagram of the primordial celestial clashed with the colossal demonic hand, unleashing a shockwave that sent Wang Ting hurtling billions of miles away. However, seizing the moment, he dragged Mo Zhou through the passageway toward the 9 heavens and 10 earths. As he neared the exit, he glanced back to witness the yin-yang diagram and the colossal hand seemingly cleaving the very fabric of existence in two, like the cataclysmic collapse of the universe itself. The terrifying power contained within was so immense that even a supreme being would find it difficult to approach. Without further thought, he stepped out of the black hole and re-entered the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The instant he emerged, a tremendous explosion reverberated behind him. The black hole collapsed with a thunderous roar. Wang Ting surveyed the desolate battlefield below, where, with the intervention of Murong Lingxua, the Frost Emperor, The entire celestial demon army had been annihilated, regardless of their formations. As the black hole crumbled, all eyes turned towards Wang Ting, who triumphantly raised Imo high, crushing him with his bare hands until the celestial demon ancestor was no more. Filled with hatred, Imo harbored intense resentment toward Wang Ting. Yet he could only perish with his grievances, his soul obliterated. In that moment, Wang Ting resembled a divine being descending from the heavens, truly embodying the limitless essence of the universe. Chapter 60. Unrivaled Ascendance, Beyond the Celestial Emperor. The myriad cultivators of the divine court on the battlefield of the fringes of the universe etched this moment deeply into their minds. At this instant, he stood taller than the celestial emperor, more sacred than the divine. Supreme Ling Tian was astonishingly powerful. Even the supremes, whether on the cosmic battlefield or within numerous forbidden zones, could not help but gasp in awe. Truly, he was an unparalleled warrior, delving into foreign realms, capturing the celestial demon ancestor, and returning unscathed, executing his foe on the spot. Supreme Ling Tian ventured into alien territories, vanquished the demon ancestor, and shattered the invasion portal. He decimated the celestial demon army and inflicted severe damage upon the celestial demon clan, leading to their utter annihilation. The praises for Supreme Ling Tian spread from the remote battlefield to the entire cosmic fringe. However, these accolades grew increasingly exaggerated, straying further from the truth. Wang Ting, unfazed, simply remarked, "The celestial demons have been defeated. Our divine court has triumphed." Instantly, the myriad cultivators erupted in fervent cheers. The cries of jubilation resonated throughout the cosmos. An unparalleled tremor of elation. After a decade-long war on the fringes, victory belonged to the myriad races of the universe. The war has concluded. All races may withdraw. Wang Ting proclaimed, "Rest assured, I shall conjure illusions of the battlefield here, allowing all to train." His words ignited another wave of thunderous applause from the myriad cultivators. Supreme Ling Tian, unmatched across the universe. Their cheers echoed, recognizing the immense generosity of this being. Not only had he aided them in repelling formidable foes, but he had also created a sacred space for their cultivation. The collective joy of the myriad races even stirred the heavens, producing a magnificent omen. The void tore apart. Divine light erupted in a myriad of colors, reminiscent of heavenly auspices. Ancient melodies resounded from the depths of existence, proclaiming the grandeur of the cosmos. Winds and clouds coalesced into dragons, soaring and swirling, exhaling purple mist and vibrant hues. Stars trembled, spiritual veins resonated, mountains and rivers transformed, as if all beings bowed in reverence. This was the response of the heavenly Tao, bestowing auspicious signs and celebration, leaving all races awestruck. Even the death of the radiant emperor paled in comparison to this spectacle. In the Silver Sea system, on Blue Star, within the Huaxia Alliance, in the city of Yicheng, a young child engrossed in his studies suddenly glanced skyward. Though he saw nothing but the sun hanging high, he felt the cosmic anomalies and the collective celebration of the myriad races. His blood surged with excitement. He found himself unable to sit still, abandoning his studies to rush towards the guest room. "Uncle Wang, my blood is boiling. Is this the sign of the awakening of the sacred body you mentioned?" This child was none other than the ancient sacred body, Xiao Chun, now 10 years old. The Uncle Wang he referred to was the incarnation of Wang Ting. Wang Ting chuckled. "The time has not yet come." "Then what is happening to me now?" Xiao Chun inquired. "In the universe, a supreme being is being blessed by the heavenly Tao. Your sacred body's bloodline is celebrating as well." "Supreme being?" Xiao Chun's clear eyes widened with curiosity. "Is that someone very powerful?" Wang Ting pondered for a moment, humbly replying, "They are quite remarkable, I suppose." This statement lingered profoundly in Xiao Chun's mind. The celebrations in the cosmic fringes continued. Supreme Ling Tian, unmatched in the universe. The myriad races rejoiced in unison. Wang Ting stood high in the cosmos, radiating celestial brilliance, exuding immense power, as if he were the supreme sovereign, graciously accepting their accolades. Murong Lingxue observed Wang Ting's majestic demeanor and the reverence he commanded from the myriad races, stirring a peculiar feeling within her, an odd sense of pride intertwined with other emotions. She, the celestial emperor who established the divine court and ruled the universe, found her own grandeur overshadowed by Wang Ting. She descended beside Wang Ting, who was absorbing the remnants of the demon lord's power, and remarked with a hint of sarcasm, "Supreme Ling Tian, truly magnificent." Wang Ting, having drained the essence of the demon lord, paused upon hearing her emotionally charged words, surprised that Murong Lingxue, known for her aloofness, would express such sentiments. "Oh, it is merely a reflection of the celestial emperor's vast fortunes that such accomplishments are possible," he humbly replied. "Humph, what fortune do I possess?" "The celestial demon ancestor, whom I can hardly contend with, fell easily before you. From now on, the world shall know Supreme Ling Tian, yet remain oblivious to the celestial emperor." Murong Lingxue huffed, momentarily taken aback by her own feelings. "I would never presume, for I am but a servant of the celestial emperor. In my heart, you alone are the ultimate being." Wang Ting bowed slightly, recognizing Murong Lingxue's cold demeanor and her desire to rise above all. He adeptly navigated the situation. Indeed, his response greatly pleased Murong Lingxue. Below, The still-present Emperor Goqing and the Taiwei Dragon Sovereign observed how Supreme Ling Tian had already eclipsed the Celestial Emperor in might, yet remained humble before her, further elevating their respect for Murong Lingxue. Clearly, the bond between Supreme Ling Tian and the Celestial Emperor is extraordinary, with their formidable alliance securing the Divine Court. They may well become the foremost power in the universe for millennia to come. The Taiwei Dragon Sovereign lamented. Emperor Goqing nodded. The Celestial Emperor harbors the cosmos within her heart. Her contributions in this conflict are undeniable. I plan to return to Goqing Star to recuperate for a while before heading to the Divine Court. I share the same intention. The Taiwei Dragon Sovereign concurred. Recalling how the timely intervention of the Celestial Emperor had spared them from complete annihilation. Moments later, Wang Ting and Murong Lingxue entered the Hall of Divine Celestials. Many divine maidens and generals welcomed them, kneeling in greeting before discreetly exiting to attend outside. Upon entering the hall, Wang Tung raised an eyebrow, noticing Murong Lingxue discreetly employing her powers to shroud the entire chamber. If any outside cultivators were to look in, they would only see the two engaged in conversation. Shui, after just emerging from battle, will you not take a moment to restore your vitality? Wang Tung feigned understanding, reaching to loosen his imperial robes. Of course. I am more than willing to accompany you. Murong Lingxue, taken aback, quickly realized her spell had led to a misunderstanding. Her cheeks flushed as she smacked his hand away. You rogue, do not harbor such thoughts. Wang Tung sighed. Then shall I call you to this hall of divine celestials? Murong Lingxue's eyes gleamed with cold light, having noticed the magical rune shimmering on Wang Tung's body. He did not conceal his magnificent physique, revealing his powerful form to her. Pray tell, what divine art is this? The Celestial Emperor inquired, her curiosity piqued by Wang Tung's heavenly devouring demon art. Chapter 61, Celestial Union Art. Personally taught by the Heavenly Emperor. This is my secret, unspeakable. Wang Ting demurred, feigning an inability to divulge the information. Much like how Murong Lingxue had been reticent about her celestial arts. Humph. Murong Lingxue retorted, a delicate huff escaping her lips. A moment later, as if a realization had dawned upon her, she hesitated, a fleeting struggle evident before she seemed to steel her resolve. The indomitable aura she possessed during her campaigns against the celestial demons was momentarily replaced by a hint of bashful coyness. This subtle shift in demeanor caused Wang Tung to momentarily lose himself in her presence. The Heavenly Emperor, exhibiting such a tender, almost girlish comportment before him, his efforts in the recent conflict had certainly not been in vain. You previously expressed a desire to know the cultivation method I employ when practicing with you, did you not? Murong Lingxue inquired. I shall reveal it to you. The technique is called the Celestial Union Art. Celestial Union Art? Wang Ting repeated, savoring the words. He surmised that this was likely another celestial grade technique. No wonder Murong Lingxue had ascended to the Heavenly Emperor realm after just one session with him. Of course, this was also due to her own profound foundation. She's actually telling me the name of the technique, Wang Tung mused. Could I possibly? He gazed at Murong Lingxue's peerless visage, involuntarily swallowing hard. Swear, can the Celestial Union Art be imparted to me? He ventured. Murong Lingxue cast a sidelong glance at him before gracefully ascending to the imperial throne. She settled upon it, adopting a commanding, almost aloof posture, reclaiming the inviolable aura of the Heavenly Emperor. Ling Tian, this emperor can indeed impart the art to you, she declared. However, you must pledge allegiance to the Divine Court. As fate would have it, due to the Heavenly Emperor's previous stance of eradicating the numerous forbidden zones, many of the supreme beings within them had sworn oaths to the Heavenly Tao, temporarily joining the Divine Court. Wang Tung, however, was an exception. He had not taken any such oath, nor had he joined the Divine Court. He had merely been a friendly supplier. Thus, Murong Lingxue realized that she currently lacked any means to truly bind him, a disconcerting realization. Wang Tung had not anticipated Murong Lingxue's ulterior motive to ensnare him within the Divine Court. He paused, considering the proposition, but did not immediately accept. I am accustomed to a life of freedom and leisure, Wang Tung replied. Joining the Divine Court would likely hinder the Heavenly Emperor's grand designs. To be frank, as a man of ambition, he harbored desires to establish his own power. Who wouldn't want to be a Heavenly Emperor? With his current strength, even without having attained the Emperor realm, others would still revere him as such. However, since Murong Lingxue had taken the lead, he could not act rashly and would have to seek other opportunities. The Empress, who had expected Wang Tung to readily agree, was taken aback by his subtle rejection. Her icy countenance momentarily crumbled, a hint of bewilderment flickering in her eyes. He had fought tooth and nail for her, even sharing the burden of her tribulations. Surely, he held her in some regard. Why was he acting this way now? She longed to persuade him further, but felt it would be beneath the dignity of the Heavenly Emperor. Thus, she merely pursed her rosy lips, silently fixating her gaze upon Wang Tung, as if hoping he would spontaneously retract his refusal. Wang Tung was not overly concerned about acquiring the Celestial Union Art. After all, even if dual cultivation were rapid, could it truly surpass the speed of his devouring heaven magic? In that case, I shall take my leave, Wang Tung said, cupping his fist in a farewell gesture. His only reason for remaining was to be intimate with the Heavenly Emperor. However, during the previous battle at the Borderlands, he had slain Imo Luo, Imo Sho, and numerous celestial demon lords and emperors. Including the bright Radiance Emperor he had previously vanquished, he had essentially devoured 3 heavenly Emperor-level beings. He needed time to assimilate their essence. Once he did, he might take a step closer to breaking through to the battle immortal realm. Seeing Wang Teng's intention to depart, Murong Lingxue felt a surge of anger. She realized that he had indeed grown powerful and no longer held her in the same regard. She considered using her powers to restrain him, but considering Wang Teng's current strength, she feared that a hasty attempt would only make her a laughingstock. This realization caused a pang of anxiety within her. She recognized that she might no longer be able to control Wang Teng. In truth, she had always harbored a fear that once Wang Teng's strength surpassed her grasp, he would seek out other women. And now, it seemed that this fear was manifesting. His heroic image among the myriad races was so awe-inspiring that countless women would undoubtedly seek his favor. This thought spurred her to abandon her reserve. Wait, she blurted out. Sensing a change in Murong Lingxue's tone, Wang Ting turned back to see her seated on the imperial throne, looking uncharacteristically awkward. Heavenly Emperor, is there something else you require? Wang Ting inquired, noticing a resemblance to her demeanor when they had ventured into the fire domain of the 5 elements continent together, a touch of shyness and unease. A stirring of emotion arose within him, prompting him to test the waters. Murong Lingxue felt Wang Teng's direct gaze and subtly averted her eyes. I can impart the Celestial Union art to you, she offered. Oh, Wang Teng's eyes lit up. Then I thanked the Heavenly Emperor. He realized that he had stumbled upon the right approach. It seemed that with the cold Heavenly Emperor, one should not be overly compliant, but rather offer appropriate resistance. However, in the future, Murong Lingxue hesitated. You may only use this technique with me. Wang Teng's eyes gleamed, and he took another step forward. I shall obey the Heavenly Emperor's command. And so, Murong Lingxue transmitted the divine thoughts, and, with a wave of her hand, demonstrated the technique, allowing Wang Ting to temporarily comprehend the Celestial Union art. If Wang Ting's judgment was correct, this was at least a king immortal level technique. It seemed that Murong Lingxue's opportunities were no less significant than his own. However, after learning the Celestial Union art, Wang Ting fixed his gaze upon Murong Lingxue's exquisite face, a mischievous grin playing on his lips. This technique is a king immortal level art, making it difficult to fully grasp. Perhaps the Heavenly Emperor could personally guide me? A blush instantly crept onto Murong Lingxue's cheeks, and she fidgeted with the hem of her imperial robes before giving a slight nod. Very well. This emperor has sustained injuries in battle and can use this as an opportunity to recuperate, she offered as a justification. However, she suddenly noticed that Wang Teng had already gathered his emperor's robes in his hands and was striding towards her, intending to engage in dual cultivation with her right here in the Divine Firmament Hall. She quickly evaded him, flitting towards the rear of the Divine Firmament Hall. Follow me. Wang Ting followed, and moments later, he and Murong Lingxue entered a colossal divine tower resembling an exquisite imperial artifact. This is where I cultivate, Murong Lingxue declared. Since we are cultivating, let us do so here. You. Before she could finish, Wang Teng launched his assault. The Supreme Being suppresses the Heavenly Emperor. Such divine might. And so, the Celestial Union art unleashed its wondrous power, and the art of the bedchamber displayed its prowess. In the midst of their fervent engagement, Wang Teng discovered that when he circulated the Celestial Union art, his cultivation progressed rapidly. However, for his demonic embryo, it was still too slow, almost negligible. He simply channeled all the benefits to Murong Lingxue. Meanwhile, one of Wang Teng's incarnations, wielding immense power, created an illusory battlefield in the desolate Borderlands. Utilizing the residual energy from the previous battle, the cultivators within the universe could enter this battlefield not only to fight against the extraterrestrial celestial demons, but also to engage in battles with cultivators from across the cosmos. This was a great boon for the countless beings in the infinite universe. In fact, after Wang Ting created this illusory battlefield, even the heavenly Tao seemed to acknowledge him, as if recognizing his merits. After all, creating such a battlefield was a great fortune for the countless beings in the universe, allowing numerous extraordinary beings to cultivate while avoiding many life or death battles. The myriad races of the universe who came to cultivate were all grateful to Wang Teng. They even joined forces to construct a massive statue of the supreme being Ling Tian in the heart of the desolate Borderlands. In this way, the myriad races could pay homage to him every day. Chapter 62, the Sovereign of the Celestial Realm, co-ruling with the Heavenly Emperor. In the ancient star of Feixian, at the sacred ground of Taichu, Lin Dong warmly welcomed Lin Xian upon his return, his heart brimming with joy at seeing Lin Xian safe and even more formidable than before. Indeed, Lin Xian nodded, sensing the vastness of the cosmos. His gaze drifted toward the desolate edge of the universe, where he seemed to glimpse the statue of Wang Teng, smiling as he proclaimed, "This time, I have reaped significant rewards." Having fought on the battlefield for nearly a decade, Lin Xian had experienced tremendous growth and profound realizations. Most importantly, he had witnessed Wang Teng's unparalleled prowess, capable of effortlessly subduing even the Lord of Demons. This revelation alleviated his previous concerns about not being able to keep pace with his junior master. When faced with such a vast disparity, he could only admire his junior uncle from afar. A hum resonated within him, as the primordial power he possessed began to approach the limits of a quasi-emperor. He understood that with further cultivation, he could attain enlightenment. I shall enter seclusion for a few years. During this time, you will oversee the sacred ground. Remember to treat your fellow disciples with kindness. Lin Xian advised Lin Dong. Yes, I shall obey your command. Lin Dong replied with a respectful bow. Deep within the sacred ground's forbidden area stood an elder at the precipice, as if he had been awaiting Lin Xian's arrival. Master. Lin Xian bowed deeply. The figure was none other than the venerable Taichu Tianzuan. Taichu Tianzuan nodded slightly, waving the feather duster in his hand, gazing towards the edge of the universe, and sighed. Your junior uncle is no ordinary being. The vast cosmos may struggle to contain him. When Wang Ting emerged and subdued the Lord of Demons, even Taichu Tianzuan was taken aback. He had prepared to engage the demon lord himself, yet Wang Tong, after merely a decade in seclusion, crushed the demon with overwhelming force. Taichu Tianzuan estimated that it would not be long before this junior brother might catch up to him. Lin Xian was astonished to hear such praise from his master, who had existed for millions of years. The fact that he could coexist with such a person and forge a friendship was indeed a tremendous honor. Master, will the extraterrestrial demons return? He inquired once more. Taichu Tianzuan wore a slight smile, revealing a piece of dark, scaled armor in his hand, emanating an aura far exceeding that of the utmost realm. If they possess any sense, they will not return. In the Mukin star domain, on the floating celestial isle, Songlan languidly leaned against a great tree. The decade-long war on the edge of the universe had little to do with him. Yet 10 years had passed, and he had matured into a graceful young man. Now at 16, he possessed striking features, with sword-like brows and starry eyes. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a resemblance to Wang Teng. Sighing, he lamented, "It has been half a year since my uncle emerged from seclusion, yet he has not returned. He promised to take me to Feishan Ancient Star for adventures, and I am truly bored to death in the secret realm." Half a year ago, Wang Teng had completed his body transformation into the boundless divine king and had promised to take him to Feishan Ancient Star for training. However, with his uncle's absence, Songlan could only engage in mundane cultivation in this secluded sanctuary. At merely 16, he had already reached the fifth realm, a remarkable achievement. It was worth noting that when Wang Teng was of this age, he had only approached the fourth realm. This demonstrated the immense strength of the Zhangtian dominant body. Of course, his exceptional progress was also due to the unparalleled resources available in the Lingtian secret realm and Wang Teng's guidance. Wang Teng had lacked such advantages at that time. Across from Songlan, a slightly younger Wang Fan, the embodiment of the Fantian battle body, playfully flattered him. Little ancestor, with your prowess, even among the younger generation of Feishan Ancient Star, you would have no rivals. Perhaps it would be better to let them grow a bit more, lest you crush their fighting spirit and render the encounters meaningless. Were outsiders to witness the renowned Fantian battle body act so obsequiously, they would be utterly astonished, for such individuals were notorious for their combative nature, believing themselves to be the greatest in the universe. Yet, if they knew that the object of Wang Fan's adulation was none other than the Zhangtian dominant body, the beloved nephew of the celestial sovereign, they might come to terms with it. Of course, Songlan nodded, seemingly in agreement, though he was only 16. The strength of his physique and Wang Teng's teachings had instilled within him the nascent spirit of invincibility. He aspired to become a transcendent being like his uncle. However, it appeared his uncle was exceedingly busy. What could he be doing now? In the divine court, the imperial palace of the cold sky divine tower, Songlan's thoughts were consumed by his uncle, Wang Ting, who had just concluded an earth-shattering battle. The heavenly emperor was catching her breath, while Wang Ting gazed at her, seemingly lost in the euphoric aftermath of their encounter, filled with a deep sense of accomplishment. Ah, this is far more exhilarating than defeating two lords of demons, he thought. After all, this time, Murong Lingxue had engaged in dual cultivation with him as the heavenly emperor, a sense of achievement that words could hardly convey. After a while, Murong Lingxue emerged from her euphoric reverie, feeling Wang Teng's intense gaze upon her. Recalling the cataclysmic battle, she was no longer as frigid as before. Her cheeks were flushed, imbuing her with a newfound warmth that captivated Wang Teng's attention. As she extricated herself from Wang Teng's embrace, her intent shifted, and her body was cleansed to pristine perfection, her imperial robe adorning her figure once more. Upon subtly activating the heavenly immortal unity technique, she suddenly realized that the benefits gained from their dual cultivation far exceeded her expectations, at least threefold. Suddenly, Murong Lingxue seemed to grasp something profound, casting a deeply meaningful glance at Wang Teng. "Did you bestow upon me all the cultivation benefits from our dual practice?" she softly inquired. Wang Teng mischievously replied, "It is not merely the gains from dual cultivation. I have also given you the essence I cultivated over the last decade." As Murong Lingxue's icy demeanor threatened to resurface, her cheeks flushed anew, and she shot Wang Teng a playful glare. "Humph. The celestial sovereign, co-ruler of the universe, is quite the rascal, devoid of any shame." Wang Teng, enamored by her youthful charm, felt a surge of pride. knowing that even the Heavenly Emperor could exhibit such a demeanor in his presence. I have now imparted the Heavenly Immortal Unity technique to you, and we have engaged in dual cultivation again. You may join the Divine Court, correct? Feeling uncomfortable under Wang Teng's gaze, Murong Lingxue turned away, presenting him with her exquisite profile, yet she broached the subject of his joining the Divine Court. Heavenly Emperor, given our relationship, I need not join the Divine Court. I am willing to heed your commands. Moreover, does this vast Divine Court truly require my presence? Wang Teng felt a sense of helplessness upon hearing Murong Lingshue's insistence on this matter. Does the Divine Court stand to fall apart without me? Though the Divine Court boasted numerous sovereigns, they were all bound by their oaths of war. Now that the battle had subsided, they would likely retreat to their respective realms. In this expansive Divine Court, it seemed he was the only one residing in the utmost realm. Murong Lingxue quickly devised her argument, stating earnestly, if you join the Divine Court, you need not hold any significant position. Simply bearing the title will suffice. Wang Teng fell silent. Knowing that if he were to step out now, he could effortlessly establish a heavenly court and declare himself the Heavenly Emperor, commanding respect from all races in the universe. Why would he need to bow to others? However, Murong Lingxue, seeing that he remained silent and unresponsive, bit her lip and said, if you are willing to enter the Divine Court, I would be pleased to confer upon you the title of Emperor Ling Tian. And together we shall govern the Divine Court. Furthermore, you need not assume any official duties. You may stand alongside me in reverence. What say you? Chapter 63. Reactions from all sides. The Flame Ancestor. Oh, co-regent with the Celestial Emperor? Wang Teng's eyes gleamed with excitement. This was indeed a viable strategy. Transforming the Divine Court into his own domain. Ling Tian Emperor. He savored these 4 words, particularly the title of Emperor, which bore profound significance. Swear, Wang Teng altered his address, his intentions inscrutable as he inquired, why append Emperor to the title? Murong Lingshue's eyes shimmered with emotion, seemingly delighted by Wang Teng's sudden concession. Yet she replied, whether it is Emperor or Sovereign, it is of no consequence to you. Wang Teng discerned her earnest desire to confer upon him the title of Emperor and nodded. Then let it be Ling Tian Emperor. Upon hearing this, Murong Lingxue could not suppress her joy, her countenance radiating happiness, and Wang Teng sensed a palpable relief emanating from her. In light of this, I shall bestow upon you the title in the name of the Divine Court's master, the Winter Emperor. However, Murong Lingxue, fearing he might retract his promise, immediately took his hand and soared towards the Celestial Palace. A moment later, seated upon the Celestial Throne, Murong Lingxue, with a voice that resonated throughout the cosmos, began the formal decree to Wang Teng. Today, we have the Supreme Ling Tian, who has established the Divine Court, vanquished the evil and the demonic progenitor, and severed external threats. His divine might is resounding, his achievements echoing across the universe. I hereby confer upon him the title of Ling Tian Emperor, to reign alongside me and oversee the Divine Court. The voice of the Celestial Emperor reverberated throughout the universe. All extraordinary powers trembled upon hearing this news, compelled to kneel in reverence. As for the countless divine generals and officials within the Divine Court, they had already prostrated themselves, awaiting the conclusion of the Celestial Emperor's decree, and together they proclaimed, we bow to the Celestial Emperor. We bow to Ling Tian Emperor. Indeed, the two have forged a formidable alliance. What a calamity! When the path to immortality opens, what shall we do? Within the numerous forbidden zones of the universe, terrifying voices were exchanged, laced with bewilderment among the sovereigns who felt at a loss. One Celestial Emperor was already a formidable challenge. Now with the emergence of Ling Tian Emperor, capable of annihilating the demonic progenitor in an instant, how could they contend? Yet, upon the ancient star of Feitian, in the depths of the northern underworld, the underworld emperor sat like a fisherman, laughing heartily with several other sovereigns. They had not offended Ling Tian Emperor in the past, and had even offered him treasures. Looking back, it was not merely an act of alliance, but an unprecedented investment. Once the path to immortality opens, should Ling Tian Emperor extend even a modicum of assistance, they would succeed. Speaking of Ling Tian Emperor, it seems he has yet to find a partner. My daughter remains within the divine source, preserving her youthful beauty and exceptional talent. Perhaps she could be a suitable match for him. At this moment, a sovereign engulfed in demonic flames suddenly recalled something and spoke. The underworld emperor's lips twitched. Given the appearance of this flame-wreathed sovereign, he found it hard to imagine his daughter's beauty and thus advised, do not act rashly, from my observations. The relationship between the Celestial Emperor and Ling Tian Emperor is quite exceptional. The title of Emperor suggests a profound connection. They may have already united. Do not bring about calamity. The Underworld Emperor, being an ancient and wise ruler, had long analyzed the relationship between Wang Teng and the Celestial Emperor, and he articulated this to prevent any foolishness among the sovereigns of the Underworld. After all, their realm is one of the oldest forbidden zones, harboring powerful female sovereigns as well. This statement was also directed at them. Ha ha ha, you make a valid point, Underworld Emperor. However, a figure like Ling Tian Emperor is unlikely to be limited to a single consort. Let us wait and see. A melodious chime echoed from the depths of the underworld. captivating the soul. On the ancient star of Guochun, within the holy ruins, the sacred body Yangxiong sat atop the immortal sacred tree, replenishing the energy lost in battle. Upon hearing the celestial emperor's decree, he could not help but sigh. The younger generation is indeed formidable. He plucked an immortal divine fruit from the tree, swallowed it, and gazed toward the divine court. On the battlefield of the desolate edge, he had witnessed Wang Tung's avatar evolve from merely countering the demonic monarch to slaying the demonic emperor, and now even contending with the demonic progenitor. During this time, Wang Tung's avatars had rescued him on numerous occasions. Even when he had achieved the pinnacle of the sacred body and stood invincible in the world, he had never possessed such grandeur. Now, with the risks of the forbidden zones potentially alleviated, perhaps I can pursue the path to immortality. Perhaps I could truly join the divine court and serve under him. Yang Xiong mused, suddenly directing his gaze toward a planet in the Silver Sea system. A smile gracing his lips. No wonder he has been so close to me. In the unknown expanse of the universe, within the luminal realm, the ZY Celestial Emperor gazed outside the hall, only able to perceive a blurred vision of the divine court. Ling Tian Emperor. Ling Tian Emperor, to think he could repel the foreign demonic forces single-handedly. He has acquired my forbidden spell. Perhaps we can join forces to eliminate that fiend. In the eyes of the ZY Celestial Emperor, a vision of a golden-armored ancient emperor, treading upon a colossal tower, emerged, and he murmured incessantly. If Wang Tung and Murong Lingxue were present, they would undoubtedly recognize this golden-armored ancient emperor as one of the 5 supreme beings birthed from the heavenly tribulation during Murong Lingxue's trial. It seems the ZY Celestial Emperor is bound by a significant connection to his own sealing. In the cosmic crevices, a terrifying entity that once confronted the primordial celestial sovereign, the undying divine emperor, tightly grasped a nail in hand. In this universe, such a figure has emerged, remarkable. Yet, achieving stability will not be so simple. His eyes burned with a murderous intent, and his lips curled slightly, seemingly establishing contact with another equally terrifying existence. In the depths of the 18th layer of the endless purgatory on the Taiwei ancient star, a being enveloped in flames, who had once plotted to seize Wang Tung's burning heaven emperor flame, suddenly looked up and locked eyes with the undying divine emperor. Undying, what schemes are you concocting now? Flame ancestor, we must join forces. The undying divine emperor spoke ominously. Oh, you and I are both hindered. Do you intend to stand idly by while that Ling Tian emperor surpasses us both? Surpass me? What do you intend? Could it be? The flame ancestor seemed to have grasped the implication, while the undying divine emperor merely uttered 3 words. Ancient heavenly court. Chapter 64, The Emperor's Spear. 3 revered ones, present. In the divine court, within the celestial palace, some time has passed since the conclusion of the border wilderness war. Murong Lingxue utilized the great celestial magic to relocate the divine court to the exquisite ancient star. Together with Wang Tung, she infused the divine court into a concealed space within the void. Wang Tung, wielding his supreme power, divided this vast expanse into 9 secret realms, collectively referred to as the 9 heavens. Each realm is akin to a miniature world, with each world encompassing several star domains. A star domain can host innumerable star clusters. A star cluster countless galaxies, and a galaxy an immeasurable number of stars. One can only imagine the vastness of each realm. The celestial palace resides in the 8th heaven, while the cold Emperor Tower and the cold Immortal Palace, where the celestial emperor resides, occupy the 9th heaven. As for Wang Ting, now the master of the divine court, he established a palace in the 9th heaven, naming it the Ling Tian Treasure Hall. Given his current power and status, the Ling Tian Treasure Hall far surpasses the grand hall he had on the buried Saint Ancient Star. Now, he and Murong Lingxue are, in a sense, neighbors. However, Wang Tung is eager for this relationship to evolve into that of roommates, allowing for. On this particular day, as Wang Ting was cultivating within the Ling Tian Treasure Hall, he noticed Murong Lingxue, clad in her cold emperor robe and stepping lightly upon starlight, pausing outside the hall. What troubles you, Celestial Emperor? Wang Tung inquired, sensing her serious demeanor, indicating urgent matters at hand. Most of the revered ones have withdrawn from the divine court. Murong Lingxue replied coldly, her words laced with palpable killing intent. Wang Tung's gaze sharpened. He understood that Murong Lingxue was contemplating a purge of the revered ones. It cannot be entirely deemed a betrayal, as these revered ones had previously sworn an oath to the heavenly path, allowing them the choice to remain in the divine court once the war concluded. Their departure signifies their disassociation from the divine court. Yet they still inhabit the dark forbidden zones, not benign entities. This outcome was within his expectations. Remaining in the divine court meant living beneath others, subject to constraints. They were once supreme emperors, unable to endure prolonged subjugation. I am still deliberating. After all, they made contributions in the border wilderness battlefield. Murong Lingxue's expression revealed a hint of hesitation. The average strength of these revered ones exceeds that of the celestial demon sovereign, perhaps even surpassing it entirely. They had slain numerous celestial demon sovereigns and made significant contributions to the universe. If they were to be executed, Wang Tung patted his robust chest. reminiscent of a furnace forging the heavenly path, and chuckled. Have you forgotten? The past is the past, and the present is the present. Their participation in the Border Wilderness War was merely to offset the consequences of their prior actions against you. Their achievements and their dire circumstances counterbalance each other. Yet, they have committed heinous crimes that are far from trivial. To say they are guilty of unforgivable sins is an understatement. Thus, eliminating them now is just and in accordance with heavenly will. After declaring this with fierce intent, a long spear suddenly flew into his grasp. At that moment, Wang Ting transformed his former quasi-emperor spear, the Tsangtian Emperor Spear, along with numerous supreme imperial weapons and materials he acquired during the previous conflicts in the two forbidden zones, and combined them with the imperial materials gifted by his senior brother, resulting in the creation of this extraordinary imperial weapon. Even in the absence of the ultimate imprint, it surpasses the ultimate imperial weapons, rendering even the celestial emperor's robes insignificant before it. Crucially, this imperial spear was forged from his own former quasi-emperor spear, representing his life force. He named it the Ling Tian Emperor Spear. The might of this spear is sufficient to suppress ancient emperors. Indeed, even without employing his magical powers, the spear alone could vanquish ancient emperors, standing boldly against the celestial emperor. If his thought avatar were to wield the spear, it would rival the celestial emperor. Seeing Wang Tung brandishing his spear with such ferocity, Murong Lingshue's expression shifted. She had merely been contemplating how to handle the revered ones. Yet Wang Tung appeared ready for battle. It seemed that after being conferred the title of Emperor of the Sky, he had truly embraced the divine court as his own, even more fervently than she did. Unaware of the implications, Murong Lingxue felt an unexpected sense of reassurance. Then you. She intended to seek Wang Ting's opinion, but now it felt as though she was the one offering him advice, as if he were the true sovereign of the divine court. Fear not. A mere few revered ones, had it not been for the Border Wilderness War, they would have already been subdued without a second thought, Wang Ting declared, preparing to take action. Just then, 3 radiant figures descended from the cosmos. Turning to see, he recognized them as Emperor Gochen, the Taiwei Dragon Emperor, and the unique enlightened being, Yang Xiong. Although the oath of the heavenly path had concluded, the 3 had not withdrawn from the divine court. Murong Lingxue also noticed the trio and explained, they are indeed perceptive. Wang Tung chuckled, soaring to the 8th heaven, into the celestial palace. Murong Lingxue hesitated for a moment before following closely behind. Outside the exquisite star domain, the Taiwei Dragon Emperor and Emperor Gochen met, exchanging glances that reflected a newfound understanding. Who would have thought that Ling Tian has ascended to the rank of emperor, standing alongside the celestial emperor? With his current strength and future potential, it is beyond estimation. We must adjust our attitudes towards him. Emperor Gochen sighed. Contemplating the implications of Ling Tian's rise to power, he had not yet achieved full enlightenment, but once he did, the heights he would reach were unfathomable. Despite once being the celestial emperor, with greater dignity, his intense desire to attain immortality had led him to recognize Wang Ting as a viable ally. In truth, ally is a mild term. It is more akin to following him. However, both he and the Taiwei Dragon Emperor understood that their perspectives on Wang Tung must evolve. A mere youth, a few thousand years old, has reached such heights, undoubtedly deserving of our reverence. The Taiwei Dragon Emperor nodded in agreement. At that moment, they noticed Yang Xiong arriving shortly after them. He is the one from the holy ruins of Gochen Star. He has also come. Emperor Gochun frowned slightly, but did not dwell on it. Their interactions had been minimal, as he had been in slumber when Yang Xiong reigned supreme. The 3 entered the divine court's miniature world, greeted by divine officials, and proceeded into the celestial palace. In the 8th heaven, within the celestial palace, Wang Tung sat confidently upon the celestial emperor's throne. Upon Murong Lingshue's arrival, she found him comfortably seated and exclaimed, Ling Tian, you have overstepped your bounds. Wang Tung smiled nonchalantly. I am also the master of the divine court. If you can sit here, why cannot I? Upon hearing Wang Tung's unwavering stance, Murong Lingxue was about to retort when Wang Ting gestured. The celestial emperor may occupy this seat. Chapter 65, Subduing the 3 Supreme Beings. The true sovereign of the divine court? How can I remain seated when several supreme beings are about to meet? Murong Lingxue shot him a glance, igniting a surge of excitement within Wang Ting. This implied that as long as there were no outsiders, he could act freely. He rose to his feet and casually molded some scraps of imperial weapons into an imperial throne, positioning himself upon it, standing in parallel with the celestial emperor's throne. Only then did Murong Lingxue return to her own seat. Thus, the 2 emperors convened. At that moment, a divine official, who was also a great sage, entered the hall of divine radiance with a bow. Your Majesty, the celestial emperor, the imperial lord, the supreme beings Taiwei, Gocheng, and Shengshu await your summons outside the hall. He reported with utmost reverence. Let them in. Wang Tung commanded first, while Murong Lingxue shot him a discreet glare. The great sage hesitated momentarily at Wang Tung's command, then glanced at Murong Lingxue, who was met with a slight nod from the cold celestial emperor. I shall obey the decree. The sage withdrew, and shortly after, Three figures of supreme beings entered from outside the hall. However, upon entering, they halted in their tracks. Taken aback by the sight of two unparalleled figures seated at the apex of the resplendent hall, exuding a grandeur that seemed to overshadow the heavens themselves. In that moment, the three supreme beings felt as though they were confronting a great emperor before attaining enlightenment. Nevertheless, they were all enlightened beings, with two of them having previously wielded the power of a celestial emperor. They quickly regained their composure and bowed slightly. "We pay our respects to the celestial emperor." Imperial Lord Murong Lingxue nodded coldly, while Wang Tong, amidst his imposing aura, wore a smile and gestured gently. "There is no need for such formalities, esteemed predecessors." Only then did they straighten up, as if Wang Tong had become the supreme sovereign, and they were bound to heed his commands. "May I inquire why you esteemed predecessors have come here?" Murong Lingxue began to speak, but Wang Ting interjected, "Imperial Lord, we have decided not to withdraw from the divine court." The voice of the Taiwei Dragon Emperor had softened considerably before Wang Tong. Previously, during Wang Tong's fierce battle against the 12 supreme beings, she merely regarded him as possessing the potential of a celestial emperor. However, after witnessing his valiant foray into the black hole and his vanquishing of the demon ancestor, her perception of him had been utterly transformed. She now believed that Wang Tong was indeed capable of genuinely touching the realm of immortality. Oh, at this moment, both Wang Tong and Murong Lingxue displayed slight surprise. While joining the divine court undoubtedly offered numerous advantages, especially with Wang Tong and Murong Lingxue at the helm, it was remarkable that these two former celestial emperors would choose to subordinate themselves. Millions of years ago, the ancient celestial court existed, with multiple emperors coexisting. Goching the great emperor interjected at this timely moment. Wang Ting nodded, realizing that the allure of immortality was indeed overwhelming, even for Goching and Taiwei to remain in the divine court. However, Wang Ting calculated internally and discerned that this was merely a fraction of the reasons. The primary motive was the noble virtue he had displayed in aiding the myriad races of the universe, which had earned him their respect. However, Wang Ting declared solemnly, "The two of you may establish a palace in the seventh heaven, and you shall maintain vigilance over the various star regions near Taiwei and Goching. Should any disturbances arise, you may call upon my title, and I shall descend in my avatar to quell all adversaries." Wang Tong's words were concise, yet powerful, implying that he could settle matters without needing to intervene in person, merely through his avatar. In truth, he possessed such confidence. His avatar wielded the Ling Tian Emperor's spear, embodying the presence of a celestial emperor who would dare to defy him. "Excellent. We shall heed the Imperial Lord's decree." The Taiwei Dragon Emperor and Goching the Great Emperor were exceedingly pleased with Wang Tong's appointment. They were granted freedom without restrictions, the privilege to establish a residence within the divine court, and authority over numerous star regions. Truly, the Ling Tian Imperial Lord was not only formidable in strength and boundless in potential, but also profoundly adept in human affairs. Meanwhile, Murong Lingxue's expression grew even frostier than before. How dare these individuals regard her, the celestial emperor, as a mere ornament? How infuriating. Once she dismissed the three supreme beings, she would certainly have a word with Wang Ting. At that moment, she caught sight of the silent Shinshu supreme being, Yang Xiong. "May I ask, fellow Taoist Yang, what brings you to the Hall of Divine Radiance?" she inquired, reclaiming her authoritative stance as celestial emperor, addressing him with an air of indifference. Even a perfected sacred body could not capture her attention. Yet, Yang Xiong clasped his hands and replied, "I have come to pledge my allegiance to the Ling Tian Imperial Lord." Upon hearing this, both the Taiwei Dragon Emperor and Goching the Great Emperor were taken aback. They had not anticipated that this human sacred body, who was not far inferior to them, would speak so directly, even stating his intention to follow. Upon further reflection, it was plausible that the Ling Tian Imperial Lord might become a transcendent being in the future, making Yang Xiong's decision not unworthy of his title as a supreme being. Murong Lingxue's icy demeanor initially registered surprise, followed by a hint of embarrassment as she closed her mouth. Perhaps she had spoken out of turn. The other two supreme beings, despite primarily conversing with Wang Tong, had to acknowledge her status as celestial emperor. Yet Yang Xiong had boldly stated, "I dare not presume to follow." Wang Tong, however, began to perform his role, humbly stating, "Fellow Taoist Yang, in the years when I was engulfed in slumber, I once battled against the heavens, contending against the chaos of darkness. Though I never attained the status of an emperor, my sacred body reached perfection, granting me a unique path to enlightenment, surpassing many emperors. Imperial Lord, you should accept him. The mutual guidance and progress between you both would yield a beautiful tale." Goching the Great Emperor astutely suggested, having noticed Wang Tong's interest, seeking to foster goodwill. After 3 rounds of polite refusals and encouragements, Wang Tong finally nodded in agreement and solemnly declared, "In that case, fellow Taoist Yang, I appoint you as the sacred sovereign of the divine court. Should you attain the status of an emperor, you may be addressed as sacred emperor. You may also establish a place of cultivation in the seventh heaven." His voice resonated majestically throughout the divine court. "I thank the Imperial Lord for the bestowed title." Yang Xiong bowed deeply, Upon receiving Wang Tung's appointment, he sensed an otherworldly enhancement. The divine court had stirred the forces of the heavenly Tao. After all, the divine court was currently an esteemed authority that commanded respect across the universe, and its master, the cold celestial emperor, held a unique connection with the heavenly Tao. Thus, the appointment naturally bore such effects. In truth, while Wang Tung was indeed the master of the divine court, it was Murong Lingxue who wielded the highest authority. His power of appointment could not rival hers, and the heavenly Tao's favor would not be as pronounced. However, having repelled external threats and established a phantom battlefield in the borderlands, he had rendered significant service to the universe, earning the special favor of the heavenly Tao. Thus, in a matter of mere words, Wang Tung had decisively determined the roles and titles of the three supreme beings within the divine court. He resembled a true sovereign of the cosmos, compelling even the former celestial emperors to yield. Chapter 66. Murong Lingshue's secret. Subsequently, Wang Ting engaged in discourse with the three supreme beings for a brief interlude, articulating his aspiration to quell the unrest within the forbidden zones. However, the esteemed Grand Violet Dragon Sovereign proffered an alternative counsel to Wang Tung to subdue the supreme beings upon the advent of the immortal ascension road and consign them to venture forth as pathfinders. Wang Tung was taken aback, never imagining that the comely dragon maiden, nay, the venerable dragon matriarch, harbored such machinations. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Tung demurred, suggesting further deliberation at a later juncture. As of now, he had yet to fully assimilate the two grand celestial fiend ancestors, along with a multitude of celestial fiend reverends and emperors, and could afford to bide his time until he was prepared to gauge the mettle of these supreme beings. Very well, you may take your leave, Wang Tung intoned, having expounded upon the potential exigencies that might arise. With a plethora of novel concepts now germinating in his mind, he dismissed them. Sovereign, celestial emperor, we bid you farewell. They departed, betaking themselves to the seventh heaven to establish their respective dojos and divine palaces. Wang Ting remained immersed in contemplation, mulling over the ancient chronicles recounted by the great Hukchin Emperor and the Grand Violet Dragon Sovereign, such as the formidable entity concealed within the 18th level of purgatory on the Grand Violet Ancient Star, and the great Hukchin Emperor's acquisition of the legacy of a celestial emperor known as the Violet Subtlety Celestial Emperor. At that moment, he detected an icy, predatory gaze emanating from his side. Turning his head, he beheld the celestial empress, her countenance as frigid as glacial ice, fixedly scrutinizing him. This convocation of the three supreme beings had been centered around Wang Ting, with even the harmonious heaven's sacred reverend explicitly declaring his allegiance to Wang Tung's cause. This state of affairs engendered considerable discontent in the celestial empress, the architect of the divine court. Indeed, the sovereign is possessed of sagacity and decisiveness, she remarked icily. It would seem that my role as celestial empress of this divine court is merely to govern by non-interference. Schwerer, we are as one, indivisible, Wang Tung responded, captivated by the celestial empress's demeanor. Why speak such words? His tone was imbued with sincerity and intimacy, as if all his actions were for the sake of Murong Lingxue. Do you truly mean those words? Murong Lingxue inquired, her tone softening slightly, yet still tinged with frostiness. Assuredly, if you harbor any doubts, you are at liberty to strip me of my title as sovereign. Even if I were to depart from the divine court, I would remain ever at your command. Wang Ting declared with great solemnity, rising to his feet. His countenance was grave, ostensibly conveying loyalty, but in reality, he was deftly manipulating Murong Lingxue. Upon hearing Wang Ting's willingness to be deposed, Murong Lingxue hastily demurred, enough, I shall grant you my trust this once, considering that you were personally appointed sovereign by my hand. Witnessing her sudden timidity, her palpable fear of his departure from the divine court, Wang Tung experienced a renewed surge of gratification. He resumed his seat upon the imperial throne, his gaze unabashedly fixed upon Murong Lingshue's visage. Ah, Schwerer, he began. You have yet to enlighten me as to the provenance of your cultivation technique. You were once an invincible warrior traversing the starry skies. Why did you abruptly withdraw? Murong Lingxue hesitated for a moment, casting a sidelong glance at Wang Tung. Perceiving the ardent desire in his eyes, she relented. In my expedition to the flying immortal ancient star, I vanquished Zhang Nan, the frigid nether king physique of the southern frigid continent. Subsequently, I was guided by a snow dragon to the deepest recesses of the South Pole, where I stumbled upon a fragmented immortal domain. An immortal domain? Wang Tung's countenance turned serious, his thoughts of trifling with Murong Lingxue momentarily forgotten. Compared to matters of amorous dalliance, this piqued his interest far more. What did an immortal domain signify? Even a fragmented one, ensconced within this universe, would be sufficient to astonish many. I believe it merited the appellation of a fragmented immortal domain, even with my current status as a celestial empress, Murong Lingxue affirmed, her exquisite features imbued with a sense of reminiscence and longing. Within its confines, I encountered a true immortal. A true immortal? Indeed, the sheer force of her oppressive aura remains etched in my memory. However, Murong Lingxue paused, pursing her lips before adding gravely, she was deceased. Deceased? A true immortal, deceased? Wang Tung exclaimed in astonishment. This was a revelation of cosmic proportions, one that would likely astound even the primeval celestial venerable. The immortal they had striven for their entire lives had succumbed to mortality. However, even after all this time, Moron Lingxue remained deeply moved by the event. Wang Teng, on the other hand, merely evinced a fleeting moment of surprise. He was acutely aware that longevity and immortality were distinct concepts, not to be conflated. Thus, even an immortal, possessed of longevity, could ultimately perish. Even in death, the true immortal exuded an exceedingly potent aura, far surpassing the pinnacle of the Tao domain. Her remains, uncorrupted for eons, retained a might that even a great emperor could not shake, Moron Lingxue recounted, seemingly extrapolating from her current celestial empress strength to reconstruct the events of that time. As she spoke, a shimmering, ethereal screen materialized before them, upon which Moron Lingxue employed her magical powers to recreate the scene of the fragmented immortal domain. As the snow dragon guided me into her presence, her body abruptly disintegrated, transforming into a celestial stone. Within that stone, I comprehended my innate cultivation technique. The celestial tribulation glacial frost art, as well as the celestial immortal union technique. As Moron Lingxue narrated, the image upon the screen shifted. The true immortal's body morphing into a celestial stone, seemingly capable of suppressing all of creation. Upon beholding this celestial stone, Wang Teng's expression became peculiar. Was this not the very same large stone he had encountered with Moron Lingxue within the glacial heaven divine tower during their dual cultivation? So it was, in fact, the transformed remains of a true immortal. Yet, he had been completely oblivious at the time. With this cultivation technique, I had no need to traverse the ancient starry road. I could merely accumulate power and cultivate the true essence of glacial ice to transcend into a celestial emperor, perhaps even an immortal, or an existence of even greater sublimity. Therefore, I withdrew from the ancient starry road, leaving an opportunity for others to attain the Tao. Alas, that opportunity was squandered on a wretch like Bright Radiance. Moron Lingxue lamented, not forgetting to disparage the Bright Radiance great emperor, evincing considerable displeasure towards the deceased emperor who had dared to confront Wang Teng. What of that immortal domain? Wang Teng inquired, observing the cessation of the scene's evolution. It is gone. I was teleported out at that moment. However, before my departure, I seemed to witness the immortal domain transform into motes of light, dissipating into nothingness. Moron Lingxue continued, ceasing her demonstration. Later, after I attained the Tao through unconventional means, I sought to investigate, but discovered not a trace. It was as if that fragmented immortal domain had truly crumbled and vanished from the world. Due to my removal of the immortal's remains, Wang Teng fell silent, resolving to personally explore the area. Perhaps in connection with the imminent immortal ascension road on the flying immortal ancient star. According to his current understanding, countless supreme beings from the forbidden zones, as well as the previous great emperor, the flame emperor, had surmised that the immortal ascension road would open on the flying immortal ancient star. With Moron Lingxue's account, he felt compelled to investigate. Might I be permitted to examine the celestial stone? Wang Teng inquired, rising to his feet and tentatively addressing the celestial empress. Moron Lingxue regarded him warily, poised to refuse, but Wang Teng continued, I wish to admire the celestial stone alongside you. What say you? Moron Lingxue's heart softened upon hearing his words. Though she was aware of his true intentions, she slowly nodded in assent. In any case, an additional glance would not damage the celestial stone. Moreover, now that she had become a celestial empress, she could no longer discern whether it harbored any other secrets. Allowing Wang Teng to examine it might lead to the discovery of hidden truths. And so, two streams of light soared towards the glacial heaven divine tower. Chapter 67. The Unknown Celestial Maiden. Devouring the Celestial Soul. In an uncharted region of the cosmos, within a desolate area strewn with the remains of stars, two figures descended. They were none other than the immortal emperor and ancestor Yan. However, judging by their state, they were likely mere avatars. Are you certain that the remnants of the celestial court lie within this vicinity? Ancestor Yan inquired, surveying the surrounding wasteland of shattered stars. Indeed, when the celestial court collapsed, I intercepted the southern heavenly gate right here, the immortal emperor declared, suddenly extending his hand forward. In an instant, that section of space seemed to cave in. The two exchanged glances and pierced through the depression, entering the space beyond. As their vision cleared once more, they found themselves surrounded by countless fragments of celestial palaces and pavilions, an endless expanse resembling a vast ocean of stars. Moreover, there were bodies exuding a terrifying aura. Scattered throughout the space, their presence still capable of instilling fear even after countless eons. When the celestial sovereign ruled the celestial court, his might was unparalleled, causing all realms to bow before him. Even I had to yield in his presence. Now look at this desolate scene, Ancestor Yin remarked, his words hinting at the legendary figure known as the celestial sovereign. Ah, but he was too extreme, ambushed by the Violet Emperor, resulting in a mutually destructive outcome. His fate remains unknown, while the Violet Emperor, it appears he still lives, the immortal emperor said, a purple radiance igniting in his eyes, traversing the cosmos. This purple light eventually found its way into Wang Teng's body, reminiscent of the moment when the Violet Emperor aided Wang Teng during the border war. As one of the figures from the era of the primordial celestial lord, the immortal emperor, having concealed himself in the cosmos for countless years, was well aware of the secrets of that time. The reason the Violet Emperor met such a fate, covered in crimson hair, was linked to his audacity to rebel against the celestial sovereign. Suddenly, a roar reverberated from several light years away, as a red-haired monstrosity charged forth upon a dragon steed wreathed in black smoke. It was none other than the legendary war sovereign of the ancient celestial court. The immortal emperor recognized the figure instantly. However, this newcomer was devoid of any intellect, consumed solely by the instinct to kill, rushing towards them with reckless abandon. Halt! Yet, the immortal emperor merely spoke a single word, and as if bound by an unseen force, the war sovereign was indeed immobilized. Nonetheless, this act of restraint dimmed the immortal emperor's avatar considerably. He had been severely tainted by the ominous energy, existing like a mere shell, devoid of rational thought. We can harness him, unleashing the ominous energy within him to its fullest potential, the immortal emperor proclaimed. This ominous curse was exceedingly formidable. Even the celestial demons were merely a subset of its corruption. Agreed. Ancestor Yin nodded, and together they executed an indescribable technique, merging with the war sovereign. The ruins of the ancient celestial court erupted with energy, and deep within, an unknown presence seemed to roar in response. However, as the immortal emperor and Ancestor Yin vanished, the entire spatial structure of the ruins underwent an inexplicable transformation, returning to an eerie calmness. The war sovereign's eyes gradually cleared, and he slowly lifted his head. As if transcending countless spaces, gazing upon Wang Teng within the celestial court, in the realm of the heavens and the earth, your existence is intolerable. In the 9th level of the celestial court, within the cold heaven divine tower, Wang Teng scrutinized an unremarkable celestial stone, unable to discern any clues. Suddenly, a sense of foreboding surged within him, and his expression shifted as if a great calamity were imminent. What is happening? His demeanor turned grave, and at his level. Such an abrupt reaction could not be dismissed lightly. It was a warning from the heavenly Tao, signaling that disaster was indeed approaching. What do you perceive? Moron Lingxue, who stood nearby, noticed the change in his expression and urgently inquired. The two were in close proximity, allowing her to sense any alteration in Wang Teng's demeanor. Nothing yet. Wang Teng shook his head, mentally noting the unease as he accelerated his study of the celestial stone. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and with a shift of his hand, a boundless power manifested within the cold heaven divine tower. He invoked the supreme palm intent passed down by the supreme celestial king to make contact with the stone. As his palm touched the celestial stone, an overwhelming vibration coursed through his mind, transcending the limits of the extreme path. His soul was abruptly drawn from his body, entering a peculiar space. Within this realm, a maiden clad in ancient, resplendent attire emanated an aura akin to that of the supreme celestial king, unfathomable and enigmatic. A snow dragon coiled around her, its serene eyes seemingly in slumber. Even Wang Teng, at his current state, found it burdensome to gaze directly upon her. His heart surged with excitement. Could it be that he had stumbled upon another monumental opportunity through Moron Lingxue? At that moment, the celestial maiden, suspended in an inexplicable height, slowly opened her eyes. Disciple of the supreme celestial? The maiden did not speak, yet a celestial voice resonated within Wang Teng's mind. Wang Teng nodded, indeed. The supreme celestial king is my master. Good. Since you are a disciple of the supreme, then you shall perish. To Wang Teng's shock, the celestial maiden not only failed to bestow an opportunity upon him, but instead harbored murderous intent. The entire space seemed to freeze. Wang Teng attempted to move, only to discover that his soul power was utterly unable to resist. A celestial being. She was overwhelmingly powerful. A deadly soul force coalesced into an ice dragon, descending upon Wang Teng's soul, as if intent on annihilating him. This soul power had surpassed the realm of the extreme path. Even Wang Teng found it difficult to withstand. Outside, Wang Teng's physical form emitted a muffled groan, sounding profoundly pained as his body trembled. The connection between his physical body and soul was so profound that it was difficult to imagine the torment his soul was enduring. What is wrong with you? Moron Lingxue, witnessing his distress, paled in concern and reached out to him. Wang Teng, she called out desperately, her voice reaching him as he fought with all his might against the soul's strangulation, yet he could not respond. For he was on the brink of being obliterated by that transcendent technique, were it not for his exceptional strength, surpassing that of ordinary emperors, and the formidable power of his soul, he would have been instantaneously vanquished. The disparity between the realms of humanity and the celestial was staggering. Observing Wang Teng's plight, Moron Lingxue realized that his soul essence had been drawn away and was weakening. In her urgency, she bit her lip and activated the celestial calamity technique, connecting her soul power to Wang Teng's. This act meant that if Wang Teng sustained grave injuries, she would also suffer immensely, yet at this juncture, she had no choice. Within the realm of the soul, Wang Teng suddenly felt a surge of strength augmenting his soul power, though still at a disadvantage. He had discovered a glimmer of hope for a turnaround. Devour the heavens, he roared as intricate demonic patterns emerged upon his soul. In that moment, The celestial maiden's soul power seemed to be drawn into a vortex, frantically converging towards Wang Teng's soul. She had no physical form to support her, presenting a significant vulnerability against Wang Teng's devouring might. He was determined to consume this celestial great soul. Chapter 68. The True Immortal Spirit. Boom, boom, boom. A series of magical runes manifested above Wang Teng's spirit. His demonic essence was not merely nurtured within his physical form. It was deeply rooted in the very foundation of his soul. Yet, even at this moment, as he ravenously devoured the spirit before him, devoid of a physical foundation, he endured immense agony. After all, the opponent transcended the realm of the utmost path, and upon realizing Wang Teng's intention to consume her, she unleashed frenzied attacks. It could be said that any moment of weakness on Wang Teng's part would result in his instantaneous obliteration. He gritted his teeth and persevered, drawing upon countless trials and tribulations he had faced throughout his cultivation journey. The suffering he had endured shaped not only his strength, but also fortified his spirit. He held on, consuming that celestial-level spirit relentlessly. As time flowed, Wang Teng lost track of it, feeling as though the universe had undergone another great explosion. Returning to silence only to burst forth anew. Suddenly, his consciousness soared to an unimaginable height, as if he were transcending this universe. Looking down, he saw the aura of the utmost path beneath his feet. The once unparalleled peaks of the world appeared trivial in comparison, completely on a different plane. His spirit had begun to transcend the ultimate path, crossing into the legendary realm of immortals. Such magnificence! Even when he had slain the two great demonic ancestors and ventured into the abyss of the demonic realm, he had never possessed such a grand vision. It felt as though he was not merely encompassing the universe, but rather inhaling and exhaling the myriad realms. At that moment, Wang Teng's essence seemed to drift in an infinite ocean of realms, where countless bubbles emerged before him, each containing the essence of boundless time and space, the vitality of all living things, a multitude of universes. Yet, at that instant, his consciousness ascended once more, as if soaring to new heights. However, this elevation brought with it an overwhelming chill, as if his essence were engulfed in an icy embrace. Moments later, the image of the female immortal reappeared before him. Yet, this time, she appeared far more vivid and agile, exuding an ethereal aura. She seemed infinite, the snow dragon coiling around her shoulders capable of swallowing the universe itself. Wang Teng was taken aback. Could this be the true form of the female immortal? Was the dead body that Murong Lingxue spoke of merely her discarded shell? Had he entered the realm of immortals? No, the surroundings were shrouded in darkness, suffused with a chilling stillness. There was no semblance of an immortal realm. Disciple of the infinite, you have cultivated such profound powers and earned my heir's recognition. The female immortal spoke, her lips parting as her voice resonated with the ability to obliterate all. Imbued with unimaginable might. Perhaps this was the essence of the Tao. After a brief contemplation, she sighed and silently cast forth an object. Upon closer inspection, Wang Teng discerned it was a dragon horn. Bestow this upon her in my stead, and let this matter rest. The exchange between them was exceedingly brief, leaving Wang Teng with the sensation of having experienced a dream. In the blink of an eye, his consciousness rapidly descended. The myriad realms receded swiftly from his sight, and his awareness returned to the terrestrial plane, as if witnessing the birth of the universe once more. Suddenly, he jolted awake, gasping for breath. He found himself back in his own body. Even in his current state, he was panting heavily, each breath potent enough to enlighten a sage or annihilate a star domain. At that moment, he felt a softness in his arms and saw Murong Lingxue, her complexion pale, collapsed in his embrace. It was hard to fathom that an existence of her caliber could appear so gravely wounded. Perhaps she had not sustained such trauma even during the battles at the edge of the wilds. Wang Teng could see that although she was using the Emperor's divine powers to mend her spirit, she appeared overwhelmed and struggling. However, Murong Lingxue soon regained consciousness. Feigning composure as she extricated herself from Wang Teng's embrace, her brow furrowed as she regarded him. What happened to you? I sensed you were subjected to an indescribable attack. It was an immortal. Wang Teng replied succinctly. What? Even the cold Emperor's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing Wang Teng's words, reminiscent of her own recounting of her experiences in the fragmented immortal domain. What about you? Murong Lingxue leaned in closer. Anxiety etched on her face as she scrutinized his form. I am the Emperor of the Sky, naturally unharmed. Moreover, Wang Teng felt his spirit, now far exceeding its previous capabilities, having undergone a complete qualitative transformation. He was confident that he could obliterate his former self in an instant, exclaiming, in this world, none can stand against me. Not even an immortal could harm you? Murong Lingxue was even more astonished. She had just engaged in that battle of spirits, and although she wielded forbidden techniques, she had only clashed with a fraction of that immortal spirit's power. Yet, that slight encounter had left her in such a poor state. While Wang Teng returned unscathed from his confrontation with an immortal. How could this be possible? If she were to learn that Wang Teng had also consumed that immortal spirit, she would be even more astounded, perhaps even plunged into profound self-doubt. Nonetheless, Wang Teng, ever the tactician, deftly shifted the topic. extending his hand to gently stroke Murong Lingshue's fair forehead. Murong Lingxue instinctively recoiled, but upon hearing Wang Teng's tender words, she took a step closer. Don't move. Let me help you recover. At this moment, Wang Teng's spirit had already reached the level of a true immortal. Its spirit injuries were fundamentally challenging to heal, especially for an emperor. Fortunately, he and Murong Lingxue had cultivated the celestial union technique together. What did union mean? It was not merely a fusion of flesh. He could now utilize his spiritual power to assist Murong Lingshue's spirit in returning to its zenith. In other words, it could also be referred to as spiritual communion. As soon as the communion commenced, Murong Lingxue collapsed back into Wang Teng's embrace. Days passed, and both Wang Teng and Murong Lingxue exhaled a deep sigh, their eyes slowly fluttering open. Wang Teng's gaze cleared instantly as he carefully observed Murong Lingxue, noting that her spirit had completely recovered. After a moment, Murong Lingxue also regained her clarity, her cheeks slightly flushed as she softly expressed her gratitude. Thank you. We are one. There is no need for such formalities. Wang Teng spoke sincerely, aware that Murong Lingxue had also acted without hesitation to save him. Just as Murong Lingxue was about to rise from his embrace, Wang Teng interjected. Wait, let me show you a treasure. What treasure? Murong Lingxue asked, perplexed. A great dragon horn. Wang Teng replied with a smile. Chapter 69, The War Emperor's Onslaught. Murong Lingxue seemed to apprehend something, albeit misconstrued, as she surmised that Wang Teng, not content with a mere spiritual communion, sought a deeper physical intimacy. Promptly delivering a playful punch to his chest, Wang Teng, feigning pain, clutched his chest, then with a flourish of his right hand, conjured a diminutive dragon horn from thin air. It emanated a delicate fragrance, reminiscent of celestial ambrosia, suggesting it had long been an accoutrement of the female immortal. Its bestowal upon Murong Lingxue implied a profound esteem for their shared destiny. What is this? Murong Lingxue, initially suspecting Wang Teng's amorous advances, was taken aback by the genuine appearance of the dragon horn. A mere glance revealed its extraordinary nature, bearing an uncanny resemblance and intrinsic affinity to her own immortal calamity frost technique. Ah, so you thought I was risking life and limb in battle with that immortal for naught? I sought only to secure this dragon horn for you, Wang Teng declared with earnest sincerity. Ah? Murong Lingxue, her icy heart stirred by the revelation of his motives, averted her gaze, murmuring, You shouldn't have been so reckless. Remember, you were the sovereign of the divine court. Your demise would be a grievous loss. Wang Teng chuckled softly. Fear not, for you, any sacrifice is worthwhile. He brazenly proclaimed, inwardly embarrassed by his fabrication, and placed the dragon horn in Murong Lingxue's hands. Having conducted a preliminary examination, he surmised that the immortal calamity frost technique was essential for its activation. As an amateur in such matters, he could only relinquish it. Murong Lingxue accepted the dragon horn, finally raising her head to cast a profound glance at Wang Teng. Suddenly sensing something, Wang Teng smiled. I must now retreat into seclusion. You may study this treasure at your leisure. With that, his form vanished within the frost-skied divine tower. This possesses a kindred essence to my immortal calamity frost technique. Could it be a gift from that immortal? Nay, she is deceased, leaving only a husk. Yet, the power contained within this dragon horn surpasses even my Heaven Emperor weapon. Murong Lingxue mused, her gaze alternating between the dragon horn and the spectral image of Wang Teng. Without him, she might never have deciphered the secret within the immortal stone. Ah, the immortal stone. Murong Lingxue exclaimed, her thoughts returning to the relic. With a gentle caress, the colossal immortal stone crumbled into dust, vanishing from the cosmos forever. Within the celestial vault palace, Wang Teng settled into a meditative posture. To facilitate the examination of the immortal stone, he had dispatched his primeval soul, which had unexpectedly yielded unforeseen dividends. His soul had now attained an immortal level, instilling in him a newfound audacity, even towards his enigmatic senior brother Taichu. Crucially, he could now gauge the disparity between himself and an immortal fully immersed in the celestial domain by testing Tai Chu heavenly venerate. After all, his physical form and other attributes remained rooted in the apex domain. Yet, with their intimate connection, his physical form would undoubtedly soon catch up to his soul's elevated state. That sudden tremor, akin to the one experienced during the examination of the immortal stone, could it signify an impending attack? Wang Teng pondered, resolutely employing his divinatory abilities. With his current strength, he could discern even the most clandestine plots of a supreme. To his astonishment, his divination yielded only two exceedingly vague figures. It is he. Wang Teng recognized one of the figures, despite its obscurity. It was none other than one of the 5 peerless beings who had appeared during Murong Lingxue's tribulation. The same mastermind who had surreptitiously amplified her tribulation. The undying divine emperor, the sworn adversary of senior brother Taichu, a fellow immortal, seeks to strike against me from the shadows? Wang Teng mused, when he suddenly perceived an aura, faintly reminiscent of the divine court, locking onto him. However, due to his immense power, the aura could only target matters related to him, ultimately settling upon Duskfall Star region. What is that? Wang Teng swiftly began his calculations. Initially suspecting the emergence of a rival force to the divine court, only to deduce the truth. The ancient celestial court. The remnants of the ancient celestial court are targeting him. Nay, the ancient celestial court has been extinct for countless millennia. All of this must be the machinations of the undying divine emperor. Wang Tung muttered, his gaze piercing the dusk-fall star region. Do they seek to lure me out? We shall see what they are capable of. Wang Tung resolved, his divine weapon, the celestial vault divine halberd, streaking out of the divine court world like a meteor, hurtling towards the dusk-fall star region. Beyond the dusk-fall star region, in a desolate star system, a terrifying figure astride a skeletal dragon horse tore through space. Descending upon the scene, it was none other than the celestial court war emperor. Appearing to have regained his primeval splendor, he coldly surveyed the myriad star systems within the dusk-fall star region. The seemingly boundless star region was, in his eyes, merely a vessel filled with water, the water being the celestial rivers. This is the place. The aura of is particularly strong here. His gaze swept across the star systems at an unimaginable speed. But Wang Ting, having long concealed the sanctity of Burial Saint Ancient Star with his divine powers, remained elusive to the war emperor. Humph! The divine court's pseudo-emperor dares to defy the authority of the celestial court. I shall slay them all. The war emperor, frustrated by his inability to locate Wang Tung, resolved to target the entire star region. Instantly, an overwhelming pressure of the apex domain enveloped the dusk-fall star region, causing countless peripheral stars to shatter at his mere utterance. Within the mystic realm on Burial Saint Ancient Star, Song Lan was the first to awaken, his heart trembling as he gazed beyond the mystic realm. Although he could not directly perceive it, his unique constitution allowed him to sense the imminent arrival of a cataclysmic crisis. Little ancestor, what is it? Wang Fan, the Brahma battle body, also sensed the disturbance, inquiring with a hint of trepidation. I know not, but it seems a terrifying being intends to annihilate us. Song Lan declared through gritted teeth. With the ancestor absent, what shall we do? Despite his grave expression, Song Lan remained composed, stating calmly, fear not. With my uncle present, no threat in this world can prevail. Regardless of the reactions within the mystic realm, all of Burial Saint Ancient Star was thrown into chaos. In recent years, Wang Tung's deliberate channeling of spiritual energy towards the mystic realm had benefited Burial Saint Ancient Star, allowing it to share in the Wang family's prosperity. In particular, the master of the wood-severing sacred sect, Duanmu Sheng, had surpassed the pinnacle of the celestial human realm and was on the verge of attaining sainthood. At this moment, in communion with the heavens and earth, he sensed the impending crisis. 1,000-fold greater than the slaughter unleashed by the descent of the flying heaven holy land. It was as if the entire universe had forsaken them. It is over. He lamented as a wisp of his divine consciousness, upon reaching the outer reaches of the ancient star, was crushed by the overwhelming pressure. He collapsed to the ground. His face ashen, his heart filled with despair. This time, it seems that even the enigmatic powerhouse from last time would find it impossible to rescue their ancient star amidst such overwhelming terror. Oh, celestial being! I beseech you to intervene once more. I implore you, noble one, to be moved by the suffering of the sentient beings and to spare our lives. On the ancient star, other formidable beings, sensing the impending crisis, knelt before the various statues of Wang Tung, seeking salvation. In that moment, the entire realm of the ancient star resembled the atmosphere of peril that prevailed over a decade ago, intensified 1,000-fold. As if the apocalypse were on the brink of arrival, Du Nmshing listened to the prayers of others, and despite a bitter smile, he thought to himself, if that mysterious powerhouse were also present on the sacred ancient star, they would be like a clay bodhisattva crossing a river, unable to save themselves, let alone come to their aid. Yet, as he pondered, his eyes seemed to witness something incredulous, prompting him to spring to his feet. Countless prayers transformed into a force of faith, coursing through the myriad statues of Wang Tung upon the ancient star, culminating in a radiant spectacle in the sky above the sacred ancient star. At that moment, a mighty imperial spear, exuding the power to suppress the infinite cosmos, tore through the heavens and descended. The multitude of lights coalesced into a transcendent figure, overwhelming the universe, who deftly caught the long spear. With a mere flick, the oppressive might of the war emperor, which loomed over the entire Mutsuan star region, was instantly obliterated. All beings on the ancient star felt an immense weight lift from their souls. Du Nmshing, filled with exhilaration, rose to his feet and proclaimed, the celestial being has manifested. Chapter 70, Overwhelming. The Soul Assault. At this moment, the entire ancient star of Burial Saints was captivated by the figure that loomed in the sky. It seemed to dominate the very heavens, merely standing there as the stars revolved around it. This was the manifestation of Wang Tung, wielding the celestial emperor's halberd, whose power subtly transcended that of an ordinary celestial emperor. The appearance of a celestial being was indeed remarkable, yet could he truly overcome such an existence? Within the Holywood sect, although Duanmu Sheng was exhilarated, as if he had glimpsed a glimmer of hope, he remained grounded, not allowing Wang Tung's arrival to cloud his judgment. This was due to his current state of resonance between heaven and man, a pivotal moment in his ascension. which allowed him to acutely sense the overwhelming and invincible pressure from beyond the realm, as if the very heavens were swaying in response. It was terrifying. Beyond anything recorded in ancient texts, far exceeding his imagination, the disparity was immense, rendering him unable to discern the victor from the vanquished. Meanwhile, within the secret realm, Song Lan, sensing Wang Tung's arrival, relaxed back against a tree. "Brother, is it my bloodline boiling? Has our ancestor descended?" he exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. "Indeed. Now we await the triumphant return of Uncle." Song Lan reclined with an air of admiration for Wang Tung, viewing him as an invincible force. As Wang Tung's consciousness descended upon the ancient star of burial saints, he gazed toward the figure emanating an overwhelming battle intent at the edge of the Musin star domain. With a single step, he traversed the distance, standing at the outskirts of the Musin star domain, facing the Battle Emperor from afar. Simultaneously, upon his arrival, the immense pressure released by the Battle Emperor toward the Musin star domain was entirely repelled. The Battle Emperor noticed Wang Tung's presence but displayed no other emotion. Only an intense desire for combat, though manipulated by the immortal God Emperor and the Flame Ancestor. He retained the instincts he had before being fully consumed by the ominous force. Upon witnessing such a formidable opponent as Wang Tung, his heart was resolute in seeking battle. "What a celestial emperor, indeed hailing from this Musin star domain. You have made my search worthwhile." The Battle Emperor fixed his gaze upon Wang Tung, even his mouth exuding black flames, seemingly impatient for the confrontation. "Knowing my name, why not submit?" Wang Ting, although nearly on par with the Battle Emperor, regarded him from a lofty position, dismissing this former heavenly general with disdain. After all, merely a fragment of his consciousness, inherently at the true immortal level. Gazing upon a being still within the realm of humanity, how could he not feel superior? "Humph! The foe emperor of the divine court dares to usurp my heavenly authority. He shall be slain," the Battle Emperor retorted, wasting no time as he charged forth on horseback. Interesting. Wang Tung observed the Battle Emperor, his formidable divine sense allowing him to see through his opponent. Though he himself did not reach the level of a celestial emperor, he was positioned at the upper echelons of the great emperor level, roughly 2.5 times stronger than Mingguang. His steed was a uniquely evolved dragon horse, rendered devoid of magical power due to the ominous corruption, yet possessing a terrifying physique capable of shattering the void. However, to Wang Tung, this was merely a manifestation of his consciousness. He could easily vanquish the opponent with the celestial emperor's halberd alone. The crux of the matter lay in the mysterious power surrounding the Battle Emperor's consciousness, which emanated a force approaching the pinnacle of the extreme Tao, nearly touching the realm of immortality. "Kill." The Battle Emperor initiated the assault, charging toward this elder who was at least several million years his senior. Wang Tung, unfazed, struck down with his halberd. Flash! Wang Tung roared, the celestial emperor's halberd descending directly, infused with fragments of immortal artifacts. The limitless principles of the extreme Tao intertwined with a thread of immortal law. This power transcended the very fabric of this universe. The Battle Emperor, enveloped in crimson light and wielding a long spear, thrust forward with the intent to pierce through the infinite starry rivers. The clash produced an extraordinarily primal sound, wielding immense power and unimaginable transformations, as if the entire starry river was turned upside down, seemingly obliterating the very path of the Tao. Countless star systems were annihilated in an instant, affecting several other star domains. However, after just one strike, the Battle Emperor spewed forth blood, a drop potent enough to slay a quasi-emperor, gushing forth without regard for his life. In the face of Wang Tung's consciousness manifestation, he could not withstand even a single exchange. As for his steed, it was instantly reduced to ashes. His form crashed through countless meteors, ultimately landing on a large star. Struggling to rise and gazing upward at Wang Tung, who stood at the center of the sun, moon, and stars. At that moment, he inexplicably saw the visage of his ancient master in Wang Ting, the Celestial Lord. In those days, when all emperors coexisted, the Celestial Lord, in his unparalleled majesty, surpassed all ancient celestial sovereigns and emperors, ultimately establishing the heavenly court to govern the heavens, a being of eternal might. Yet, the figure before him bore a semblance of that grandeur. But what of it? "Those who dare to usurp my heavenly court shall be met with no mercy." The Battle Emperor ignited the blood within him, charging forward once more with renewed vigor, to preserve the last vestige of authority of the ancient heavenly court. He deemed his own demise inconsequential. Bang! Yet again, Wang Ting merely waved the Celestial Emperor's halberd, bringing the Battle Emperor crashing down, shattering even his spear. The Battle Emperor tumbled through the void, his gaze still filled with crimson fury directed at Wang Tung. "You are unworthy to be my opponent," Wang Ting stated calmly. Upon hearing these words, the Battle Emperor, though begrudgingly acknowledging the truth, still felt a pang of resentment. Wang Ting perceived his thoughts and chuckled softly. "This is merely a manifestation of my consciousness." At this revelation, the Battle Emperor's pupils constricted violently. How is this possible? A mere manifestation can inflict such torment upon me. Does that mean his true self is akin to the Celestial Lord? Wang Ting offered no further explanation. Given that this individual dared to threaten his homeland, there was no reason for him to remain alive. Wang Ting immediately prepared to suppress the Battle Emperor. The Battle Emperor closed his eyes, replaying the memories of his life fighting for the heavenly court, recalling the cataclysmic changes that led to its collapse as he wandered aimlessly to this day. No, I was completely consumed by the ominous force. How could I regain consciousness? Why was I compelled to seek the Celestial Emperor? Suddenly, the Battle Emperor recalled an aspect he had subconsciously overlooked, as if shrouded by a mysterious power, instinctively guiding him to confront the Celestial Emperor in a fight to the death. At that moment of realization, two forces that had lingered in his mind erupted violently. The Battle Emperor's consciousness was engulfed, as his red first spread uncontrollably. Now was the moment. That little brat, Wang Tung, likely believed he was assured of victory. The voices of the immortal God Emperor and the Flame Ancestor echoed ominously in his mind. Simultaneously, a formidable force of soul-strangling power descended upon Wang Tung's manifestation. He felt a shudder, yet stood resolute. Haha, our souls are immensely powerful. How could a mere youth still within the extreme Tao realm hope to rival us? The conspiratorial voices of the immortal God Emperor and the Flame Ancestor resonated within the Battle Emperor, but the next moment, their smiles abruptly vanished. Chapter 71. Slaughter to the 18th layer of hell. It was evident that Wang Tung's body hesitated for a mere moment before swiftly returning to normal. His cold gaze fixed upon the War Emperor. It seemed he had also discerned the presence of the indomitable God Emperor and the Ancestor of Flames lurking in the shadows. How could this be possible? At this moment, even these two extraordinary beings, existing for countless millennia, were utterly astounded. The divine soul power they had left within the War Emperor was capable of gravely injuring the Heavenly Emperor to the brink of death. How could this Ling Tian be so minimally affected? Moreover, this appeared to be merely a manifestation of thought. You two ancient seniors are truly restless, Wang Tung remarked coldly, abruptly unleashing his devouring power. In an instant, the two thoughts residing within the War Emperor were consumed by him. A muffled groan resonated simultaneously from the depths of the universe in the 18th layer of hell within the ancient star of Taiwei. The Ancestor of Flames and the indomitable God Emperor glared at Wang Tung from beyond the Mukin star domain, their eyes seemingly intent on tearing him apart. Having lived for tens of millions of years, their journey had been relatively smooth, save for the path to immortality. Who could have anticipated that they would be outmaneuvered by someone they considered to be prey? Was this young man truly beyond their control? How infuriating that the unfathomable sect had acquired such a remarkable figure. After consuming the two thoughts, Wang Tung did not dwell on it. The thoughts held little energy and were merely used to manipulate the War Emperor, suppress the ominous presence, and control the War Emperor's intentions. Now that both thoughts had been devoured, the once red-haired War Emperor began to regain a semblance of consciousness. He laboriously lifted his head to gaze at Wang Tung, solemnly inquiring, "Have you already attained the status of Heavenly Emperor, or perhaps even touched upon the realm of the Red Dust Immortal?" In his understanding, anyone capable of defeating him in an instant and eliminating the thoughts of those two terrifying beings must be on the verge of becoming an immortal. I have yet to attain the status of Emperor. However, Wang Tung's words plunged the War Emperor into profound disbelief, a sensation more intense than when he had once followed the Heavenly Master. How could this be? The War Emperor shook his head in disbelief. Yet, Wang Tung exuded an aura that surpassed that of an emperor, albeit lacking the heavenly heart mark. In that moment, the War Emperor, who had fought valiantly throughout his life, found himself retracting his battle intent. He had only ever done so in the presence of the Heavenly Master. He gazed at the towering figure of Wang Tung and sighed. I never expected such an existence to emerge in this world. It seems the Celestial Court truly deserves to be eradicated. The Divine Court is the ultimate choice of the universe. What transpired in the Celestial Court all those years ago? Why did it fall? Where did the Heavenly Master go? And how did you come to be in this state? Wang Tung inquired quietly. I cannot answer you. The War Emperor shook his head, his heart still tethered to the Celestial Court and his loyalty to the Heavenly Master. However, if you truly wish to know, you may seek it out. As he spoke, the red hair enveloping him threatened to consume him entirely, a crimson light once again filling his eyes, as if he were on the brink of losing his sanity. He pointed gently toward a certain star domain in the universe, revealing a landmark before Wang Tung. The ruins of the Celestial Court. Ling Tian, you are indeed powerful. The future belongs to you. To witness such a figure in my final moments, my life has been extraordinarily brilliant, the War Emperor remarked with a smile. Yet the madness in his eyes surged forth, and he prepared to strike at Wang Tung. However, Wang Tung swiftly pressed down with one hand, restraining the War Emperor's spiritual core, rendering him unable to resist. He then activated the devouring Demon Sutra, completely consuming this once supreme monarch into the depths of the demonic patterns. The War Emperor had fallen. We have triumphed. The Immortal has emerged victorious. The Immortal is truly invincible. On the ancient star of the buried saints. No one had been able to sense the specifics of this battle. However, the Heavenly Tao responded to Wang Tung's slaying of the War Emperor, and this response manifested in an unusual form, resonating in the hearts of all within the ancient star. The powerful beings quickly grasped the significance, erupting into cheers of jubilation. Moreover, Duan Musheng could hardly suppress the smile that spread across his face. The immortal had won, they had survived, and he could finally strive for the realm of the divine wheel saint. The infinite grace of the immortal shall forever remain etched in my memory. Beyond the realms, Wang Teng stood resolute. Countless strands of red hair danced upon his hand, yet he eradicated them all. The War Emperor had indeed been formidable, displaying immense strength and unwavering loyalty to his former master. Wang Teng had initially contemplated bringing him under his command. However, the War Emperor had been too thoroughly tainted by the ominous force, rendering him beyond redemption. Each moment of his existence was torment. Death would be a preferable release. Having lost the heavenly heartmark long ago, the War Emperor's continued existence was a result of being corrupted and decayed by the ominous presence, inexplicably surviving in madness. What torment, what suffering he had endured. Wang Teng's actions, in essence, provided him with liberation. Wang Teng's gaze then shifted toward the Taiwei star domain. Toward the ancient star of Taiwei, countless supreme beings sensed the shift and trembled awake, converging in awareness. It is Ling Tian. Is he planning to unleash chaos upon the 18th layer of hell? The supreme beings were filled with trepidation, given Ling Tian's demonstrated prowess on the battlefield. They were no match for him within the confines of the Taiwei ancient star's forbidden zone. The most powerful among them, the Taiwei Dragon Emperor, had already been summoned by the divine court. If a conflict were to erupt, it was likely that the Taiwei Dragon Emperor would strike first. However, Wang Teng's focus was not on them. Instead, he set his sights on the 18th layer of hell, a realm significantly more terrifying than the fiery domain of the five-colored continent. It was said that within this 18th layer of hell resided some exceedingly fearsome immortal flames, a place where even the supreme beings dared not linger. Yet, Wang Teng was aware that at the deepest level, there dwelled a terrifying entity, the ancestor of flames, who transcended the realms of the utmost path. The Taiwei Dragon Emperor had specifically warned him about this ancestor of flames, an ancient being far older than the Taiwei ancient star itself. The Taiwei ancient star had merely encompassed the 18th layer of hell during its genesis. Wang Teng surveyed the 18th layer of hell, each layer corresponding to a different realm. Those daring enough to transcend realms faced severe repercussions. Intruders could be grievously injured or even perish unless they wielded a protective artifact far superior to their current realm or possessed a unique constitution. Yet, from the opening of the meridians to the status of emperor, there were only 16 realms. The ancestor of flames, however, resided in the 18th layer, existing since time immemorial for countless millennia. With a single thought, Wang Teng stepped forth, countless star domains racing past him as he tread upon the boundless brilliance. Swiftly arriving before the 18th layer of hell on the Taiwei ancient star, this action sent shockwaves throughout the forbidden zone of the Taiwei ancient star. What could his intentions be? Was he preparing to wage war upon the 18th layer of hell? The supreme beings began to converse fervently, even contemplating the possibility of relocating the forbidden zone, for Ling Tian's might was overwhelmingly formidable. Even the Taiwei Dragon Emperor, stationed to guard the region, felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Deep within the 18th layer of hell resided a terrifying presence she did not dare confront. Could it be that Ling Tian was determined to obliterate the 18th layer of hell? Chapter 72. Forbidden Spells. Confronting the Flame Ancestor. Emperor, please refrain from acting impulsively. The being within the 18 layers of hell is not something that can be easily subdued. The Taiwei Dragon Emperor transmitted her concerns to Wang Teng through Yu Yuan, her expression laden with anxiety. In truth, her words were veiled. Her greatest fear was that Wang Teng might provoke the terrifying entity within and inside a cataclysmic battle. Such chaos would not only engulf the entire Taiwei ancient star, but could also implicate the divine court, potentially leading to a collapse akin to that of the ancient heavenly court. Yet, Wang Teng merely offered her a fleeting silhouette before stepping forward into the depths of the 18 layers of hell. This scene immediately caught the attention of the vigilant flame ancestor, who scoffed derisively. Ling Tian, do you truly intend to obliterate my 18 layers of hell? Such audacity. Do you presume that by withstanding my soul attacks, you can confront me? Let me inform you, you are far from worthy. The flame ancestor's words seemed to dismiss Wang Teng entirely. However, Wang Teng continued to traverse the hell, his gaze fixed upon its innermost depths, seemingly indifferent to the flame ancestor's presence. He sensed a hint of trepidation lurking beneath the ancestor's seemingly brazen words. After all, every step Wang Teng had taken in his growth had exceeded everyone's expectations. No one truly knew the extent of his power now. Preposterous. The flame ancestor, incensed by Wang Teng's disregard, felt the flames on his body surge. It had been countless millennia since a being had dared to show him such disdain. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his composure, observing Wang Teng quietly. If Wang Teng had truly lost his mind, he would slay this Ling Tian emperor on the spot. After all, it was he who had first offended the ancestor. No one could reproach him. Step by step, Wang Teng advanced, reaching the 16th layer of hell, where he finally halted. Ancient emperors had once traversed this place. As he sensed the surrounding imperial flames swirling around him, an epiphany dawned upon him. Beneath some of the flames lay remnants of ancient beings, including those of peak quasi-emperors. Clearly, they had ventured here, nearing their end, in search of opportunities to transcend. Yet, without exception, they had all failed. Numerous remnants of quasi-emperor weapons and even imperial weapon remains had become mere fodder for the flames. It was evident that the intensity of the flames in the 16th layer was fearsome beyond measure. However, to Wang Teng, these flames were still too feeble. Although capable of refining ordinary imperial weapons, even the most profound ones, they were far from sufficient for him. Haha, merely bluster. I wager you dare not take another step forward. The flame ancestor continued to mock, flames swirling at his lips, exuding his disdain for Wang Teng, as if he had seen through the young man's intentions. However, in the next moment, his laughter ceased, for Wang Teng had taken yet another step forward, advancing to the 17th layer of hell. The flames enveloping the flame ancestor seemed to momentarily freeze, but the next instant, the flames in his grasp surged to unprecedented heights, their power surpassing the realm of the profound in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, even the heavens beyond sounded alarms, clear and distinct to Wang Teng. This was the heavenly Tao issuing a warning. The surrounding molten flames coalesced into a tangible form. While Wang Teng did not sense the aura of the profound, their intensity was undoubtedly above that of an ordinary emperor, likely reaching the level of a heavenly emperor. They were even far more potent than Murong Lingshue's ice-cold confinement. Were such flames to appear on the battlefield of the Edge Wilderness, they would undoubtedly serve as a devastating weapon. Ling Tian, do you still dare to advance another step? The flame ancestor remained fixated on Wang Teng. Initially astonished by Wang Teng's audacity to enter the 17th layer, he soon reconciled the notion, for Wang Teng possessed the strength to slay the heavenly demon ancestor. Thus, entering the 17th layer was not extraordinary. Wang Teng remained silent, focusing solely on the operation of the devouring heavenly demon technique. He aimed to absorb the flames within the 17th layer of hell entirely. However, after half a day of exertion, not a single flame had been consumed. Is it truly so? Wang Teng furrowed his brow. The flames within the 18 layers of hell were, after all, not born of living beings, nor were they manifestations of life. Thus, he could not absorb them. Yet, after a moment's contemplation, he devised a strategy. With a sudden surge, the burning heaven imperial flame within him erupted, enveloping his entire form. What do you intend to do? The flame ancestor was taken aback, his eyes revealing a glimmer of greed. Any fully matured fire spirit was a delicacy in his eyes. The moment Wang Teng first showcased his burning heaven imperial flame, the ancestor had already set his sights on it. Yet, due to constraints, he had refrained from acting. But now, with such a delectable treat within reach, he could scarcely contain himself. Wang Teng remained taciturn, silently reciting an incantation. This was a technique he had comprehended during the energy transmission from the Ziwei Heavenly Emperor. In an instant, several red hairs sprouted from his body. Unlucky? You have become tainted by misfortune? The flame ancestor instantly recognized the nature of the red hairs. To his astonishment, the esteemed Ling Tian Emperor had become afflicted by misfortune. If this news were to spread, it would surely send shockwaves throughout the universe. The flame ancestor gazed with keen interest, seemingly delighted by this contrast. However, unbeknownst to the ancestor, this misfortune bore no impact on Wang Teng, for he possessed the devouring heavenly demon technique, capable of refining these omens in an instant. Just then, as Wang Teng continuously recited the incantation, the ominous red hairs enveloped his entire being. The surrounding flames began to react, swirling around Wang Teng. Soon, the ominous red hairs merged with the heavenly emperor-level flames, transforming into malevolent fire spirit creatures that clung to Wang Teng, incessantly burning him. This exceedingly bizarre spectacle left even the flame ancestor in awe, recognizing Wang Teng's undeniable talent. Yet what followed? As he pondered, Wang Teng suddenly intensified his operation of the devouring heavenly demon technique, refining all the malevolent fire spirits from his body. Consequently, he was able to absorb the entirety of the flames from the 17th layer of hell. What an extraordinary ability. The flame ancestor wished to intervene, but it was too late. The red hairs upon Wang Teng grew swiftly, and so did their refinement. In the blink of an eye, all the terrifying heavenly emperor-level flames, which were a taboo even for sovereigns, were completely consumed by Wang Teng. The flame ancestor fell silent, witnessing Wang Teng's operation of the devouring heavenly demon technique up close for the first time, truly terrifying. He finally understood why the indomitable divine emperor had been so eager to find him. Indeed, if Wang Teng were not eliminated now, it would be too late. With this thought, the flame surrounding him suddenly transformed into a fiery figure, leaping from his body. Then another figure, and another, until 10 fiery figures had emerged. Just as he was about to launch a surprise attack on Wang Teng, he discovered that Wang Teng, seemingly dissatisfied with having absorbed the 17th layer of hell, was advancing towards the 18th layer. Without the flames obstructing him across countless miles, Wang Teng arrived in an instant. You dare to enter my 18th layer of hell? The flame ancestor roared in fury. This layer truly breached the realm of the immortal path. Could Wang Teng genuinely be so audacious as to tread there? This was truly defiance against heaven. Chapter 73, Refining Celestial Fire. Yin Ancestor finally realized that mere verbal intimidation could not deter Wang Teng. He directly dispatched 10 fire beings to fiercely attack Wang Teng, intent on eliminating him on the spot. However, Wang Teng's stride remained unbroken as he frowned at the 10 fire beings before him. Each of these beings surpassed Murong Lingxue by several measures. Senior Taichu had informed me that the Yin Ancestor was greatly restricted in this world, yet upon making his move, he proved to be terrifyingly powerful. Nonetheless, Wang Teng felt no fear. At that moment, in the ninth heaven of the Divine Court, within the Lingxiao Palace, Wang Teng's true form suddenly opened his eyes. He began to utilize the Devouring Heaven Demon Sutra, continuously providing power to his avatar. Soon, the strength of his avatar in the 18th layer of hell reached 80% of his true form. Kill. He swung the Ling Tian Emperor halberd, shattering half of a heavenly fire being in an instant. Yet, the remaining half still lunged towards Wang Teng. Open. As the 10 fire beings sought to envelop Wang Teng, the flames surrounding him surged dramatically. This sudden increase reduced the damage he sustained by a significant amount. Damn it. The Yin Ancestor suddenly realized that Wang Teng possessed a fire spirit body, rendering his fire attack significantly less effective. However, he remained confident, believing that the disparity in their realms would prevent Wang Teng from defying the odds. Once more, the flames on his body flickered, and he conjured another 10 fire beings. 20 heavenly fire beings were enough to shatter the strongest of an era. Their power far exceeded that of the demonic assault during the previous cosmic turmoil. This was the might that transcended the limits of the Tao. Kill. Yet Wang Teng charged forward fearlessly. Zixiao Ling Jiutian. Wujia battle marks. The skies above Taiwei ancient star manifested the extraordinary phenomenon of Zixiao Ling Jiutian. Beings beneath the supreme level, unaware of the true nature of the unfolding events, mistook it for a divine omen, kneeling in prayer. Only the Supremes trembled in their hearts, fully aware that a cataclysmic battle was igniting within the 18th layer of hell. At this moment, Wang Teng was engulfed in the flames of the extreme Tao, adorned with Wujia battle marks, his strength and speed receiving an ineffable enhancement. With a single thrust of his halberd, he pierced through several fire beings, devouring Heaven Demon Sutra conquering worlds. Subsequently, the radiant light of the extreme Tao flickered on his body, revealing the essence of Wujia. Wujia palm. The forms of 3 fire beings were obliterated in an instant. For a fleeting moment, he exuded an overwhelming divinity, slaying anything that dared to obstruct him, forcing the fire beings to retreat step by step. Nearing the boundary between the 17th and 18th layers of hell, could it be that the Ling Tian Emperor had ascended to immortality? Outside, Taiwei Dragon Emperor was utterly stunned. Her fear of the Yin Ancestor had existed since her path to enlightenment. As a dragon, her talent was exceptional, a rarity throughout the ages, with a genuine chance to ascend to the realm of the Heavenly Emperor. However, her Tao heart was marred by an unforeseen incident. Just before her enlightenment, she had sought to refine her body within the 18th layer of hell and was horrified by the terror of the Yin Ancestor. This single mishap meant that although she possessed near Heavenly Emperor combat power post-enlightenment, she could not obtain the Heavenly Emperor mark. This illustrated just how terrifying the Yin Ancestor was in her eyes. Unexpectedly, a being capable of overcoming her inner fears had emerged. Ling Tian Emperor. He could indeed penetrate the 18th layer of hell. Within the cosmic fissures, the indestructible Divine Emperor seemed to have discovered this scene, tightly clenching a bloodstained nail in his hand. Never mind, he had not fully matured yet. It was still too early, and just as he prepared to take action, he halted, casting his gaze elsewhere. Feitian Ancient Star. There, the gaze of the Taichu Heavenly Sovereign was also fixed upon him, as though any movement on his part would provoke a frenzied retaliation. Kill. With another strike of the Wujia palm, all the fire beings released by the Yin Ancestor were utterly suppressed. This time, even the Yin Ancestor fell silent. He understood that unless he personally intervened, Wang Teng was truly beyond his reach. Yet, he was not worried that Wang Teng would threaten him. After all, although the Ling Tian Emperor was formidable, he had yet to reach the immortal level and could not step into the 18th layer of hell. As he pondered, he swiftly dismissed that thought. No. This Ling Tian Emperor always exceeded his expectations. Perhaps he would perform feats beyond his imagination. Indeed, the next moment, Wang Teng moved, stepping half a foot into the 18th layer of hell. This time, even the Yin Ancestor was left speechless. In his eyes, the Ling Tian Emperor had truly gone mad. Here, Wang Teng paid no heed to his intentions but instead employed the same tactic, sitting down at the edge of the 18th layer of hell and chanting incantations. He was audaciously refining the flames from the Yin Ancestor's lair right before his eyes. This is outrageous. The Yin Ancestor, already known for his fiery temper, was now seething with rage. What infuriated him most was that these flames, which had coexisted with him for countless eons, were now surging towards Wang Teng's body, willingly offering themselves. Gather for me. The Yin Ancestor refrained from exiting but activated his divine powers, attempting to gather the flames of the entire 18th layer of hell. He disregarded the flames of the previous 17 layers, but the 18th layer was his sanctuary, tied to his very essence. He could not afford to neglect it. Wang Teng remained unfazed, as he could only refine the flames at the edge of the 18th layer of hell. Otherwise, Even he could not withstand the consequences. Deep within the cosmos, in the luminescent vortex, within the purple hall, the gaze of the Ziwei Heavenly Emperor regained a semblance of clarity. He looked towards the 18th layer of hell. It was that young man. He was actually employing forbidden spells. What was he attempting to accomplish within the Yin ancestors' domain? Even the Ziwei Heavenly Emperor, whose mind was affected by ominous forces, was bewildered, unable to comprehend Wang Tung's actions. The Yin ancestor was a figure whom even the former celestial sovereign had sought to ally with, one he greatly feared. Yet this young man dared to unleash such forbidden spells on his territory. Could there truly be such a divine being in the universe? As expected of the one I have high hopes for. Wait, no. As the Ziwei Heavenly Emperor pondered, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Turning his gaze towards the 18th layer of hell, his pupils narrowing in shock, he had perceived the germination of a celestial flame. One that seemed to share the same root as the flames wielded by the young man he had previously known. Chapter 74. The Fire Lotus of the Fallen Immortal. At this moment, within the ancient star of Taiwei, numerous supreme beings were astounded. For from the direction of the 18th layer of hell emanated an aura that transcended the extreme realm, surging forth with explosive intensity. What could possibly be contained within this 18th layer of hell? Could it be that a path to immortality was opening here? The supreme beings engaged in fervent discussions. And among them, those with dwindling lifespans felt a strong urge to venture into the 18th layer of hell. They seriously suspected that a great opportunity was about to arise within. The Emperor Ling Tian seemed intent on monopolizing this grand chance. They immediately began to stir restlessly. If there were indeed great fortunes within, even if it was not a path to immortality, it could extend their lives, and that alone would be worth it. Have you lost your senses? Do you not understand the might of Emperor Ling Tian? Not even the Celestial Emperor is his match. The Taiwei Dragon Emperor, witnessing their folly, scolded sharply, causing several supreme beings to retreat in fear. Yet, 3 of them felt they could not endure until the path to immortality on the ancient star of Feitian was opened, each resolute in their decision to confront certain death. They flew out from their forbidden zones, heading directly towards the 18th layer of hell. Moreover, once they exited the forbidden zone, their auras rapidly ascended to their peak. They had chosen to elevate themselves to the utmost immediately. Even the Taiwei Dragon Emperor did not anticipate their decisiveness. It seemed they had resigned themselves to a fate of 10 deaths and no life. It would be best if there were divine herbs within, enough to sustain us until the path to immortality opens. All 3 supreme beings harbored such thoughts, and having regained their peak state, they now brimmed with confidence. Even though they were aware of Emperor Ling Tian's formidable strength and the terrors within the 18th layer of hell, they felt an invincible spirit rising within them. However, as the 3 supreme beings reached the 18th layer of hell, they were engulfed by a torrent of flames that surged forth. These flames appeared rather unremarkable, yet they rendered the 3 supreme beings utterly invisible. In an instant, whether among the supreme beings of the Taiwei ancient star or the other exalted existences observing from afar, all drew in a sharp breath. What sort of horrifying calamity resided within this 18th layer of hell, capable of turning 3 supreme beings to dust in the blink of an eye? The sheer visual impact was staggering, especially as this transpired on the ancient star they had inhabited for countless years, leaving them profoundly shaken. This level of flame had far surpassed the destruction wrought by the Emperor of Fire Spirits. Could it possibly be the deepest layer of celestial fire? The Taiwei Dragon Emperor, who had traversed the 18th layer of hell in his youth, possessed considerable knowledge of its deepest depths, and he promptly realized something was amiss. Within these celestial flames, there lingered an aura that felt hauntingly familiar. Emperor Ling Tian. A revelation struck her, and her heart trembled inexplicably. Could it be that Emperor Ling Tian had already mastered the celestial fire? What kind of figure was this? At this moment, on the very edge of the deepest layer of the hell, Wang Tung had completely transformed into a being of fire. The flames of the 18th layer were overwhelmingly potent. Even Wang Tung, far away in the divine court, felt the flames igniting in his eyes, as if he were about to be consumed. His body bore numerous fiery wounds, rendering him a fearsome sight, as though he were facing death itself. Perhaps the legendary phoenix's rebirth could aptly describe his current state. Rebirth signifies life emerging from death. And within Wang Tung's body, a tremendous, even miraculous transformation was brewing. His original flame, the Emperor's flame of devouring heaven, was on the verge of a qualitative change after absorbing a significant portion of the flames from both the 17th and 18th layers of hell. A spark of transcendent fire ignited in his heart. Gradually, the demonic embryo that formed the foundation of his path began to devour the flames with fervor. Fortunately, he possessed this demonic embryo, allowing him to absorb the flames even as they scorched him, enhancing his resistance to such flames while simultaneously refining his own. At last, at a certain moment, the true body of Wang Tung, situated within the Ling Tian treasure hall, suddenly rose to its feet. A flame of utmost intensity engulfed him, surpassing anything before. The flames quickly dissipated, only for him to emerge unscathed. His fire, after consuming the flames of the 18th and 17th layers through the ultimate devouring of his devouring heaven demonic scripture, had finally undergone a metamorphosis. coming under his complete control, transcending the extreme realm, and genuinely reaching the legendary level of immortality. Celestial Fire. Wang Teng named it, the Fire Lotus of the Fallen Immortal. As the name implies, this fire has the power to bury immortals. At this moment, within the deepest layer of the 18th layer of hell, the Flame Ancestor seemed to sense the incredible transformation occurring within Wang Teng, his expression shifting dramatically. Impossible. He was utterly shocked by Wang Teng's change, leaping in disbelief. How could Emperor Ling Tian repeatedly perform such miraculous feats? Without yet attaining immortality, without even becoming an emperor, he had managed to forge celestial fire? He even suspected that if he slept a little longer, this fellow would become a celestial king. No, I must kill him. I must eliminate him. After careful reflection, the Flame Ancestor recognized the imminent threat. Today, Wang Teng could command the powers of the celestial realm. Tomorrow, he could master those of the celestial king. He had to eliminate Wang Teng on the spot. With this thought, his flame-riddled visage twisted, and the surrounding space warped as well, the burning space contorting. In an instant, he appeared at the edge of the 18th layer of hell, merely half a body's length away from Wang Teng. Yet, seemingly unsatisfied, he stretched forth a foot, breaking through the bounds of the 18th layer of hell. Boom. At that moment, a thunderous roar resonated throughout the Taiwei Ancient Star and the entire Taiwei Star domain, shaking countless exalted beings to their core, leaving them trembling in confusion. The supreme beings within the Forbidden Zone were utterly stunned. All of them had once possessed the Heavenly Heart Seal and had a unique sensitivity to the Heavenly Path. At this moment, they perceived that the Heavenly Path seemed to be enraged. This was utterly unforeseen. The Heavenly Path had always been a nebulous existence, accessible only to the supreme beings who had mastered the Heavenly Heart Seal. Yet now, it felt as though it had shed its outer garments, partially revealing itself before the supreme beings. In the ninth heaven of the Divine Court, within the Celestial Emperor's palace, Murong Lingxue opened her eyes in astonishment. Casting her gaze towards the Taiwei Ancient Star, she felt her Celestial Emperor Seal being stirred by the Heavenly Path. However, even though she was recognized as the Celestial Emperor by the Heavenly Path, the Celestial Emperor Seal remained under her dominion, allowing her to suppress this agitation almost instantly. What is he doing? No, this aura seems to transcend the realm of humanity. Murong Lingxue gradually unraveled the situation, her stunning visage reflecting an even more pronounced astonishment. She abruptly rose, leaving the Celestial Emperor's palace, her destination unmistakably directed towards the Ling Tian treasure hall. Without uttering a word, she smoothly pushed open the hall doors and entered, only to find Wang Teng's true body, brimming with battle intent, seemingly preparing to engage in a fierce confrontation with a being of unfathomable power. What have you done? Murong Lingxue furrowed her brows in inquiry. Wang Teng, having long sensed her arrival, opened his eyes and smiled. Just watch as this emperor suppresses a celestial fire spirit. Chapter 75. The Defeat of Yin Ancestor. Murong Lingxue's pupils contracted sharply as she beheld the terrifying spectacle unfolding in the 18th layer of purgatory through Wang Teng's eyes. A being, engulfed in flames and defying the heavens, had stepped halfway out of the 18th layer of purgatory and engaged Wang Teng in combat. The dreadful flames ravaged the 18th layer, and even a mere ripple of its power could annihilate a supreme being, rendering any effort to elevate oneself utterly futile. This was a duel transcending the pinnacle of existence. And even with Murong Lingxue's celestial insights, she found herself momentarily speechless, struggling to articulate the scene before her. Yet, she sensed that any attack from either side was capable of consuming a significant portion of the universe. However, due to the unique nature of the 18th layer of purgatory, the aftermath of these assaults did not spread across the cosmos. Yin, old dog, if you possess the audacity, extend your other foot, otherwise, you are but a mere shadow before this emperor. Wang Teng's body was ablaze with celestial fire, effortlessly neutralizing Yin Ancestor's fiery techniques, which incited the latter's furious wrath. Had it not been for his inability to fully exert his power, limited to merely half a foot's extension, how could Wang Teng dare to provoke him so audaciously? Boom, boom, boom. Thunder echoed once more, a warning from the Heavenly Tao. The Heavenly Tao was cautioning Yin Ancestor. Swallowing hard, Yin Ancestor's turbulent celestial flames betrayed his seething anger. Humph. Ling Tian, you had better pray that we do not cross paths on the path to immortality. With a curse, he attempted to retract his foot. However, to his utter astonishment, Wang Teng seized his fiery foot with ease, his expression calm, as though he were not confronting a celestial being, but rather threatening a lesser creature. Where do you think you're going? Kneel before me, and perhaps I shall spare your life. What? You wish to flee? Do you think I fear you? The derision in Wang Teng's tone caused Yin Ancestor to halt his retreat, ready to resume the battle. Yin Ancestor, cease your temper and return to your place. Yet, at that moment, a voice descended from the void, awakening him from his fury. It was the undying Divine Emperor. He shot a resentful glance at Wang Teng before retracting his fiery foot. Nevertheless, Wang Teng, seemingly infatuated with the splendid foot, refused to relent, raising his Celestial Emperor's halberd ablaze with celestial fire and striking down fiercely. Ling Tian, I shall never forgive you. In utter humiliation, Yan Ancestor retreated to the depths of the purgatory. Yet, he discovered that he was missing a toe on his left foot, severed by Wang Ting. Wang Tung had indeed inflicted a genuine wound upon a complete celestial spirit. Although this spirit was constrained by the heavenly Tao from unleashing its full strength, it was still an unprecedented feat in the realms of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Wang Tung paid little heed to Yan Ancestor, taking a moment to savor the severed toe, employing his magical patterns to absorb it cautiously. Thankfully, the celestial fire had tempered his body, granting him near immortal resistance to flames. Otherwise, even a mere toe could have reduced him to ashes. However, even so, he needed to exercise utmost caution in refining Yan Ancestor's severed toe. Witnessing this spectacle, Yan Ancestor felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation and fury, his face flushed with shame. Wang Tung, however, chose to ignore him, seamlessly exiting the 18th layer of purgatory. Upon his emergence, a graceful figure awaited him, as if she had been anticipating this moment for a long time. Emperor, what trials did you face within? The figure was none other than the Taiwei Dragon Emperor, who, despite her extensive experience, now approached with utmost caution. I encountered a flame spirit of the immortal path, but I have subdued it. Before the path to immortality opens, it shall pose no threat to this world, Wang Ting replied simply. Though his words resonated in a remarkably profound manner throughout the cosmos. In an instant, not just Taiwei Ancient Star, but all supreme beings in the Forbidden Zones were astonished. Subdued an immortal? The Celestial Emperor subdued an immortal spirit? This cannot be true. Some acknowledged Wang Tung's might, yet found this claim far too extravagant. Others, however, were met with swift rebuttals. But the Celestial Emperor's power already transcends us. He has no need to lie. Indeed, just moments ago, I felt a terrifying surge of energy in the 18th layer that even moved me, accompanied by a warning from the heavenly Tao. The Celestial Emperor speaks the truth. In an instant, the entire universe, particularly those with notable power among the extraordinary factions, learned of this event. The Celestial Emperor had subdued an immortal. The cosmos erupted into a frenzy, with countless races that revered Wang Tung erupting into cheers. Within the Celestial Palace, Morong Lingxua, who had witnessed the battle between Wang Ting and Yan Ancestor, chuckled teasingly, "You, as my divine court's emperor, have deceived the world in such a manner, truly shameless." Yet, despite her jest, the complexity of emotions in her eyes could not conceal the turbulence within her heart. Although Wang Tung had not truly subdued Yan Ancestor, merely repelling him, as the latter retreated voluntarily due to the Tao's warning, this encounter was sufficient to leave her utterly unsettled. Wang Tung said little more, rising with a blaze in his eyes and an even more formidable aura than before. Now, with celestial souls and flames, he felt unafraid of any existence in this world. The Purgatory Celestial Sovereign had once advised him to achieve the status of a battle immortal, though not classified as an immortal. He could contend with true immortals using his imperial physique. Yet, he was no longer content with this achievement. He aspired to accomplish something far beyond a mere battle immortal, facing complete true immortals with a body yet to attain emperorhood, though he had not yet reached that essence. His various attributes had ascended, surpassing the bounds of the ultimate path. He sought further enhancement of his physique and weaponry. The Celestial Fusion Technique, perhaps I could utilize celestial fire and souls to empower the Celestial Fusion Technique, channeling all its benefits into my corporeal form. In this process, I shall refine the remnants of the Heavenly Demon Ancestor, Heavenly Demon Emperor, and Heavenly Demon Sovereign. I am truly a master of time management. No, a great emperor. Wang Tung mused inwardly, shifting his gaze toward Murong Lingxua. Celestial Empress, are you aware of the duality of ice and fire? He approached her, his demeanor as gentle as a spring breeze, posing the question as if he were a paragon of righteousness. What do you mean? Morong Lingxua furrowed her brows, perplexed. You shall soon find out. Chapter 76. Delving deep into the ancient heavenly court. Within the profound crevices of the universe, the indestructible divine emperor and the flame ancestor exchanged glances, the latter overwhelmed by an unbearable shame, unable to lift his head. How humiliating it was to be bullied by someone who had yet to ascend to the status of an emperor. Such frustration. Cursed be the heavenly Tao. When the path to immortality opens, I shall obliterate the entire universe. The flame ancestor roared internally, yet the indestructible divine emperor's expression, though sinister, bore an inexplicable glimmer. No matter, with this young man as potential, he will soon become an emperor. He just needs to survive the tribulation, and I shall ensure his demise. However, at that time, I will require something from you, flame ancestor. Thus, I will leave no room for error. On the ancient flying immortal star, in the primordial sacred land, the primordial celestial sovereign also focused on the ancient Taiwei star, reflecting on the extraordinary phenomenon that Wang Tung had conjured, transcending the dominion of the extreme realms. Such talent is rare even in the immortal realm. I inadvertently recruited such a genius from my Wuji lineage. He marveled at Wang Tung, pondering that perhaps his descent into this lower universe was fate's design. How else could he encounter such a prodigy? At that moment, His thoughts shifted sharply towards the palace in the back mountains of the primordial sacred land. There, Lin Xian was in seclusion. A nascent aura of the extreme realm was unfolding within. He suddenly realized that Lin Xian, upon witnessing Wang Teng's ability to suppress true immortals in the 18th layer of hell, had let go of his comparative mindset and was on the verge of enlightenment. Silly boy, he too has his own fortune, the primordial celestial sovereign mused with a gentle smile. Simultaneously, within the ninth heaven of the divine court, in the Ling Tian treasure hall, a spectacular battle of ice and fire unfolded in an exaggerated manner. This battle, lasting long enough to astonish even the most enduring mortals, was a spectacle of extremes. Ah, so this is what you meant by the dual realms of ice and fire. How shameful. After all was said and done, Morong Lingxue finally understood the meaning of the dual realms. Adorned in imperial robes, her cheeks flushed, she playfully scolded, yet there was no real anger. For she too had gained substantial benefits from this experience. After all, this was a celestial technique crafted by a celestial king, and its effects in the realm of extremes were self-evident. Wang Ting wore a satisfied smile. Having experienced this 3 times, each time, he felt a profound sense of achievement. Yet this time, the feeling encompassed not only his triumph over the celestial emperor but also his cultivation progress. He had completely digested all he had previously absorbed under the celestial integration technique. His physical form had reached an extraordinarily impressive level. Now, he felt confident that he could easily suppress the celestial demon ancestor solely through his physical prowess, without relying on magical power, even stronger than the celestial emperor's weapon, and far surpassing it. However, he knew he still had a long way to go before reaching the realm of immortality. His cultivation was nearing the brink of ascension. Wang Teng murmured, and suddenly an image flickered before his eyes. It was a bloodied nail, inscribed with the characters Ling Tian and Wang Teng. It seemed to be waiting for a certain opportunity to be driven down. Indeed, they remain undeterred. But it is futile. Perhaps the indestructible divine emperor believes himself to be discreet. Yet with my celestial-level divine soul, I can easily discern who lurks in the shadows, plotting against me. My physical body remains a vulnerable point. I must contemplate other strategies. Previously, I acquired the coordinates of the ancient heavenly court from the war emperor. Perhaps I should pay a visit. As Wang Teng contemplated, he noticed Morong Lingxue gazing at him with a hint of grievance. What is it? Why didn't you share your cultivation with me this time? Morong Lingxue's eyes sparkled with intensity, her gaze reminiscent of a wife questioning her husband's fidelity. So, you are still not satisfied? Fear not. Next time I shall give it all to you. Wang Teng cheerfully moved closer, attempting to wrap his arm around her waist. Morong Lingxue seemed to catch his drift, shot him a glare, and nearly swatted his hand away, but ultimately paused, allowing him to embrace her. Wang Teng, brimming with confidence, noticed Morong Lingxue gazing deeply at him, hesitating before asking, "Are you about to become an immortal?" "Not yet." "Then why can you contend with true immortals?" "Haha. I am Wang Teng, born with the bearing of an emperor. Now, I claim to possess the essence of an immortal emperor. Who dares to contest that?" Within the ruins of the ancient heavenly court, various ominous entities roared, and terrifying battles erupted. These were remnants from the fall of the heavenly court. Having endured millions of years, completely tainted by malevolence, though not entirely fallen, they had lost all semblance of reason. Their senseless battles raged on endlessly. Even more terrifying was that their conflicts caused inexplicable changes in this space, giving rise to even more sinister entities. At this moment, in the deepest recesses of the ancient heavenly court ruins, where countless fragments of the heavenly palace fell, 2 figures were engaged in an unparalleled battle. One was a giant tiger, exuding an aura of malevolence, its body tainted black by the corruption. The other was a fierce warrior wielding a pagoda as if it were a spear. Yet, his eyes were equally fierce, devoid of any rationality. Both had succumbed entirely to the taint of malevolence. Boom. Their clash, devoid of any magical fluctuations, possessed enough might to slay a quasi-emperor. The once dominant white tiger sovereign and the pagoda-holding saint protector of the southern heavenly gate had now become such wretched forms. A voice filled with melancholy resonated in the ears of the 2 horrifying beings, startling them apart. However, their eyes remained filled with murderous intent as they fixed their gaze upon the source of the voice, showing no signs of hesitation or fear as they charged forward. Yet, the newcomer made no move to attack, merely whispering, "Ignite." In an instant, flames surged around the 2 terrifying beings. However, these flames did not incinerate them to ash. Instead, they burned away the red fur covering their bodies. Moreover, the flames not only acted on a physical level but also scorched through their consciousness, purging the deep-seated malevolence corrupting their minds. This was the immortal burning fire lotus. The visitor was none other than Wang Ting, in the ancient heavenly court, while dangers abounded. Posing a grave threat to ancient sovereigns, he moved freely and unimpeded. He had slain countless malevolent beings to reach the presence of these 2 sovereign entities. However, he was not inclined to devour these supreme beings, as the benefits would be too meager. Instead, he contemplated that he was now close to achieving immortality. Yet his current entourage did not befit his status. Thus, he aimed to recruit these two supreme beings from the ancient heavenly court to serve as his facade. Chapter 77, Subjugation. Farewell to the fragments of the celestial artifact. Two terrifying beings emitted continuous cries of anguish, the ominous presence having rooted itself within them for far too long. The sensation of attempting to excise it was unbearable, even for entities of the extreme path. After 3 days and nights, they finally regained a semblance of tranquility, a flicker of rationality appearing in their eyes. Their consciousness flowed back. After all, they were once figures of the extreme path, and they soon comprehended their current predicament. Thank you, fellow Taoist. The White Tiger Emperor and the tower-holding saint bowed deeply to Wang Tong, their tones imbued with genuine gratitude. Countless eons of confusion had been excruciating, indeed. It was the most brutal form of punishment in existence. Now that Wang Tong had aided them in their liberation, how could they not express their gratitude? Even if he had slain them, it would have been a form of salvation, a kindness towards them. Moreover, Wang Tong had bestowed upon them a great favor. In their eyes, there was a hint of awe. Though they had once harbored invincible aspirations, Wang Tong emanated an aura akin to that of a divine being, mysterious, unfathomable, and insurmountable. The ominous forces they could hardly withstand were effortlessly dispelled before this enigmatic presence, a power that far surpassed their own. No need for thanks. Wang Tong waved his hand, not out of magnanimity but with ulterior motives. I have rescued you from your stupor, but there are conditions. Fellow Taoist, whatever you require of us, we shall face it without hesitation. The White Tiger's sovereign transformed into a youthful figure resembling a striking woman, clasping his hands before Wang Tong as he spoke. I require you to be my servants. Wang Tong replied nonchalantly, as though stating an undeniable truth. The pupils of the two sovereigns constricted sharply, leaving them momentarily speechless. Although Wang Tong had shown them kindness, this demand was beyond comprehension. Even the celestial sovereign of your had regarded them as equals. Now, to be reduced to servitude was utterly unacceptable. Fellow Taoist, we can offer our lives to you, but we cannot be your slaves. We hope for your understanding. The tower-holding saint interjected. Oh? Wang Tong chuckled coldly. You must consider carefully. Without me, you would remain trapped in the inescapable depths of your own misfortune. It can be said that your very lives are a gift from me. Even now, should I depart, you would be shrouded in the ominous once more, descending back into confusion. Upon hearing Wang Tong's words, the White Tiger sovereign and the tower-holding saint found themselves ensnared in a conflict of emotions. Their dignity forbade them from becoming servants, even more so than their very lives. Yet Wang Tong spoke nothing but the truth. I still cannot accept. The White Tiger sovereign seemed to have reached a decision. I shall extinguish my current consciousness and give birth to a new one within. It will be akin to a flower resembling me, capable of perfectly wielding my sovereign body, albeit slightly weaker on the spiritual level. The tower-holding saint nodded in agreement. I too shall do the same. Wang Tong nodded slightly, surprised that they would rather forsake their lives than become servants. To extinguish one's own consciousness meant that, even if the body remained, the original self would undeniably perish. Even if the new consciousness bore resemblance to the former and retained memories, it would still signify true death. The new consciousness and the remaining body would constitute an entirely new existence. Yet, despite the tragic nature of their decision, Wang Tong's expression remained unchanged. As calm as a gentle breeze. The sovereigns who had perished at his hands were too numerous to count. This was merely a commonplace occurrence. Even if they chose to end their lives for his sake, it would be viewed as a profound gift from him. Please, esteemed benefactor, grant us a moment. The White Tiger sovereign said, gazing deeply at the remnants of the ancient heavenly court, a sanctuary they had once cherished, now reduced to ruins. Their era had ultimately passed. Their continued existence seemed unnecessary. 3 more days passed, and at a certain moment, Wang Tong suddenly sensed that while their bodies remained unchanged, the consciousness deep within their minds shattered explosively. They had indeed honored their promise and concluded their own lives. However, Wang Tong soon observed a new consciousness sprouting in the depths of their minds, rapidly spreading like vines to occupy the entirety of their awareness. Yet, this new consciousness was exceedingly fragile, and ominous forces lingered nearby, stirring restlessly. Wang Tong employed the soul-binding techniques from the devouring heaven demon scripture, establishing a spiritual restraint within their minds. This served both as protection for their souls and as a means of binding them. Thus, they had no choice but to acknowledge Wang Tong as their master. After some time, the two newly birthed consciousnesses finally gained complete control over their sovereign forms. We greet our master. It was evident that the previous White Tiger sovereign and the tower-holding saint had employed methods to ensure their immediate allegiance to Wang Tong upon their emergence. Indeed, Wang Tong acknowledged with a nod. He had successfully subdued 2 sovereign-level beings whose power rivaled that of the Radiant Emperor, a fitting adornment to his presence. He issued a few commands and continued to explore the ruins of the ancient heavenly court for some time. Yet regrettably, nothing of notable interest caught his attention. Just as he was about to depart, his formidable celestial soul suddenly detected something behind him. A look of delight crossed Wang Tong's face as he observed a jade-green light flash past him. It bore a striking resemblance to the fragment of the celestial artifact he had previously acquired on Blue Star. With a flick of his thought, a massive net of spiritual power wove together, ensnaring the jade-green light. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed a fragment of a celestial artifact. Moreover, it was significantly larger than the previous one. Audacious. I am an innate celestial spirit, and you dare to strike against me. This fragment, having inherited a substantial amount of the original celestial artifact's energy, had seemingly birthed consciousness. This revelation sparked excitement in Wang Tong. His Ling Tian imperial halberd lacked a spirit, and he had not anticipated this opportunity. Naturally, Wang Tong did not intend to allow the celestial artifact's consciousness to command his halberd. Instead, he aimed to refine this consciousness to hasten the emergence of a spirit for the halberd, thereby enhancing its foundational essence. Come. Wang Tong beckoned, and the fragment of the celestial artifact promptly soared into his hand. The spirit within looked at Wang Tong with terror, yet was helpless as it was swiftly refined and dissipated. With a crackle, sparks and lightning erupted from the Ling Tian imperial halberd. The spirit was in the process of gestation. Astonishingly, fragments of celestial artifacts also resided within the ruins of the ancient heavenly court. Wang Tong's mind sparked with a thought. The two fragments he had obtained were of the same origin, belonging to the same celestial artifact. Could it be that they were all connected to the celestial sovereign? The celestial sovereign must have tread upon Blue Star, and the duration of his stay would not have been brief. Regrettably, he had not discovered a means to enhance his physical form. Nonetheless, these gains were more than sufficient. Murmuring to himself, Wang Tong stepped out of the ruins of the ancient heavenly court, with the white tiger sovereign and the tower holding Saint closely following. He fixed his gaze in a particular direction, leaping atop the white tiger and traversing the cosmos, simultaneously in an unknown region of the universe. A pair of colossal eyes seemed to materialize from the void, suddenly glaring towards the remnants of the ancient heavenly court. Has the Ling Tian Emperor replaced my heavenly court? How intriguing, how intriguing. Chapter 78, Lin Xian's Tribulation. As Wang Tong rode his white tiger towards the flying, immortal ancient star, he suddenly sensed a mysterious gaze scrutinizing him. Who could it be? Following the direction of the gaze, he saw nothing but an expanse of void. Narrowing his eyes, he began to calculate intricately. It was related to the ancient heavenly court. With this insight, Wang Tong felt he could halt his deductions. He already had a tentative conclusion forming in his mind. The Celestial Lord. Although the ancient heavenly court had collapsed, and countless celestial soldiers had perished, even the celestial lords and ancient emperors within had nearly all met their demise. The Celestial Lord remained unaccounted for, as revealed by the War Emperor and others. Wang Tong could almost ascertain that the gaze he felt was likely that of the Celestial Lord observing him. Eternal existence breeds treachery in this universe. Few beings have endured for millions of years without harboring malevolence. Wang Tong silently mused, using his celestial soul and divine consciousness to scan the void. Yet he sensed no trace of the Celestial Lord's presence. This individual might be employing some method to conceal themselves. Even Wang Tong, in his current state, could not detect them. Alternatively, the Celestial Lord may have transcended into the mortal realm, becoming an immortal being. Outside the flying immortal ancient star, a colossal tribulation cloud was gathering. Within that cloud, thunder imbued with the might of the ultimate Tao flickered ominously. Its scale was akin to the tribulation Wang Tong faced during his ascension, however. It was still far less formidable than the tribulation encountered by the Cold Emperor in the past. Someone was about to undergo the tribulation of becoming a Taoist. Another individual was aspiring to become an emperor. A golden age indeed. Within just 20 years, 3 individuals were challenging the imperial realm. Within the forbidden zones of the flying immortal ancient star, the supreme beings raised their heads, gazing at the celestial spectacle, feeling a profound sense of wonder. Yet, none harbored thoughts of intervening. The emergence of another great emperor would hardly impact their own paths to immortality. Just a single Ling Tian emperor could equal the might of numerous emperors and supreme beings. A towering mountain they could only look up to, impossible to surpass. At that moment, within the tribulation cloud, an enormous Taiji diagram suddenly materialized, seemingly enveloping the entire flying immortal star domain. It was the Taichu Holy Land. Could it be Lin Xian? At this juncture, many holy lands, sacred teachings, and divine dynasties on the flying immortal ancient star were observing the events beyond their domain. Upon witnessing the colossal Taiji diagram, they were collectively astonished. The Taichu Holy Land, despite its prominence among the many sacred lands over the years, had not anticipated that it would be the first to give birth to an emperor. This stirred a complex mix of emotions among the sacred lands and teachings. They must not allow him to become an emperor. Oh, are you not afraid of retribution? The wrath of an emperor, even for those with imperial legacies like us, is unbearable. We share a blood feud with him. Even if we refrain from action now, he will undoubtedly seek revenge once he attains the Tao. Better to act sooner rather than later. On the flying immortal ancient star, several figures in the shadows were silently communicating, their words laced with murderous intent. Deep within the Taiji diagram, Lin Xian, nearing the ultimate Tao realm, gradually revealed his form. The entire Taiji diagram seemed to serve as a stepping stone as he manifested. It collapsed into a minuscule point and ultimately merged into his hand. Just then, the tribulation cloud erupted with thunder, unleashing the devastating might of annihilation upon countless star realms. At that moment, the Taiji diagram he had just condensed once again appeared. However, this time, it was in a state of perfect operation, intercepting the descending tribulation lightning. In an instant, Lin Xian commenced his battle against the tribulation. In the distance, Wang Ting approached atop his white tiger, accompanied by the Saint Respect who wielded a tower. Yet they remained undetected. This young man possesses self-awareness. No wonder he could defeat Luo Tian and still pursue the Tao. Just a glance at Lin Xian's tribulation revealed its intensity to Wang Ting. It could be said that Lin Xian did not aim for the imperial title, but sought a unique path to the Tao, much like himself. After all, with Murong Lingxue achieving the title of Celestial Emperor, the overwhelming pressure of the Celestial Emperor's Tao suppresses the myriad realms of the universe. Although Lin Xian is undeniably gifted, attaining the title of Emperor under such pressure remains exceedingly challenging. However, Lin Xian was well aware of his capabilities. He was neither greedy nor reckless, understanding the need to progress steadily and pragmatically, which earned Wang Teng's respect for him. Truly, he is a worthy disciple. Suddenly, Wang Teng's ears perked up as he intercepted several voices exchanging words in the shadows. A group of petty thieves was lurking, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Among them were a few familiar faces from other ancient stars or celestial roads he had encountered previously. However, they had no connections with him, and he was astonished that they had set their sights on Lin Xian. Yet, Wang Teng had no intention of intervening. After all, throughout history, any aspirant of the Tao had carved their path through bloodshed. Having reached this level of cultivation, who was without enemies? Instead, Wang Teng employed his formidable powers to summon two descendants from the distant sacred burial star, Song Tian Ba Ti, Song Lan, and Fan Tian Zhan Ti Wang Fan. Uncle, ancestor. The two suddenly appeared in the void, startled at first, but soon their faces lit up with joy upon seeing Wang Ting. Excellent. Wang Ting commanded the white tiger to expand to the size of a celestial body, allowing it to come to a halt. Then, he constructed a palace with his powers on its back and led the two young ones inside. Although they were referred to as young ones, Song Lan had already turned 18, and Wang Fan would soon reach maturity in a few years. Wang Teng intended for them to observe Lin Xian's tribulation closely before allowing them to compete with various talents on the flying, immortal ancient star. Uncle, my Ba Ti tells me that a formidable being is about to be born. Song Lan, true to his Song Tian Ba Ti lineage, had been nurtured by Wang Teng since childhood, resulting in profound insights. He could sense that the individual undergoing tribulation was extraordinary, seemingly nearing the pinnacle of this universe. Speak no more, simply comprehend deeply. Wang Teng instructed succinctly. Yes, Song Lan nodded, while Wang Fan sat cross-legged before the palace, attentively observing Lin Xian's tribulation. Time passed, and as the thunder of the tribulation reached its zenith, Wang Ting even sensed the gaze of the cold emperor from the divine court upon him. However, Murong Lingxue quickly sensed Wang Teng's presence near the tribulation and withdrew her focus. She understood that with Wang Teng present, the aspirant of the Tao would find it exceedingly difficult to fail. At that moment, Lin Xian's aura waned, his body battered and injured. Yet the fighting spirit in his eyes soared to an unprecedented height. Kill. He fought valiantly amidst the sea of thunder. Yet, at that moment, Lin Xian's hidden enemies sprang into action. Chapter 79, The Divine Palace. Blue Star. Lin Xian's adversaries, unable to enter the tribulation of the Emperor's Thunder Sea, resorted to interference from outside the storm. A middle-aged man clad in gray, his features obscured, raised a quasi-emperor-level mirror, which repeatedly emitted illusions capable of disrupting one's consciousness. Others drew their bows, crafting arrows forged from the bones of quasi-emperor-level beings. In an instant, Lin Xian's foes unleashed their various tactics, seemingly intent on subduing him within the tempest of thunder. However, Lin Xian's prowess had already surpassed the pinnacle of quasi-emperor. He deftly managed the tribulation while countering his enemies. Despite sustaining numerous horrific wounds, he unexpectedly withstood this wave of attacks alongside the tribulation. Everyone, cease your concealment. Let us unite our efforts, or once he attains enlightenment, we shall all perish. A voice thundered, igniting the fury of those present. A figure ignited his blood and energy, wielding a long whip that he hurled towards the heart of the Thunder Sea. Realizing the gravity of the situation, others too revealed their might, their power significantly surpassing that of the prior assault. Seek your demise. Lin Xian understood that if he did not eliminate these vexing flies first, they would persist indefinitely. Thus, he braced himself against the tribulation and swiftly targeted his foes. After all, while the tribulation would eventually pass, these enemies would be irrevocably vanquished. With a crackle, Lin Xian was struck by the tribulation, his flesh splitting, yet he unleashed a series of Tai Chi formations, swiftly eliminating 5 or 6 foes with an elegant sweep. Among them, the weakest were at least at the third tier of quasi-emperor. Few star domains could boast of such formidable beings. It could be said that with just this one strike, Lin Xian could alter the fate of numerous star domains. Yet he was far from finished. A larger Tai Chi sphere was raised, growing like the sun, before being cast beyond the Thunder Sea. Begone! This Tai Chi sphere appeared to embody the force of nullification, sending several adversaries, who were still attempting to interfere, soaring into the distance. Even so, they were severely wounded by the sphere's shockwaves. However, a few, closer and burdened with greater enmity, could not react in time, evaporating in an instant. With the interference of these foes eliminated, Lin Xian, on the brink of death from the tribulation, regained his vigor, enveloped in the radiant beams of Tai Chi, charging deeper into the Thunder Sea. Outside the tribulation, a quasi-emperor named Zhao Wang was fleeing into the depths of the starry sky. Yet at that moment, a palace on a colossal white star materialized before him. Humph! Who dares obstruct my path? Step aside at once. His voice boomed, for as a quasi-emperor, a supreme being among several star domains, it was one thing to be crushed by Lin Xian, but for others to dare obstruct him was intolerable. However, as he finished his shout, he abruptly discovered that what lay before him was not a white star, but an enormous white tiger. The mere glance from this beast sent chills down his spine, leaving him trembling as if on the verge of disintegration. Is this the Supreme? His thoughts spiraled into chaos. He could not fathom how he had encountered a Supreme here. No, it was not merely a Supreme. Struggling to lift his gaze towards the palace, he pondered the existence capable of constructing a palace upon the back of the white tiger. Even he, a dignified quasi-emperor, dared not imagine such a being. Zhao Wang, have you been frightened into silence by Lin Xian? Quick, flee. I know of a secret realm that even ancient Supremes would find difficult to locate. At that moment, 2 other quasi-emperors fled towards him, shouting in desperation. Yet, Zhao Wang, consumed by despair, could not utter a word, ignoring the calls of the 2. Zhao Wang, what are you doing? They exclaimed, only to abruptly notice the white tiger's presence. Not good. Quick, escape. One quasi-emperor desperately attempted to calm himself, activating his mirror to stave off fear, but beside the white tiger, another Supreme wielding a tower appeared, intensifying their dread. Another Supreme has emerged. You insignificant insects dare to offend my master? Die. The tower-wielding Supreme wasted no words, launching the artifact towards them. Master? The thought echoed in their minds. What kind of being could be revered as a master by a Supreme? Yet, they had little time to ponder as, in the next instant, the tower crushed them into dust. The 3 quasi-emperors simply vanished into the void, their existence erased, leaving the cosmos serene. Had it not been for the lingering aura of supreme power, no one would have known that several formidable figures had perished here. Meanwhile, within the tribulation, Lin Xian seemed to grasp some insight and glanced over, yet saw nothing. He decided to ignore it and continued to embrace the onslaught of heavenly thunder. However, it appeared that from beginning to end, he had prepared to transcend in an unconventional manner, thus no ancient emperor's illusion manifested. In just a few days, he successfully weathered the tribulation. The Thunder Sea collapsed, transforming into the essence of tribulation power, flooding into Lin Xian's already battered body. Though he had been reduced to a mere shadow of his former self, in that moment he felt rejuvenated, his aura soaring from its previous lethargy to unprecedented heights. All injuries healed, and with a mere gesture, he emanated the might of a supreme. He had transcended in an unconventional manner. A satisfied smile graced Lin Xian's face. He had once possessed an invincible heart, contending along the ancient paths of the starry skies, only to be vanquished by Luo Tian, leaving him disheartened. Later, as Wang Teng rose to prominence, Lin Xian sought to keep pace with him, but the gap only widened until he learned to find contentment and joy, ultimately achieving his unique transcendence. Even if not an emperor, he stood among the ranks of those within the realm of the supreme. Congratulations, disciple, on your successful enlightenment. A light voice floated through the air. Lin Xian looked up to see the white tiger supreme riding alongside the tower-wielding supreme. The visitor was none other than Wang Teng, his junior uncle. What a remarkable gathering this was. Lin Xian's lips quirked slightly, yet he sensed that Wang Teng had just assisted him in eliminating several fleeing foes, thereby securing the aftermath. He clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, uncle, for safeguarding my path." Wang Teng smiled, sharing a brief exchange with him. Although he was still of a younger generation, in the realm of the supreme, he was genuinely an elder, effortlessly guiding Lin Xian with ease. It was akin to imparting teachings, and nearby, Song Lan and Wang Fan listened. Even if they did not fully comprehend, they nonetheless gained immensely. After a while, Lin Xian returned to the ancient star, Tai Chu Holy Land. The entire ancient star erupted in fervor as countless cultivators came to pay homage to the returning enlightened one. Formerly antagonistic forces, such as the Holy Lands and sects, now greeted him with smiles. To Wang Teng, a supreme-level figure might merely be a servant. Yet for the myriad forces within the universe, such beings were unparalleled titans. This had always been the case throughout history. You too shall hone your skills on flying, immortal star. Remember, if you cause trouble, do not invoke my name. Wang Ting chose to set these 2 free, confident that, Given their talents, particularly with Song Tian's domineering physique, they would undoubtedly stir up a considerable tempest on flying immortal ancient star. All right, ancestor, we're off. Wang Ting transported the two to flying immortal ancient star, and after departing from the eastern wilderness divine continent, he left without a backward glance. The two youths were ecstatic. They were finally free, no longer confined within a secret realm, but instead competing with the celestial prodigies of this golden age. Wang Ting smiled as his figure gradually faded away. He had already perceived that within the Silver Sea system, the inexplicable divine palace was nearing the stellar system of Blue Star, and it would not be long before it arrived. It seemed that the holy body, Shao Chun, was destined to emerge soon. Chapter 80 The reaction of Blue Star. 3 fleeting years passed in the blink of an eye in the Silver Sea system, Blue Star. Regardless of the celestial happenings or monumental battles occurring across the cosmos, it seemed as though they bore no relevance to Blue Star. At this moment, the inhabitants of Blue Star went about their daily lives, working, enjoying leisure, or attending school, while human society continued to function normally. However, the space agencies of various nations found themselves engulfed in shock. High-ranking officials from the Huaxiao Alliance gathered within the offices of the Cosmic Bureau, their eyes fixated on the massive screen before them, breathless with anticipation. On that screen, a structure resembling an ancient mythical celestial palace hurtled toward Blue Star at remarkable speed. Calculate the probability, commanded the director of the Cosmic Bureau to his subordinates. Sir, the calculations are complete. The probability of a collision with Blue Star stands at 99%. A staff member reported, having swiftly calculated the outcome in just over a minute. The bold 99 displayed on the screen sent a wave of trepidation through all present. Cold sweat beaded on the director's forehead as he hurried to report to the esteemed figures in the room. Will this probability decrease? Queried a prominent figure, a member of the National Congress known as Wang Hongwu, whose calm demeanor belied the gravity of the situation. The director shook his head in despair. The trajectory has been confirmed, and with the object now so close to Blue Star, I fear the probability will not diminish. Wang Hongwu's brow furrowed deeply. A fellow committee member suggested, the celestial body is not large. Perhaps we could employ nuclear weapons to destroy it in space. Wang Hongwu sighed. Throughout history, countless meteors have fallen upon Blue Star, yet they have seldom inflicted significant harm upon human society. My concern now lies elsewhere. This object bears a resemblance to our ancient palaces. It may defy scientific understanding. Its arrival on Blue Star could bring either fortune or calamity. Is the military on standby? Inquired a military advisor. Wang Hongwu, who concurrently served as the vice chairman of the Huaxiao Alliance Military Committee, pondered for a moment before nodding. Order the nuclear tactical forces and the space command units to enter a state of heightened readiness. Yes. Also, alert the remaining forces to do the same. Wang Hongwu added. Chairman Wang, why is that? How can other forces respond to the hazards of space? A military advisor questioned, perplexed. While they may be ill-equipped to address risks in space, they can certainly contend with potential threats from other nations. Wang Hongwu replied succinctly, and understanding dawned upon the others. Indeed, at such a critical juncture, any action taken by other nations, particularly America, could pose a significant risk. After issuing his commands, Wang Hongwu murmured, if only my mentor were still here. Reflecting on his mentor brought a wave of nostalgia to Wang Hongwu. In ancient times, their nation had been the pinnacle of power on Blue Star. Alas, as with all things, great heights are often followed by decline, and their nation fell into chaos, beset by malevolent forces that disregarded human life. The ancient powers lurking in the shadows viewed lives as expendable, and the nation faced the dire threat of disintegration. Fortunately, it was his mentor who intervened, quelling the chaos and restoring order, unifying the nation and ushering in an era of peace. At that time, all extraordinary forces were compelled to bow their heads. Regrettably, the tides of time have shifted, and the balance now appears to be reversing. Soon, Wang Hongwu communicated through exclusive channels with several high-ranking officials in the National Congress to deliberate on a response. He relayed the information gleaned from the Cosmic Bureau, prompting deep contemplation among his colleagues. Perhaps we should consult the Ma family in the Northeast? Their mystical abilities are well known to me. One suggested. We could also seek the wisdom of the Tianshi from Longhushan or the abbot from Tiangong Temple. After a moment's deliberation, the high-ranking officials shared their insights. They too had cultivated their own extraordinary powers, yet they paled in comparison to the ancient forces that dominated the realm of cultivation. Indeed, your points are valid. Hongwu, you have done exceedingly well. What are your recommendations for the next steps? The foremost official inquired. Wang Hongwu considered the ancient forces, despite their occasional disregard for humanity. They were, at this juncture, invaluable allies. Just then, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. He recalled a figure secretly appointed as a consultant by Huang, who might prove to be of assistance. Perhaps we should consult Advisor Huang, as recommended by Elder Huang. Wang Hongwu proposed. Is he qualified? Someone raised a doubt. After all, this individual had appeared unexpectedly, and their appointment as a consultant stemmed from a lack of such talent within the system. However, to the ancient forces, Such a person might not even register as noteworthy. Although suspicions had previously arisen regarding the winged clan's demise at the hands of this advisor, no evidence substantiated such claims. And even the advisor had not boasted of it. The annihilation of an entire winged clan was a momentous event, acknowledging it would only serve to demonstrate their formidable strength. Yet he remained silent, leading some to believe it had nothing to do with him. In fact, they had consulted several ancient forces, all of whom claimed no knowledge of this figure. Thus, the high-ranking officials of the Huaxia alliance were reluctant to regard Wang Ting as an equal to the ancient powers, considering him not even of the same caliber. However, the foremost official nodded in agreement, prompting varied expressions among the high-ranking members. It appeared that this individual was not keen on collaborating with the ancient forces. In the London province of Huaxia alliance in Yiqing, within a traditional courtyard, a young man exuding both charm and masculine vigor was engrossed in reading a book. In ancient times, individuals lived for centuries and remained vigorous. This young man was Xiaoqun, now 17 years old. He was passionate about sports, particularly fond of calligraphy, and had dedicated 2.5 years to mastering basketball, earning a reputation as a slam dunk expert. Yet, he possessed a unique passion that set him apart, an affinity for ancient texts, especially those shrouded in mystery. Currently, he was reading the Huangdi Neijing. Upon reading a single sentence, 2 questions arose in his mind. The Yellow Emperor was already an ancient figure. What then was the era he referred to as ancient? Furthermore, were the ancients truly so remarkable, able to live for a century? Thus, he posed these inquiries to the guiding figure who had inspired his love for ancient literature. Uncle Wang, do you think the ancients really lived for a century? Chapter 81. Believe in Science. Lying leisurely on a nearby deck chair, Wang Tong, who is his embodiment, basked in the sun while stroking a small white cat in his arms. Upon hearing these words, he chuckled. It's all deceptive nonsense. One must believe in science. Xiaoqun pouted in response. Then what about my human race's sacred body? What does that signify? Wang Ting laughed, recalling the time he had informed Xiaoqun that he was a sacred body of the human race, an exceptional material for cultivation. At that time, the young Xiaoqun had wholeheartedly believed in science and dismissed Wang Tung's words. However, after Wang Tung had achieved a great victory over the celestial demons in the border wasteland and established the illusory battlefield, receiving accolades from the heavenly Tao and a tribute from myriad races, even Xiaoqun had begun to take notice. Only then did he start to believe Wang Tung's words were indeed true. Yet, due to the depletion of spiritual energy on Blue Star, even those with celestial capabilities had become mere legends, let alone Xiaoqun. Cultivating a sacred body requires abundant resources. Thus, aside from possessing a slightly superior physique compared to ordinary individuals, he exhibited no extraordinary traits. The human race's sacred body cannot be sustained on Blue Star. Do you comprehend? Wang Tung's words left Xiaoqun bewildered. If this world cannot sustain him, does that mean he must venture into outer space? Soon. Wang Ting gazed toward the horizon, where a divine palace seemed to emerge, having already surpassed the Firefly ancient star and was drawing near to Blue Star. What do you mean soon? Xiaoqun asked, perplexed. You will soon find out. Wang Ting shifted his gaze back to him, and the white cat in his arms also scrutinized Xiaoqun, as if assessing this human race's sacred body. All right. Xiaoqun pursed his lips and resumed his reading. He was genuinely curious about the true identity and background of Uncle Wang. Since childhood, this Uncle Wang had appeared intermittently in his home, sometimes not seen for half a month, and at other times staying for several days in the guest room. Yet, his father had told him that Uncle Wang was a significant figure and a benefactor to their family, deserving of respect. Despite this, the young Xiaoqun had once curiously inquired, but Uncle Wang only claimed to be a wandering traveler of the universe. The next day, Xiaoqun went to school, currently preparing for the college entrance examination. However, due to his exceptional talent, even a brief review would suffice for him to gain admission to the Imperial Capital University with ease. On this day, Wang Tung transformed and visited a small park to unwind. While seated in a pavilion, Elder Huang seemed to have been waiting there for a while, leading a distinguished-looking elderly gentleman, who appeared to have held a high position for many years, to pay a visit. Elder, this is Chairman Wang, coincidentally sharing your surname. Elder Huang introduced Wang Hongwu to Wang Tung, his demeanor reserved and respectful. This took Wang Hongwu by surprise. Due to Elder Huang's unique status and advanced age, he was usually addressed as Elder in the National Assembly. He never expected to be the one addressing someone else as Elder, especially with such a degree of respect. Greetings. Elder, Wang Hongwu responded, slightly bowing and clasping his hands in salute. However, Wang Tung merely nodded slightly, as if to him, even a National Assembly chairman was inconsequential. Yet, Wang Hongwu did not feel offended. Instead, he became more convinced that Wang Tung was an extraordinary individual. He had encountered a myriad of people, including leaders from various countries. Yet Wang Tung remained utterly inscrutable, like a hidden cloud in the sky, shrouded in mystery. Elder, there is a celestial body resembling an ancient divine temple approaching Blue Star. I wonder what insights you might have regarding this? Wang Hongwu respectfully inquired. In truth, He earnestly hoped that the person before him possessed the ability to eliminate that divine palace, thus preventing any inexplicable impact on Blue Star. It comes to take people. There is no need to concern yourself with it, Wang Ting replied succinctly, understanding his thoughts. Take people? Wang Ting's words astonished Wang Hanwu, leaving him perplexed. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, who are they here to take? The secrets of the universe must not be revealed, Wang Ting concluded, refusing to meet his gaze any longer. Were it not for the similarity in names to an old acquaintance, he would have remained silent. Wang Hanwu was rendered speechless. Just as he was about to inquire further, he suddenly noticed that Wang Tung had vanished in an instant. Elder Wang Hanwu wished to pursue, but was halted by Elder Huang, who advised, young Wang, one cannot force a fortuitous encounter, especially with someone like Advisor Wang. Let us depart. With no choice, Wang Hanwu reluctantly retreated. In the National Assembly, time was of the essence, and the high-ranking members each returned with results within a day. Everyone. What responses have we received from those factions? The person at the head inquired first. The Ma family of Liaozhou will dispatch powerful figures to intercept the Celestial Temple. They claim the temple is not large, merely 100 feet, and can be destroyed. However, they demand the restraint of 3 surrounding provinces. Longxing Mountain has stated that their celestial masters will wield the town-protecting artifacts to strike decisively, with demands akin to those of the Ma family. Tianglong Temple has similarly expressed their intent. Several high-ranking members responded. The leaders were ensnared in contemplation and conflict. These ancient factions indeed harbored great ambitions. At this moment, Wang Hanwu also joined the meeting remotely. The head inquired, what did Advisor Wang say? Without hesitation, Wang Hanwu conveyed Wang Tung's words. Advisor Wang stated that the divine palace comes to take people and need not be heeded. What? The crowd was taken aback, but soon. A high-ranking member with clandestine ties to the ancient faction scoffed. I suspect he is fearful and lacks the strength to obstruct that divine palace, thus making excuses. Indeed. No wonder he had no reaction when the Wing clan perished last time. He surely lacks the capability. Wang Hanwu observed this scene, his fist clenched in frustration. These fools. No, they were not merely foolish, they were inherently malicious, willing to betray the nation's interests for their own gain. The head furrowed his brow and turned his gaze to the other high-ranking members. If I do not permit action, and everyone refrains from intervening, do they not fear mutual destruction? A high-ranking member replied solemnly. They claim that with the current depletion of spiritual energy, any action would incur immense cost, and it would be better to relocate from Blue Star. After a moment of contemplation, the head did not acquiesce to any of their conditions, but issued a command. Order the space forces to prepare nuclear strikes against the incoming celestial body. Additionally, communicate with the leaders of all nations, urging them to prioritize the greater good and join forces. The command was given. Yes, Ini Cheng. Wang Tung returned to Xiao Chen's home. He reclined in the deck chair, observing the actions of Tsang Lan and Wang Fan on the flying immortal ancient star. In just 2 or 3 years, they had made a significant name for themselves in the Qi kingdom of the eastern wasteland on the flying immortal ancient star. Tsang Lan, at merely 20 years of age, had already attained the 6th realm of the Purple Mansion. What an impressive feat, on a small planet like Blue Star. Suffering from a depletion of spiritual energy, such an accomplishment would surely denote a formidable expert within a faction. Tsang Lan had slain a notorious bully who dominated both men and women. Coincidentally, the villain was a true disciple of the Twin Blade sect in Qi Kingdom, leading to Tsang Lan being hunted by them. Meanwhile, Wang Fan, though slightly weaker, had joined the Qi Kingdom as a minor devotee. Wang Tung was engrossed in the spectacle when he suddenly sensed a surge of demonic energy approaching the Shao family courtyard. With just a slight perception, he understood what was occurring and couldn't help but shake his head, murmuring, a fateful connection. He then saw Xiao Chen leading a female classmate toward the courtyard. Su Qiong. This is my home. Su Qiong wore a radiant smile, filled with youthful exuberance, her every glance and expression captivating Xiao Chen's gaze. As they approached the courtyard, Su Qiong suddenly cast her gaze toward the alleys on either side. Could it be that a prominent figure from the Alliance resides here? To her astonishment, there were even Huaxia secret guards stationed discreetly. Su Qiong had initially thought she was merely visiting classmate Ye's home to foster a relationship with the remarkable young man of human descent she had taken a liking to. Yet she never anticipated encountering such individuals. Xiao Chen, are your parents high-ranking officials in the Huaxia Alliance? Su Qiong inquired. Xiao Chen scratched his head. What high-ranking officials? They are just employees. Do you have any brothers at home? Su Qiong pressed on. Not at all. But I do have an Uncle Wang with whom I have been close since childhood. He often visits my home. Xiao Chen replied thoughtfully. I see. Su Qiong nodded. And as they conversed, they had already stepped into the courtyard. Meow at that moment, a cat's meow echoed, and as Su Qiong intended to glance around the yard, she froze in astonishment upon spotting a cat. How could this be? Was that cat perhaps an ancient sage? Her gaze laboriously shifted to a white cat sleeping beneath a lounge chair, and she soon noticed Wang Tung gazing at the sunset's afterglow from the chair above. Chapter 82. Su Qiong's astonishment. Is this your brother? Upon encountering Wang Ting, Su Qiong meticulously sensed him. Perceiving no extraordinary qualities within him, he appeared utterly mundane, devoid of any fluctuation of power, akin to the cat at his feet, indistinguishable from an ordinary being. She gently tugged at Xiao Chen's sleeve, inquiring cautiously with the demeanor of a bashful neighborly sister. No, he is the Wang uncle I mentioned, a close family friend who has watched me grow since childhood. Xiao Chen replied with a smile. Su Qiong nodded, realizing this was the Wang uncle Xiao Chen spoke of. However, she pondered why. Just then, she suddenly felt as though she had overlooked something significant, yet could not recall what it was. At that moment, Xiao Chen greeted Wang Tong. Wang uncle, I'm back. Wang Ting opened his eyes, looking at Xiao Chen. Why are you back so early today? Oh, we have a holiday today. We were planning to go to the mountain tomorrow to have some fun. Xiao Chen explained. Mount Guishu, is it? Wang Tong casually sensed the approximate location of the divine palace's descent and nodded slightly. Oh, Wang uncle, this is my classmate, Xiao Su. Suddenly recalling something, Xiao Chen pulled the contemplative Su Qiong forward, who snapped back to reality just in time to hear Xiao Chen introduce her to Wang Tong. Wang Ting nodded blandly. Yet at that moment, he heard a voice whispering, May I ask who the esteemed senior is and why you reside in this place? Su Qiong, seemingly smiling politely, was actually communicating secretly with Wang Tong, testing his identity. Wang Tong appeared not to have heard, simply nodding in acknowledgement of Su Qiong, then turned to Xiao Chen. The celestial phenomena near Mount Guishu have not been favorable lately. Are you certain you wish to go? It's fine, Wang uncle. That's one of the nation's premier attractions. We've been planning this for a long time, and it's perfect to visit before the college entrance exams. Xiao Chen, oblivious to the underlying meaning in Wang Tong's words, replied. All right, in that case, prepare yourselves. Wang Ting offered no further advice, as the wheels of fate had begun turning long before Xiao Chen's birth, and he chose not to intervene further. Su Qiong observed Wang Tong quietly, pondering the fact that he did not respond to my mental communication. Could it be that he is truly just an ordinary person? Yet, even the cat at his feet emanated an aura akin to a celestial sun, exalted and distant. Why do I feel this way? While she was lost in thought, Xiao Chen resumed their conversation regarding the travel plans for the upcoming days. The two high school students engaged in animated discussion for quite some time. Before long, Xiao Fan and his wife returned. Upon seeing Wang Ting present, Xiao Fan respectfully inclined his body slightly, addressing him, Mr. Wang. He and his wife had witnessed Wang Tong's miraculous feats firsthand, where he could vanish and reappear in an instant. Even the emissaries from the province seemed like mere ants before him. Such a figure, despite their acquaintance spanning nearly 2 decades, evoked a sense of awe. Xiao Chen, having grown up under Wang Tong's watchful eye, interacted with him far more naturally. Wang Ting merely nodded in response to Xiao Fan and his wife's greeting. Were it not for Xiao Chen, this ordinary couple, despite possessing a faint trace of sacred bloodline, would have never had the opportunity to converse with Wang Tong. Yet, merely because Wang Tong resided in their small courtyard, the Xiao family enjoyed unimaginable benefits. Even without cultivation, the couple could easily live for 20 years, and with some effort, perhaps even reach 105, an unproblematic endeavor. Even the stray cats and dogs around the courtyard, as well as the mice underground, inadvertently benefited from Wang Ting's presence, enjoying not only extended lifespans but also enhanced intelligence. Some fortunate ones had even attained enlightenment. This was their fortune, and Wang Ting chose not to intervene. The couple, accustomed to this, exchanged pleasantries with Su Qiong before returning to the main hall. Su Qiong watched them enter, her smile remaining on her face, yet her mind was engulfed in confusion. Upon getting to know Xiao Chen, she had gleaned some insight into his family background. Though not among the upper echelons of Huaxia, the Xiao couple held a respectable status in society, making their excessive courtesy towards a young man rather peculiar. Wait. A young man. Su Qiong's pupils dilated as a realization struck her. She glanced at Wang Tong, disbelief filling her eyes. She had sensed something amiss earlier but could not pinpoint it. Now she recognized that she had subconsciously overlooked Wang Ting's youthful appearance. So young. And yet Xiao Chen claimed he was the one who watched him grow. This seemed incongruous. What is the matter? Xiao Chen, noticing Su Qiong's peculiar expression while holding a booklet, inquired hastily. Xiao Chen, I just realized that your uncle seems hardly older than you. Didn't you say he has been watching you grow since childhood? Xiao Chen chuckled lightly, tucking the booklet away, and then mysteriously responded, Did you know, Wang uncle practices cultivation? Su Qiong's heart raced at this revelation, prompting her to inquire further. What kind of cultivation? Health cultivation. Health. What? Su Qiong had anticipated Xiao Chen would unveil some astonishing secret about Wang Ting, only to be met with the mundane notion of health cultivation. Even a significant figure in the National Assembly holds Wang uncle in high esteem. Xiao Chen proclaimed with pride. I see. Su Qiong continued to converse with Xiao Chen for a while longer before awkwardly approaching Wang Tong, slightly bending forward. She pointed at the white cat and asked Wang Tong, Wang uncle, may I play with this little cat? Wang Tong, attuned to the various nations on Blue Star preparing to obliterate the celestial palace in outer space, immediately understood Su Qiong's intent upon hearing her words. He replied nonchalantly, You may, but it must agree to play with you. Oh, Su Qiong nodded obediently, preparing to tentatively stroke the white cat's head. However, just then, the white cat suddenly opened its eyes. Within those feline orbs lay the essence of cosmic annihilation, a terror far more profound than any she had faced against her clan's sacred weapon. Su Qiong was paralyzed with fear, her very soul trembling, rendering her breathless. She collapsed onto the ground. How could a mere cat possess such divinity? Boom. At that moment, a sound akin to the world's destruction erupted from the sky, startling everyone. Only Wang Teng comprehended the unfolding events. Xiao Qin, though bold, was startled by the thunderous roar, leaping to his feet, gazing at the heavens with wide eyes. He beheld several streaks of light shooting toward the outer realms at an unfathomable speed. Turning, he noticed Su Qiong sitting on the ground, looking pitiful, and rushed over to assist her. Su Qiong, are you all right? I'm fine. Su Qiong, helped to her feet, leaned against Xiao Qin's shoulder, casting a wary glance at the white cat, while regarding Wang Ting with newfound reverence. She was now nearly certain that he was an extraordinary figure, not only in status but also in strength. Her family, a hidden dragon clan that had migrated from the ancient Tawei star, regarded other ancient powers on Blue Star with disdain. Yet now, she struggled to fathom just how monumental Xiao Qin's Wang uncle truly was. He could very well be a living saint. At this moment, her mind was in turmoil, and even the thunderous sound from the sky could not capture her attention. Chapter 83. The Collapse of Human Technology. However, Xiao Qin remained oblivious to the dreadful nature of the white cat and, filled with trepidation, inquired, Uncle Wang, what is happening in the sky? Wang Teng observed several aerial warplanes breaching the atmosphere, ascending into outer space with a clear objective towards the divine palace. He shook his head and remarked, some individuals refuse to heed warnings, and their efforts will be in vain. In vain? Xiao Qin queried, puzzled. His Uncle Wang, while commendable in many aspects, often spoke in riddles that left him perplexed, prompting him to press further. What exactly is going on? Please clarify, Uncle Wang. You will understand once you arrive at Guisu Mountain, replied Wang Teng enigmatically. Very well, Xiao Qin conceded, feeling somewhat helpless. At school, he was a renowned figure, excelling in academics and invincible in conflicts. Yet in the presence of Uncle Wang, he dared not offend him in the slightest. Wang Ting scrutinized the divine palace, deep in contemplation. In truth, since arriving on Blue Star, he had been studying this divine palace for quite some time. He deduced that he could easily intercept the divine palace and surmised it would land at Guisu Mountain before venturing into the depths of the universe. However, the origins and materials of the divine palace remained obscure to him. Thus, he resolved to refrain from intervening and merely observe its arrival and descent. If his predictions were correct, both Xiao Qin and Su Qiong would become passengers of this divine palace. Simultaneously, within the National Assembly of the Huaxiao Alliance, all present, including high-ranking officials, anxiously gazed at the images relayed from outer space. Even the usually imposing leaders displayed expressions of complex concern. Just this morning, they had decided to unite the forces of various nations, and by the afternoon, they had dispatched space troops to the vicinity of the divine palace, illustrating the urgency of the situation. To them, this was a matter of utmost significance for the entirety of Blue Star, leaving no room for complacency. In stark contrast, several leaders from distant nations, connected via video conference, remained oblivious to the mythical significance of the divine palace. Consequently, they regarded it merely as an ordinary celestial body. Observing the heightened anxiety from the Huaxia side, they could not help but chuckle, both openly and covertly. The President of America, a golden-haired man with only one ear, laughed. You Huaxiao people are truly amusing. With the most advanced space forces at your disposal, why fear such a minuscule celestial body, merely 100 meters in size? Rest assured, no one understands outer space and nuclear weaponry better than I. Our nuclear arsenal is more than sufficient to obliterate a small celestial body. Upon hearing this, the Prime Minister of Japan chimed in like a child. Exactly. With your vast resources, why are you always so timid? In reality, America alone could easily handle that celestial body, while the rest could simply look on in awe. The Japanese Prime Minister appeared quite audacious, reputedly having withstood 3 gunshots during an assassination attempt without uttering a word. After he spoke, the leader of Silla, a benevolent middle-aged man with a bald head, partially agreed, yet sarcastically remarked about Japan, you have a point. America's nuclear capabilities are indeed well developed. Decades ago, they could turn a city in Japan into ruins, let alone now. However, this celestial body resembles the ancient towers of our great Silla Republic. It is no ordinary entity and must be dealt with decisively. I hope you Huaxia do not claim all the glory after shattering this divine palace. This is a victory for all humanity. Disregarding the reactions from other nations, the Japanese Prime Minister grew increasingly agitated, and tensions flared as they exchanged sharp retorts, akin to electronic dogs raised by America. Nevertheless, given the gravity of the situation, they soon concluded their quarrel, as they turned their attention to the large screen. The most advanced space warships had already approached within a few hundred miles of the divine palace, employing intelligent technology to continuously adjust their cannons, aiming at the celestial body. A moment later, a report from the front line came in. We have locked onto the celestial body. Shall we fire? At this moment, all eyes in the Huaxia National Assembly fell upon the leader. He solemnly nodded and commanded, "Fire." The order was swiftly executed. Given that Huaxia possessed the most advanced space capabilities, despite other nations' penchant for rhetoric, this interception was primarily led by Huaxia. Under the leader's command, several hydrogen bombs, equivalent to billions of tons of TNT, were launched towards the Divine Palace. Boom. A terrifying nuclear explosion erupted in outer space. The immense shockwave was potent enough to shatter the largest cities of Blue Star civilization. Success. The leaders of various nations on Blue Star erupted in cheers. Yet, the leader of Huaxia remained furrowed in concern. As the dust settled in outer space, the Divine Palace re-emerged before everyone's eyes. The leaders were instantly rendered speechless, their eyes widening in disbelief as they stared at the images on the large screen. Oh my God, has physics ceased to exist? Such a massive nuclear bomb could not destroy this celestial body. The very shape of this celestial body defied scientific explanation. Moreover, the fact that such a powerful attack failed to obliterate the Divine Palace indicated its mass and density had reached a truly terrifying level. The scientific advisors from various nations were equally astonished, fully aware of the implications of such a high mass for the Divine Palace. Despite its modest size, it could potentially pierce through Blue Star. They relayed this alarming news to their respective leaders, causing a significant upheaval among the upper echelons. Initially, they had feared the Divine Palace's descent might result in casualties, but now they grasped the grim reality. It could very well lead to the annihilation of the world. In an instant, any lingering thoughts of mocking Huaxia vanished, replaced by sheer panic. What to do? Even the self-proclaimed all-knowing president of America was flustered. Wait, Huaxia. They recognized the seriousness of this situation from the start. They must have a plan. With this realization, he hastily sought counsel from the Huaxia Alliance regarding how to respond. Meanwhile, within the Huaxia National Assembly, the atmosphere was equally charged with shock. Could it be true, as Advisor Wang suggested, that they should refrain from intervention? The power of this nuclear weapon is likely greater than that of those cultivators, Wang Hongwu remarked, his voice laced with disbelief. Impossible. While those cultivators may lack such raw power with their bare hands, wielding magical artifacts changes everything. Leader, we should allow Longxing Mountain and the Ma family to take action. A senior official countered, urging the leader. The leader sighed deeply, gazing at a particular senior official. Agree to Longxing Mountain's conditions and let them act swiftly. However, the senior official hesitated before responding. Longxing Mountain has altered their demands. They now require control over 5 provinces. What? For once, even the leader displayed visible anger. After several seconds, he managed to contain his fury. What about the Ma family and Tianlong Temple? What of the other factions? Upon hearing this, several senior officials exchanged awkward glances. Realizing none had anticipated the enormous appetites of these ancient forces, the Huaxia Alliance spans an area of 13 million square kilometers, taking the shape of a begonia leaf, making it one of the largest countries in the world. However, even this vast territory comprises only around 30 provinces. If all these forces were to take action simultaneously, would it not entail relinquishing a significant portion of their territory? Chapter 84. The human cultivators find themselves at a loss. However, the higher authorities spoke in a grave tone. Granted, let them take action. His voice was hoarse, as if uttering those words required immense effort. Decades ago, these ancient powers had forged a pact with the Alliance, having sworn some mysterious oath, yet now, that oath was on the verge of being broken. Nevertheless, for the sake of the world's populace, sacrifices must be made. With this thought, determination filled the eyes of the leader. At Longxing Mountain, several Taoists clad in purple robes gazed into outer space with eyes that radiated an unearthly light, difficult for mere mortals to behold. Indeed, they had failed. It appeared that the technology of those mortals was rather limited. The purple-robed Taoists conversed with disdain regarding contemporary technology. Suddenly, one recalled something and chuckled. I heard there's a consultant named Wang in Congress who claimed there's no need to intervene. Clearly, a person of insignificant strength. Unable to halt anything, yet uttering such nonsense. How laughable. He could only deceive the mortals in Congress, but not us. An impostor managing to serve in Congress. It seems this world requires us to step in once more. Let that consultant witness how Longxing Mountain will strike down the invaders from beyond. The group laughed when a Taoist in yellow approached to report. Heavenly Master, Congress has approved your proposal. Excellent. The leader of the purple-robed Taoists, wielding a divine sword radiating enigmatic light, pointed it towards the heavens. Behold, as I smite the invaders. He proclaimed with righteous fervor, transforming into a streak of purple light soaring into outer space. The blue planet was not vast. Thus even a 6th-tier purple mansion cultivator could gaze into the cosmos. At this moment, all extraordinary forces across Huaxia focused their attention on the heavenly master of Longxing Mountain. He brandished the legendary Longxing sword. While this sword possessed great power, it demanded a hefty price to wield. It seemed this matter required no further intervention from us. Various factions communicated through ancient artifacts, witnessing the venerable heavenly master Zhang Jinyuan unleashing the Longxing sacred sword. This sword, left by the sage who founded Longxing Mountain millennia ago, was said to possess the power to shape the heavens and the earth. In the hands of Zhang Jinyuan, the true man of all phenomena, it also held immense might. With a sweeping motion, the entire expanse of outer space trembled, and even Zhang Jinyuan's complexion aged 100 years. This strike depleted a significant portion of his essence. After all, it was a sacred sword. Merely activating it met his expectations. A dazzling beam of sword light descended before the eyes of many, wielding the terrifying power to cleave asteroids, charging straight for the divine palace. Just as everyone believed this spectacle would conclude, the next moment, their expressions froze. After the radiant sword light dissipated like a seven-colored river, the divine palace remained intact. Moreover, as if sensing the extraordinary aura, several concealed divine beasts manifested before the eyes of the mighty cultivators. Was that a Qilin? And a dragon? A phoenix? A Qiangqi? These were legendary divine beasts. The cultivators above the purple mansion were filled with excitement. These divine beasts existed solely in ancient texts, and even the founders of their ancient factions had never laid eyes upon them. Yet now, they witnessed them. And even the sacred weapon could not harm them in the slightest. This was undoubtedly a genuine divine beast. No, something was amiss. They bore no vitality, resembling corpses. What of divine beasts? They were not necessarily sacred. Perhaps they were destined to bring ruin to this ancient star. Shall we flee? An extraordinary being awakened to the urgency. They could not afford to be mesmerized by these divine creatures. Zhang Jinyuan, having exerted all his strength, felt as if he were a mere ant upon the appearance of these divine beasts. He suddenly realized how absurd it was for Longxing Mountain to think they could strike down the divine palace. Even if their ancestral heavenly master wielded this sacred sword, he would likely not inflict even a scratch upon the divine palace. The disparity between them was beyond description. It was a difference in dimensions. Could it be that the words of that consultant Wang in Congress were true? This divine palace was simply beyond their control. It was here to retrieve someone? Zhang Jinyuan suddenly recalled something, his body shuddering. Previously, Consultant Wang had stated they need not intervene. It turned out that such a terrifying existence still lingered on the blue planet, one that even these divine beasts in the divine palace could recognize. How blind of Longxing Mountain to mistake it for a mere charlatan. He hastily steered the Longxing sacred sword towards the blue planet. Meanwhile, on the Huaxia Alliance's soil, both the high-ranking officials of Congress and various factions were in turmoil, chaos reigning supreme. If only Zhang Jinyuan had managed to sever a corner of the divine palace with the sacred sword, they might have retained some hope. However, the intact divine palace extinguished their will to fight. Many ancient factions even entertained thoughts of fleeing Blue Planet. In Yicheng, as dusk approached, Su Qiong, who was about to dine with Xiao Qin's family, suddenly stiffened. She offered an apologetic smile to those around her and hurried to a corner of the courtyard. Glancing at the ring in her hand, it was a family emergency contact ring, now radiating an alarming heat. Something significant had occurred within the family. What could have happened that warranted such urgency? Upon inspection, a blood-red message appeared before her eyes. The Blue Planet faces an apocalyptic crisis. All family members must swiftly gather at the family's sky boat. We are preparing to evacuate Blue Planet. An apocalyptic crisis? Su Qiong's pupils constricted. She recalled the earlier thunderous sound in the sky, during which she had been wholly absorbed in the shock of the white cat and had not paid much attention. Could that have been an omen of Blue Planet's impending doom? No. With figures like Uncle Wang present, how could Blue Planet possibly be destroyed? She thought to herself, glancing over at Wang Tong, who was still basking in the sunset's glow. Concerned for her family's safety and the fate of Blue Planet, she mustered her courage and approached him, cautiously asking, Uncle Wang, will Blue Planet be destroyed? Wang Tong, observing the divine beasts, the pure-blood Qilin, the pure-blood True Dragon, the pure-blood Phoenix. These were heights even the Emperor of Guochun and the Dragon Emperor of Taiwei could not reach. Though these beings were now deceased, their essence remained that of celestial spirits. He contemplated using them to further his own devouring demonic scriptures, even considering the possibility of consumption. Hearing Su Qiong's inquiry, he casually glanced at her, a descendant of the Taiwei Dragon Emperor, and replied nonchalantly, You are worrying over nothing. Everything is fine. How could Blue Planet possibly be destroyed? Stop reading so many fantasy novels. Yet, that thunderous sound in the sky. Wang Ting chuckled, pulling out his Huali P100 to show her the trending news. The authorities have debunked it. The Space Force is testing new equipment. You young ones must remember to trust the state. Should anything arise, the country will intervene. Chapter 85. A visit. Su Qiong found herself momentarily speechless, observing Wang Tong's demeanor. She sensed authenticity in his expression. Yet, despite receiving these answers, she remained uneasy and felt an overwhelming reluctance within her heart. Boldly, she spoke, Senior, I hold a deep affection for Blue Star and a fondness for Xiao Chun, but I may have to leave Blue Star. Could you please share an honest truth with me? Is Blue Star truly safe? Her eyes shimmered with a pleading glimmer as she gazed at Wang Tong. In response, Wang Ting composed his previously casual demeanor and replied calmly, As long as I am here, Blue Star shall never perish. Even if chaos erupts in the universe, Blue Star will remain unharmed. Upon receiving Wang Tung's definitive answer, Su Qiong felt a surge of joy, even though she did not fully comprehend the implications of cosmic turmoil. She instinctively knew that Wang Tung was indeed an extraordinary individual of immense capability. With gratitude, she respectfully bowed. "Thank you for your guidance, Senior." "Go," Wang Tung instructed. Closing his lips and returning to the silent refinement of his imperial scriptures, pondering whether he could consume the divine beasts, Su Qiong returned to the dining table, offering a polite smile before taking her seat. Quietly, she sent a message back to her family. No need to flee. Meanwhile, in Huaxia, the atmosphere in the National Assembly was thick with an indescribable sense of despair that was steadily spreading. One by one, the high-ranking officials gazed at the scenes unfolding in outer space, their eyes filled with disbelief. Their nuclear arsenal had failed, and even the mightiest celestial masters had succumbed to defeat. Was Blue Star doomed? What shall we do? One lamented hoarsely, filled with reluctance. Was their civilization destined to meet its end here? The heavens will rain, and a mother will marry. We cannot stop it. Let it come. Another responded in a solemn tone. The assembly fell into a profound silence. At that moment, a message arrived from a committee member. Celestial Master Zhang from Longsing Mountain requests an audience with Senior Consultant Wang. Celestial Master Zhang wishes to see Wang? Yes, he acknowledges that Senior Consultant Wang was right. And they have matters to discuss. The officials exchanged glances, their expressions gradually brightening. Indeed, how could we have forgotten? Senior Consultant Wang had previously assured us that we need not concern ourselves with the Divine Palace. Their faces lit up with joy, but as they shared knowing looks, an air of awkwardness settled over them. Not long ago, they had doubted Wang's words, and now they clung to them as a lifeline. How could they not feel embarrassed? Inform Celestial Master Zhang of Senior Consultant Wang's location, commanded the higher-ups, quickly regaining their composure, though their gazes remained complex. As a person of significant standing, he pondered whether their earlier disregard for Wang Tung's counsel would offend him, or if both Wang Ting and Celestial Master Zhang had erred in their judgments. Since we are here, let us be at peace, he ultimately concluded, resigning himself to the limitations imposed by their circumstances. In Yicheng, Zhang Jinyuan led a group of purple-robed Taoists towards the city. Behind him, several high-level practitioners bore expressions of unease. Brother, does our inability to dismantle the Divine Palace imply that Senior Consultant Wang was correct? Indeed, Zhang Jinyuan replied, we have a legacy spanning thousands of years. Can it be that we are outmatched by a mere consultant? The practitioners pressed for answers, but Zhang Jinyuan shook his head. You still do not understand? I am also taking a gamble. I bet that Senior Consultant Wang is indeed a person of great ability. Otherwise, do you truly wish to abandon Blue Star? Let me tell you, in the vast universe, there are great terrors. Those who traverse the void may spend their lives searching for a habitable planet only to perish among the stars. Zhang Jinyuan's words left the others speechless. This is it. Moreover, the secret agents within the alliance seemed to regard Senior Consultant Wang with utmost seriousness. He murmured, leading the high-level practitioners as they descended, utilizing cloaking techniques. They landed unnoticed outside the courtyard of the Xiao family. Just as they were about to enter, Zhang Jinyuan's gaze sharpened. He sensed something within. The arrival of the dragon clan from Liaozhouankou was shrouded in mystery, and he speculated that perhaps they had already detected Senior Consultant Wang's extraordinary nature. As Zhang Jinyuan pondered this, the other practitioners sensed the shift in atmosphere, their respect deepening. Performing a ritual bow, Zhang Jinyuan called into the courtyard, I am Zhang Jinyuan, the current celestial master of Longsing Mountain, here to see Senior Consultant Wang. He employed a secret technique, ensuring that only those of true prowess could hear him. If one lacked such capabilities, they were unworthy of his visit. However, after a prolonged silence, no response came from within the courtyard. Can they not hear us? Zhang Jinyuan's expression darkened, disappointment mingling with other complex emotions. Just then, the courtyard door opened, revealing Xiao Chun and Su Qiong, engaged in cheerful conversation, radiating youthful vitality that evoked envy in others. Yet, to Zhang Jinyuan, this scene felt entirely different. Could it be that I misjudged? Is the Dragon Clan's presence due to her connection with a classmate here? He mused, a look of sudden realization crossing his face. Suddenly, Su Qiong's eyes gleamed like those of a dragon, her innate abilities allowing her to perceive the hidden figures of Zhang Jinyuan and the others. What are they doing here? They must be here to visit Uncle Wang, she surmised, choosing not to intervene, as this was a matter concerning her uncle, and the Su family held no ties with the ancient powers of Blue Star. Ah, this little girl, merely at the third realm, can actually perceive our presence? Zhang Jinyuan noted her gaze but dismissed it, turning his thoughts to Wang Tung. It appeared that he was likely a charlatan. Nevertheless, for safety's sake, he decided to probe further. With a determined thought, he extended his consciousness into the courtyard. He soon discovered Wang Tung playing with a cat in the yard. As he scrutinized Wang Tung, he realized that the man bore no traces of magical energy whatsoever. Just as I suspected, Zhang Jinyuan scoffed internally, feeling deceived. The absence of any magical residue could only indicate two possibilities. Either Wang Tung's power far surpassed his own, reaching the level of ancient beings, or he was merely an ordinary mortal devoid of any magical ability. Yet, In this era of Blue Star, spiritual energy had waned, and as a ninth realm true practitioner, Zhang Jinyuan represented the pinnacle of what Blue Star could support. How could there possibly be a formidable being here? It was known that the divine weapons of celestial beings were revered as legendary artifacts by numerous ancient factions. One could only imagine how long it had been since beings of the celestial realm had graced this world. Chapter 86. The founder of the mysterious sect. It appears that I have miscalculated. Zhang Jiyuan felt a surge of anger, yet was also enveloped by despair. If Advisor Wang were merely playing tricks, did that not imply that Blue Star was truly destined for ruin? Senior brother, Wei. At that moment, the mysterious sect's disciples behind him noticed Zhang Jinyuan's distress and began to speculate, their hearts racing with anxiety. Were they truly on the verge of fleeing into the void? The thought ignited a sense of urgency in one of them. Since Blue Star was doomed anyway, why not eliminate that pretentious individual first? His expression turned fierce, bearing no semblance of a Taoist from Longxing Mountain, but rather resembling a malevolent cultivator, ravaged by demonic influence and responsible for countless deaths. However, before he could utter another word, his face suddenly shifted, as if a great terror had descended upon him. As he attempted to speak, the remaining words choked in his throat. Within the next instant, he was obliterated into dust, leaving no trace behind. Zhang Jiyuan and the others were taken aback, their senses heightened as they scanned their surroundings. Could someone be launching a surprise attack? Yet, this method was simply unbelievable. That disciple, also at the 8th stage, had perished so easily? Wait. Suddenly, they recalled the earlier incident where that disciple had spoken disrespectfully to Advisor Wang, leading to a clearer suspicion. Creak. At that moment, the courtyard door slowly opened. A young figure stepped across the threshold, although they had already sensed Wang Ting's presence. When he truly appeared before Zhang Jinyuan and the others, they felt as if their very souls were shackled, standing frozen in place. When they gazed upon Wang Tung, it was akin to looking up at the heavens. Zhang Jinyuan found himself at a loss for words, having previously encountered the remnants of the sage left by the Grandmaster. Yet that sage's aura paled in comparison to the overwhelming pressure emanating from this individual. He seemed the supreme sovereign, the ruler of infinite universes, standing before them, yet seemingly perched atop an unfathomable height, as if transcending all celestial paths. On every conceivable level, he dwarfed them by unfathomable dimensions. Even looking up at Wang Tung required immense effort. It turned out that such a remarkable figure had been hidden within Blue Star all along. Advisor Wang was indeed that formidable, and they had been gravely mistaken. They were filled with awe and deep-seated shame, realizing they had misjudged such an extraordinary being. Even the fate of their tragically fallen comrade no longer seemed to matter. Now, associating with such an individual might provide the opportunity for a long-awaited breakthrough in their cultivation. Zhang Jiyuan immediately lowered himself, eager to engage in conversation. However, Wang Ting regarded them with indifference, perceiving them as mere insects, rather bothersome flies. Their disbelief in his words was forgivable, but their audacity to approach him without being annihilated was a courtesy stemming from his favorable impression of the Taoist sect in his past life. Otherwise, these individuals would undoubtedly face the most excruciating demise in the universe. He disregarded them entirely, gliding past with a white cat, a tuft of hair from the supreme white tiger, making his way toward Guisu Mountain. Zhang Jinyuan attempted to follow, but was horrified to find that despite the streets of Yicheng being so wide and Wang Tung moving at an ordinary pace, he simply could not keep up. A panic more terrifying than the collision of the divine palace with Blue Star surged within him. He feared that this grand opportunity would vanish before his eyes. Clenching his teeth, he pursued but felt as if he were a mere mortal trapped in a quagmire, forever unable to catch up to the fleeting light. Buzz. Just then, the Dragonwalk sacred sword in Zhang Jinyuan's hand flickered, and to his astonishment, a phantom appeared out of thin air. It was the sage's remnant he had encountered when he succeeded to the position of Grandmaster. The remnant scolded him sharply. Fool. One cannot force destiny. Do you wish to completely offend that being? Hearing this, Zhang Jinyuan felt as if struck by lightning, awakening from a deep slumber. He watched helplessly as the sage's remnant pursued Wang Tung, growing increasingly distant. Though this distance would normally be bridged with a mere thought, it now felt like an insurmountable chasm. I truly deserve to die, he lamented, nearly brought to tears if not for the disciple following closely behind. Originally, he had a chance to converse with Advisor Wang. Perhaps he could have broken through to the celestial realm. But now, that chance was entirely lost. Senior brother, why aren't you pursuing? Just now, I felt that Advisor Wang resembled an unparalleled existence, as if he could create worlds. If we could receive even a few words of guidance, we might become great beings ourselves, inquired the disciple who had caught up. Zhang Jiyuan feigned composure, retorting, Look at your greedy demeanor. Do you resemble a mysterious sect disciple at all? Opportunities cannot be forced, since Advisor Wang ignores us. It simply means our cultivation is insufficient and our time has yet to come. Let us return. He spoke with righteous indignation, as if completely unperturbed. Yet the boundless regret in his eyes and the dazed state of his Tao heart were impossible to conceal. At that moment, he caught sight of several streaks of light, arriving at Yicheng in a manner imperceptible to ordinary mortals. These individuals were not foolish. Zhang Jiyuan sneered at the ancient powers approaching. Meanwhile, the sage's remnant within the Dragon Walk sacred sword had managed to catch up to Wang Teng. It wasn't he that it could truly match his pace, but rather that Wang Teng had taken an interest. After all, this was a figure from thousands of years ago on Blue Star. Furthermore, with a simple calculation, he realized that this was none other than the Grandmaster of the mysterious sect, the founder of Taoism on Blue Star. However, he was still significantly younger than Wang Teng. At present, this remnant was not even a true remnant, merely a wisp of the sage's lingering essence. I, Zhang Zhidao, bow before the celestial. Even as a mere remnant, Zhang Zhidao was filled with immense excitement. The sage of the divine wheel, transcending into sanctity. Though he was now but a trace of consciousness, could still briefly unleash the peak power of his former self and naturally sense the magnificence of Wang Teng before him. Compared to the great sages he had encountered from 8,000 years, tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years ago during his explorations of the ancient celestial court, Wang Teng was far more extraordinary. He was truly someone who had witnessed the grandeur of the world, possessing knowledge far surpassing that of his descendant, Zhang Jiyuan. Is it truly you who established the mysterious sect? Wang Teng regarded him with a detached gaze. Even a figure considered mythic by the people of Blue Star appeared as insignificant as an insect before him. Indeed, Zhang Zhidao, surprised that Wang Teng was aware of him, beamed with joy, as if this mere recognition could elevate his very essence. Then I ask you, to whom does the celestial system you established correspond? Chapter 87. Worship. Wang Teng inquired with keen interest. Zhang Zhidao, naturally unaware, had only pieced together a mythological system from the scant remnants left by the ancient heavenly court millions of years ago, which, despite its age, has endured through time and is regarded as quite authoritative. After all, Zhang Zhidao had lived on Blue Star between 6,000 and 2,000 years ago, a period remarkably close to modernity, making him one of the most formidable cultivators of the recent ancient era. As an immortal, he ranked among the highest echelons, standing shoulder to shoulder with the Supreme Celestial Lord. With an unflinching demeanor, Zhang Zhidao declared, while he indeed regarded Wang Teng as immensely majestic, he merely believed that Wang Teng had transcended the great sage realm, attaining the status inscribed on the remnants of the ancient heavenly court, that of a quasi-emperor. Although he surpassed sages and great sages, he could not compare to beings of the truly supreme ultimate path. His depiction of Wang Teng was already a significant expression of reverence. Oh, Wang Teng responded, evidently pleased, and added, in your mystical sect, you might as well worship this emperor. Of course, Emperor? Zhang Zhidao was initially overjoyed, nodding in agreement, but suddenly a realization struck him, and he gazed at Wang Teng in astonishment. Only those supreme beings recorded in the remnants of the ancient heavenly court dared to claim the title of emperor. Otherwise, it would be a cosmic transgression. Could it be? Zhang Zhidao, overwhelmed, nearly extinguished this fragment of consciousness. Yet Wang Teng's gentle breath sustained and fortified it. Might I inquire, esteemed immortal, what name you wish to take, and to which domain do you belong? In this boundless universe, among the myriad races, I am known as the Ling Tian Emperor. You may arrange accordingly. Wang Teng replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips, finding joy in this rare moment of amusement. However, Wang Teng's casual words stirred profound waves within Zhang Zhidao's heart. Had he still been alive, he would have sensed the celestial recognition bestowed upon Wang Teng by the heavenly pathway and understood the significance of the title Ling Tian Emperor. Yet, as merely a remnant, he was oblivious to its implications and could only grasp the enormity of the phrases boundless universe and myriad races, which left even one as learned as he momentarily awestruck. Yes, I shall comply with the emperor's decree. Zhang Zhidao bowed deeply, still shaken within. If this great figure truly wished to be enshrined within their mystical sect, it would undoubtedly ensure their enduring legacy. In such a case, the dissolution of his remnant would be without regret. Such an existence, within the mythological system he had constructed, would certainly be on par with the Supreme Celestial Lord. Esteemed immortal, what should we make of the divine palace beyond the heavens? Zhang Zhidao inquired, recalling how he had been awakened from his slumber within the Dragon Walk holy sword by the divine palace, which emanated an aura even more mysterious than that of the ancient heavenly court. Thus, he sought Wang Teng's insight. There's no need to decipher it, Wang Teng remarked, glancing at the palace above. Tomorrow at 4:44 and 44 seconds, it will descend upon Guizhou Mountain, taking with it some who are meant to depart. Beyond that, it will not affect Blue Star in the slightest. Ah, I see. Since it poses no threat to the living, I am at ease. Zhang Zhidao expressed his gratitude once more. At that moment, he noticed Wang Teng cradling a white cat with great care. Emperor, might I inquire about this feline of yours? Wang Teng chuckled and lifted the white cat. The strand of fur from this white tiger sovereign possessed power far surpassing that of a quasi-emperor, for its true essence was of a level akin to an emperor. This one truly hails from the ancient heavenly court. What? Zhang Zhidao nearly leapt in astonishment. From the ancient heavenly court? This revelation stirred within him an even greater excitement. Having studied the ancient heavenly court for over a millennium, he had never anticipated encountering a true deity from its ranks. Pray tell, Esteemed senior, what position did you hold in the ancient heavenly court? Zhang Zhidao pondered rapidly, searching through his knowledge of the ancient court's figures inscribed on the remnants, finding no reference to a white cat. At this juncture, the white cat seemed to sense it was time to make a statement, first glancing at Wang Tung for approval. Upon receiving a nod, it spoke. I am the White Tiger's sovereign, one of the 4 holy lords of the heavenly court, and I stand brother to the war emperor, the first god of war of the court. Its tone was lofty and filled with pride. It was not incorrect. The White Tiger sovereign of Ur was indeed among the upper echelons of the heavenly court, second only to the celestial ruler and the violet Verity, commanding the legions guarding the southern heavenly gate. Its power was at least half a notch above the Mingguang emperor. War emperor? You are brothers with the war emperor? Zhang Zhidao recalled the remnants and gasped. The war emperor was indeed recorded there, the premier warrior of the ancient court, greatly cherished by its ruler. This White Tiger sovereign must be an existence that has survived for tens of millions of years. How could this be? Even the supreme beings mentioned in the remnants had lifespans not exceeding 100,000 years. The White Tiger seemed to sense Zhang Zhidao's disbelief and, with a thought, conjured an image. In an instant, Zhang Zhidao envisioned a magnificent white tiger, reigning over the infinite cosmos, crushing countless stars beneath its paws. Even supergiants obliterated in its breath. Heavens, this is real. Zhang Zhidao remained in awe, while the White Tiger's sovereign urged him, go, grant me a title. Let it be White Tiger Saint Emperor. Upon saying this, the White Tiger's sovereign cautiously glanced at Wang Tung and continued, declare that I serve closely by the emperor's side, as his mount. Very well. I shall command my descendants to undertake this immediately. Zhang Zhidao wasted no time. Hastily flying towards the current heavenly master, Zhang Jinyuan. Master, that divine palace is beyond my comprehension, the White Tiger remarked, gazing at the celestial palace from beyond. I find it similarly elusive. Wang Tung mused quietly but replied nonchalantly, with my presence, there is no need for such understanding. Do you know where the divine palace shall go after leaving Blue Star? At this, countless visions arose in Wang Ting's eyes. Each a projection of the divine palace's future trajectory, and he eventually declared, to the flying immortal ancient star. Chapter 88, The Stirring of Ancient Forces. Dear friends, what a coincidence to find you all gathered in this humble I Ching. In the sky, several extraordinary figures engage in conversation, yet on the ground, the crowd remains oblivious. As if shielded from detection by any radar, Zhang Jiyuan, observing the arrival of numerous representatives from ancient forces, exudes confidence as he greets them with a cheerful demeanor. Ah, the mountain need not be lofty, for it gains renown through the presence of immortals. The water need not be profound, for it possesses spirit through the presence of dragons. Though I Ching may be small, it is home to great powers, an extraordinary place indeed. The members of the Ma family from Liaozhou clasped their hands in greeting, their demeanor suggesting prior knowledge of the events unfolding. Great powers? Zhang Jinyuan pauses, then erupts into hearty laughter. It seems the Ma family regards Advisor Wang as a formidable being, despite the undeniable presence of true power in their midst. To describe Advisor Wang in such a manner is a gross understatement, almost an insult. Master Zhang, why do you laugh? Inquires a bald-headed man, hands pressed together in reverence. This is Master Guangming of the Tianlong Temple. While he bears the title of Master, in the context of Blue Star, his true strength is merely that of a true monarch. Nothing but amusement, Zhang Jinyuan responds, as a streak of light suddenly darts into the dragon-walking sacred sword at his waist, accompanied by a voice transmission. Instantly, his expression transforms, swelling to unprecedented heights. He bows deeply in the direction of a small park in I Ching, declaring, disciple humbly obeys the decree. This scene leaves the gathered cultivators momentarily stunned. As Zhang Jinyuan bows once more, saying, disciple takes his leave, he then casts a meaningful glance at the assembly before departing, returning to Longxing Mountain. What has come over Master Zhang? Such profound respect. Members of the Ma family, monks from Tianlong Temple, and representatives from other factions exchange puzzled glances, each contemplating the significance of the moment. They strive to lower their own statuses, eager to venture into I Ching to uncover the truth. Suddenly, they perceive a shift in their surroundings. The celestial figures vanish without a trace. The monks from Tianlong Temple, disoriented, realize they have been transported back to their monastery. Remarkably, they find themselves returned to a secluded chamber within their temple. Is this an illusion? One monk muses, still bewildered. Just then, a young acolyte rushes in, hands clasped in greeting. Master, did you not go to I Ching? How is it you've returned so soon? Upon hearing this, the monks finally grasp the situation, only to be gripped by shock. What kind of divine power could facilitate such instantaneous travel back to their temple? Moreover, to a hidden sanctuary. This sanctuary, established by the legendary Tianlong Arhut, took millennia to uncover, replete with innumerable restrictions. Yet, it was all done silently, whisking them back without a sound. Incredulity washes over them. What is the true realm of Advisor Wang? Could he possibly have ascended to the legendary status of a great sage? It appears that I, a humble monk, shall not have the fortune to witness such an extraordinary being. Within the sanctuary, sighs of lament and awe resonate. mingled with regret and astonishment. They come to a unanimous conclusion. Advisor Wang exists far beyond their comprehension, surpassing even their venerable ancestors, a figure not to be trifled with. On an island in the heart of a lake in northeast Ma family territory, a veil of mist recedes to reveal an ancient ancestral hall. Such magic is unheard of. The eldest of the northeast Ma family, Guan Tianyu, a son-in-law of the family, finds himself engulfed in profound shock, even ignoring the calls of others. After a considerable pause, he steps into the hall, lights 3 incense sticks, and prays, "Old immortal, venerable ancestor, can you discern the origins of Advisor Wang?" Unlike other ancient forces, the Ma family places great emphasis on the celestial beings they invite. These beings were formidable in life. The celestial being Guan Tianyu now venerates reached the level of a sage king in their prime. Although now only a remnant soul, their power remains vast. However, as soon as Guan Tianyu poses his question, the 3 incense sticks extinguish spontaneously. He then feels a hand suddenly pat his head, accompanied by a stern voice. "Nonsense. You shall no longer refer to him as Advisor Wang. From now on, he is to be addressed as senior. Under no circumstances should you offend him, lest you bring calamity upon us." Guan Tianyu winces in pain, clutching his head, curiosity surging within him. "Do you, venerable one, know how to perceive this esteemed senior?" The voice pauses momentarily, then fills with emotion, tinged with profound reverence. "Even I find it hard to fathom their true might. They are perhaps the ancient great emperor." At this revelation, a chill surges from his feet to the crown of his head. The great emperor of antiquity? He whispers this title, scarcely daring to utter more. Remember, since this esteemed senior has chosen not to proclaim their existence or power, it is their desire to remain unknown. You must not boast, lest you invite disaster upon yourself. Yes, disciple understands. In a luxurious villa district on the outskirts of Liaozhou, a tense atmosphere envelopes a lavish residence. Located in Inko City, this villa complex is known to house prosperous merchant families, specifically the Su family. Yet, few realize that the Su family represents an extraordinary force, shrouded in mystery far surpassing other ancient factions. Although they blend into the secular world and modern society, their true depths remain largely unknown to other ancient powers. At this moment, within the central villa of the Su family, the tension reaches its zenith. Su Qiong, hurry and find someone to restrain her. Blue Star is now teetering on the brink of catastrophe, and she continues to act recklessly. An elderly man with white hair bellows in fury. "Should we not simply disregard her?" A woman whispers hesitantly. However, before she can finish, a similarly aged matron reprimands her sharply. "No. Su Qiong's bloodline is the purest, bearing the visage of a dragon sovereign. While we may overlook others, we cannot ignore her." The assembly falls silent, daunted by the authority of the white-haired elder. The head of the Su family, named Su Shopping. The elderly matron, his wife Su Wan, stands beside him, while their existence has become legendary. They themselves are formidable beings of the transcendent realm. Chapter 89 Farewell. I shall personally capture her. What danger could there possibly be? I shall suppress it, with the mighty weapon of the great sage in hand. Who in the Blue Star could challenge me? Su Shopping rose, standing tall and unbowed, his figure exuding an aura of ferocity, reminiscent of a dragon. It is said that in his youth, he once fought a divine eagle at the pinnacle of the celestial realm in the Blue Star, ultimately slaying it. Head of the family. At this moment, a disciple of the clan rushed in with urgent news. It was reported from Yicheng that numerous forces, including the Tianlong Temple, Longxing Mountain, and the Ma family of Liaozhou, had gathered, only to suddenly vanish. What? Su Shopping exclaimed in astonishment. Could it be that Yicheng is experiencing terrifying changes due to the divine palace? I must take the great sage weapon with me. Su Shopping's voice grew grave, causing Su Wan beside him to change her expression as well. The situation was indeed dire, if even the great sage weapon was to be deployed. Their family was not native to the Blue Star, but hailed from the distant Taiwei Star domain, specifically the ancient Taiwei Star. Their ancestors were beings from the forbidden zone of the on-Taiwei Star. Although they had since left the forbidden zone, they carried with them the great sage weapon, endowing the Su family with a lofty perspective, viewing the local powers of the Blue Star with disdain. Old man, has it come to this? You must exercise utmost caution. If you encounter anything you cannot contend with, do not be stubborn. Su Wan said anxiously, her eyes filled with concern for her husband, offering her earnest advice. Do not worry, I am no longer the impetuous youth who only knew fighting and killing. All I desire is to bring back my great-granddaughter. Su Shopping replied confidently. Feeling reassured by his wife's words, he then transformed into a wisp of azure smoke and sped towards Yicheng. In Yicheng, on a bustling pedestrian street adorned with neon lights, Su Qiong and Xiao Chen strolled side by side, exuding the charm of young lovers. The street was alive with the chatter of passers-by, oblivious to the events transpiring in outer space. The Huaxiao Alliance had long provided an explanation for the daytime occurrences, leaving no one to delve deeper into the matter, save for a few online media outlets speculating about the nation's new experimental weapons, praising the prowess of their homeland. Su Qiong, where's your home? I have yet to visit. Xiaochen inquired. What? You live alone near the school now. Why are you thinking of visiting my home so late? What is your intention? Do not misunderstand. I simply wish to escort you back. There is no need. You know I am a martial artist. Until tomorrow. After a leisurely walk, they reached the end of their outing. As Su Qiong prepared to depart, Xiaochen wished to accompany her home, but she politely declined. After all, she did not want him to witness her inhuman side. She had previously tested Xiaochen's perceptions, and he seemed to regard Wang Teng as formidable, yet remained ignorant of the true extent of Wang's power. Su Qiong understood that Wang Ting did not wish for Xiaochen to know of his terrifying capabilities. So she too refrained from revealing the truth. By the way, Xiaochen, be sure to show proper respect to your uncle Wang. At the moment of parting, Su Qiong could not help but remind him. What you say? Xiaochen chuckled, shaking his head. He had never forgotten that Wang Teng was their family savior. As they parted ways, Xiaochen glanced back at Su Qiong's retreating figure with a tinge of reluctance. Although they would soon reunite with their classmates for a trip to Guishu Mountain, the absence of a moment alone felt starkly different from today. Suddenly, a sharp slap struck the back of Xiaochen's head, causing him to wince in pain. Who? He exclaimed, turning to see Wang Teng had appeared behind him without his notice. What? Have you taken a liking to that young lady? Wang Teng, knowing that Xiaochen would ascend to the heavens tomorrow, seized the opportunity to engage him in conversation. Understanding that it might be difficult for them to meet again in his current guise, Xiaochen's face flushed, and he scratched his nose awkwardly. Is that not normal? Then, he suddenly recalled something and asked with a smile, Uncle Wang, do you not have a wife? I have never seen you with one. I know several teachers at school, all of whom are exceptionally beautiful and cultured. Would you like me to introduce you? Another slap landed on his forehead. If Morong Lingxue were to learn of any opportunities Wang Teng had outside, she would surely be furious. Furthermore, with the heavenly emperor in place, he had little interest in anyone else. Xiaochen, rubbing his head in grievance, noticed Wang Teng's expression turn serious as he began to speak of important matters. Listen closely, young man. The holy body is powerful, but its cultivation is arduous, requiring abundant resources. However, remember this. Never give up, forge ahead, and persist without fail. Xiaochen was puzzled as to why Wang Ting suddenly imparted such wisdom, feeling as though it was a solemn farewell. Uncle Wang, are you leaving? He asked softly, sensing an impending separation. Foolish child, it is not I who is departing, but you who shall ascend to the heavens. Wang Ting thought to himself, but chose not to voice it. Instead, he continued, always maintain an indomitable spirit, and refrain from arrogance. After uttering these words, Wang Ting reached out to pat Xiaochen's head. Startled, Xiaochen flinched, fearing a reprimand, only to find Wang Ting gently stroking his hair. Having watched Xiaochen grow, Wang Ting now perceived him as he once was, a mere infant. Uncle you. Xiaochen felt a wave of humility wash over him, acutely aware of how small he seemed before Wang Teng, despite the latter not being much older. However, before he could finish his thought, Wang Teng's figure faded into the night. Huh? Uncle Wang? Xiaochen was momentarily stunned, then realized that Wang Teng had genuinely departed. His eyes brimmed with unshed tears, yet he clenched his jaw to contain them. Uncle Wang was no ordinary man. They would surely meet again in the future. Chapter 90, Good Granddaughter. In the heavens, where mortals cannot perceive, a hint of the Sage King's power materialized as if attempting to rend the very fabric of Blue Star. Su Shopping's figure descended alongside this tremor. Once he hovered over Yicheng, his keen eyes swept across the entire city, yet he could not find Su Qiong's presence. This urgency gnawed at his heart. Despite having countless descendants, it was Su Qiong who occupied his thoughts, surpassing even his own significance. In his eyes, Su Qiong possessed the bearing of a dragon emperor. As he prepared to delve deeper into Yicheng in search of her, he suddenly lifted his gaze. There, he beheld a silhouette standing aloft in the air. Su Shopping's eyes narrowed, his pupils constricting. Upon witnessing that figure, he inexplicably felt a profound sense of reverence wash over him, causing even his magical essence to falter. It was as if the stars of the universe should revolve around this individual, as if the great Tao ought to be trampled beneath their feet. And kneeling before them was an absolute necessity. A formidable being, an unparalleled powerhouse. Having lived for nearly 2 millennia, Su Shopping had encountered many. Yet he quickly called forth his sage weapon. To his horror, he discovered that his treasured dragon staff now seemed as inert as a mundane weapon. Devoid of any response, appearing to feign death. This revelation left Su Shopping utterly astounded. Any entity beneath the Sage King should provoke a warning from this weapon. Even another sage would only elicit a vigorous tremor in response. But what manner of existence stood before him to render his sage weapon powerless? Gazing at the silhouette, it etched itself deeply into his mind, perhaps a visage he would never forget. Who might this venerable figure be? Su Shopping lowered himself, not daring to harbor even a trace of disrespect or presumption in the presence of such grandeur, and spoke with utmost deference. Were his family to witness this, they would surely be incredulous, for their patriarch had reigned with unparalleled authority for millennia, now rendered so humble. Descendant of the Tai Dragon Emperor? The silhouette uttered a simple phrase that sent a jolt through Su Shopping's heart. This being was aware of his lineage. The Tai Dragon Emperor was their lifelong faith. the source of their perceived superiority over all beings on Blue Star. They could hardly claim to be true descendants of the Dragon Emperor, merely sharing a tenuous connection. Yet that alone filled them with immense pride. However, given the tone of this entity, it seemed they were acquainted with the Tai Dragon Emperor. Perhaps an opportunity awaited him here. Resolutely, he claimed to be a descendant of the Dragon Emperor, stating, "The Tai Dragon Emperor is my royal ancestor. Venerable one, are you acquainted with my royal ancestor?" "Merely acquainted," came the response. Su Shopsung inferred that this being was likely only familiar with the Tai Dragon Emperor, not intimately so. Just as he was about to mention the serendipity of their meeting, the silhouette continued, "She currently serves under my command, patrolling the domains of Tai, and is indeed one of my most capable subordinates." With that, the figure slowly turned, revealing a countenance that illuminated Su Shoping's vision. It was Wang Tong. At that moment, Su Shoping felt as though his heart would leap from his chest. He gazed in a daze at this ineffable presence, his mouth opening in disbelief, yet no words emerged. His first instinct was to suspect deception, but such a lie would be preposterous. The Tai Dragon Emperor was a pinnacle figure in the cosmos. Who could possibly surpass her? However, upon beholding Wang Tong's majestic demeanor, even devoid of any supreme aura, Su Shoping felt an innate urge to bow in reverence. His mind erupted in a cacophony of thoughts, reminiscent of the heavenly proclamations. Few on Blue Star could hear the voice of the heavenly Tao, yet he, positioned at the apex of the celestial realm, was among the fortunate few to perceive it. The master of the divine court, the sovereign of the sky. This title spontaneously appeared in his mind. Merely this title conjured an image of the figure before him, reigning over the heavens, transcending all. He knelt directly upon the ground, and even his sage weapon, the dragon staff, bent in submission, as if paying homage to Wang Tong. Honor to the sovereign. I, a mere junior, failed to recognize the sovereign. Please forgive my ignorance. His tone was imbued with utmost respect and trepidation, his heart thrumming with uncertainty. Would this be his fortuitous opportunity or his demise? The sovereign does not hold such trivial matters against you. However, there are certain matters I wish to impart to you. Wang Tong chuckled lightly, acknowledging that Su Shoping's recognition of him constituted a stroke of fortune. He held a favorable impression of the Tai Dragon Emperor. Speak, sovereign. I am prepared to obey any command. Su Shoping's heart surged with excitement. Where there was a task, there would surely be a reward. The chance to transcend the sage realm was at hand. I shall inform you. Moments later, Wang Tong's figure vanished from the sky, leaving only Su Shoping, still kneeling on the ground. After a considerable time had passed, he dared to rise. Xiaochen, I shall remember that name. Su Shoping muttered, his heart racing with exhilaration. He noticed a new mark on his forehead, a promise that upon fulfilling the sovereign's directive, it would aid him in breaking through to the sage realm. How could he not be elated? He hastened toward Yicheng, finally sensing Su Qiong's location. At that moment, Su Qiong lay comfortably in her newly purchased apartment in the heart of Yicheng, her mind drifting to thoughts of Xiao Chun. And she couldn't help but recall her encounter with Uncle Wang earlier that day. She wondered how her great-grandfather would react upon meeting Uncle Wang. Suddenly, the lights in her room flickered, first dimming, then brightening again. To her astonishment, her great-grandfather appeared in her room. "Great-grandfather, I will not leave Blue Star. Please return." She assumed Su Shoping had come to take her to the dragon boat, promptly casting a protective spell around herself. Su Shoping chuckled, shaking his head as he settled into a chair. "I am not here to take you away, merely to convey a message." "Really? What message?" Su Qiong's face brightened. She hadn't expected her great-grandfather to agree so readily and eagerly inquired. "Forge a good relationship with Xiao Chun, and share both joys and hardships with him." Su Shoping recalled Wang Tong's instructions. You know Xiao Chun." Su Qiong assumed her great-grandfather had noticed her close bond with Xiao Chun during this time. Yet Su Shoping's thoughts were elsewhere, simply replying, "Of course. Remember, it is imperative to cultivate a strong bond with Xiao Chun. There lies great fortune ahead." Why does it always come back to fortune? Su Qiong frowned slightly, then suddenly thought of someone. "Great-grandfather, you wouldn't have encountered Uncle Wang, would you?" "Uncle Wang?" Su Shoping was taken aback. "Who is that?" "Humph. I doubt you possess the same level of fortune as I. I dare not speak for others, but great-grandfather, I must tell you, do not reveal this to anyone. Xiao Chen's Uncle Wang is an unparalleled existence. My bloodline is pure, I have innate abilities. Yet I feel he surpasses even the sage." Su Qiong boasted, sharing her insights with her great-grandfather. Su Shoping immediately realized that Su Qiong was referring to the sovereign of the sky. His expression transformed into one of pure elation, nearly losing his human form. His smile stretching from ear to ear. "Good granddaughter, you dare to call him Uncle Wang?" Su Qiong was startled by Su Shoping's reaction. It was the first time she had seen her great-grandfather so uncharacteristically flustered. She nodded. "I called him senior, and he acknowledged it, when I referred to him as Uncle Wang. He also accepted." Su Qiong remarked, "Good, good, good. My dear granddaughter, from now on, you shall address him as Uncle Wang. Indeed, you are my precious great-granddaughter." Su Shoping laughed with an exuberance that rivaled even that of Fan Jin upon his successful imperial examination. his laughter so thunderous it nearly shattered the nearby floor-to-ceiling window. He understood that if Su Qiong were truly acknowledged by Wang Tong, it would present an opportunity far greater than his own elevation to sainthood. Chapter 91. Confronting the Divine Palace. Su Qiong surmised that her great-grandfather must have encountered Uncle Wang and recognized his formidable power, which explained his current state of agitation. Su Xiaopeng, smiling, exited the spacious apartment where Su Qiong resided. That Xiaochen had actually caught the attention of the emperor and maintained such a close relationship with Su Qiong. He felt compelled to discover how that young man had accomplished such a feat. As he pondered, he focused his spiritual awareness and pinpointed the Xiao family courtyard, where he beheld a youth radiating an almost imperceptible golden light. Could this be the legendary holy body of the human race recorded in the family texts? It was said that a fully realized holy body could rival the ancient emperors. It was astonishing that such a genius could emerge from Blue Star. No wonder the emperor had taken notice. He recalled having read in the family archives about another fully realized holy body named Yang Xiong, who had once ventured to the ancient star of Taiwei to quell the dark turmoil. Had it not been for the intervention of the Taiwei dragon sovereign from their family's hidden domain, the ancient star of Taiwei might have ceased to exist. Alas, how disheartening it was to compare oneself to others. Despite being of the dragon sovereign's lineage, he had languished in a state of mediocrity among the mighty. Yet, this young man, residing on such a remote planet, had caught the emperor's eye. His future accomplishments were unfathomable. At the very least, he would achieve the status of a fully realized holy body and command respect across the heavens. How enviable indeed. He resolved to ensure that Su Qiong followed this young man closely, ideally bringing back a great-grandson. If that were to happen, the Su family would truly prosper. Initially, Su Xiaopeng had harbored great reluctance regarding his great-granddaughter, a scion of the dragon sovereign, mingling with a human youth. However, his mindset had undergone a complete transformation. Nevertheless, it might be wise to maintain some distance. This young man had yet to awaken his potential, suggesting the emperor had other plans. After living for thousands of years, Su Xiaopeng was well aware of the subtleties of such matters. After contemplating, he committed Xiaochen's appearance to memory and flew back to his lair. Unbeknownst to him, high above, Wang Tong was observing him. Wang Tong had not disclosed to anyone on Blue Star that the Divine Palace would descend upon Guishu Mountain, and thus, Su Xiaopeng remained oblivious to this fact. He assumed that Xiaochen and Su Qiong would develop their paths on Blue Star. Yet, even if he had been aware, with his limited abilities, he could not have altered anything. Wang Tong had overheard the conversation between him and Su Qiong, but merely smiled lightly, indifferent to it all. It was common for great emperors and ancient sovereigns to bestow opportunities upon their juniors, and he was no exception. Moreover, recognizing him was already a testament to one's capabilities. Seizing opportunities was not for the ordinary. Wang Tong's form gradually ascended, and in mere moments, he found himself in outer space. Looking down, the panorama of Blue Star unfolded before his eyes. In this modern era, it was amusing to see that some still believed in the flat Earth theory. Despite having witnessed countless celestial landscapes far more breathtaking than Blue Star, he felt an inexplicable connection to this seemingly mundane planet. Perhaps reminiscent of his homeland in a past life, Wang Tong strolled through outer space, accompanied by numerous satellites. This was the power of technology. However, neither these satellites nor the vigilant space battleships observing the divine beasts in the Divine Palace could detect Wang Tong's presence. With a casual step, he appeared before the Divine Palace as if he had materialized. At that moment, the Divine Palace seemed ensnared by the gravitational web of Blue Star, revolving around it. Yet, Wang Tong deduced that once it reached the opposite side of Blue Star, specifically above I Ching and the Huaxia Alliance, it would plummet. He gazed at the true dragons, Qilins, phoenixes, and other divine beasts before him, lost in thought. These divine creatures had transcended the realm of humanity in their lifetimes. Previously, Wang Tong had utilized their essence to refine his swallowing heaven devil scripture, approaching the threshold of immortality. Now, he contemplated the possibility of devouring them. However, this could lead to unforeseen consequences, even great calamities. Yet, with Wang Tong's current strength, he had little to fear. As this realization dawned upon him, his gaze transformed, embodying the coexistence of divinity and darkness. Swallow Heaven. Chapter 92. Devouring Divine Beasts. A barely audible resonance erupted in the vastness of outer space. Wang Tong extended a hand forward, as if to smooth the cosmos itself. The ethereal aura of arcane runes, approaching the pinnacle of the ultimate realm, surged towards the Divine Palace with astonishing swiftness. In an instant, a tremendous force emanated from the runes, intertwining with that terrifying presence, shaking the divine beasts before the palace. Wang Tong intended to drain the life force from all these divine beasts. Suddenly, a brilliant azure light flickered not far from Wang Tong, revealing a woman bathed in an endless cascade of luminous rain, manifesting before him. A mere glance was sufficient for Wang Tong to discern that this was but a projection. Yet, through this illusion, he could perceive the woman's true form, undoubtedly an entity who had ascended to the ultimate realm. Friend, there is no need to exert yourself further. This divine beast palace was extracted from fragments of the immortal domain. I can only interfere with its trajectory, but cannot decipher or control it. The woman cloaked in azure light, noticing Wang Tung's intentions towards the divine beasts, spoke with a melodious voice, imbued with the power to obliterate great stars. However, she appeared unconvinced that Wang Tung could truly contend with these divine beasts. After all, she had spent millennia studying this divine beast palace without making any progress. As Wang Tung attempted to consume the energy, he silently calculated the origins of this woman. Once his soul had reached the immortal level, the entire universe, even the forbidden zones, lay bare before his eyes, devoid of secrets. Even the whereabouts of Yen Zhu and the indestructible divine emperor were within his grasp. Naturally, these two entities, confident in their might, did not bother to conceal themselves. However, this woman, despite appearing before him, had not crossed the threshold of the ultimate realm. Yet he had never encountered her. Upon realizing Wang Tung was calculating her origins, the azure woman chuckled softly, like a gentle breeze caressing a bell. Friend, do not waste your efforts. You cannot deduce from whence I come. Little did she know, Wang Tung had already formed a hypothesis with minimal calculation. Ah, you are not of this universe? No, you possess connections that are intertwined with this universe. Let me venture a guess. You must have originated from this universe, yet severed most ties, creating a small universe of your own, existing beyond the cosmos. The woman, illuminated by azure light, displayed a look of astonishment on her exquisite countenance. She seemed to have underestimated the man who aspired to devour the divine beasts. He had effortlessly surmised her origins. It was worth noting that even some of her ancient friends, still alive today, struggled to sense her return to the universe, and many of her own schemes went unnoticed. Yet this individual managed to perceive everything with ease. You are the Emperor of Heaven born in the last 100,000 years. Indeed, I visited this universe a millennium ago and confirmed the existence of a contemporary emperor. You are the Radiant Emperor? Have you ascended to the rank of Emperor of Heaven? The azure woman speculated, believing she had unraveled Wang Tung's true identity. Oh, Radiant, you say? Wang Tung recalled an entity that had become nourishment for him, smiling as he retorted, what is your name, and when were you born? I am who I am, friend. You may deduce that for yourself. However, I advise you to abandon your plans for the divine beasts, for they are beyond your grasp. The azure woman continued confidently. Even after Wang Tung had uncovered part of her secrets, she remained self-assured, unperturbed by the thought that he could alter the trajectory of this divine palace. After all, she had devoted thousands of years to understanding it, leaving behind her own markings. It could be said that, apart from her, no one else could manipulate this divine palace. Not even the person before her could attempt it, let alone devouring these divine beasts. Wang Tung remained silent, while his true self silently infused 9/10 of his strength into this projection. In an instant, flames flickered in his eyes, enveloping the surrounding area with an immense power that transcended the ultimate realm. Crimson flames surged, igniting the celestial fire lotus. This is celestial? The azure woman gasped, her eyes widening. She had severed her ties with the universe to forge her own small universe, hoping to attain immortality through this method, yet had not succeeded. Little did she expect that the man before her seemed to have grasped that realm. She was astonished to witness the celestial flames seemingly merging with the bodies of the divine beasts, igniting within them. Meanwhile, the arcane runes in Wang Tung's grasp intensified to their zenith. Although the divine beast's forms remained unchanged, an unfathomable energy was being drawn into Wang Tung. Not far away, the azure woman gazed at this scene, her expression once again revealing astonishment. How could this be? This is simply inconceivable. Both the divine beasts and the divine palace have been subjects of my contemplation for so long. Ultimately, I concluded that this was beyond the reach of human realms. To truly comprehend its mysteries, one must at least be a legendary immortal. Yet, unbeknownst to her, Wang Tung, too, struggled to fathom the intricacies of it all. However, could one not appreciate the art of cuisine without understanding its preparation? Nevertheless, he sensed that what he was consuming was not merely the physical forms of these divine beasts, but rather the universal energy they had amassed while drifting through the cosmos. Perhaps they had traversed countless regions beyond the universe over untold eons. Yet, all that accumulated energy now belonged to him. Come, Wang Tung intoned softly, his body radiating with resplendent runes. How arduous is the path to immortality. Presently, as Wang Tung merely consumed energy, he felt as though this energy was boundless and teeming with extraordinary properties. Just this energy alone could instill despair in a supreme being. Not to mention, the qualitative transformation to ascend was far more challenging, requiring much more than mere accumulation of resources. Thus, throughout history, only a fraction of those who sought the path became immortals, and counting the two who fell to the mortal realm, the number dwindled to but a handful. Was he on the verge of becoming immortal? At that moment, the azure woman murmured in awe, her voice laced with shock, unable to maintain her previously enigmatic demeanor. Her gaze fixated on Wang Tung. The aura that transcended the ultimate realm was precisely the goal she had pursued her entire life. now manifesting before her very eyes. She longed to reach out and touch it, yet felt an overwhelming force approaching, nearly dispersing her projection. She struggled to maintain this illusion, but when she looked again, she found Wang Teng slowly withdrawing his power. If given the chance, she would express her deep gratitude to the master of this divine palace. At this juncture, Wang Teng sensed that the energy within those divine beasts had been nearly exhausted, though their outward forms remained intact. This meant that these divine beasts continued to exist, still tethering the divine palace. Chapter 93. The rising sun. Wang Teng retracted the magical patterns from his hands, for he had gained tremendously this time. The immense energy contained within those divine beasts was sufficient to refine his physical form to the level of a celestial being. Moreover, he had also seized the profound essences of various divine beasts from within them. The true essences of the 9 great divine beasts, True Dragon, Phoenix, Qilin, Kuinping, and others, had reached a terrifying degree of power, rivaling the boundless truths he had previously comprehended in the presence of the Wujing Celestial King. With a celestial-level physique and these profound truths, Wang Teng would undoubtedly be able to stand toe-to-toe with the flawless True Celestial. Unfortunately, although his cultivation had ascended to the pinnacle of the extreme Tao, the transition from the extreme Tao realm to the celestial Tao was not merely a leap in rank. It required a fundamental transformation of one's very essence. In simpler terms, becoming a celestial means transcending humanity and aligning oneself with the laws of the universe. However, I do not yet need to become a celestial. Achieving the status of an emperor will suffice. Wang Teng murmured as he gazed at the woman bathed in azure light. She no longer regarded him as a peer but rather as a senior. As is well known, while the universe appears to have numerous realms, it essentially consists of 3 ants, fellow practitioners, and seniors. The power Wang Teng exhibited, surpassing the extreme Tao realm, was indeed sufficient for her to address him as a senior. Wang Teng cast a glance at her and casually inquired, "What is your relationship with Xiao Chun, senior? You are even concerned about him?" The azure light woman shifted her address, acknowledging him as a distinguished figure. Upon seeing Wang Teng nod, she continued, "I was once a green lotus that attained enlightenment. I am, in fact, the seed sown by Xiao Chun in his previous life. Now, bringing this divine palace to Blue Star is to guide him into the path of cultivation, an act of gratitude." Wang Teng nodded in understanding. He had long suspected this. He took a step forward and boldly sat atop the dragon's corpse, turning to say, 80,000 years ago, a green lotus attained the status of an emperor. Known as the Green Emperor, was that you? Wang Teng was well acquainted with the renowned figures among the millions of enlightened beings. The Green Emperor seemed to have lived 2 lives, but subsequently vanished without a trace. Even the heavenly heart imprint dissipated, and the ancient imperial pressure faded, leading the world to believe she had perished. Little did they know, she had opened a small universe, isolating herself from this one. Indeed, the Green Emperor acknowledged generously, her gaze fixed intently on Wang Teng. "May I ask, senior, if you could impart your teachings to the little emperor?" she inquired. Her desire not merely stemming from a longing for enlightenment, but rather a fervent pursuit of the Tao, to pass on teachings. Wang Teng contemplated and instead proposed, "Why not join my divine court?" "The divine court? Are you emulating the ancient heavenly court? So, you are now the bright light divine emperor?" The Green Emperor was taken aback, realizing Wang Teng's ambition to establish a dominion over the universe. "I never claimed to be bright light." Wang Teng replied with a faint smile, shaking his head. "Are you the successor to the bright light emperor?" The Green Emperor felt as though she had only known him for a brief moment, yet he continually astonished her. Her brows furrowed slightly. The bright light emperor had attained his status a millennium ago. How could this be? Did you slay him and seize the heavenly heart imprint? You mean to say I, in my unascended state, vanquished the reigning emperor? Indeed, I did slay the bright light, Wang Teng affirmed, nodding in acknowledgement. However, I did not seize his heavenly heart imprint. Then how did you become an emperor? The Green Emperor was perplexed. I have never claimed that I am an emperor, Wang Teng said casually. Yet he stirred waves of incredulity in the Green Emperor's heart. Her lips parted in disbelief. If someone in an unascended state could slay the reigning emperor, then surely she, having lived 2 lives, could not be far from achieving it herself. Yet, she was utterly astonished to learn that this individual had not yet attained the status of an emperor. But he had clearly mastered celestial techniques. This was beyond the bounds of imagination. It was simply inconceivable. I wish to join the divine court. The Green Emperor decisively made her choice, realizing that this might be a greater opportunity than capturing the divine palace. This individual had already attained immense power, with an immeasurable future ahead. Excellent. Wang Teng nodded. He now had formidable figures under his command, including Yang Xiong, Bai Hu, and Qi Ta, and now he could count the Green Emperor among them. As for the Taiwei Dragon Emperor and the Gochin Great Emperor, they were more akin to partners in the divine court than mere subordinates. May I inquire about your esteemed title? The world reveres me as the Ling Tian Emperor, alongside the current Cold Sky Emperor, as the co-rulers of the divine court. Wang Teng replied, and before the Green Emperor's eyes, the scene of the Cold Sky Emperor bestowing Wang Teng with his title materialized, a vision of 2 emperors standing side by side, co-rulers of the divine court. I see. The Green Emperor nodded, though a thought flickered in her mind. Would there not be friction between the two rulers? Perhaps their communication would be harmonious. Wang Tong conversed with the Green Emperor for a few more moments, gaining insight into her reasons for independently creating a small universe. It turned out that when she lived her second life, she foresaw that if she attempted to transcend to the Heavenly Emperor, she would encounter great terrors. Noticing the absence of celestial traces in this world, she took an alternate path. Wang Ting quickly deduced what the great terror she had foreseen was the indestructible Divine Emperor. This ancient wretch had plagued countless exceptional beings over millions of years. Had Murong Lingxue not had Wang Tang's protection, she would have likely met a tragic fate. Wait for me. He shall be the first I slay, Wang Ting silently vowed. In truth, he was already capable of facing the tribulation to become an emperor. But the indestructible Divine Emperor and the Flame Ancestor would undoubtedly intervene, and even the possibly surviving Heavenly Master might meddle. Thus, Wang Tong planned to first elevate his physical body to the celestial level with this recent gain before making his breakthrough. By that time, not only would he possess the essence of a celestial being, but he would also have advanced in many aspects, rendering him impervious to interference from those formidable foes. Moments later, the Green Emperor's projection dissipated. She needed to return to her small universe to prepare for her official return to this realm. Wang Ting also rose from atop the true dragon, gazing at the divine palace as he ascended to the skies over the Huaxia Alliance, ready to descend. At this moment, the earth had completed half a rotation, and the land of Huaxia welcomed a new day as the sun rose majestically. In Yicheng, Xiao Chun arranged to meet Su Qiong and 7 or 8 classmates, boarding a bus heading toward Guishu Mountain. In just over 200 kilometers, they would arrive by noon. Xiao Chun inhaled the fragrant aura wafting from Su Qiong beside him, a smile gracing his lips as he gazed out the window at the rising sun. The weather is splendid these past few days. We'll stay on the mountain peak tonight and catch the sunrise in the morning, he said to Su Qiong, but suddenly, he froze. Why did he have an unsettling feeling that he might not see tomorrow's sun? Chapter 94. The offering of the divine statue. Not long after Wang Tong absorbed the inner energy of the divine beast, the immortal God Emperor abruptly opened his eyes within the cosmic interstice, gazing towards the Silver Sea system. Is Ling Tian about to break through again? What business does he have in such a remote star cluster? He fixed his gaze upon the divine palace beyond Blue Star, a look of confusion crossing his face. This did not seem to belong to this universe. How could it manifest here out of nowhere? The immortal God Emperor, observing the divine palace, felt a surge of excitement. He sensed a trace of celestial domain emanating from it. Could it be that this palace has the power to transport individuals to the celestial realm? His eyes sparkled with an inscrutable light, as if attempting to pierce through the very fabric of the universe and descend upon the divine palace. He yearned to uncover the secrets hidden within. However, he was soon taken aback, for even as a being of innate celestial spirit, he found himself unable to fathom the mysteries of this palace. He could only vaguely sense that it harbored unspeakable great secrets. Yet, as he wished to gaze once more, he was met with a piercing look infused with powerful divine consciousness that pushed him back. There stood Wang Tong beyond Blue Star, coldly locking eyes with the immortal God Emperor. Arrogant youth, await your reckoning. The immortal God Emperor snorted coldly, plunging the entire cosmic interstice into profound darkness. Wang Ting chose to ignore him, for it would not be long before he could flatten the space within the interstice. Turning his attention inward, Wang Tong perceived his own colossal form, akin to the grandeur of the universe, brimming with boundless energy undergoing refinement. This was the energy provided by the divine beast, elevating his body from a level far exceeding that of the Heavenly Emperor to one comparable to a true celestial being. Moreover, he possessed the true essence of the 9 divine beasts, should he manage to unify them. Ah, the Celestial Overlord Body. Wang Ting suddenly recalled the Celestial Overlord Body, which comprises 9 divine forms. If he could consume this physique, it would facilitate his mastery over the true essence of the 9 divine beasts. Given his current strength, employing brute force against the weaker would be inconvenient. Yet, Wang Tong glanced towards the ancient star of Feitian, where Tsang Lan was playfully flirting by a brook, secretly calculating his next move. Suddenly, he turned to the direction of Blue Star, where the return to the Void Mountain awaited. Xiao Chen and his companions had already arrived. The show was about to begin. Wang Tong felt a thrill as he simultaneously enhanced his own power while observing the unfolding of events from the shadows. The taste of being a dominator was indeed rather delightful. On Blue Star, at return to the Void Mountain, Xiao Chun and the others disembarked from their vehicle. The towering mountain, reaching several thousand meters high, instantly coming into view. As Xiao Chun gazed upon return to the Void Mountain, an inexplicable sense of mission washed over him. Let us go, Xiao Chun, Su Qiong said, tugging at him when she noticed his daze. Awakened from his reverie, Xiao Chun followed his classmates up the steps. It is said that return to the Void Mountain has been the site of imperial sacrifices throughout history. In ancient times, it was rumored that celestial beings ascended from here. 2,000 years ago. As Xiao Chun walked, he shared his knowledge, while Su Qiong nodded with a smile. fully aware that those so-called celestial beings were merely cultivators. Ascension simply meant departing from Blue Star and traversing the void. Xiaochun, I didn't know you were not only good at studies, but also knowledgeable about this. A tall, stout boy, towering at nearly 1.9 meters, approached them. His name was Chen Bo, a classmate of Xiaochun, whose family was extremely wealthy. For reasons unknown, he shared a particularly close bond with Xiaochun, often deferring to him. Su Qiong cast a glance at him. While others might not perceive it, she could see clearly that Chen Bo, like her, was not human. He was of the demon race. What sanctimonious nonsense is this? What era are we in to still engage in feudalistic practices? Ridiculous. At that moment, a light, airy voice drifted over. Xiaochen and his companions turned to see a group of students about their size climbing the mountain. It was well known that within the class, there were no factions. They were a motley crew, and Xiaochen's group constituted one faction, while the voice's owner belonged to another. Who is that? Chen Bo exclaimed, recognizing a boy named Yi Bai, whom Xiaochun had humiliated days prior. What's wrong? Can't relieve yourself and come to us for help? Upon hearing this taunt, Chen Bo immediately retaliated when he saw the newcomer. Yi Bai, the boy addressed, was momentarily speechless, quickly engulfed by anger. Coming from a wealthy family, he had trained in martial arts as a child, determined to dominate the school, only to find himself forever overshadowed by the seemingly ordinary Xiaochen. Unable to tolerate Xiaochen's rising prominence, he had instigated conflict, only to be beaten again. What? Not satisfied? Come and challenge me. Chen Bo rolled up his sleeves, taking a step forward, causing Yi Bai to flinch back in fright. Humph. A pretentious brute like you deserves no praise. Yi Bai snorted, turning to his companions. Let us go. Thus, without Xiaochen even needing to intervene, Yi Bai and his group exchanged a few harsh words before retreating in humiliation. What a coward. Chen Bo spat, continuing up the mountain with Xiaochen and the others. After approximately an hour, they arrived before a grand Taoist temple. Xiaochen, without hesitation, purchased several incense sticks, crossed the high threshold, and stepped inside. The interior was suffused with the fragrant aroma of incense. And Xiaochen gazed upon the various revered deities enshrined within, reciting their titles with familiarity. Supreme Xian Thunder Responding Heavenly Sovereign. 9 Heavens Responding Primordial Thunder Universal Sovereign. Great Xian Heavenly Sovereign. Huh? Ling Tian Emperor, who is this deity that stands alongside the Great Sovereign? Why have I never heard of him before? No. This name seems somewhat familiar, yet I cannot recall. As Xiaochen scrutinized the divine statue, it exuded an air of dignity and sanctity. Yet he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered it before. Taoist, why has this deity not been mentioned before? He inquired of a nearby priest. The priest, who had been merrily scrolling through short videos, became serious upon hearing the question. This is a supreme deity recently discovered from ancient texts by our ancestral court. Hence the veneration. Discovered just yesterday? Xiaochen frowned. To hastily enshrine such a figure, could this be one of the most renowned deities in mythology? Beside him, Su Qiong gazed at the statue with deep reverence and admiration, for the visage of the deity distinctly resembled Xiao Chen's Uncle Wang. However, it appeared that there was also some profound power at play, causing ordinary people to perceive a different face in their minds upon viewing it. Thus, Xiaochen felt a strange mix of strangeness and familiarity. Unbeknownst to him, what was the full title of this Ling Tian Emperor? Su Qiong also purchased several incense sticks. Kneeling before the Ling Tian Emperor's statue, inserting the incense while asking the nearby priest, what is the title of this revered one? The title is Ling Tian Vanki 9 Heavens Realm Master, Supreme Natural Saint, Guardian of the Gods, Chaos of Life and Death, Great Heavenly Sovereign, Supreme Spirit Treasure, and the Unmatched Emperor. Chapter 95, The Fall of the Divine Palace. In the boundless void, Wang Tung appeared to be seated high above, gazing at the statue of himself within the grand hall. As a Taoist chanted his title, a smile gracing his lips. He felt a profound satisfaction with this appellation. It was lengthy, prestigious, and perfectly befitting his status and prowess. Clearly, Ji Shun and his disciples excelled in this regard. This was professionalism at its finest. Within the hall, Xiaochen listened to the title, astonished. Each word held significance. The honorific encapsulated residence, achievements, and status. The esteemed Ling Tian Emperor had already reached a level rivaling the Supreme High Emperor of the Xianxiong. He caught sight of Su Qiong, who was reverently offering incense. Her demeanor solemn. Unable to contain his curiosity, he remarked, Su Qiong, weren't you skeptical of deities? Why the sudden piety? Su Qiong remained silent, merely smiling as she approached Xiaochen from behind, urging him to kneel in homage to the Ling Tian Emperor. Focus on your offering. At 4:39 in the afternoon, Xiaochun and Su Qiong, along with their companions, breathlessly ascended the mountaintop. Standing upon the celestial ascension platform, they gazed down upon the world below, feeling diminutive as ants. Their faces alight with the exhilaration of conquest over nature. Although Xiaochen's sacred body had yet to awaken, his physique far surpassed that of ordinary men. And he was lively upon reaching the summit. The celestial ascension platform, despite its lofty position, was surprisingly vast, spanning at least 2 acres. His eyes fell upon a nearby stone tablet inscribed with ancient characters. Feishing stone. He read aloud, only to be met with a mocking voice nearby. Another ascension. Xiaochen, why do you persistently dwell on such fanciful notions? It seemed that due to Xiaochen's delay in offering incense at the Taoist hall, Yi Bai and others had finally reached the mountaintop. Xiaochen cast him a glance and disregarded him. He was merely a defeated foe, unworthy of further attention. How infuriating. Such arrogance. Once I return home, I shall arrange for his downfall. Yi Bai, trembling with rage at Xiaochen's indifference, dared not approach, his mind filled with vengeful thoughts. Just then, Su Qiong, having found an excellent vantage point, was about to call Xiaochen over when an instinct compelled her to look upward. What was that falling from the sky? A massive shadow descended, casting a dark veil over the Guishu mountain, drawing the attention of numerous visitors. Was it a satellite plummeting? No, that appeared to be a divine beast. And behind it was a palace. This defied reason. Had the spiritual energy truly revived? Initially perplexed as to whether it was a meteor or satellite, the crowd gasped as the object drew closer, revealing a multitude of divine beasts pulling an enormous palace. This sight profoundly impacted their senses, shattering their preconceived notions of reality. In an age that revered science, they found themselves witnessing such a fantastical spectacle firsthand. Atop the mountain, Yi Bai was rendered speechless. He had just dismissed superstition when a colossal divine beast palace descended from the heavens. Xiaochen, equally astonished, felt a surge of fervor. Was this perhaps the catalyst for the awakening of his sacred body? He murmured, only to be interrupted by Su Qiong's urgent voice. This divine palace is heading directly for Guishu Mountain. We must descend. Upon her words, the visitors realized that the palace's trajectory indeed pointed towards Guishu Mountain. Flee! They shouted in panic, scrambling to escape down the slopes. In the imperial capital, the National Assembly convened. Is military intervention truly unnecessary? Perhaps it is best we handle the aftermath ourselves. The assembly members, transfixed by the live feed of the palace's descent, were acutely aware of the ancient forces at play. Despite having confirmed Wang's assertions, they remained on edge, apprehensive of the extraordinary scene unfolding before them. The leaders held their breath, captivated by the spectacle. It was descending. It was descending. Just as the palace approached within 10,000 meters of the ground, the entire screen suddenly went dark. Electronic signals were severely disrupted. Quickly relay the message to Runan and provide real-time updates. Moreover, no intervention is required before the divine palace departs. On the summit of Guishu Mountain, Xiaochun and his classmates hastily began their descent. Yet, the distance between the peak and the mid-slope exceeded 1,000 meters, and time was no longer on their side. Su Qiong had initially considered using her powers to escape with Xiaochun, only to find her abilities inexplicably stifled beneath the palace's shadow. Uncle Wang should appear, she thought. And when she glanced back, she saw Xiaochun unfazed, likely harboring similar thoughts. Yet, reality was harsh. The divine palace loomed directly overhead, and Wang Tung had yet to make an appearance. Surely, as a proud sacred body of the human race, I cannot perish here. Xiaochen's eyes widened, while some of his classmates were so terrified they collapsed to the ground. In that moment, those atop the mountain felt as though they were trapped in an inescapable doom. Boom. Ultimately, in the eyes of the countless tourists and locals fleeing below, the divine palace landed gracefully upon the celestial ascension platform. Miraculously, it did not shatter Guishu Mountain. As if it had been deliberately halted, the entire mountain emanated an inexplicable brilliance, subtle yet profound, hinting at the mysteries of the universe. They are finished. They are all doomed. Our mayor from Taiching is done for. Nevertheless, those below observed in solemnity, mourning for those atop the mountain. Although the palace had not collapsed the peak, the tourists there were likely crushed. Surprisingly, they all pulled out their phones, eager to capture the extraordinary sight. Yet, to their astonishment, the camera functions seemed to be distorted by the palace's enigmatic energy, rendering them incapable of capturing anything at all. Chapter 96, The Divine Invitation. The ancestral star of the dominant body. Where's this place? It is pitch black. I need to turn on my phone's flashlight. Xiaochun, clutching his head, awakens after a violent tremor caused by the descent of the divine palace. They had all fainted from the shock. Upon activating the flashlight, Xiaochun first surveys his surroundings and realizes he seems to be in an ancient hall. At the head of the hall is a throne, with towering pillars and numerous ancient murals depicting celestial beings and divine kings. Have we entered the divine palace? A realization dawns upon Xiaochun. At this moment, several classmates regain consciousness and take in their predicament. Could this be the grand opportunity described in fantasy novels? Are we about to embark on the path of cultivation? No. We must find a way out. Each student harbors their own thoughts, with many searching for an exit. However, despair soon sets in. Before they can locate an escape, the divine palace begins to ascend slowly into the sky. It's over. It's over. There is no exit. Is this divine palace sealed? How did we even get in? A female classmate burst into tears. Wait, why are there still people unconscious? At this moment, Shinbo, who has also awakened, senses something amiss. They are not the only ones who entered the divine palace. There are other visitors, at least 100 in total. Yet, only a handful have regained consciousness. The others remain sprawled on the ground, seemingly lifeless. They must have succumbed to the violent tremors and died. Su Qiong stands beside Xiao Chen, her magical energy gradually recovering, enabling her to clearly sense that those people have lost their pulses and heartbeats. They are all dead. Impossible. Yi Bai, fortunate to be alive, cannot fathom that he, a noble scion, is trapped in this celestial palace, unable to return home. He hurriedly crouches to rouse a classmate. However, when his flashlight illuminates the face of his peer, he is left utterly dumbfounded. The classmate's complexion is deathly pale, devoid of life. They are indeed dead. Looking at the others lying around, he finds them all in the same state. They have all perished. A buzzing sound suddenly fills the air, akin to heavy objects being lifted. The survivors understand this ominous sign. The divine palace is being drawn into the heavens by celestial beasts. They are all dead, all dead. Yi Bai's expression pales as despair engulfs him. Where is this divine palace heading? Will it remain in the blue star? Within the palace, cries of anguish fill the air as voices echo. Are we never returning home? Call for help. Call for help. But there is no signal. Someone suddenly recalls something, deepening the atmosphere of despair. I distinctly remember that there are emergency units stationed at the foot of the Return Ruins mountain. How long has it been and still no response? Have they abandoned us? Upon hearing this, someone immediately counters. Impossible. Our families would never abandon us. A classmate shakes their head. Enough with the our families talk. When my mother gave birth to me, my family punished her with a hefty fine. Right now, we should consider how to survive. If this divine palace continues to fly without food or water, we will soon meet the same fate as those who have perished. This individual speaks with a level-headedness that prompts Xiao Chun to take a closer look at him. He recognizes the person as Zhong Zhong, a very astute individual, albeit somewhat erratic. We should search this grand hall for any food or supplies. Xiao Chun agrees with his sentiment. It is better to take action and strive for survival than to wait for uncertain rescue. Outside, onlookers watch as the divine palace ascends into the sky. Strangely, this event goes unnoticed by anyone else in the cities. Even the slightest hint of news about it on external networks is swiftly suppressed by a mysterious force, obliterating all information. All news is shrouded in silence by this enigmatic power. In the imperial capital, within the halls of Congress, those aware of the mysterious forces are agitated. It's true. The divine palace has truly taken flight. It has indeed come to collect people. As they witness the palace's departure, relief washes over them, followed by excitement. Their Congress has managed to recruit such a remarkable talent. Even the ancient powers cannot contend with the divine palace. Yet he foresaw this outcome long ago. What classification should such an existence hold in their records? A senior official turns to the higher-ups. Their Congress maintains a special archive documenting known extraordinary beings. Each individual recorded possesses power formidable enough to rival humanity's most advanced technology, capable of threatening modern civilization. The higher-up, upon hearing this, hesitates only briefly before decisively stating, classify it as top secret. As for the level, it remains unknown. The official is taken aback, then suddenly enlightened. They have studied the ancient powers for years, grasping their extraordinary realms. However, this advisor, Wang, is simply too mysterious. His true strength is still a mystery. Such a talent. Perhaps we could invite him to oversee Huaxia and intimidate the ancient forces. Wang Hongwu suggests to the higher-ups. I concur. Quickly, summon him to Congress. No, I will personally pay him a visit. The higher-ups declare earnestly. In the vastness of space, the divine palace has already traversed beyond the blue star. Within the palace, even Xiaochen feels a sense of bewilderment. He has searched the divine palace thoroughly, yet he finds no food, water, or even a single usable item. The fear of starvation leading to cannibalism looms, as the corpses of the deceased seem to have fused into the palace, as if becoming its sustenance. If only Uncle Wang were here. Xiaochen sighs inwardly, but soon his resolve reignites. Uncle Wang once proclaimed that he is the holy body of humanity, destined for greatness. He cannot possibly perish here. Yet, Xiaochen remains unaware that his beloved Uncle Wang sits meditating atop the palace's tower. His thoughts, however, drift far into the distant star domains, to a planet brimming with the essence of ancient power. Its grandeur rivals that of Taiwei and Gocheng. This is the ancestral star of the dominant body. Ordinary extraordinary beings, even when passing by the dominant body's ancestral star, feel an overwhelming sense of reverence and do not dare to approach lightly. Yet, Wang Teng perceives all hidden truths with clarity. Within this ancestral star, not only are there unparalleled pure-blood celestial dominants, but also supreme beings rivaling the holy body's pinnacle. However, from Wang Teng's perspective, even the pinnacle dominant body is beneath his notice. He seeks beings akin to Yang Xiong, those who embody the ultimate form of the dominant body, possessing strength comparable to the flawless emperor, transcending mere confrontation with the emperor. Wang Teng soon identifies a magnificent figure dwelling amidst a tempestuous sea of thunder, the singular pinnacle dominant body of the ancestral star. with his presence, combined with the numerous perfected dominant bodies. The power of the ancestral star rivals any forbidden zone on the flying immortal ancient star or goching ancient star. Regrettably, this pinnacle dominant body has now caught Wang Ting's attention. Without hesitation, he unleashes a surge of formidable spiritual power, transmitting a message across the dominant body's ancestral star. This is news concerning Kanglan. The ancestral star of the Dominator holds ancient teachings, stating that before ascending to the 8th realm and becoming a colossal practitioner, one must not leave the ancient star. This serves two purposes: to safeguard the pure-blooded Dominators and to instill in them the necessary ideology. Wang Tung is convinced that soon, individuals from the ancestral star of the Dominator will arrive at the flying immortal ancient star to retrieve Kanglan. At that moment, it would be entirely justifiable for an uncle to rescue his nephew by vanquishing a fully realized Dominator, would it not? Chapter 97. The Great Dominant Body. In the ancient hall of the Dominant Body Ancestor Star, a vast expanse of land stretching billions of miles lay covered in a tempest of thunder and radiant light, untouched by human presence. At the center, upon a colossal throne, rested a white cocoon-like entity ensnared in crackling lightning, exuding a terrifying aura that could send shivers down the spine of even the most extraordinary beings. Suddenly, the cocoon seemed to sense something and erupted with a deafening blast. The land trembled but quickly regained its calm. The cocoon disintegrated into fine powder, revealing a fearsome figure within. He emanated an overwhelming masculine energy. With his eyes swirling with dragon and phoenix imagery, a multitude of extraordinary phenomena ascending around him. In the realm of flying immortals, a pure-blooded dominant body had unexpectedly emerged. Could it be a descendant of our ancestral star? The thought echoed in his mind, his voice resonating with terror, causing the very fabric of space to hum under the strain of his presence. Were it not for the unique nature of the dominant body ancestor star, the entire realm might have succumbed to chaos. He was none other than Song Yuan, the current master of the dominant body ancestor star. Yet, even upon learning this news, he hesitated to fully believe it. His eyes sparkled with intensity as he gazed towards the flying immortal star, light years away, bound by an inexplicable connection inherent to dominant bodies. He swiftly pinpointed the location of the pure-blooded dominant body that had strayed far from home. There, in a valley, a young man was engaged in a fierce battle with a winged white lion. Both combatants possessed the strength of the Purple Mansion realm, their every movement capable of shattering mountains and rupturing rivers. The young man, bathed in the radiant glow of the dominant body, relentlessly pressed his advantage against the equally gifted white lion. Despite the lion's formidable combat skills, after merely 10 exchanges, the young man tore off its wings and subsequently delivered a crushing blow to the creature's head, devouring it with ferocity. What a fierce talent! This was a genius from our ancestral star, having ventured to the flying immortal star, where countless covetous eyes were surely watching. He must be retrieved, Song Yuan mused, summoning a servant to his side. Typically, he refrained from direct involvement, as his immense power could easily lead to misunderstandings with the supreme beings of the forbidden zones, inviting unnecessary trouble. Go, bring this boy back alive, Song Yuan commanded a peak great sage servant, whose bloodline was relatively thin, relegating him to servitude. Naturally, only a dominant body of Song Yuan's caliber could command such authority. The servant knelt in deference and set forth towards the flying immortal star. In the eastern wilderness of the flying immortal star, east of the Qi kingdom, Song Lan bit into the head of the lion, flames erupting from his mouth as he roasted it before swallowing it whole, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Though once lacking in practical combat experience, years of refinement had rendered his prowess terrifying. He could even contend with those of higher realms. I wonder if my uncle is watching me now. If he sees how much I've progressed, he must be delighted. Song Lan mused, savoring the lion's tail, his mouth murmuring incessantly. Just wait. There's an ancient giant spirit ancestor within the dual blade sect. Once I ascend to the elemental spirit realm, I can confidently present myself before them, and they will be powerless against me. As Song Lan reflected, he realized that crossing realms had become remarkably effortless for him. He had even managed to ambush a practitioner in the early stages of the elemental spirit realm. After finishing the entire lion, he washed his face in the stream he had interrupted, preparing to seek further opportunities, when he suddenly felt a chill behind him. Who? He spun around, only to find a figure in a gray robe, their features obscured, having approached him unbeknownst. Song Lan strained his senses to gauge the stranger's realm, but was alarmed to discover that his once infallible perception could not penetrate even the surface of this person's presence. Their power far surpassed his own. Instinctively, Song Lan's hair stood on end, his vigilance heightened as he fixed his gaze on the enigmatic figure, refusing to let his guard down. Young master, I have come to take you home, the gray-robed cultivator announced, only to be met with an unexpected relaxation from Song Lan. You were sent by my uncle to bring me back? Tell him I'm quite content here on the flying immortal star, and I would prefer to stay a few more years. Song Lan's words momentarily stunned the gray-robed figure, who quickly realized that this dominant body was not without support, suggesting a formidable backing. Yet, could anyone truly rival his master? After all, he was a great dominant body, a being capable of standing against ancient emperors. The gray-robed cultivator refrained from voicing this thought, knowing that the young man before him might not comprehend the gravity of such a comparison, much less have encountered beings of that caliber. Hey, speak up, Songlan urged, noticing the figure's sudden silence. But before he could react further, the gray-robed person rolled up their sleeve and effortlessly enveloped him within, soaring into the sky and departing with haste. Though Songlan was a dominant body, he had yet to mature fully, and before a great sage, he possessed no means of resistance. Throughout the Qi kingdom and neighboring realms, not a soul perceived the arrival and departure of this great sage. After all, even in the vast cosmos, until the supreme beings emerged, great sages held dominion over their territories. The gray-robed figure flew directly to the dominant body ancestor star, a smile gracing his face as he completed his task, certain that his master would bestow rewards upon him. Yet, unbeknownst to even this great sage and the dominant body on the ancestral star, a pair of watchful eyes were fixated upon them. Finally, I've got you. Wang Ting, lurking in the shadows, observed as Songlan was brought into the dominant body ancestor star, prompting him to spring into action. Within the palace where Song Yuan resided, the gray-robed servant bowed upon entry. Mission accomplished, my lord. I have brought back the dominant body, he proclaimed, waving his sleeve to release Songlan. As Songlan emerged, he immediately activated his protective divine light, cautiously surveying his surroundings. He found himself in an entirely unfamiliar environment, yet a sense of familiarity tinged the air. His gaze was soon drawn to Song Yuan, and even the boldest of souls would tremble in his presence. A supreme being? This overwhelming sensation was all too familiar, not merely stemming from realm superiority, but emanating an aura of invincibility. He had thought he was merely returned by his uncle, only to find himself under the scrutiny of a supreme being. Young descendant of our ancestral star, what is your name? Song Yuan inquired, his deep-set eyes sparkling with delight. He recognized that Songlan was not merely a pure-blooded dominant body. His profound potential surpassed that of many other dominant body prodigies. With careful guidance, it would not be long before another great dominant body emerged from their ancestral star. Chapter 98. The Strike. Kanglin. The atmosphere surrounding Song Yuan was overwhelmingly oppressive, making it difficult for Kanglin to breathe. Yet, thoughts of his uncle rekindled his courage. Kanglin, a splendid name. Song Yuan nodded, striving to temper his aura, rendering it considerably gentler. He gazed at Kanglin with admiration, recognizing his profound foundation and fearless demeanor, truly embodying the essence of a perfected dominance body. I wish to take you as my disciple. From this day forth, you shall cultivate on my ancestral star. Are you willing? As Song Yuan spoke, the 9 forms of the perfected dominance body manifested around him, showcasing an array of divine phenomena. He believed that Kanglin, also a practitioner of the celestial dominance body, would not refuse an invitation from such an esteemed being. After all, how many extraordinary talents traversed this universe, and even if they lived a lifetime, few ever glimpsed a supreme. What chance would there be to become a disciple? However, to his utter astonishment, the moment he uttered these words, Kanglin resolutely shook his head. Unwilling? I advise you to return me to Feitian Star. Oh, unwilling? Do you know my realm? Even in this vast universe, across countless star domains and ancient celestial bodies, few surpass me. Should you miss this opportunity, it will become a lifelong regret. Song Yuan did not anticipate Kanglin's prompt refusal and spoke calmly. Upon hearing this, Kanglin suddenly smiled. How fortuitous. While you are strong, my uncle is even stronger. His guidance suffices for my lifetime. I reiterate, return me to the ancient star of Feitian. Bold, do you comprehend the stature of my master? Your uncle, even if at the threshold of emperor, is but an ant before him. The gray-clad attendant, overhearing Kanglin's audacity and claiming someone was stronger than Song Yuan, could not help but scold him. Seemingly displeased with the attendant's sudden interjection, Kanglin lightly waved his sleeve, sending the great sage-level figure hurtling thousands of miles away. He then regarded Song Yuan with a domineering gaze. Young one, you may have misunderstood something. I wish to take you as my disciple. But this is not a matter of inquiry. It is a notification. Whether you agree or not, within a century, you shall cultivate in my boundless thunder marsh. With no other options, Kanglin's heart hardened. He had intended to conceal his identity, even refraining from mentioning his uncle when pursued by the formidable figures of the Twin Blades sect. Yet, this supreme being sought to keep him on the ancestral star, likely intending to brainwash him with various tactics, truly detestable. No longer pretending to respect Song Yuan, he turned his back and coldly remarked, Do you not wish to know who my uncle is? Song Yuan's interest piqued, and he contemplated capturing Kanglin's uncle to dissuade him. What ant is worthy of my knowledge? I shall fetch him for your reunion. You are unlikely to succeed. My uncle is the emperor of the Ling Tian, Kanglin declared, pride evident in his words. Upon hearing this, even the perfected dominance body within Song Yuan's gaze contracted sharply. The Ling Tian emperor? Even our perfected dominance body, though seldom seen, is well acquainted with that name. Could the Ling Tian emperor truly be the uncle of this boy? However, having traversed the cosmos for so long, Song Yuan was not easily intimidated. He chuckled coldly. Young one, There are great implications at play here. Do not speak recklessly. Knowing such implications, you still dare to bring me here? Your fate is sealed. Suddenly, Kanglin sensed something, causing his lips to curl into a smirk as he gazed skyward. Song Yuan, too, felt a surge of dread, his eyes widening in horror as he turned his gaze to the heavens beyond the ancestral star. It was unimaginable what kind of being could provoke such a reaction. You dare to capture even my imperial nephew? Truly, you are courting death. A voice resonated throughout the ancestral star of the dominance body, eliciting the most intense reactions from the reclusive, perfected dominance body figures. They all sensed a fatal sense of crisis within the tone of that voice. Several supreme-level gazes fixated upon the expanse of the sky. There, a figure appeared, seemingly capable of encompassing the infinite universe, standing with an aura akin to that of a supreme sovereign, deserving even the supreme's reverence. The arrival was Wang Ting. Merely by releasing a fraction of his pressure upon the ancestral star of the dominance body, he instigated profound tremors. Countless beings on the ancestral star, even the pure-blood dominance body prodigies, trembled in disbelief as they gazed at the sky. Their ancestor, the perfected dominance body, was already terrifyingly powerful. Someone they revered throughout their lives, and yet they realized there existed such a formidable entity in the universe, capable of obliterating their ancestral star in an instant. What manner of being was this? The aura emanating from him seemed even stronger than their ancestor. Impossible. Our ancestor is an extreme Taoist powerhouse. Could the newcomer be a true ancient emperor? Even some of the ascended holy kings and great sages found their minds wavering, muttering in panic. Trouble. It is the Ling Tian Emperor. When did we provoke him? The four perfected dominance body figures on the ancestral star were all on high alert, particularly Song Yuan, who stared in disbelief at Wang Tung beyond the domain, and then at Kanglin, murmuring, "How can it be so coincidental? This cannot be right." He intended to offer Kanglin, but it was already too late. Outside, Wang Ting, as the enforcer of this operation, would not grant them the luxury of a response. Just as Song Yuan was about to seize Kanglin, he felt a powerful aura locking onto him, instilling a profound sense of suffocation in the perfected dominance body. Song Yuan's heart raced. He knew well the unparalleled strength of the Ling Tian Emperor, whose might surpassed even the current heavenly emperors. Yet, he had not anticipated facing such overwhelming power firsthand. Furthermore, this dominance afforded them no opportunity for explanation. It was akin to a tyranny greater than their own. "Emperor, Song Yuan began to speak, only to feel an inexplicable force constricting his throat. In the next moment, a colossal hand descended from the void beside Song Yuan, shattering the fabric of reality itself. Song Yuan unleashed his 9 divine forms, ready to unleash the might of the perfected dominance body. Yet, in an instant, he was crushed by Wang Tung's descending hand. A swift execution. Moreover, Song Yuan's demise stirred not a whisper of commotion. Everything he was, including the residual shockwaves of his existence, was devoured by Wang Tung's overwhelming power. Kanglin's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld this scene, his admiration for his uncle's might deepening. Now a practitioner of the Purple Mansion, he possessed a clearer understanding of the path of cultivation and could discern the sheer impossibility of Wang Tung's recent display. A perfected dominance body, a supreme-level powerhouse, unable to raise even a ripple. Chapter 99, Victory. Wang Tung withdrew his hand and turned his gaze towards the other great achievers. To be frank, even if he devoured all these individuals now, it would hardly compare to a fraction of what he had consumed within the bodies of the 9 divine beasts. It could be said that, in his culinary repertoire, the Supremes had already fallen to the ranks of inferior horses. "Emperor, our ancestral star has never offended you. Why must you take lives?" A great achiever, upon learning of Song Yuan's demise, looked at Wang Tung with sorrow yet did not dare to act. "I have stated, you have bound my nephew. Do you not deserve death?" Wang Tung towered above, casting a cold glance at that great achiever, who instantly felt as though he had plummeted into hell. At that moment, he even thought that their ancestral star was doomed. Fortunately, Wang Ting shifted his gaze to the northernmost region of the ancestral star, where the sea of thunder roared. It was a tempestuous ocean of lightning, far surpassing the thunder marsh where Song Yuan resided, often revealing phantoms of true dragons and phoenixes. This was the domain of the great achiever, Song Xian. Wang Tung's gaze pierced through the depths of the sea of thunder, akin to a divine blade, startling the great achiever who was quietly observing the situation. However, being a formidable figure, Song Xian gathered his courage and stepped forth from the sea, embodying the auspicious presence of dragons and phoenixes, radiating an overwhelming light that resonated throughout the ancestral star, causing it to tremble. The citizens of the ancestral star, previously engulfed in panic, felt a modicum of comfort. Even the remaining 3 great achievers quickly retreated behind the formidable Song Xian. "Emperor, you have slain the instigator, and he was one of the few great achievers among us. Our losses have already been substantial. I implore you to show mercy, considering our arduous path in cultivation." Song Xian spoke. Though the invincible spirit of a supreme being forbade him from lowering his head, his tone nonetheless carried a hint of supplication as he faced Wang Ting. Witnessing this, the other 3 great achievers were consumed by rage. Yet, Wang Ting remained aloof, a smirk of derision gracing his lips. Mercy? Slaying just one insignificant Song Tian great achiever is far from sufficient. While others may be oblivious to the hidden truths of these great achievers, he was acutely aware. The great sacred bodies were the suppressors during the dark upheaval, yet these great achievers were complicit participants. One great achiever's death is insufficient? Emperor, do not force us to sever our ties. Song Xian exclaimed, prompting Wang Ting to laugh heartily. Ha ha ha, you dare speak of face with me? The expressions of the great achievers turned ashen, but Wang Teng's gaze suddenly locked onto Song Xian. However, considering you, it may be adequate. With a grin, Wang Teng unleashed a punch, his demonic patterns erupting, transforming him into a fearsome deity of slaughter. Emperor, you cannot. Even as Song Xian hastily ignited his blood to elevate his combat power, he was utterly incapable of resisting Wang Teng's effortless strike. In a moment of bitter resignation, he was reduced to blood mist, consumed entirely by Wang Teng's demonic patterns. The remaining great achievers found themselves trapped, unable to advance or retreat. Advancing could lead to the annihilation of their entire ancestral star, while retreating would mean being under the dominion of the divine court throughout the universe. Where could they escape? At this juncture, an elder among the great achievers bowed and pleaded, Emperor, we acknowledge our errors. We humbly ask for your mercy. His words filled the others with profound shame, a humiliation they had never before endured. Having cultivated the Song Tian great achiever to such heights, they had never faced such disgrace. Even when their kin fell before them, they were forced to apologize. Hand over your ancestral scriptures and 70% of your resources, and I may spare your lives. Wang Teng declared. In truth, even if he killed them, he could still acquire these things. However, leaving the great achievers as stepping stones for Song Lan was more beneficial, as their demise would yield minimal enhancement for Wang Ting. The two younger great achievers begrudgingly complied, while the elder eagerly affirmed, Emperor, please wait a moment. I shall present the resources and scriptures. Moments later, a tome radiating with a dominating aura appeared before Wang Teng, accompanied by several quasi-emperor level storage bags. Excellent. Wang Teng collected them, casting a cold glance at the great achievers, causing them to shiver anew. Yet, in the next instant, he vanished without a trace. Only the three impotent great achievers remained, seething with unexpressed anger. How many millennia has it been? This is the first time our ancestral star has faced such humiliation. One lamented, desperately trying to regain composure yet failing to hide his sorrow. They felt wronged, minding their own business on their ancestral star, only to be targeted by the emperor. The law of the jungle, after all, persists. The elder great achiever sighed, recognizing that Wang Ting's bloodbath was merely an excuse for his nephew being captured. Regardless of the truth, they were destined for death. They retreated to their sacred territories, sending word to the myriad beings of the ancestral star. Our beloved ancestral star has encountered a formidable foe. Yet, we have triumphed. We have repelled the invaders. This news brought a sigh of relief to the countless beings of the ancestral star, who were previously steeped in fear and anxiety. Indeed, their ancestral star was so powerful, brimming with strong individuals who would dare to invade. What a farce. On a mountain peak, a young man exuberantly shattered the summit, descending to the foot of the mountain, gazing into the heavens. His name was Song Ming, one of the pure-blooded great achievers, hailed as the greatest talent in the ancestral star over the past 100,000 years. Our Song Tian great achievers are truly invincible. I must hasten my cultivation. Once I reach the realm of the 10,000 forms, I shall compete in the ancient starry path. He firmly believed in the invincibility of the great achievers and the ancient declarations within the forbidden zones. His eyes filled with ambition as he gazed at the cosmic expanse beyond. In the void beyond, Wang Teng heard the shameless proclamations of the great achievers, but remained indifferent. He was absorbed in comprehending the essence of the two devoured Song Tian great achievers. While a single great achiever was inadequate to transform the essence of the great achiever within him, the addition of a complete great achiever was entirely sufficient. Uncle, how are you so powerful? Even the great achievers cannot withstand a single strike from you. Song Lan, seated within the palace conjured by Wang Teng, marveled. However, this time, his tone mingled admiration with a trace of melancholy. Even the great achievers and the complete great achiever were no match for his uncle's prowess. What would that mean for him should he reach such heights in the future? Hiki, with your uncle here, your foundation far exceeds theirs. In the future, you shall directly achieve the great achiever level and ascend to become an emperor. Wang Ting reassured, ruffling his hair. Really? Song Lan felt this was somewhat implausible, for it seemed too distant for him. Of course, chase after me, become me, surpass me. Your uncle believes in your potential. Wang Teng encouraged, reigniting Song Lan's confidence. Yet, he did not voice that even if Song Lan became an emperor, he would still not be a match for him. Go now, cultivate diligently on the flying, immortal ancient star. There are many talents there who can serve as your opponents. Wang Teng casually waved his hand, employing a great divine art to send Song Lan back to the flying, immortal ancient star. He took each step cautiously, returning to the divine palace still nestled within the solar system. There, he sat cross-legged above the palace, contemplating its profound mysteries while diligently studying the ancestral scriptures of the dominant body, refining the essence of his own being. He believed that soon, as his physical form approached that of an immortal, he would also be able to refine the celestial dominant body. Gradually, Wang Ting suddenly noticed that the brightness before him intensified. The divine palace was, astonishingly, soaring towards the core of the sun.